Chapter 7. Master Windu, I respect clone troopers as much as any Jedi, and perhaps even more in some cases. But a certain distance is required from our troops, clone or not. General Sakura is becoming a little too close to Commander Bly, and while I applaud her dedication to the men under her command, this can only end in tears. Jedi General Arligan Zay, Director of Special Forces, stepping outside his area of responsibility in conversation with Master Mace Windu. Aehan, laid up on Bog V, 476 days after Geonosis Ordo watched a strange tableau unfolding in the crew lounge of Aehan as he worked on fitting the enhanced weapons in the ship. While he passed hydrospanners and connectors to Mariel in the engineering section, he kept an eye on Skirata and Vav through the open hatch. He was ready to step in and break up an argument, because Calbir's embarrassed and partial thaw toward his old comrade couldn't last. The Nulls had grown up with the Skirata and Vav act arguing, bickering, even fighting. The only thing the two had in common most of the time was their armor and their military skill. Skirata thought Vav was a sadistic snob, and Vav saw Skirata as an over-emotional, uncultured thug. But for now at least there was a truce. It felt uncomfortable, like borrowing someone else's clothing. Skirata was trying to be polite and grateful, and neither man seemed to know how to handle that. Their stilted conversation had suddenly given way to very focused and intense discussion in voices that Ordo couldn't quite hear. He tapped Mariel on the knee. His brother's legs protruded from the open access duct as he tested power couplings. Aehan was going to pack a lot more punch when Mariel was finished. Mind the actuator housing, VODIK. Ordo laid the metal plate on the deck. I need to check on Calbir. Something's going on. Call me if you need to break them up. Vav and Skirata were sitting facing each other on the square of sofas, and they were both talking on their cornlinks. They also appeared to be listening to each other in a bizarre jigsaw of a four-way conversation. You're a good lad, Bardike, and I appreciate the risk you're taking. What do you mean, no med droid? So where are they now? Levitt should have cleaned them out by now. They're only farmers. Shot at? Who knew they were even there? Cal's going to have another meltdown. Skirata paused and stared hard at Vav. Bardike, can you hold on for a moment? Vav held out his hand and they swapped comlinks. So, Genart, what exactly am I going to be angry about? Skirata listened, head down, and then shut his eyes. Ordo glanced at Vav, who shook his head. Delta. He mouthed and gestured with Skirata's comlink. They followed Kosai as far as Napta and then they ran into some competition. No further contact. Napta was one stage behind them in the hunt. Events were getting out of hand. Ordo stood by Vav's seat and tried to follow both conversations, which was suddenly much harder now that he knew some of the facts, and his brain was trying to fill in too many gaps. His mind wasn't on Delta's safety, and he felt guilty about that. Somehow getting hold of Kosai seemed much more important. There were millions of lives hanging on her, after all. We need to get a move on, he said. He glanced at his chrono, TK0. And Gabe had a few more hours to come up with the pilot who transported Kosai to Daruma, but he needed that information now. If Delta were that close, they were physically closer to Daruma than Aehan was. In fact, then they stood a chance of getting there first, provided they made the connection. I'm not throwing away this lead. The lead would be a pilot. It was hard to move Kaminoans around and find them accommodation without somebody noticing, even if they didn't recognize the species. Skirata seemed to be getting increasingly upset rather than angry. He had one hand shielding his eyes as if to ignore distractions, All that Ordo could hear was occasional grunts and sighs as if Jeanart was telling him bad news in extreme detail. Eventually he spoke. "Okay, I'm sending Ordo." "No, don't let her move," amused Cieli. "Levitt's perfectly capable of doing the job without her. He'll probably be happier with her out of the way, in fact. I'll call in later." Skirata handed the comm link back to Vav, who resumed his conversation with Juzik. Mariel wandered up and stood beside Ordo. "Where am I going?" Ordo knew perfectly well where he was going, but he didn't want to go, not with Ko's Sai within reach. He wanted to be in at the end of the hunt. "Beer?" "I heard Jeanart, so I assume it's Kalura." Skirata stood up and gave both nulls a playful but half-hearted shove in the chest. "Adike," he said, "I need Atane out of there fast. She's bleeding where she shouldn't be, and the farmers have settled in for a fight. They're having to pick them off one at a time, asking them to surrender very politely each time. No wonder we're not winning, if that's how Jedi fight wars." Mariel said. "Rules of engagement, son. Last resort." Ordo had never understood it either. He could recite any statute or regulation, including all 150 contingency orders for the Grand Army, which all clone officers had to know by heart with all the ease granted by his eidetic memory. But making sense of rules was another matter. Why start a killing war if you were going to slam on the brakes and declare one way of killing someone morally preferable to another? "They'll end up killing them all anyway," Ordo said. He would never disobey his father, and he loved him too much to allow him to be even slightly disappointed, but he had to at least ask. "Calbear, are you certain you want me in Kilura? I can be more used to you finding Ko's Sai." "Father." Yes, he'd always felt like Skirata's son, but now he actually was. "Atane's used to you, Ordike." Skirata had promised he would never lie to his men, but he'd admitted not telling Ordo everything. Perhaps he wasn't leveling with him now. She might get in law if Mariel or Vav show up. You know how cranky women are when they're pregnant. No, I don't. Well, they are. Hormones. And Atane's cranky enough to start with. Vav looked up and put his comm link back in his belt pouch. "I got on very well with the young woman when we last worked together, actually." Skirata gave Vav the long stare, the one that said he didn't think the comment added anything useful to the sum of the galaxy's knowledge. Vav shrugged and got up to wander around calling for Murd, who'd gone exploring, leaving only his pungent aroma to keep the sofa warm. "Come on, Merake," Skirata said. "Let's contact your tinny friend and find that pilot. Time is of the essence." Ordo couldn't disobey. Calbear had his plans, and this was where Ordo fitted in. He didn't have to be happy about it, though. He was being handed a soft job, a nursemaid job, the kind he always did when his brothers were racing around the galaxy carrying out anything from assassinations to elaborate financial frauds. Do they resent me? Maybe they pity me. Yes, Calbear, Ordo said. I'll treat it as a medical emergency. Mariel tossed him an identichip, the kind that opens security locks. Take the shuttle I used to get here. I left it next to the cantina. They lived that kind of life. Credits, transport, supplies, the cost was no object. If the Republic didn't bankroll it, they stole it, directly or indirectly. Ordo didn't have any more personal desire for wealth than his brothers. He was used to finding all his needs met, but his needs seemed nowhere near as rich and varied as those of the beings around him. All he wanted right then was a piece of the sheffa cake that Bethany had sent him, so he took half from the galley, slicing it in 2 pieces with his vibroblade, and left the rest for the others, even Murd, if Strills ate such things. Then he went in search of the shuttle, just another mercenary wandering around on a lawless planet, and sat in the cockpit chewing the cake for a few minutes. It was dry and spicy against his tongue, like licking scented velvet. The comfort effect was immediate, and from another time and place. Sometimes Ordo felt just as he did when he was a small child and Skirata first towered above him. Part of him was competent far beyond his years, and the rest was hollow terror because the Kaminiais were going to kill him. But Skirata had snatched him and his brothers to safety and fed them all on UGLA, a sticky sweet Mandalorian cake. It was a powerful act of salvation, one that had defined Ordo. He felt it as freshly now as he had then. It was the cake. That was it. The cake had brought it all back. He felt safe again. And this was from Bethany Wenin. She was saving him too, in her way. Ordo folded the remains of the cake in a piece of cleaning rag, slipped it into the pocket on the thigh of his flight suit, and fired up the shuttle's drives to head for Kalura. He had no idea yet what to do with a pregnant Jedi who was showing signs of miscarriage on a backworld planet a long way from competent gynecological help, but he'd find out. He was Ordo. Nothing was beyond him. Asterisk asterisk. Hut space, 476 days after Geonosis. He can't shoot straight, boss said. But he's spoiled my paint job. The TIV jinked again to avoid cannon fire from the pursuing ship. Sev checked via the external holocams and there it was, a Crusher-class fighter. It harried the TIV, closing up and then falling back several times, loosing cannon rounds to one side then the other. You could have creamed it by now, boss. Sev wasn't sure what his sergeant was playing at. Or maybe just hyperjumped out of here. Forgotten what the big red button's for. Curiosity is the sign of intelligence, Sev. Scorch had a tight grip on the restraining belt. I'm not that curious. Think about it. Boss rolled the TIV as if he was enjoying it. If this guy hasn't killed us, either he can't, or he wants us in one piece because we've got something he wants. I want to know who he is. Sometimes it's better to leave a little mystery in a relationship, said Scorch. Sev felt the steady beat of his heart, nothing else. He'd passed the point of fear, and his body was on autopilot. He'd strapped himself in for a rough re-entry somewhere almost without thinking about it. So land and see if he follows. You get there eventually, don't you? Nar Shada was the next planetfall, unless they landed on Desut Shah, and nobody ever landed there, not even the Hutts who named it. That was going to be cozy. The planet was all ocean except for a couple of small islands that broke the surface. But Delta had done their job and transmitted the data already, so if anything went wrong another squad could pick up where they left off. Did I secure my locker back at the barracks? I've got the code key here. Fearfeck, they'll have to force the door open if I get killed. Sev had no idea why he was thinking about death or focused on such a trivial worry. Death hadn't crossed his mind that often before, not in a concrete way. Besides, it wasn't as if Boss couldn't handle a skirmish with a tourist, was it? Anyone who wasn't Grand Army was a tourist, by definition an amateur. The Crusher was chancing it, getting too close. If he tried that tailgating maneuver again, one of them would end up with a hull breach. Scorch seemed intrigued by the idea. What if he thinks we really are a courier shuttle and he's planning a robbery? Fixer came to life. In a fighter? He could have stolen the fighter too. Oh yeah? I bet that happens all the time. We do it. We re-special forces. Okay. Time's up. Boss banked to starboard, and the array of lights on the navigation's display tilted to show a course for the nearest planet, the third moon. Let's find out. Scorch went through the ritual of checking his suit's seal integrity again. You got charts for that place, boss? Nobody has. Let's make some. The third moon of Desucha had land masses. Sev could see them as the TIV neared the atmosphere. If the pursuing crusher really thought his quarry was a courier shuttle, heading for this deserted lump of rock would have tipped him off that it wasn't, but he was still on their tail. Sev closed his eyes and clenched his fists on re-entry. It always bothered him to see the hull temperature climbing on the console display and thought that it was good of Scorch not to rib him about his phobias. He never had. It's going to be fun when we land. Scorch was going through the motions of hitting the release catch on his restraints and swapping firing modes on his Ds, over and over, like it was all an Orifi meditation ritual. He who disembarks first wins. Nah, Fixer said. He was almost chatty today. He who disembarks first is a nice target. Boss brought the TIV down into a bumpy landing on grassland, skidding 50 meters through driving rain and slewing sideways before coming to a halt. Sev, concentrating on the charge level on his Ds, saw the crusher's jets almost fill the front viewport as it dropped down in front of them and came about to land with its nose facing them. There was an awkward pause. He's charging cannons dash. The TIV shook. Boss swore, and for a moment Sev didn't know if the vessel had been hit or if Boss had fired. Either way, the crusher clearly hadn't been expecting the TIV to be anything other than a lightly armed vessel, because there was suddenly a cloud of steam building beneath it as it powered its drives again. Then its port wing shattered into fragments, sending a ball of fire into the damp air. Go, go, go! Sev was first out as the starboard hatch swung open, dropping into grass that came up to his shoulders and smeared his visor plate with water. The ground squelched under his boots. He ran with his head lowered, shielded by the grasses, and Delta went into a sequence they'd drilled for 100 times, storming an enemy vessel. Once they were close into the fighter, there was little it could do, and with one wing missing it wasn't going anywhere in a hurry. Scorch fired a rappel line to hook onto the superstructure, then hauled himself up to slap a strip of flexible charge around the hatch. I'd knock, Scorch said, dropping down again and diving for cover. But I think they'll be upset about the wing. Bang! The hatch blew out, flinging twisted metal into the air, and Sev dodged a chunk that whistled past his helmet. His legs moved before his brain engaged, and he leaned partway through the hatch, suddenly face to face with a human female pilot who had an impressive blaster. The shot knocked him backward, but blaster fire wasn't enough to penetrate Katarn armor, and he simply shook himself and raised his Ds again, finding his mind completely blank except for the single purpose of returning fire. Sev fired. There was no such thing as winging someone or shooting them in the leg, whatever the holovids depicted, and he did what he was trained to do. The cockpit was full of smoke, the pilot draped at an awkward angle across the seat. It was only when the smoke began clearing that Sev realized there was a co-pilot, a man, and he was dead, too. Shab, Sev said. Maybe I could have done that better. Scorch peered into the cockpit. Let's try that again without the dead bit, shall we? I wanted to chat with them, Boss said. He hauled Sev back by his shoulder and wrapped him in the chest plate. Now how am I going to work out who they are? Leave it to me. Fixer pushed past them and scrambled into the cockpit, hauling the bodies out of the way and push them out onto the grass with a wet thud. At least I can interrogate the onboard computer and tell you where they came from. Boss and Scorch contemplated the bodies in the grass, turning them over and rifling through their flight suits. Now that the adrenaline was ebbing, Sev felt a mix of vague dread flood him just as it had when he'd screwed up in training. There was no Sergeant Vav around to give him a good hiding for his incompetence, but it was as bad now as it ever was. Next time he saw Vav, he knew that his old sergeant would see the failure on his face and give him grief for it. There was no good enough. There was only perfect. Sev had no excuse for not being perfect, because he'd been designed from the genome up to be the galaxy's best. Anything he got wrong was down to laziness. There were no excuses. Vav said so. It was like waiting for the blow to hurt. Well, Fixer said. Interesting. He jumped out of the crusher and brandished his data pad. They passed through Commando. And they transmitted data back. I'll unscramble that later. Scorch sucked his teeth noisily. Topolka's not exactly the crossroads of the Outer Rim. So the Kaminoans had sent someone after them after Kos Sai, in fact. Nobody popped into Topolka City uninvited or stopped to refuel. You only went there if you had business with the Kaminoans. Bounty hunters? Sev asked. Boss examined a handful of chips and flimsy. We can crack the identichips later. The important thing is that we know we're not the only ones who've tracked Kos Sai this far, and the Iwabate will know all about this Suchao by now. Sev was starting to feel anxious. They were definitely going up against the Kaminoans and the Seps now. It was going to be a race. Topolka would send someone else as soon as they knew the crusher was missing, if they didn't already. Better get a move on, said Scorch. No telling who else will have to elbow out of the way. Sev trailed the others back to the TIV, still uneasy and angry with himself for not taking the crusher's crew alive. No, he said. Could be anybody. Chapter 8. Soldiers of the Grand Army, in honor of your courage and service in the fight against oppression, you shall want for nothing, and become instructors of the next generation of young men to defend the Republic. Chancellor Palpatine, in a message to all ARC troopers, commanders, and GR Commando units on Republic Day. ***. Kaftakar, 477 days after Geonosis. Darman was making sure the Marats knew how to lay charges for rapid entry. They did, all too well when the woman walked into the camp. He couldn't tell it was a woman at first because she was wearing a freighter pilot's rig, multi-pocketed gray coveralls that engulfed her, and a heavy pair of Durasteel cap safety boots. But when she turned down the collar that was shielding the lower half of her face from the wind, he could see it was a female human about Scarata's age, with short, light brown hair and a gaunt face that gave him the feeling she checked out the latest in blasters rather than fashion. She didn't walk like any of the women he knew, but maybe that was the boots. He'd grabbed his D's before it dawned on him that Aiden wouldn't be such a slacker on security as to allow just anyone to approach. Even so, Darman checked the charge on his D's and stood by just in case. If an Alpha Arc could be caught off his guard, there was always the chance that the Nulls weren't as omnipotent as everyone thought either. Aiden strode toward her, Sol ambling behind him in the same drab working clothes. Phi and Auden wandered out from the main building to watch. Phi held Sol's gray leather comma in one hand with half the blue lieutenant's edging removed. He'd insisted on having it. With the blue bits unpicked, he said, it went with the red and gray armor he'd salvaged from Gez Hoken. Phi liked order in his wardrobe. Who's she? Auden asked. Kerr. Darman strained to listen. I can't hear with the yapping. Aiden obviously knew her. He shook her hand, indicated Sol with a jerk of his head, and handed something to her, which she waved away, but Aiden shoved it into her top pocket. All Darman heard of her response was, rather have news of. The wind took the rest. There was a storm coming. At least Darman had the speeder to take him to Ayat to clear out Sul's apartment rather than trudging through the rain again. Sul seemed to be listening intently to the exchange between Aiden and the woman, and then they both turned to him, and Aiden slapped him on the back. Sul's expression was set on what Darman now thought of as arc default, deliberately blank, with one eyebrow slightly raised as if in disdain for the rest of the galaxy. That probably summed up arcs pretty well. "Come on, there's a good boy," the woman said, and beckoned to Sul to follow her. Astonishingly, he did. "Long way to go," Aiden called after her. "I'll do what I can, New York, okay?" So her name was New York, and that could have been the entirety of it, or short for any number of names. She paused to glance at the squad as if she'd never seen clones together before. Chances were she hadn't, he thought, and went on her way. Darman could only imagine that she was Sul's transport out of the system, and that guaranteed his obedience at least for a while. But if an Ark wanted to leave Gaftaker under his own steam, he could have found any number of ways to do it. Whatever Aiden had said to him during that Ark-to-Ark chat must have been very persuasive. Fi watched the incongruous pair vanish among the trees at the edge of the camp. The woman looked like a kid alongside Sul. "Maybe it's his mother," Fi said, trying on the comma with a critical frown. "And he's grounded for a month for not doing his chores." "Stop going on about mothers." Auden seemed to have lost interest. "You don't know what any of that means. It's all off the Holovids. Like some new alien species learning about humans." "Yeah, well, maybe that's what we are." Fi undipped his helmet from the back of his belt and rammed it onto his head, shutting out the world again. His voice emerged from the audio projector. "Aliens in a society of human beings. Excuse me, will you, gentlemen? I have to go play with some lizards." Sebs, the dominant Marit, scuttled around the camp but seemed to be keeping an eye on the squad. She could, after all, count, and maybe she was curious about the fluctuating number of clones in the area. If Aiden hadn't leveled with her, then Darman wouldn't either. "I'd better go and clear any evidence out of Sul's place," Darman said to Aten. He prodded his brother in the chin, right at the end of the thin white scar that crossed his face from the opposite brow. It was still visible through his beard. "'Cause I can look like him, and you can't. You say that like it's a good thing." That was another advantage of being a clone. It was easy to take a brother's place. Few folks would be any the wiser, except those who really knew you. Darman put on Sul's original clothes, noted that they were loose on him had he lost that much weight, and set off in the speeder for Ayat. On the journey, he pondered the nature of mothers and what it might have felt like to have one, deciding it must have been a lot like having Sergeant Cal around all the time. Calbear said they'd all missed the necessary nurturing of a parent when they most needed it as babies. Darman often wondered if he would have been a different man had he been nurtured, whatever that meant in real terms, but he couldn't feel what was missing in his life, only that something was. Lots of things were, in fact. He'd only known what some of them were when he touched Attain for the first time. And Fi seemed to see many more things that were missing than even he did. Can't he change the past? That was what Sergeant Cal said. Only the future, which is whatever you choose to make it. Darman couldn't feel angry about Sul's decision to make a run for it, only a vague envy, and an uncertainty about whether he would have done the same. Can't leave my brothers in the lurch. They put their lives on the line for me, and I do the same for them. He put it out of his mind and concentrated on the road, knowing that if he ventured any further into those thoughts, then things would start to become confusing and painful. He distracted himself with finding the route to Sul's apartment again, reversing the route he'd taken out of Ayat. Almost without thinking, Darman set the speeder down a little way from the apartment, walked around the block to check if he was being followed, and then ran up the external stairway to let himself in. A human male coming along the access walkway toward him nodded in acknowledgement to Darman, as if he knew him. "Your boss was here, hammering on your door," he said, not stopping. He kept talking and walking as he looked back at Darman. "You been away?" Darman was a lot more confident about his acting skills since the Coruscant deployment. "Yeah. I suppose I better explain myself to him." The man shrugged and went on his way. So far, so good. Inside the apartment, the place was as they'd left it after the scuffle with Sol. Darman hadn't cleared it out while he'd been waiting for Auden to return with transport, partly because he didn't know if they need to use the place for cover in the near future. The back of his hand still showed the neat purple depressions of Sol's no-holds-barred bite. It wasn't the kind of place he would have picked to live, Darman decided. There was no rear exit, and the windows were poorly placed to keep watch. Sol must have felt unusually safe to risk living in such an indefensible location, and that in itself was unexpected in an Ark Trooper. Sol hadn't amassed a lot of effects in the couple of months he'd lived here. He had 2 changes of clothes in the closet, basic hygiene kit in the refresher, and a conservator full of food, as if he spent all his wages on it. That's what we all like, isn't it? No idea what to do with possessions, but always hungry. Darman checked for anything else that might identify the Ark as being a GR officer, and found a packet of crumbly, very sweet cookies that were irresistibly coated with seeds of some kind. He munched happily as he rummaged through the apartment. The place was military tidy and anonymous, apart from a neat stack of holozines next to an equally neat stack of holovid ships that showed Sol stayed home at night. Cage Nuna. Yeah, even an Ark found it hard to step outside the cage when someone opened it. Maybe Sol had been sampling the outside world at a distance, through the entertainment that regular folks took for granted. Darman wondered where Sol was now, well clear of Gaftiker space, anyway. The apartment's comm was flashing with unanswered messages. When Darman played them back, they were, predictably, a broken stream of angry invective from a male voice demanding to know why Cuvilnat Sol to his new acquaintances, then hadn't shown up for work again. There were also a couple of silent calls, brief clicks before someone shut the link again. Darman wondered where Sol had picked the name Cuvil and went on sorting through bins and other hiding places for any telltale links back to the Grand Army. It wasn't the Goftakari that he was trying to throw off Sol's trail. It was his own side. Suddenly that bothered him, because now they were all complicit in helping the Man Desert, and that was a lot more serious than going outside their rules of engagement on 000 to take out a few terrorists. There was no way this could be spun as getting the job done. Darman was still checking the holovids to make sure there was no rental code on them that would lead back to Sol when his fine-tuned instincts told him something wasn't right. It was the way the silence outside seemed. Heavy. Sometimes there was the kind of quiet that was just ambient sound with nothing to disturb it. Then there was what he thought of as an effort to be silent. That was what he could sense now. Somewhere in his subconscious, his brain had processed something he hadn't even noticed hearing and tripped his alarm. There was someone outside. The blinds were still drawn. Darman knelt on the floor and placed the sensor on the exposed tiles, trying to detect the faintest vibration. The red bars of the readout showed occasional spikes that usually meant footsteps, even though he couldn't hear movement when he concentrated. He took out his blaster, checked the charge, and squatted down behind a chair to see what happened next, holding his breath. When the doors opened very quietly, he didn't dare look around the chair and expose his position. Whoever had let themselves and held the 2 sections of the door apart so that it didn't close with a characteristic faint slap, but eased slowly back again. Then he smelled something very familiar, the faint scent of lubricating oil, the kind used on blasters and vibroblades. Darman wondered for a moment if Saul had given his key code to a girlfriend and not mentioned it, but he knew what females smelled like and this wasn't female. He wondered what kind of company Saul kept at work, and if his boss had run out of patience and sent someone around to teach him what happened to no-shows. But it didn't seem like that kind of place. People here seemed almost friendly. Darman watched a shadow fall across the carpet against the hazy light filtering through the blinds. Then another one joined it, and there was the faintest creak. They knew he was here. But maybe it was the local police, and the neighbor had realized he wasn't Saul after all, and alerted them to an intruder. "So, Alpha 30, you thought you'd try a new career, did you?" He thought he knew that voice. No, that wasn't something the IAC cops would care about. The faint rustling of fabric and the occasional snatched breath came closer. Darman squatted with his sidearm steadied in both hands. Then the shadow fell on him. He looked up into a masked face, eyes covered by a sun visor, and he was staring at a blaster muzzle as he fired. He pulled the trigger even before he consciously registered the blaster aimed at him because his training and common sense and raw instinct told the primitive, self-protecting parts of his brain that a masked man sneaking around was a bad sign. He shot him in the face. It was a simple reflex. The man fell backward with a grunt and a flash of blue light. Another shot sizzled past Darman's ear, but his brain didn't bother to get involved as his hand aimed of its own free will and sent blaster bolts 1, 2, 3 into another moving object that was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The shots must have hit the second intruder. Darman smelled burned hair. He instinctively dropped and found himself lying on the floor next to the inert body of the first man he'd shot, a figure in black coveralls with a charred hood covering the face. He scrambled to grab the man's dropped weapon DC-15 sidearm and took cover behind the angle of a wall, listening for movement. The D's handgun bothered him, because he had one, too, but Saul hadn't. It wasn't issue Tarks, not that they didn't acquire whatever took their fancy. He folded the magazine flat and shoved it in his belt. Now there was no way out of the apartment other than back through the doors or out through one of the front windows. Getting cornered was a weird mistake for an assassin to make. Darman was trapped in an apartment with someone who was trying to kill him or Saul to be precise. Darman knew he should have simply rushed the second man, firing both blasters, but he'd lost his momentum. If this was Republic intelligence, they were badly misnamed. They hadn't done a recce of the apartment. Republic stupidity, more like. Or maybe they'd been very sure they could take Saul anyway. Hollywood directors would have been disappointed, he knew, but he didn't bother to call a challenge to the other man. He sprang to his feet and came out firing, because there was nowhere to hide in a place this small, and no real protection offered by the furniture. It was simply a matter of who hit who first. Darman fired, and fired, and fired. The man, all in black, stepped out from the alcove near the door and took the blaster barrage full in the chest. It knocked him back a few paces, but he didn't drop, and that was when Darman knew he was in real trouble and simply charged him. He knocked the man flat with sheer brute force and got a grip on his head, jerking it so hard to one side that there was a wet, muffled snap and the man went limp. All Darman could hear now was his own breathing. He sank back on his heels and listened hard in case there were more men coming. But there was nothing. Had the neighbors heard? Were the police on their way? He had 2 dead men on his hands. That wasn't an unusual situation for a commando, but it was bad news in a city that wasn't supposed to know it had been infiltrated. Before he decided whether to make a run for it, though, there was something he had to find out. Blaster aimed squarely at the head, he checked each body, grabbing the hood-like mask by the seam at the top and working it loose. Doing that one-handed was harder than it looked. The first man he'd shot was hard to identify with his face blackened and shattered, but he had familiar black hair. The second, he was recognizable, all right, and so was the gunmetal and purple armor disguised by his coveralls. It was the face Darman saw every morning when he shaved. He'd shot 2 clones, men just like him right down to the last pair of chromosomes. He'd killed 2 covert ops troopers. The GR was sending clone assassins after their own men. Asterisk asterisk. Montar City, Bog v. Bogdan System, 477 days after Geonosis. I think you should leave this to me, Vav said as gently as he could. Laying down the law never worked with Skirata. A little cold distance might be called for. Skirata leaned on the rail of the bridge with one hand while he honed his 3-sided knife on the metal. The thin rasping sound set Vav's teeth on edge. Murd rumbled with annoyance at each scrape, too. Beneath them, the most filthy and polluted river Vav had ever seen attempted to flow like curdled milk. There was more debris than liquid. I'm not sharpening it for the pilot, Skirata said. That's what I meant. Kaminoans don't answer questions when they're in slices. Skirata didn't look up. His head was tilted down as if his focus was fixed on the blade, although it was always hard to tell where a helmeted man was looking. Eventually, after a dozen more intensely irritating scrapes of the knife, he sheathed it in the housing on his right forearm plate and paced along the bridge, then back again. Muriel was late, and he hadn't come Skirata. He'll be here, said Vav. I know. Even if he doesn't get the pilot, you've got the planet. He'll get the pilot. Maybe it didn't matter if Mariel didn't find him. Daruma was 85% ocean except for the artificial resort islands, so any landing was easy to track. There was nowhere that Sai could hide a laboratory on the surface either. She'd have to go underwater. It explained the equipment being freighted around. Sai was looking to build a hermetically sealed lab, and maybe not just because she wanted it to be hyper-clean. Skirata flipped open his datapad and thrust it under Vav's nose. There's the hydrographic charts, anyway. Vav tried to make sense of the 3-dimensional maze of colored contours. Remember, it only goes down to 50 meters. The developers were too scared to risk surveying any deeper. Then the same goes for her. And she'd have to pick a natural rock formation to hide in, or she'd need to import a lot of heavy engineering to excavate something. You better hope it's within the 50-meter depth, then. Kaminiais aren't a deep-sea species. Skirata held out his hand for the datapad. If they were completely aquatic or could cope with depths, they wouldn't have been nearly wiped out when the planet flooded. They just like to be near water, preferably without too much sunshine. So, what better place to hide than a nice sunny pleasure resort? Who's going to look for her there? Vav snorted. Delta Squad. The Seps. Us. I didn't say she had any common sense. Typical scientist. All theory. No idea how bounty hunters work. Well, she's evaded you for well over a year. Yeah? And now she's run out of road. Vav hadn't actually disliked Topoka in the 8 years he'd been cooped up there. Inside the pristine stilt city, it could have been any urban environment. He didn't miss shopping and entertainment, so it was largely indistinguishable from Coruscant, although the lack of hunting troubled Murd. The Strill stalked Kaminoans instead. It even caught one once, but its prey was just the blue-eyed variety, the lowest genetic caste of Kamino, and the gray-eyed elite seemed only annoyed at the loss of a menial. Yes, that was probably the day Vav's ambivalence toward Kaminoans evaporated, and he joined Skirata in thinking of them as Iowa bait. And what are you going to do when you get hold of her? Take her research. And what? You think she'll have a file marked secret formula for stopping the aging process in clones do not copy? Skirata clicked his teeth, impatient. She'll need to be persuaded. No, you'll need to get her to work for you. That means no choppy slicey. Or get another geneticist on the case. Of course. They're 10 a credit. They queue up at employment centers. Look, Wallen, I'm not stupid. I know there'll be a gap to fill between getting hold of the research and making it into something my boys can use. Just reality checking. Skirata's voice had the tinge of a smirk in it. And I can get my hands on a geneticist who knows her way around a fet genome. Vav kept his gaze on the riverside path, distracted slightly by a loud glop as something leapt from the river beneath, and snatched a low-flying creature that might have been avian or insected. Either way, it was lunch now. Tell me you're not thinking what I think you're thinking, he said slowly. Skirata ejected his knife from his forearm plate again and resumed sharpening. Auden nearly got killed hauling her shebs back from Kalura. Might as well make it worth the journey. Oh, you are thinking it. You're insane. Doctor. Youthans kept under tight Republic security. Chancellor's office level. Skirata just laughed. Vav suspected he had no idea what his limits were, and that he'd get killed finding out the hard way. The fool should have grown out of it at his age. Last I heard, Skirata said, was that she was bored out of her skull and reduced to trying to interbreed sock-off flies in her cell to stay sane. They don't care who they work for, these folks. No ideology. They just want to play with their toys. If she can develop a clone-specific pathogen for the seps, she can apply cos-size research. If you can take it apart, you can rebuild it, right? Vav had to hand it to Skirata. He always thought outside the box. I'll consider that an incentive for getting cos-si to do the work. Skirata sheathed his knife again, and the two of them leaned on the bridge rail to contemplate the twin evils of polluted waterways and having to wait so long at their time of life. Merd wandered around, rubbing its jowls on the bridge balusters to mark its territory. Here he comes, said Vav. Meriel had acquired yet another form of transport. He had a great fondness for speeder bikes, and he seemed to be riding a different one every time Vav saw him. He had no idea whether Meriel came by them legally or not, but the Null Trooper had a pillion passenger this time, and as the speeder drew closer it was clear that the being sitting behind him was a very scared green Twi'lek male. Vav could tell from the way his Lekka looked rigid. It was the Twi'lek equivalent of white knuckles. He's very persuasive, is Merike. Skirata ambled off the bridge and stood blocking the path, hands on hips. So you stopped for CAF and cake somewhere, son? Had to take a call from Aiden, Calber. Meriel gestured to the Twi'lek to dismount. But I thought you'd want a face-to-face chat with our esteemed colleague here. He slid off the speeder and nudged the Twi'lek. Okay, Leb, tell Calber about your job on Daruma. It was legal, the Twi'lek said. I didn't do anything wrong. Course you didn't. Skirata always sounded at his most menacing when he was doing his paternal reason act. Just tell me about it. I delivered a consignment of 6 construction droids and drylining materials to a barge half a click off the coast of Tropics Island Resort. Vav tilted his head at Merd, and the strill went into its softening up routine, padding around the Twi'lek, brushing against his legs, and occasionally stopping to gaze up at him and display a yawning mouthful of teeth. It was a sobering spectacle. It sobered the Twi'lek right away. Can you show me on this chart? Leb the Twi'lek grabbed Skirata's proffered datapad and tapped frantically on the small screen, Leka quivering. There, he said. I checked the coordinates. The barge was there. Moored out to sea. Skirata held the shaking datapad steady for him. Did you collect anything later? No. Nothing. One-way journey. What did the barge look like? Any propulsion unit on it? Only a maneuvering repulsor. The kind the resort hotels use to round up the pleasure craft after a storm. Vav started calculating in his head. And you'd recall the weight of materials you delivered. I had to make several trips from the resort because the barge couldn't handle it all at once. So the barge was unloaded a few times? Skirata asked. Oh yes. How long did that take? I waited maybe 20, 30 standard minutes after each drop. And who collected the stuff? Human male, not very old brown hair. The Twi'lek ground to a halt, eyes darting from Skirata to Vav to Mariel as if he was going to make a run for it. It was easy to forget how intimidating a Mandalorian helmet looked to outsiders when they were deprived of all the visual cues of facial expression, and couldn't work out how well their information had been received. Skirata moved his hand to his belt, and Leb flinched. He seemed surprised to get a credit chip rather than a blaster in the face. Thank you for your cooperation, son, Skirata said, and patted him on the cheek with exaggerated care. Leb hesitated and then jumped on the speeder. So it was his after all. Mariel turned to watch it go. What a helpful fellow, Vav said. Are you going to draw the search radius on the holochart, or shall I? Well, better find out the maximum speed of a Daruma resort barge first. Mariel took off his helmet and scratched his cheek. I'm piloting, yes? Skirata nodded. You okay with that? If Ord IKA can drive the crates straight out of the manual, so can I. Let's get moving. And Aiden had some worrying news. Skirata stopped in his tracks. How worrying? Why didn't he call me? He called me. It's tangential, let's say. Spit it out, Mayor IK. Someone sent 2 covert ops troopers after the Ark who went AWOL. On Gaftiker. Sent after, as an assassination, but they ran into Darman instead and he slotted both of them. He's pretty upset. Vav didn't need to see Skirata's face to guess what he was thinking. They made their way back to Aihan in silence and sealed the hatches, preparing for takeoff. Skirata sat in the co-pilot's seat and flipped switches. Who ordered it, Mayor Eichel? He asked quietly. Mariel propped his datapad on the console, glancing at it as he carried out his instrument checks. I don't know, but it's not necessarily Zay. The news was a nasty little time bomb. Tangential no, for once Mariel was wrong. It wasn't tangential at all. It was about trust and loyalty. It was the kind of revelation that would gnaw at all of them more deeply as time wore on. And combined with whatever Mariel had dug up on Commando about the future plans for troop strengths, it proved none of them had quite as full a picture as they'd imagined, and also that there were things they weren't trusted with. Like not being told that Delta is going after Ko's Psi. Vav strapped himself into the third cockpit position and tried not to think about the identity of the unfortunate covert ops troopers, because there was a good chance that Prudii, Null Arc N5 had trained them. They were just ordinary troopers who'd shown a bit of promise for dirty work, selected from the ranks to backfill some of the roles that would have otherwise fallen to Republic Commando squads. If it was Zay, Vav said carefully, the Chakar should have told us they were operating on the same turf as Omega simply for everyone's safety. Covert Ops gets tasked by the regular GR as well as Wallen. Skirata was usually quick to pounce on any perceived Jedi failing. Maybe he was developing a soft spot for Zay, who did seem remarkably understanding of Skirata's idiosyncratic style of command, a command Skirata didn't technically hold. He was a sergeant who pushed generals around. Or maybe Zay knows exactly how I'll express my disapproval of putting down clones when they get too free-thinking, so he forgot to mention it. Then again, maybe it's Republic intelligence. But that nice Chancellor Palpatine assured our lads that they'd have a secure future in recognition of their loyalty and sacrifice. Mariel took exaggerated interest in the controls and lifted Aihan from the landing strip. Either way, we clone boys know just how much the Republic loves us when push comes to shove, don't we? And we won't forget that in a hurry. Skirata put his hand on Mariel's shoulder. We can only trust our own, son. Like the covert ops guys. You think they had all the facts in front of them? You think they had any choice? These were almost certainly men they knew, and that made it hard to swallow. Vav wondered if they would still have carried out their orders if they'd been sent after Prudia or Mariel, or Ordo, or any of the special operations men or Mandalorian instructors who'd taught troopers their commando skills. Vav marveled at Skirata's continuing ability to absolve clones of all blame, but he did have a point. Humans follow orders, Vav said. Even human Republic intel agents, of course. We're herd animals. We all default to training. Well, I'm defaulting to mine. Skirata gave his restraining belt a couple of tugs as if he didn't quite trust Mariel's ability to execute a smooth acceleration to the jump point. Which is covering my shebs and my boys. How exactly? Vav asked. Safe haven, a few credits, set him up in a better line of work. New identity and a new life. Yes, I know all that, but how are you going to do it? You can't exactly place an ad. Vav traced the outline of an imaginary hollowboard in the air with his fingers. Troopers. Fed up with your life in the Grand Army? Feeling undervalued and unloved? Call Cal. Skirata scratched his forehead. Word gets around. Word gets around to the wrong people, too. Escape networks have always run that risk. That's not an answer. I'll just have to pick my network very carefully then, won't I? Aihan was clear of the atmosphere now, maneuvering carefully through the maze of gravitational fields in the Bogdan system to reach a safe hyperjump point. Murd, who never liked takeoffs and landings, climbed onto Vav's lap and buried its head under his arm with a lot of whining and snorting to ensure that he knew it was displeased. He rubbed the strills back to reassure it, and marveled at Mariel's ability to pilot a ship like a deep water with just the manual open on the console and a little intuition. They were clever boys indeed, these nulls. I think I like clones better than regular beings. They re superior in every way. Maybe we should keep them at How and send the Republic's random humanity to be the cannon fodder. Vav had little time for anyone else, regardless of species, but the men of the Grand Army were a different matter. It was, he realized, one of two things that stopped him and Skirata from killing each other: their mutual respect for the clone soldiers who had taken over their lives, and the fact that Mandalorians put aside their rifts when presented with a common threat from Aritais. You do realize, he said to Skirata, that if the troopers were given a choice, most would opt to stay in the army anyway? I do. We all prefer the comfort of what we know best. They'd be as dead as volunteers as they'd be as slaves, Cal. But they'd have a choice, and that's what makes us free men. Actually, that's a load of Ossic. Plenty of free beings in the galaxy don't have a vote, and don't get a choice about what they do each day. There's a very blurred line between slavery and economic dependence. Yeah, well, if you want to argue about the continuum of oppression, clones are still at the extreme end of the graph. So I'll concentrate on them rather than the downtrodden masses, thanks. The landscape of loyalty was shifting with each passing day. First, it had been a matter of worrying about what would happen to troopers when the war ended. Now they were discussing men who deserted while the fighting was still going on. Cal, would you rather fight for the separatists? Ideologically? You know I would. The Republic's a crumbling bureaucracy at best and a cesspit of corruption at worst. But I joined for the credits, and I stayed for my boys. Chat's your excuse? Vav couldn't claim he joined for the credits, although he'd often led a fairly hand-to-mouth existence since foregoing his inheritance. But he stayed for the same reasons Garada did, even if he had no intention of admitting that to him. Murd, satisfied that takeoff was over, pulled its head out from under Vav's arm and deposited a skein of drool in his lap. On reflection, Vav said, groping for a cloth to wipe his pants, I think it's the elegant lifestyle. Asterisk asterisk. Teklet, Kalura, 477 days after Geonosis. Ordo knew his limitations, and learning obstetrics from a manual was a lot riskier than piloting a new ship the same way. Requisitioning a top-of-the-line med droid from a supply base en route had cost him time, but would greatly improve Atane's chances of carrying her child to term. And if the droid couldn't hack it then? No, he'd face that if he had to, and not before. He sprinted across the snow from the landing strip with the droid struggling behind him. It was big and heavy, and not adapted for rough terrain. Captain, I still need to know what procedure I have to perform, it said peevishly. It was a 2-1B model, and he had a professional ego on a scale with his extensive surgical expertise. I was awaiting deployment to a more significant theater of war. Where are my nursing assistants? Ordo reached the door of the HQ building as indicated on his datapad chart and bypassed the security locks almost without thinking. Don't you take some sort of oath to help the sick and injured to one? No. And it's doctor. I'll make one up for you, then doctor. As the doors opened, Ordo came face to face with a clone commander in yellow livery. It starts with, I pledge to keep my vocabulary offline as much as possible. Captain, said the commander. I didn't know you'd be bringing a med droid. Specialist stuff, sir. So this was Levitt. Ordo reminded himself that he was outranked here technically. We can't afford to lose any more Jedi. It takes longer to make them than to grow us. Where's General Termukin? Levitt gestured upstairs. Good luck. She seems not to realize that I know she's Yahadla. Ordo was always surprised to find any clone outside the special operations ranks who knew more Mandoe than just the words to Voden. He was especially taken aback by one with enough fluency to know the word for pregnant. Ordo said noncommittally. Levitt had somehow earned the nickname of Commander Tactful, and now he knew why. Mandoe wasn't one of the languages generally programmed into med droids. Really. I humored her, but she has her reasons for not discussing it, and I never argue with a general if I can help it. Levitt slipped his helmet on. The Jedi Council doesn't like fraternization within its ranks, so I imagine the poor woman is terrified. Ordo waited for the next bombshell to fall, but Levitt went no further in his analysis and seemed content to think that another Jedi was the father-to-be. Maybe he hadn't considered the possibility of a humble clone, although there was plenty of speculation about other generals and the nature of their social lives. I'll be diplomatic, Ordo said. There was the small matter of making sure that the med droid kept his vocabulator shut, but that was a technical detail. Once he treated Atane, he'd need a full-spec memory wipe. Ordo hadn't mentioned that to him yet. Atane was propped up on pillows, eyes closed and hands clasped in her lap, and there was no obvious sign of the shapeshifter. She looked past him at the droid, then sighed. "Hello, Ordo," she said quietly. "Sorry you had to be dragged all this way. I know Cal's worried about me when he sends you." She could always tell one clone from another even without looking, just from the impression he made in the Force. Ordo knew she found him disturbing. Maybe it was the waking nightmares and the frustration that swirled around in his unguarded thoughts. He could keep a lid on it, but she knew it was there just as surely as Calbear did. "And how are you, General?" It was as good a place to start as any. "Are you still bleeding?" "I think I should be asking those questions," the droid said. He pushed past Ordo and leaned over Atane, ejecting an array of sensors and probes from his chest. She stared at him in disbelief. "Any pain?" "I have to examine you." Tuwon's arm came to a sudden halt, and Ordo thought he'd malfunctioned. He seemed to be struggling to move. Atane gave him a narrow-eyed stare. She'd apparently declined help from the other med droids, but this was the equivalent of the chief of surgery. "You better warm those appendages of yours first, Tinny." "Ah. You're a Jedi." "Of course." There was an ominous grinding whine from his servos and the faintest smell of overheating. "The sooner you release me, the faster I can complete the examination." "I'm glad we understand each other." The droid's arm suddenly jerked, and he tottered slightly. Atane's use of the Force seemed to be a lot more precise these days. "I'm about 90 days pregnant." "I wasn't informed of that." "Well, now you know." "I've been accelerating the pregnancy with a healing trance, so I'm probably in the 5th month in terms of development. My data banks make no mention of Jedi being able to do that." "How?" "It's not a precise science." "I just meditate, really." "He's been kicking, so I'm guessing how far things have progressed." "He." "So you've been under a physician's care, had routine scans?" "No, I'm a Jedi, and we can detect that stuff." Atane glanced at Ordo as if appealing for support. "The baby's reacting strongly, and I know he's been upset by the fighting, or at least to my reaction to it." "Impossible," Tuwon said. "Higher brain functions don't appear until 26 weeks, and even with acceleration." "Look, you'll just have to take my word for it." "And I'm still losing a little blood, and having cramps." Ordo stood back to watch the show. The droid and Atane seemed to be having a standoff, staring at each other as if she was daring him to lay manipulators on her. Then Tuwon took out a scanner and passed it over her belly. "Oh my," he said primly. "My database suggests this is the equivalent of a 6-month fetus." "Told you so." Tuwon hesitated and then parted the heavy cloak that Atane was still clinging to. There was a visible bulge under her tunic, but nothing that would make anyone stop and stare. Ordo found himself suddenly fascinated in a macabre kind of way. There was no mother's heartbeat in the artificial womb of the transparasteel tanks on Commando, and no comforting darkness. Ordo knew that he should have begun his life like the child within Atane, and why the atmosphere of silence, isolation, and unbroken light with only his own heartbeat to cling to had helped make him the way he was. He remembered too much. Maybe it was a bad idea to hang around while the details were being discussed. But Calbear had told him to ensure Atane was safe and well, and that meant waiting. Ordot. How did we ever learn to be human at all? If bloodlines and genomes don't matter to Mandoade, what makes me a human? Ordo? Atane gave him a meaningful look. What? I know nothing phases you, but... Well, I'd prefer you to wait outside while the med droid completes the examination. Do I have to draw you a picture? Ordo took the hint and stepped outside the door, still in earshot in case something went wrong. There were times when he realized just how far adrift he was from normal humanity, and Etane's pregnancy, a universal human condition that showed how mundane and constrained by biology even a Jedi could be, simply reminded him how much of an outsider he really was. He didn't even have a mother. He had a father, though, and Calbir made up for everything. The buzz of conversation and the occasional raised voice Etane suddenly stopped. The droid opened the door. You can come in now. Ordo wasn't sure what he was going to see, but Etane was just sitting on the edge of the bed rubbing the crook of her arm. Well? I have problems with the placenta, she said. And my stress hormones are sky high, which isn't helping. She shouldn't be fighting a war in her condition, and she shouldn't accelerate this pregnancy any further. Tuan said, addressing Ordo as if he was somehow both responsible and her keeper. I've given her medication to stabilize her, but she should let nature take its course and find a less stressful environment for the duration. Understood, Ordo said. That was clear enough. Does she require more medication? For the next 72 hours, yes. Tuan produced a pack of single-use sharps from his bag. Normally I wouldn't leave an untrained being to administer these, but you've had emergency medical training, have you not? Oh yes. Ordo took his collection of electrical disruptors and data slicing keys from his belt pouch. They dangled from a plastoid cord like an untidy necklace. Battlefield first aid. Tuan wasn't expecting it, and he never saw it coming. Ordo thrust the disruptor into the droid's data port, and Tuan stopped dead, unable to process any signals or data. What are you doing? Etane looked aghast. You can't just deactivate him like that. Ordo checked the diagnostics on the slicing key and found the time point in Tuan's memory where he was first told he was being taken to Kalura to treat a female Jedi for unspecified gynecological problems. That was all he needed to know to download the appropriate data resources. Now he didn't need to know that at all, and he certainly didn't need to know he'd been here and treated a pregnant Jedi. This is not data you want hanging around in the system, General. Ordo hit the delete and overwrite command with his thumbnail. Tuan had never been here, as far as the droid was concerned. He's a doctor, droid or not. Patient confidentiality is part of his programming. Sadly, it's not part of anyone else's, ma'am. Data stored is data that might one day be found. Your child's existence has to remain a secret. If you need more treatment, we'll start over. Ordo, he's self-aware, even if he's inorganic. Etane had that expression of professional piety that really annoyed Ordo when it came to most of the Jedi he'd met. Politicians had that same look sometimes. It said that they knew better and that he didn't understand. You can't just remove a chunk of his memory against his will. It's violating him. No, it's like not telling him about classified information, only retroactively. Happens to troopers every day. Ordo checked that the segments of memory were truly erased. Are you going to mention the irony of clones mistreating droids, ma'am? Because I always find that amusing. It's tempting. Have you ever memory rubbed an organic being? I know some Jedi can. Bardai K told me. Only in training, for practice, and then only with consent, and… Well then. You've never forgiven me for messing around with that stop command, have you? If you mean do I trust you not to misuse it again when it suits you and effectively switch me off like a droid for a fraction of a second, no. If you mean do I harbor a grudge, no, I don't. Ordo now had to move Tuwon to a plausible location to reactivate him. That was going to be hard unless the tinny walked, because he was too heavy to lift. I suggest you go and hide in another room while I fire him up again and fill in the gaps. And afterward? I'm removing you from Kalura for the time being. Get your kit. Can I just take it easy here? And what are you going to do when you hear the artillery, and Levitt comes back to report to you on the day's casualties? Attain looked over Tuwon as if seeking inspiration, then nodded. She got to her feet and disappeared along the landing to another bedroom. Okay, doctor, wakey time. Ordo rebooted Tuwon and stood back to watch his reaction. Did I malfunction? Asked the droid, clearly disoriented. I have an unreadable sector in my memory. Corrupted data, Ordo said casually. It was true, from one perspective anyway. He definitely corrupted it, so much that it was unrecoverable. I rebooted you. You're on Kalura. They're a little short of medical support, so I assigned you to Commander Levitt. You might have to deal with the local militia's casualties, too. A patient is a patient, Captain. He pressed the diagnostic panels on his arm. Most disturbing. I hope I haven't lost any significant data. Tuwon sounded a little humbler than he'd been pre-wipe. If Ordo hadn't known better, he would have said the droid was worried about his lapse of memory scared, even. Everyone said droids couldn't feel fear. What's fear anyway? A mechanism to save you from danger and destruction. All droids were programmed to avoid unnecessary risk to themselves, and only the level of necessity varied according to model. If that wasn't fear, Ordo didn't know what was. He'd have to think about droids differently from now on. But that didn't mean he wouldn't blow them to shrapnel if they got in his way. He handed Tuwon over to Levitt, who was still waiting downstairs, and the commander dispatched the droid to the landing area to await incoming vessels. I'd like to keep the general's condition between the two of us, to spare her embarrassment, Ordo said. The droid's been wiped. You can never be too careful. Funny people, Jedi. Indeed they are. Levitt projected the holochart above the table in the cramped room he used as an office. It still smelled too strongly of Trandashans for Ordo's liking. Now, what was this about the general? Sorry. I have a terrible memory. Levitt knew, and there was only one way of permanently scrubbing a human memory that Ordo trusted. But his conscience, the rules of decency that Calbear had instilled in him, said to leave the man this brother alone. I'm going to have to remove her for a while. I assume you're happy to continue the removal of the colonists here on your own. Oh, I think we can blunder along. How long until the planet's cleared? Another week, maybe, depending on how they react. We're losing too many men to mines. The locals are very good at concealing them from sensors with metal chaff, so we're adjusting our tactics. Either they come out quietly and board the transports, or we'll call in air support. Levitt traced his fingertip through the three-dimensional representation of the Tingel arm and the northeast quadrants. The 35th is due to take part in the assault on Gaftiker, so we need to clean up here, even if that means getting a little heavy-handed. There wasn't a better time to move Attain. Once she knew how tough things were getting for Darman, she'd be tempted to seek him out. Gaftiker was relatively close to Kalura. Ordo paused in the hallway to check the messages on his datapad. Juzik had reported Delta's latest position on their way to Desucha. Calbear was on his way to Daruma. Ordo thought of calling Bessany, but it seemed a selfish indulgence while Attain and Darman were denied routine contact. And Calbear had left one more message. Suggests that the name Venku is quite nice, son. Naming the child seemed to be a harmless concession to Atane's anxiety. If Dharman or the child himself didn't like the name in due course, then it could always be changed. Ordo tried to imagine how Dharman would react when he found out that nobody had told him about the baby, and that he was the last to know. Ordo was sure he would have been upset if he'd been in the same situation, however necessary it might have been. General? Ordo thudded up the stairs. Are you ready to leave? Atane emerged with a rough bag over her shoulder that looked like it had one change of clothes in it. Jedi didn't have much by way of possessions, just like clones. I need to say goodbye to Levitt, she said. He knows you're pregnant, by the way. He's not blind or stupid. Atane paused on the stairs for a moment. Oh. And, come on, the name's important to her, and it's important to Calbear, or he wouldn't have passed it to you. Cal says Venku is a good name. Atane looked totally distracted for a second, and her lips moved. Venku, she said at last. Venku. Does it have a meaning? It's derived from the word for future, Venkuyit. In the sense of a positive future. Ah. She nodded and managed a smile. The future was obviously as tantalizingly fragile for her as it was for any clone. Tell Cal it's an excellent name. Ordo waited by Muriel's shuttle and took in the clean silence of the snow while he waited for Atane to say her goodbyes. Every time he tried to be civil to her, he couldn't seem to make it work. It wasn't as if he even disliked her. He just couldn't find any common ground, despite the parallels in their lives. She emerged from the building and trudged through the snow, seeking out the path already worn down by boots. Where are we going, then? Ordo opened the hatch. A resort beach. You're winding me up, aren't you? No. It's what I believe they call a tropical paradise. I'll acquire a change of clothes for you. Atane settled into the co-pilot's seat and looked like she was having trouble taking it all in. Ordo suddenly had an insight into the mind of a Jedi who wasn't comfortable with authority like Zay, or happy being one of the ordinary people as Juzik was. She has never done this. She has never been somewhere purely for relaxation. She acts as institutionalized as any clone trooper. And there's no Calbear to look out for her. Yes, he pitied her, as he told her once before. It surprised him that he could, if being grateful that he wasn't her was pity. I don't feel right about going to a resort when men are still fighting, Ordo. And indulging in self-flagellation when you're pregnant, and in danger of losing the child serves no purpose at all. I suppose that's your unique way of telling me to be kinder to myself. It was so much easier to have a conversation with Bethany. She was a precise woman, and endlessly patient when he didn't understand some finer point of civilian etiquette. Durama, Ordo said, trying hard for Dharman's sake. Muriel says it's an excellent place to relax. Calbear had only told him to make sure Atane was safe and well. He hadn't told him not to return to the hunt for Ko Sai. Like Atane, Ordo didn't like sitting on his shebs while the people he cared about were facing danger. Chapter 9. Millions of us were wiped out when the seas rose and engulfed Commando. We survived as a species because we were willing to think the unthinkable. Some genetic characteristics helped us survive the starvation and overcrowding, and some did not, and there was no room for sentiment or for weaklings. We culled, we refined, we selected. The prospect of extinction forged us into the species we designed ourselves to be, the purest expression of the Kaminoan spirit, and at a level of social maturity that weaker mongrel species will never attain, because they lack the courage to cull. We are the masters of genetics and sole arbiters of our fate, never to be at the mercy of chance again. Draft Memoirs of Former Chief Scientist Ko Sai, on Commando and Eugenics, and the Desirability of the Caste System, never published. ****. Ayat City, Kaftakar, Outer Rim, 477 days after Geonosis, the bodies of the two covert ops troopers were much heavier than Darman expected. The wait for Niner and Phi to show up 2 hours was the longest of his life, and every creak and click made him think the Ayat police were surrounding the apartment. When his brothers finally arrived, he felt inexplicably guilty, as if he had to explain himself. Niner stood staring down at the 2 troopers. "Have you tidied them up, Dar?" Darman had done his best. Apart from the damage to the one he'd shot in the face, they both looked quite peaceful now. They looked like him, but dead, and he was having a hard time dealing with that. Their arms were neatly at their sides, legs straight. I felt bad leaving them lying around like meat. "What are we going to do with them?" Phi shrugged. "Can't leave them here as air fresheners. Phi, they're our own." Darman couldn't bear looking at the faces any longer, and grabbed a blanket from the bedroom. "We have to dispose of them properly." "We've got their armor," Phi said. "Sergeant Cal will want the tallies. He's funny about that." "Okay, let me put it another way. What if that was your carcass lying there? What would you want done with it?" "I'd want someone to shake their head and say, 'What a waste of such a fine-looking and stylish young man.' And then give me a big state funeral," Phi said, taking the blanket out of Darman's hands and rolling one of the covert ops troopers in it. "With loads of women weeping that they never had the chance to sample my charms. But apart from that, I wouldn't give a moth's backside by then, would I? It's just a temporary shell. Only the armor lasts." Niner sneaked a glance out of the window. "It'll be dark in an hour or so. We'll take them back to camp and bury them. Dispose of the armor somewhere remote. And tell the lizards not to dig them up and eat them. Dar, marks don't eat other sentients. Just their own dead." "Oh, that's all right then. Dar, these guys tried to kill you." "No, they came for Saul, Sarge, and that's just what you were ready to do not so long ago, remember?" Darman had no problem killing. It was his job, he'd grown used to it, and he didn't even get the bad feelings and nightmares afterward that they said humans usually had. But he'd killed his own comrades, not an enemy. The circumstances didn't make him feel any better. "I don't think I could ever go after my own like that, no matter what. Not unless it was personal, and they'd done something terrible to me." He realized he was blathering. Even Phi gave him an odd look. Niner bundled the second trooper into a blanket, and Darman helped him. The dead trooper's muscles hadn't stiffened yet, and when Darman bent one of them over, the movement forced the air from the man's lungs. He emitted a distressing sighing noise that made him sound as if he'd come back to life. Darman had seen some unpleasant things in battle, but that moment was seared into his memory as one he knew he'd never forget. By the time the bodies were trussed with fiber cord, they could have passed for lumpy carpets in bad lighting. "Aiden has been told that the assault on Ayat is probably going to be in a week's time," Niner said, seeming unconcerned. "So it wouldn't matter if we left them here." "No, we bury them." Okay. I mean it. Dar, am I arguing? It would have made more sense to run. The longer they waited here, the more at risk they were. It wasn't hot outside, and with the environment controls in the apartment turned right down, and the windows sealed, it might have been a couple of weeks before the neighbors smelled that anything was amiss. But that wasn't good enough, even if they had been sent to shoot Saul. Phi wandered into the kitchen. The conservator door sighed open and then shut again, He came out with a plate of food in one hand and a single fritter cake in the other, which he held up to Darman. "Eat," he said. "Go on, or I'll sulk." Darman accepted the cake and chewed, but it stuck in his throat like sawdust. He had an urge to call Attain. It was the first time he'd ever felt the need to seek comfort from someone outside rather than from his immediate circle of brothers, and it made him feel disloyal, as if their reassurance and support were no longer enough for him. "You should talk to Kalber," Niner said quietly. "He killed a commando by accident. Remember? He probably knows better than anyone what you're going through." "I'm not going through anything." Darman suddenly felt transparent and exposed. "I'm just getting jumpy waiting for the cops to show up. How nobody heard the blaster noise, I'll never know." "The place is well insulated," Vi said gently. "Pretty well soundproof, except for the floors creaking." Darman knew he wasn't fooling anyone, and retreated to the kitchen to wait for darkness on the pretext of clearing out the cupboards. Yes, he talked to Scarata. Whatever Cal had been through was worse. He'd shot a commando in training during a live-fire exercise, one of his own boys, and even though everyone knew accidents like that happened, Scarata was never the same afterward. It had to be much harder to live with causing the death of someone you cared about. The covert ops troopers were relative strangers. But Darman had heard that ARC troopers were ready to kill cloned kids rather than let SEP forces take them during the attack on Commando, not for their own good or to save them from anything, but to deny them as assets to the enemy. Would Sol have hesitated to kill a brother clone who got in his way? Darman doubted it. It was all getting too blurred and messy lately. He longed for the good old days, when the enemy was just tinnies and very easy to spot. "Okay, let's make a move," said Niner. Niner brought a speeder right up to the front of the apartment, so that was what had taken 2 hours, then, a securing more transport, and they moved the bodies like rolls of carpet. A few people were about on the street, but they took no notice, probably thinking someone was moving house. Then Fi went to collect Darman's speeder while Niner and Darman waited in the vehicle with the bodies in the back. It was just a simple drive back to the camp. Darman felt he could manage that, and began fretting about digging graves in the dark. He certainly didn't plan to leave the corpses overnight. He had an image of the Marits making a stew out of them, and it wasn't funny at all. It disturbed him in a way he hadn't thought possible, making his mouth fill with unwelcome saliva as if he was going to vomit, but he had to hold it together long enough to work with the lizards until the assault on Ayat began. "Nice strong cup of CAF when we get back," Mina said. His voice had every single intonation that Scarata's did, all reassurance and concern. "You'll be okay, Dar. What if they weren't actually going to kill me? I never waited to find out. Sarge, do you suppose they'd just come to arrest Sol?" "No," Niner said firmly. "They came to execute him. And even if they'd arrested you, they'd only have been taking you back so someone else could kill you. So stop replaying the whole of it in your head and accept it was them or you, Nvodk." Sometimes Darman thought that he alone knew what was going on in his mind, and then one of his brothers would tell him exactly what he was thinking. On balance, exposed or not, he was more comforted to know he wasn't alone or going crazy. They drove out of town with Darman occasionally directing Niner, who was working from the holochart in his data pad. Fi followed behind in the other speeder. It was all going fine under the circumstances, anyway, until the red and green strobing lights of the local law enforcement patrol vehicle shot past them. "He's in a hurry," said Niner. "Late for his CAF break." That was what Captain Obram always said when he saw one of his CSF speeders misbehaving. Darman glanced in the rearview to check that Fi hadn't dropped too far behind. Doesn't look like they get too much trouble in this place. Not exactly the lower levels of 000. Everywhere's got its lower levels, Dar. He felt that if he kept chatting like a normal person, everything would be alright. He thought that right up to the moment when the police speeder braked and came to a halt, the illuminated matrix between its rear jets flashing a single word, stop. Asik, Niner muttered. I think he means us. Tell me this isn't stolen, Niviodi. It's not. And we're not over the speed limit either. Niner slowed down. Darman could see Phi dropping farther behind to stop outside a tapcaf. Now, nice and calm, Niner said. Let's hope he thinks we're twins. How many folks know what clones look like anyway? Especially here. Niner activated the comm link deep in his ear by clicking his back teeth. Darman felt his own embedded earpiece vibrate for a moment as it started receiving the signal. Then Niner lowered the side viewport and put on his sensible but blank expression as the red-uniformed officer walked up to the speeder with one hand on the blaster at his belt. Good evening, officer. What's the problem? Keep your hands where I can see them, sir, and show me what you've got in the back. The officer leaned slightly to stare at Darman. You step out of the vehicle and put your hands on the roof. For a moment Darman thought Niner was going to throw the door open and knock the guy down, but he gritted his teeth and popped the rear hatch. Phi's voice filled Darman's skull. He's on his own, Dar. I can drop him from here. Wait. Darman got out of the speeder slowly and left the door open for a rapid retreat, but he edged far enough down the length of the speeder to keep an eye on Niner. The officer leaned into the small cargo space at the back of the speeder, still keeping his hand on the butt of his blaster, as if it was some comfort to him. He didn't seem to realize that turning his back on a suspected suspects, in fact, was risky, and Darman looked hard to see if he had some headset linking him to another officer nearby. But there was nothing. He was simply not used to dealing with serious criminals or commandos. Had a report of a speeder being used to remove items from a residence, sir, the officer said. His voice was muffled as he leaned in, one hand taking some of his weight on the tailgate. This one, in fact. Now, what do you reckon you've got here? The moment the cop moved his hand to the tightly wrapped body in the cargo area, his fate was sealed. It was almost as if they drilled for it. Niner jumped him and pinned him flat, face down, arm locked around his throat to silence him, while Darman stepped in and checked him for comm links. Phi was now right behind them in the other speeder, shielding the tussle from view. Unlike the Holovids, there was no quick blow to the head to render someone conveniently unconscious while you made your getaway, with no harm done beyond a headache when they regained consciousness. This was just a poor cop, like any of Obram's team. He'd stopped the wrong men at the wrong time. Darman's eyes met Niner's, and he knew he should have simply shot the cop as his instinct told him to, but he couldn't. Phi stepped in and rifled through the array of weapons on the officer's belt. He said the only words spoken in the whole incident and selected a stun baton. He shoved it into the cop's armpit. It crackled just as Niner let go of him. The man stopped struggling and convulsed a couple of times. There, said Phi. He hauled the officer onto the curb, where he slumped in a heap, hidden from the oncoming traffic by the other speeder. Sorry about that, Sarge. It's okay, I broke contact before I got a shock. Time to bang out fast. Sorry. Darman jumped back into the passenger's seat. There was more traffic around than he expected, but Niner shot straight out into it and burned toward the city exit. Sorry, I should have. No harm done, Niner said. Phi overtook them and disappeared into the distance. Darman took out his DC-15 and kept it cradled in his lap, checking in the rear view until they were clear of the city limits. He was starting to worry that he'd lost his nerve. He'd never hesitated over taking a shot before. His thought process wasn't supposed to kick in and start arguing with his risk assessment. I could have compromised this mission. And that means I put my brothers at risk. If you'd shot him, it would have been another mess to clean up, Niner said, veering away from the road and weaving through the trees. Can't leave civvy cops dead all over the place. It's not Galactic City, is it? You're telepathic, Sarge. I was thinking what Scarrato would have said, actually. We've still left a cop in Ayat who's seen us up close. Well, next time he sees us we'll have our helmets on, so a fat lot of good that'll do him. Aiden and Phi were already waiting in the makeshift ops room when they reached the rebel camp, which appeared to be in darkness like the rest of the base. All the windows were shielded by blackout material. Inside the fragile-looking house, the two of them were sitting at the table and gazing forlornly at a datapad, and Aiden had his hand held against his ear as if he was concentrating on a signal he could barely hear. Phi didn't look up. Aiden did. Wow, you're good, the Null said wearily. How many stiffs have you racked up tonight? 2 troopers and a cop. You're going to beat your own dumb record at this rate. We never killed a cop, Niner said. Phi simply looked over his shoulder at them. I didn't plan to. Stun batons are tricky things if you don't know the medical history of your target. Oh, great. Great. Phi tapped his datapad, and a crackling stream of audio filled the room. It was voice traffic from a police control room, judging by the jargon and codes. Say again, 3-7. Last call shown on the onboard log was a vehicle stop on Baidian Way. No deer surveillance holocom view available. Confirm ID on the suspect speeder. Rental, fake identity chip used to secure it. Hey, did anyone know he had a heart problem? Phi silenced it again and got up. Auden's digging a hole. I'll go and help him. I'm good at digging holes, really deep ones. Aiden shrugged and went back to listening to the circuit. I think the cops got excited when they found the stun bat and burn on their buddy. Joining up the dots to work out that it was actually a covert commando team cleaning up a spillage is a step too far for them, thankfully. He leaned backward as far as his chair would go and grabbed another data pad. Now take a look at these aerial recce images. Darman took the pad, but Niner was still focused on the previous issue. So, Sergeant, what would you have done differently? I'd have shot the cop, said Aiden. And that would have solved the problem. How, exactly? It wouldn't have changed a thing. It just worries me that you put being nice before doing the job right. We do extreme stuff. That means some unlucky saps get caught as collateral damage. Deal with it. Darman knew Aiden was right, and he was troubled by the fact that he'd hesitated. He was reacting to an internal template of police as Jailer Obram's kind allies, comrades, friends, and it was wholly wrong and a recipe for disaster at some point in the future. He couldn't afford to judge anyone by their uniform. He couldn't even assume all Jedi were on his side now. If he found out that Zay was tasking special operations personnel to deal with deserters like that, he wasn't sure how he'd take it. I realize you're the explosive ordnance man, Aiden said, but can't you manage to interpret aerial images? Darman jerked out of his thoughts. Okay. Well? Darman stared at the flat images of what looked like the two-dimensional map of a city with a crown that showed it was recorded a few hours earlier. It was part of Ayat, not as a schematic of the construction that the Maritz had worked see, but a real image. He could see tiny dots moving along road / a large compound in the heart of the city was packed full of repulsor trucks and armored vehicles of various types that hadn't been there a few days earlier when Omega was inserted. There was even mobile anti-air cannon. He handed the datapad to Niner for inspection. They're getting ready for our visit then. Aiden nodded. No doubt their SEP allies have aerial reconnaissance of the accumulation of Republic souvenirs we've given the lizards. We can both spy on each other, when we know where to look. So Ayat was bracing for a Marat assault. Other cities? Darman asked. All doing the same. I'm not sure if they understand how the lizards here cascade things. But it's unlikely they'll know about Leveler until she's looking for a parking space. A warship had been identified to deploy to Gaftikar then. It was imminent. Leveler. With a few thousand of the Republic's finest embarked 35th Infantry and 10th Armored. Just to soften up Ayat and a few other major cities to allow the Marats to move in, then pull out when the dust has settled. Ayat wasn't well defended at all. From what Darman had seen, even one ship was overkill. Shinio Mining has enough resources to roll over Ayat and the government on its own without any military support if it wants to strip mine the place that badly. Yeah, but you know how companies like to look like they've been invited legally, or else people scream that it's corporate invasion. It is corporate invasion, Darman said. Maybe there's some strategy, some big picture we're not privy to. Aiden said. But in the end, all wars are about someone wanting something the other guy's got. If I thought that throwing a hydrospanner in the works would change the nature of the galaxy, I'd do it, but this is the way life works, chum. Let's just do the job and hope we stay alive long enough to move on. Niner didn't seem bothered. He looked much more interested in the recce data. Darman left the two sergeants to their own devices, retrieved his entrenching tool from his backpack, and went in search of Phi and Aten. In the quiet night air, it was easy to follow the sound of a shovel biting into the soil with that familiar metallic chinking sound. Phi and Aten, totally silent, were hacking away in a clearing fringed by small bushes, somewhere that roots would be less of a problem. Darman paused to look at the two bodies and joined in the digging by the faint, shielded light of a glow rod laid on the ground. 2 meters was deeper than it sounded. The three of them eventually stopped to stare down into the pit. Should we have dug 2 graves? Aden asked. Sergeant Cal said that Mandoade used communal graves if they bury at all. Darman racked his brain, trying to remember what else Skirata had taught them about disposing of fallen comrades. He didn't care about what the book said about concealing signs they'd ever been there. This was about respect for men who were one simple designation prefix away from being him. And no soldier wants to be separated from his brothers. Unless they're particularly decutla, Phi said. Aten squatted down over the bodies. Okay, let's roll them in. Can't we lower reverently instead? Darman went over to the pile of purple armor and pried the ID tallies from the breastplates. When he ran his pocket sensor over them, they gave him the readouts CT 6200/8901 and CT 0368/7766. There was no indication of what they actually called each other, of course. The Grand Army didn't give a motleshevs about how clones like to be addressed, on the record at least. He did what he'd been avoiding for the last few hours, and interrogated the copy of the Nulls database that Ordo had given them all back on 000. Once he knew their real names, he would feel even worse. But he needed to if he was going to give them any sort of farewell rite. There. Maz and Olin. And this was the worst bit. Jane trained them at one time. If Maz and Olin had harbored any ambitions beyond surviving the war, Jane might have been the only one who knew what they were. Those dreams probably didn't include getting killed by another clone. Phi and Aten lowered them into the pit, still wrapped. And I Sukwai, Gar Kwiratic, and I Parteli, Gardarajum, Darman said. It was the ritual remembrance of those who'd passed on, recited daily with the names of all the people the mourner committed himself to immortalizing. I'm still alive, you're dead, I'll remember you, so you're eternal. Sergeant Cal said that Mandoade got straight to the point, even in spiritual matters. Maz and Olin. Fi threw a few handfuls of dirt into the pit, then picked up his shovel. You know you've got to recite that every day for the rest of your life now, don't you? I know, said Darman, pitching loose soil back into the grave. And how many more names by the time this war is over? It wasn't going to be hard to remember them. It was going to be much, much harder to forget. Asterisk asterisk. Or Terminal, Karis City, Bog V, 478 days after Geonosis Twi'leks were much heavier than they looked. Maybe it was the Leku, because that tissue had to be pretty dense. Or maybe they were all muscle. Either way, it took a little more effort than Sev expected to restrain one. My, he said, grabbing Leb Chura in a headlock and slamming him into the warehouse wall. You get around, don't you, delivery boy? The Twi'lek hit the permacrete slabs with a loud wet grunt, and Sev was sure he had a good grip on him until the pilot struggled free and made a run for it across the pitch-black landing strip. It was always a challenge when you couldn't immobilize targets the quick way. But Delta needed this one alive and talking. Sev tracked him in his night vision visor, a speed-blurred green figure with headtails flapping as he ran. Coming your way, Fixer. Leb ran full tilt toward his ship on the freight pad, and Sev raced after him. One downside of Katarn armor was that it was heavy okay for short panicky sprints, but over any distance it slowed a man down and Leb was opening the gap between them. No problem. Fixer and Scorch were waiting. The Twi'lek canonied into a solid wall of Commando, Plastoid, and Dees as the two men intercepted him the hard way. Sev heard the oof of air expelled from his lungs. Leb was knocked flat on his back before being hauled upright and pinned between Fixer and Scorch. I know Sev's weird, pal, but it's rude to run away when he tries to be sociable. Scorch could put a charmingly menacing leer into his voice that Sev couldn't emulate. His gloved fingers tightened slowly on the Twi'lek's neck. He doesn't mean to bite. He's just being playful. What do you want? Leb gasped, getting his breath back. I've done nothing. I'm all legit. Who are you anyway? Mandalorians? Ka-Sive Dash. Boss ambled across the landing strip. Don't break anything. General on deck. He tilted his head to indicate that Sev should look behind him. Bardike on your 6. Very anxious to do some interrogating. Leb, now's the time to enjoy the hospitality of the Republic. Scorch said, hauling the Twi'lek bodily toward Delta's traffic interdiction vessel. We just want to ask you a few harmless questions about your itinerary. Yeah, the questions might be harmless, but you're not. Leb now looked past Scorch and spotted Juzik jogging across the permacrete, Jedi robes flapping. Oh yeah, now the Jedi's going to zap me with his force powers, isn't he? Shove a lightsaber in. Juzik caught up with him. He always looked as if a strong breeze would knock him over. No lightsaber necessary, my friend. You haven't got any reason to withhold information, have you? When Juzik used that especially quiet, reasonable tone, and he never raised his voice anyway, Sev wasn't sure if he was using Jedi mind influence or not. There was always something disturbing about Jedi, even the approachable ones like Juzik. Sergeant Vav said it was a good idea never to turn your back on one. They weren't like regular folks. Would I know if he was using that mind stuff on me? Sev thought about that more and more lately. He still liked Juzik though. It was a tight fit in the TIV crew compartment, now 4 armored commandos, a scared Twi'lek, and General Juzik, and Leb seemed not to realize it was hard to give a prisoner a good hiding in such a confined space. His eyes went from visor to visor. He really didn't have a clue who they were. But then very few beings ever got to see a Republic commando close up, and the helmet always seemed to bother them when they did. Eye contact was everything for most humanoid species. Without it, they couldn't gauge how much trouble they were in. "So you've been delivering specialist equipment shipped in from Arcania," Boss said. "And you don't have a permit for it." "I don't need one." "Do I?" "You're from Ryloth, so you're a Republic citizen, and that makes trading in cloning equipment illegal." "I'm not trading in anything, and I don't look in the crates." "Arcania. They don't export fruit, do they?" "I'm a delivery boy, like you said." "Your name showed up in a list we happen to have." "Okay, arrest me then." Boss turned his head slowly to Sev, his silent cue to play the heavy. Juzik just watched, impassive. "We don't do arrests," Sev said. "We get answers. Give us one and we'll go away. Or I'll be very upset." Sev could make his knuckles crack alarmingly just by closing his fist. "Tell me where you took the consignment." Leb's gaze wandered to the hatch as if he was calculating what he'd have to do to escape. Maybe it was just a reflex. His leku were moving slightly in some wordless reaction. Why is everyone so interested in this stuff? Is it really glitterstim or something? The Mandalorians asked me the same thing where I took it. I thought it was just vats and permacrete and stuff. What Mandalorians? 3 of them. 1 young, 2 older, judging by the voices cast. They have helmets like you, don't they? And they were wearing dash. Juzik cut in, suddenly very intent on the question. Green armor. They wore dark green armor, didn't they? Leb blinked. Yeah. He defocused for a moment, as if he was trying to visualize something. Yeah, they wore dark green. How did you know? A hunch, Juzik said. Sev was almost pushed aside now. Whatever Juzik had on his mind, whatever intel he hadn't shared it with them. He'd busted a gut to get here, though. I can work out who they are. Now tell me where you took the equipment. Durama. Juzik leaned back as if he had his answer, as if the identity of whoever else had shaken down Leb mattered more to him than the delivery destination co's size likely location. Sev was distracted by that, trying to construct a scenario in which that information mattered more. You want to pin that down? Boss asked, and indicated Sev. Or do I let my colleague ask you? Tropics Island Resort. Leb sounded fluent, as if he'd rehearsed it, or at least given the same answers before. You want the coordinates? Here they are. He put his hand inside his tunic and froze. Hey, it's just a date pad. Take it easy. Sev realized he must have looked as if he was going to hit him. He wondered how he managed to give the impression of being more violent than his brothers, because any armored commando with a dece looked like bad news. He wasn't trying to act like a psycho, whatever build-up Boss gave him, but folks didn't feel comfortable sharing a space with him, and whatever he intended didn't seem to affect that. I'll take the data, Juzik said quietly. He held his hand out for Leb's data pad, tapped the controls, and keyed something into his own device. Then he handed it back. Hey! Leb stared at his data pad in horror. You erased it. I'm so clumsy, Juzik said. Come on. Let's see you safely on your way, shall we? But my data. Juzik crooked his finger at Sev to accompany him, and they bundled Leb out of the TIV so fast that he almost fell out of the hatch. The two of them held on to an arm each and steered him toward his freighter. "Don't I get some creds for my trouble?" Leb said. Juzik slapped something into his palm. "Not just that, citizen, I'll make the problem disappear, too." He stared into the Twi'lek's face and put his hand flat on his chest for a moment. "In a few minutes, things will be back to normal for you. Now off you go." Leb stood at the foot of the ladder up to his cockpit and seemed to be contemplating the contents of his palm as Juzik and Sev jogged back to the TIY. There was a small anonymous-looking shuttle a little distance from it, one that Sev had seen Juzik use before. "What did you give him, sir?" Sev asked. "A few hundred creds and a spot of amnesia." "What?" "I mind-rubbed him." "Oh, you can do that too, can you?" "No point deleting the records on his datapad if he remembers them and remembers us." There was a low rumble behind them. Sev turned to see Leb's ship powering up, driving clouds of dust and grit into the air with the downdraft of its thrusters. "But whoever's after Kosai can still find him, except he won't be able to give them an answer this time. So how does that solve his problem?" "I didn't say it would solve his," Juzik said. "But it certainly solves some of ours." It wasn't very Jedi of him, but then maybe Sev didn't fully understand their beliefs. "What about those Mandalorians? You sounded like you knew something." Juzik shrugged and opened the hatch on his shuttle with a gesture of his hand. "It might have been some force trick or simply a remote control. Let's just say Kosai is in demand." "But who are they?" "Competition. I'll catch up with you later." Sev accepted need to know even if it annoyed him. He watched Juzik disappear into the shuttle and rejoin Delta in the TIV, trying to work out what he felt about Mandalorians, and whether they were all like him. The general scrambled the Twi'lek's brains, he said, slumping into a seat and fastening his restraining belt for takeoff. "So he isn't going to be discussing his travel arrangements with anyone else, at least." Boss tooted in annoyance. "We should have asked him for a bit more detail about where he did the drop." But Juzik seemed really keen to get rid of him. "Well, he knows something we don't." Nobody said it, but Sev knew they were thinking it. Mandalorians? It was always sobering to run into them or the mention of them and find they were on the Separatist side, or on no side at all, but not the Republic's allies. Like most of the Commandos, Delta Squad had been raised and trained by Mandalorian sergeants. Men like Wal and Vav had done what generations of Mando fathers had done, raising their sons to be self-sufficient warriors, passing on a Mandalorian culture that made strong, tight-knit armies. Yeah, but they're S-Mando, and they're S-Mando. Is that me? Is that who I really am? And how do real Mandos see us? Omega were very Mando now. All Skirata's squads were. He was a real hardliner, old Cal, all tradition, emotional sentimentality, and if anyone got in his way, complete no-holds-barred violence. Sometimes Sev preferred Vav's cold distance, because it was for their own good. But there were times he envied Omega. Vav said Skirata was too soft and made weak soldiers, but all Sev saw was someone he didn't have to be afraid of and who would let him make mistakes. Too late to think about that now. "Okay, Daruma it is," said Boss. "Hope you packed the swimwear, Fixer." ***. Tropics Island Resort, Daruma, Kularan System, 478 days after Geonosis. Tropics was a manufactured paradise with every facility a sun-seeking visitor might want, and as far from Skirata's idea of bliss as he could imagine. It was all bright colors, noise, and heat. Lalari trees imported from Heikel tinkled like wind chimes in the breeze, and their heady scent was pungent enough to give him the start of a headache. Murd bolted along the shell-paved beachfront path ahead of Vav, whipping its tail and whimpering with excitement as it picked up strange new scents. It was a separatist planet, at least as far as the Kuleran system was Seploil. Skirata felt everywhere was enemy territory regardless of whether it was red, blue, or yellow on the charts, and didn't let the stereotyped idol weaken his guard. "Well, this is classy," he said. Beings of various species lounged on a white sand beach lapped by a turquoise sea so vividly blue that it could have been dyed. Twi'lek waitresses whose skin almost matched it wandered among the vacationers with trays of drinks. Droids trundled between, raking sand and somehow managing to leave no tracks behind them. Imagine being stuck here for 2 weeks. "What do you reckon, Marike?" Mariel shrugged. Out of armor, in a plain white shirt and beige pants, he suddenly looked so ordinary, so civilian, that Skirata could only think of all the routine things he was denied. "I could probably find something to occupy me," Mariel said. "Do you two realize how much you look like glitterstim dealers?" Vav looked back over his shoulder, a rather splendid pearl-inlaid blaster shimmering in his holster. "I'm going for the casual but menacing look. Glad I pulled it off. It's the Arakid special, Wallen. Says more about you than credits ever can." The gangster look was less conspicuous here than full Mandalorian armor. The idea was to look like they'd come for sport fishing so that submerging Aehan offshore didn't attract the wrong sort of interest. "Looks rather expensive." Another bauble from the Vav deposit box. "My great-grandfather is said to have shot a servant with it for serving his CAF too hot." Skirata almost went for the bait. "You're just saying that to make me mad, aren't you?" Vav's expression was unreadable. "You know I'd never do such a thing." Mariel put a restraining hand on Skirata's shoulder as he overtook him. The terrible thing about Vav and his family was that it was perfectly possible. Instead, Skirata tried to concentrate on the inexplicably generous Vav, the man who'd just given him millions for the frankly sentimental and unselfish purpose of rescuing clones, rather than the sadistic martinet who nearly killed Otten to toughen him up. "UDCI," Mariel muttered. "Take it easy, Calber." Skirata did his best. He took a deep breath as he walked into the lobby of the resort's huge hotel complex and focused on being a glitterstim baron on a short break. He was a nondescript, short, gray-haired, middle-aged man who could pass unnoticed as a vagrant in the right clothes, or bring a room to a halt simply by walking with the right degree of swagger. Today he could play a prince. He had a fortune in the safe on board Aehan, so thinking like the idle and disreputable rich was easy. He was both. A tall female wreck looked down at him. Skirata had seen them working as bounty hunters. Their ultra-thin whip-like bodies came in handy for accessing awkward locations, but it was a surprise to come across one in the hospitality business. This one didn't appear to have a sense of humor. He decided to skip the diet jokes. "Do we need a permit for angling here, ma'am?" Skirata asked innocently. "We've come for the Ri-Fi fishing." "Yes," she said, not exactly personifying hospitable. She fixed him with a disturbing purple eye. "Are you guests?" "No, we have a marine vessel moored here." "Well, there'll be a fee for berthing." "Do you wish to hire tackle too?" "Oh, we've come very well prepared, thanks." "And you'll have to sign a waiver, because Tropics resorts cannot be held responsible for any death, injury, damage, or other untoward incident caused by, or relating to, hunting, fishing, or exploration in any area more than 10 meters offshore, or beyond a depth of 50 meters. Skirata smiled indulgently, waste of time though it was, and took out a stylus. We're used to taking risks, ma'am. Where do I sign? How long will this permit need to cover? How long to find the hiding hole that Ko-Sai had created for herself? Maybe hours. Maybe days. If they were unlucky, weeks, and when they found it there was always a chance that the Awabate would have moved on again. Give me a week's pass, Skirata said, slapping his credit chip on the desk. If we find we have more time to kill, I'll extend it. The wreck checked the chip in her scanner. Thank you, Master Nesson. Skirata flinched at the bogus ID. I must advise caution if you fish beyond the 500-meter limits. We do have people go missing from time to time when they ignore the warnings. But that's part of the appeal for many anglers and divers who come here. Vav did his I know something you don't smile. Sport fishing isn't sport unless you run the risk of being caught yourself, is it? There's always relaxing on the beach, said the wreck. Or a pleasant walk around the harbor. She seemed to have classed them as two old guys trying to rediscover their youth through destructive machismo, maybe with Mariel as the fit young minder who could haul them out of trouble. It was perfect. Whoever Ko-Sai had as a contact here, and she need one, if only to get hold of supplies, wouldn't be tipped off to the fact that Mandalorian bounty hunters were in town. Aehan didn't look too conspicuous on one of the pontoons that stretched out into the azure water. Most of the vessels alongside showed no signs of ever having slipped their moorings, but there were a few more rugged craft that were clearly from off-world. Skirata took out his datapad and aimed the scanner discreetly in their direction to check the passive transponders, just in case. He found no registrations that worried him. You have to hand it to the investment group here, he said as they tried to look casual. They take a disaster and turn it into a USP. You're so crass, Vav muttered. What's a USP? Mariel asked. Unique selling point, son. As in, they made a complete shushuk when they terraformed the place, not knowing just what kind of wildlife was in the ice when they thawed the planet. There are some real nasties lurking underwater, but instead of saying, ooh, that's too dangerous, let us scrub the resort idea, the tourist board touts it as an opportunity for wild adventure. I have to respect that kind of resilience in business. Mariel smiled to himself. Until the lawsuits come rolling in. Just operating costs, Skirata said. Overheads. The three men climbed onto Aehan and sat on a flat section of her casing, backs resting against the curve of the port cargo bay, looking out to sea. Murd sat with its nose pointing into the wind, sniffing happily. Skirata didn't know a lot about sport angling, although he could manage to catch fish if he ever had to, and he hoped there wasn't some giveaway sign of a real angler that was conspicuously missing. If push came to shove, he could always play the stim baron on his first fishing trip. The Iwabate has to have a resupply route, he said. She can't just go to ground here and have no contact with anyone. How does she get her food? She's not the kind that lives off the land. She's used to having minions. See, said Mariel. What? Live off the sea, not the land. Well, Kaminoan discipline or not, she has to eat something. Let's do a little exploring, said Vav. We have the chart. Oya, Murd. Murd stood up, paws slipping on the smooth hull, and looked around frantically at the command to hunt. The Strill couldn't sense any prey. Vav leaned over and ruffled its loose folds of gold fur, pointing at the water. Strills could fly and glide, but swimming wasn't their forte. Murd rumbled with disappointed frustration. Sakai, Murd, I'll let you hunt Kamini soon, Skirata said. He wondered if he was getting soft. He'd always disliked the animal, even if he couldn't blame it for its savagery given a master like Vav. Now he saw its talents, if not its charm. Soon. Okay? Murd's eyes had that focus and intensity that suggested it understood Skirata perfectly, and it settled down again with its huge head in Vav's lap. Mariel slid his sun visor into place and leaned back against the curve of the hull, fingers meshed behind his head. Let's narrow down the search range first, he said, pointing. Look. Check out the speed. Moving across the harbor, well within the safe turquoise shallows, was a powered barge with aquata divers getting ready to explore the underwater world, wearing a bizarre array of brightly colored swimwear that said they didn't dive for a living. The hull looked like the barges tied up on nearby pontoons in Tropics Resort livery. This was what the staff here used to get around the perfectly planned, ideally spaced island chain, and this was what the Twi'lek must have used to move coast-size equipment and droids out to sea. If they worked out the speed the barges could cruise, and factored in the weight of the cargo the Twi'lek had delivered, they'd get a radius within which to search. Skirata aimed his datapad, laying it flat on his knee and letting it track the barge. I was never very good at this. It was just a matter of timing it across a set distance, using the datapad like one of those gizmos that CSF sometimes used to track speeders. Well, I make that 15 clicks an hour. Mariel slid along the hull and checked over his shoulder. So that means if the barge went out to some RV point and returned in half an hour, we're looking at a maximum range of maybe 10 clicks, if it was moving faster, and that's being optimistic. Let's take the search out to the 15-click radius, then, just to be sure. Vav keyed in the data and projected the holochart onto the hull. This is three-dimensional, remember. A concave relief chart formed like a mesh basket in blue light that was hard to see in the sunlight. That's the underwater topography in a 15-click radius from the coordinates the Twi'lek gave us. Even in these lighting conditions, Skirata could see the indentations of cave mouths under the waterline. The charts only went down as far as 50 meters. It was as good a place as any to start looking. Who did the hydrography for the developers? Mariel asked. They put that 50-meter limit in for a reason, because they must have known what was below it. They didn't just stop looking because it was time for a CAF break. I don't think there's the equivalent of City Hall here, Skirata said. We can't just stroll in and ask the local planning chief if we can look through his database. That's the problem with commercially owned planets. Vav opened the top hatch and motioned Murd inside. Where's your spirit of adventure, Cal? Have overpriced deep water hybrid, we'll explore. I got this tub for a good price. Insulting Skirata's ability to drive a deal was marginally worse than questioning his courage, and he realized Vav had baited him yet again. And I wonder what you'd do with yourself if you didn't have me to torment. Vav raised one eyebrow now. That was annoying dumb insolence. It really was, but Skirata ignored the impulse, thought of the fortune Vav had handed over to him as if it were a cred chip he'd found on the street, and stood up. Mariel slipped the mooring line and prepared to get underway. The islands were constructed on the tops of natural peaks jutting from the sea, like porcelain crowns on the stumps of teeth. Once submerged, it was simply a matter of doing what he'd do on land if he was hunting an animal in a lair, looking for signs of activity, checking out cave mouths, and venturing inside. It was just a recce, just a discreet dive to scope out the topography that wasn't shown on any of the charts, so they could come back later to stage a planned assault. But if an opportunity presented itself, they'd take it. Outside the transparent steel bubble that formed a clear dome over the cockpit, a tourist brochure of an underwater world drifted past them in vividly colored serenity. Murd seemed fascinated, pressing a snotty nose to the transparent steel and making excited grumbling noises, and Skirata risked reaching out to haul the strill back by its collar, and wiped the viewport clean. Filthy thing, but it has its uses, just like us. Vav took the hint and beckoned to Murd to sit on his lap. Relations had definitely relaxed between Skirata and Vav. There was a time when they'd have brawled over less. Eihan dropped below 60 meters, past the charted depth. The water was surprisingly clear. Lacy weeds swayed gracefully in the currents. Brilliant pink and yellow fish like ribbons wove themselves between the fronds, flashing displays of lights like a Coruscant casino. That's more like it, Mariel said, sounding pleased. The navigation displays stripped away the layer of marine life and showed a three-dimensional landscape of slopes marked with fissures and channels that penetrated deep into the face of the submerged mountain, forming the one island within the 15-kilometer zone. Eihan came alongside a deep shadow that appeared as a hole on the sensors. Worth a ping, said Mariel. Let's just line up the sensors and see how far into that feature we can map. You okay with this, son? Yes, Calber. He turned the vessel 90 degrees and pointed Eihan's nose at the opening for a deep scan. Now, that's a likely one. Goes back 100 meters at least. Mark that on the chart, please, Sergeant Vav. He turned to Skirata. I'm several pages ahead of Ordo in the manual now. There'd be a contest later, Skirata could tell. Ordo and Mariel, a double act right from the time he met them as 2-year-old clone kids, no names, just numbers, and already handling blasters, sometimes indulged in a little rivalry and one-upmanship. It explained Mariel's love of risk-taking. He had to edge out of Ordo's shadow somehow. They worked along the 30 kilometers of submerged coastline, checking and scanning cave after cave. Some were immediately obvious as dead ends when the sonar scan was mapped onto the three-dimensional view, just depressions in the rock that went nowhere. Some were so deep and twisted that the sonar didn't find an end, and those were marked. As Mariel eased Eihan through the extraordinary forest of weed and marine creatures, some of which slapped sucker-like mouthparts onto the cockpit bubble as if testing the ship for flavor, Skirata kept an eye out for signs of disturbance to the environment that might indicate recent construction. Work. If Kosai was here, she'd only been in residence for a few months. Signs of activity might still be around fresh-cut rock face, debris from cave mouths, any number of telltale signs that she'd had a hideaway built down here. Vav stared out of the dome, too, with Murd mirroring his posture as exactly as a six-legged animal ever could, blinking from time to time and pausing once or twice to turn and gaze at its master before giving him an enthusiastic and slobbery lick across the face with the dripping gray tongue. Skirata shuddered. But at least there was one being in the galaxy that loved Vav unconditionally. Fearfek, if he'd started feeling sorry for the Chakar after so many years, it was a bad sign. The fortune was just creds Vav had no use for, Skirata told himself, something he wanted to deny his own privileged class, and that simply happened to be useful in the plan to rescue clones an afterthought. It's not true though, is it? He's a Mando too. The same thing that drew him to Mandalore is the same thing that kept me there. We chose it. Maybe I hate him because of the parts of him that are too much like me. I'll stop, Vav said suddenly. Murd stiffened, always sensitive to Vav's reactions. The Strill was hunting, even if it couldn't get out there and taste the scents and currents. Mariel brought the ship to a halt, and she drifted, silent except for the hum of the shields and environment controls. Vav pointed ahead, slightly to port. In that weed forest. Look! Eihan's exterior holocams trained in the direction of Vav's finger and Murd's snout. The weed was thick and populated by shoals of glowing orange discs that could have been fish, worms, or swimming crustaceans. The impression was one of a tapcaf courtyard strung with decorative lights. Not all the weed was pale green. Some looked white in the aquamarine light. Skirata strained to focus, and then a current moved the weed a little more and he realized he wasn't looking at weed at all, but bones. It was a skeleton. Shab, Mariel muttered. I think we're too late for resuscitation, Cowbear. I hope he bought travel insurance. Skirata couldn't see any marks on the bones at this distance. Or she. Who died down here? And why? The skeleton was swaying in the current as if dancing with the weed. It was definitely a humanoid of some kind, picked clean and as white as an anatomical specimen, although a closer inspection as close as they could get without leaving the vessel showed a few colonies of pale yellow growths that looked like closed shadow barnacles. It was hard to see what was holding it down. If the flesh was gone, the connective tissue that held the bones together should have been gone too. Skirata couldn't think of a species that fitted the bill, but it didn't matter. He or she wasn't going anywhere. Diver who ignored the hazard warnings? Vav asked. Skirata's instinct for bad signs was more reliable than any sonar. What kind of marine life eats a diving suit and apparatus as well as the meat? Mariel, engrossed in the controls for the external security holocom, let out a long breath. And when did you last see a fish with fingers? He said quietly, switching the holocom image to one of the large monitors. Look! The close-up view of the weed bed that swayed around the skeleton's ankles like a deep pile carpet showed a splash of bright orange. As Mariel magnified the image and went in for a close-up, Skirata realized what it was. Mariel was right. There weren't too many marine species that could take a length of fiber cord and secure a body to a rock. The close view on the monitor showed a knot, a competent, non-slipping, textbook Kelbabe anchoring bend. In a galaxy of loop rings, gridtion panels, and 100 high-tech ways of attaching things, few people bothered to learn to tie knots properly, let alone one as distinctive and complex as that. Very few people indeed, only cloned soldiers and Mandalorians. Chapter 10. Nazadgurimtai. 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 Vayanulu. Vimandoade. Kandosiade. Te Mandiame. Mandoade. No one likes us. No one likes us. No one likes us. We don't care. We are Mandos. The elite boys. Mando boys. From Mandalore. Mandalorian drinking song, loosely translated, said to date from a ban on Mandalorian mercenaries drinking in local tap cafes, when employed by the government of Juris 6. ***. Republic Treasury Building, Coruscant, 478 days after Geonosis Spessini closed the doors to her office and obscured the transparent steel walls with a touch of the button on her desk she didn't want to be disturbed. Syntax 2. Do I concentrate on that? She fondled the blaster that Mariel had given her and wondered what it would take to make her use it. She'd never fired one in anger. She hadn't even been trained to shoot, but now seemed a pretty good time to learn. Then she began trying to work out how she might take a closer look at Syntax 2 in person, or at a distance and work out what was going on. It was a military area, and no member of the public could stroll in there unannounced. There weren't that many excuses to pay a visit even for a treasury agent. The public accounts showed a number of contractors providing services to the Grand Army that could be cross-referenced to Syntax, and one of them, Danet Logistics, also showed up on the health budget. It was worth a look as long as she was thinking med center. I could be totally off beam, of course. And I got Mariel his answer anyway. I should walk away from this. But she couldn't, because Ordo couldn't walk away, and neither could CORR, or any of the others. She realized how empty her life must have been to have filled up so fast and so easily with people who possibly didn't give her a second thought except as a useful contact. I'm not stupid, Cal. But they had something she wanted, too, and it wasn't just Ordo. She wanted a share of their closeness, that belonging and camaraderie, and an end to feeling she was on the outside of life. She thought suddenly of Phi, and how so Ordo said he knew there was a complete element missing from his existence, and he resented it. She at least knew what hers was, and where she might get it. But there was also the lure of a wrong to be righted, and she knew she wasn't alone in that. Senator Skeena from Chandrila was getting very vocal about the Grand Army's conditions and clone rights. He might prove to be a handy excuse for investigating further. Her private comm link stared back at her from the palm of her hand, daring her to choose between calling Ordo and contacting the senator. Still scared that she might call while Ordo was gambling whether to cut a red wire or a blue one as a detonator counted down, she sent him a delayed message instead. He could choose when and if he wanted to read it. I hope you enjoyed the cake. What else could she say? She had no idea who else might see it, secure link or not. You have to try my home cooking when you get back. She could imagine Ordo reading it with a frown, taking it at face value, while Muriel, who seemed to be leading a totally different life, and relishing it, would have given her a knowing grin. Bethany sent the message with a click of her thumbnail on the keys, then tapped in the code for the Senate switchboard. No point leaving an audit trail on the office link, just in case. He's a known anti-war activist. They'll be watching him, whoever they might be. Senator Skeena's administrative droid made an appointment for her to meet him later that day, which indicated just how few lobbyists were courting a man who opposed the war, and asked if she preferred off-site. I'm at the Treasury building, she said. Visiting the Senate was routine for a government employee. It would draw less attention than a meeting in a tap cafe or restaurant. She'd be picked up on any of a dozen security holocams as she moved around Galactic City, and even by the surveillance satellites that kept watch over Coruscant. I'll come to his office. On the way to the meeting, sitting in the back of an air taxi, she felt that the small blaster in her pocket was visible to the whole planet. She didn't even know what type it was. It was a smart dark blue with a stubby green-gray barrel and a little red light that showed it was charged, quite a pretty object. When she peered at the engraved plate on the butt, she was sure the end of the grip was called that she could see the words Merson. Lady, you're making me nervous, said the taxi driver. You going to assassinate someone? Bethany hadn't realized he could see that far over the back of the seat, but there was a lot she didn't know about the visual field of a Rodian's faceted eyes. She slid the blaster off her lap and back into her pocket. I mix with unsavory characters, she said. Taxi drivers had an opinion on everything. Senate's full of them. They're called politicians. She thought that way, too, but then realized she never actually met one socially. Where did she get that idea? From the Holonas? From the courts? The power of stereotypes was astonishing. She wondered how she could ever gain any headway in making Coruscanti see the anonymous troopers fighting the war for them as living, breathing men. She couldn't even say they were all someone's son or husband or father or brother. They were utterly outside of society. The size of the task almost crushed her. One step at a time, girl. Do what you can. Senator Skeena met her in one of the cell-like private interview rooms kept for senators to meet members of the public. He was much more ordinary than she'd imagined, not terribly well dressed, but he had an earnest passion that hit her like a tidal wave. Another stereotype crashed and burned. Of course I'm concerned about what happens to these men, he said. Whatever other member planets might do, Coruscant hasn't tolerated slavery in millennia. It's intolerable that we adopt it now simply because it's expedient. But I'm a lone voice. Bethany took it carefully. I'm having some difficulty identifying medical provision for the Grand Army, Senator. I can identify expenditure on what I think are med center facilities, but it's not. Let's say the audit trail isn't transparent. That careful comment meant a great deal in political code if the listener wanted to interpret it. Skeena seemed to. Yes, I've asked repeatedly about casualties. The medical field units are woefully inadequate, and I can't find out what happens to those killed in action. To the best of my knowledge, the bodies aren't recovered. There's no hero's return for these poor men. So if you see large sums allocated to clone welfare, I can assure you there's no sign of it being used to that end. Bethany had a sensation of dread like cold water spilling in her lap. It was something she could have found out easily enough from Ordo. He'd know what they did with bodies, but it was one of a long list of things she'd never thought to ask. The inference was that troopers were simply discarded like waste, and that stoked her anger. She hovered on the edge of asking Skeena if he knew anything about facilities on Syntax 2, and decided that it was too dangerous to have that kind of discussion with a man she didn't know. I audited some of the Grand Army accounts, she said. That much was true, and hardly a secret if news of her meeting got back to her bosses. She slipped a plastoid contact card from her pocket and pressed it into his hand. If there's ever anything you think I should look at discreetly, of course, because I'd be investigating other public servants, do let me know. You're the internal police. I look after the taxpayers' credits. And here was I thinking you might be concerned about the welfare of our army. Bethany bit her tongue out of habit, but it was too painful a comment to let pass. Oh, but I am, she said. They're not just theoretical charity cases to me. I'm dating a trooper. Skeena looked taken aback for a moment, and she wasn't sure if he was reacting to her cutting comment or the unsolicited personal detail. Well, he said, there's no point in my haranguing you about the fact that they're all human men like any other, is there? It was time for a little humility. I know a lot of clones, by most people's standards, and yes, I care what happens to them. You might know, then, what happens to them. In what sense? When they're wounded but can't return to active duty, you see. I can find out what happens on the Rimsu medical stations, or at least I get some limited answers from the defense staff, but I'm getting no answers about the men who can't be patched up and sent back. Bethany thought of CORR, temporarily assigned desk duties after a device he was defusing blew up, and took his hands with it. He was awaiting the arrival of specialist prosthetics, and if Skirata hadn't grabbed him for commando training, he'd have gone back to ordnance disposal. I would imagine they die, Bethany said. The army seems to go to a lot of trouble to send them back. But life isn't that tidy, Skeena said. He lowered his voice, even though the doors were shut. There'll be injuries that a man can survive, but that means he'll never be fit for service again. I can't seriously believe something like that hasn't happened in more than a year of this war. And yet there are no homes for these men, who must surely exist, and we know they don't end up being cared for by family, because they have none. So where do they go? Bethany didn't even want to think about it, but she had to. The only answer she could think of right then was that the most badly injured who might otherwise have been saved were left to die. But some mobile surgical units had Jedi advisors. No Jedi would let such a thing happen. Would they? She had to talk to Juzik. He'd tell her. I'm going to see if I can find out, Bethany said. And I'm going to carry on pressing for proper long-term care facilities. Skeena looked troubled. Meanwhile, I'm also going to help raise funds for charitable care. There are some citizens out there who want to help, you know. I'll keep you posted, Bethany promised. She took the long walk back to the Treasury building, pausing for a CAF on the way, and found that the senator's question was now eating away at her. Yes, it could only mean that clone troopers lived, or died, and there was no middle way or disability provision. The war hadn't reached the 18-month mark yet. Governments were always poor at thinking things through, especially when wars caught them on the hop. Maybe this was what Danet Logistics was doing, then, care facilities out of the public eye to hide the signs that the war might not be going as well or as cleanly as the civilian citizens imagined, just as she'd first thought. She decided to check out their other projects when she got back to her desk, but while she sipped her CAF, she checked them out via her datapad simply to get a street address from the directory. And that was where things started to get interesting. There was no entry in the public database for Danet. It could have been a subsidiary of another company. Of course, or even one that wasn't based on Coruscant, but either way, it would have to be registered to tender for government contracts, and it would have had to register for corporate taxation even if it was off-world, and so it would require a tax exemption number. Jilka could come in useful now. She was the tax officer. She was an expert in finding companies that earned revenue and didn't pay their taxes in full. Bethany went in. Who'd played things by the book all her life until she fell in with a crowd of misfits and men who didn't exist. Put on her best liar's face and prepared to spin a plausible story to Jilka, crossing the line from merely accessing records for unauthorized reasons to entering a world of deception with consequences she knew she could never imagine. ***. Rebel camp near Ayat, Gaftakar, 478 days after Geonosis the Marits were scuttling everywhere in a state of excitement, and there were a lot more of them today than Darman had seen before. He leaned against the doorway of the hut, brushing his teeth, collapsible plastoid bowl in one hand as he contemplated what was going to be a busy few days. Shift at Dar. Niner was in full armor. He'd had word then. They were going in. 35th is moving. They're finishing up on Kalura. Let's make sure they've got an open door. Kalura. Darman spat foam into the bowl. Have I got time to call Attain? Do you have to? Well, I might get killed and... Niner's expression was hidden behind his visor, but Darman knew every nuance of his breathing by now, every faint sound that indicated swallowing or licked lips, every click of the jaw when words didn't emerge. You'll be fine, Niner said at last, and slapped him on the shoulder. He was playing the reassuring Ruzalor, the sergeant. The word was derived from Runs, a rock, and it summed up his solidly pivotal role pretty well. But call her anyway. Say hi from me. Niner walked away toward the Marits. He never talked much about what he wanted from life. He never confided in his brothers about fears and loneliness, or talked about girls, or showed any sign that he didn't think the war was a good idea. It was the last bit that worried Darman most. Niner probably kept his yearnings to himself for the sake of maintaining morale. Did he think they didn't know that? But everyone griped about the war and every aspect of it out of habit and custom. It was the only leeway clone troopers had to express opinions that the command was clueless, that the food was garbage, that the kit was ossic, and that it was all a waste of time, but it was better than being a civilian. And it was a veneer, a kind of bonding ritual to show how much you didn't care, when in reality you were scared witless, always hungry, and usually disoriented. Being the best army in the galaxy didn't stop any of those feelings. At first, Darman, like all of them, had thought their role in life was noble and inevitable. Now the indoctrination had been worn thin by seeing the galaxy beyond Commando, and even some arcs were deserting. The rank and file were grumbling in private. If they'd had somewhere to go and the bonds had been weaker, Darman suspected a lot more would have vanished from the ranks. But they stayed for their brothers. They stayed because their only source of self-esteem was being the best at what they did. And they had nowhere else to go. Once more of them worked out what happened to those who couldn't or wouldn't fight any longer, what would happen? Yes, the GR might have been better off with tinnies. They never worked things out. How many teeth have you got, Dar? Niner yelled. He'd stopped to look back. Darman paused with the brush still in his mouth. Because you're taking an awful long time cleaning them. Darman mumbled through a mouthful of foam. Sorry, Sarge. He went back to the refreshers to rinse his mouth and clean up, then changed from his fatigues into his bodysuit before washing the clothing in the refresher's basin with a rock-hard lump of the local soap and shaking it out so that it dried in minutes. Habit ritual was a soothing thing. By the time he'd attached his armor plates to the bodysuit, the fatigues were dry and he could fold them tightly into a small roll that he slipped into his backpack. He couldn't even recall putting on his plates. His mind was on Attain. He shut the door and cummed her. She took some time to answer. He was on the point of just recording a message when he heard her voice, and he felt instantly foolish, tearful, and excited. It was audio only, no hollow projection, but he never questioned that because she was on deployment, and she had her reasons for not showing him where she was. He worried anyway. He wanted to see her again, quite literally. He was worried he'd forget her face. Can you talk? He asked. There was a brief pause. Are you okay, Dar? I'm fine. I got bitten by an ARC trooper. That's gross. Are they poisonous? She seemed to think he was joking. Darman wondered whether to blurt out that Sul had been under a death sentence, but decided that kind of thing needed saying in person. It's okay, I just sucked out the venom and shot him. Anyway, Fi wanted his armor. Hey, I miss you. What's happening on Kalura? Another pause. It's not good. Most of them went quietly, but some dug in and... well, you know. Casualties? Yeah. Not me, obviously. I'm glad. He caught a note in her voice that said she was holding back. Maybe there was someone with her. The Holovids showed clandestine love affairs as exciting, but Darman just found the secrecy miserable. What's Level like? Solid guy. We'll be working with his battalion pretty soon. Does that mean you'll be coming back to 000? Sorry, I shouldn't ask. Just thought you'd be finished there, and... it'll be a few more months. 3, maybe. Oh. Where? Why? Okay. I miss you too, Dar. Think of something you'd like to do when we meet up. I'm not good at planning things like that. Darman wasn't either. He suspected she didn't mean a drink from a grimy glass at Kiba's sleazy cantina for old time's sake. Muriel might have some ideas. He seems to know every tapcaf between Galactic City and the Outer Rim. Okay. I don't mind as long as you're there. Me too. Darman worried that he didn't have any smart talk or witty lines. He sounded like a total decut, he knew it. There was a loud rapping on the door. Dar? It was Fi. Dar, are you in there? Darman rolled his eyes and addressed the ether. What, Fi? Are you going to be in there all day? I'm not going to dig a latrine because you're still doing your hair. Okay. Give me a moment. He lowered his voice. I'm sorry, Sayarike, I have to go. I'll call you in a while. Stay safe. I love you. Look after yourself. Darman was working up to saying that he loved her, too, when the link closed from her end of the channel, and the moment was gone. He took a deep breath before yanking the door open, broken-hearted that he might never get the chance to tell her. He had a bad feeling about the coming assault on Ayat. It was vague and nagging, probably just his growing awareness and resentment of the way things were, but possibly an omen. Mixing with Jedi made you almost believe in that kind of stuff. Fi, I'm going to break your shabla neck. Fi stepped back with his hands held up in mock submission. Steady on, Navioti. You really pick your moments. I want to use the freshers. Yeah, and I was dash. Darman stopped himself. There was no point ranting at Fi for interrupting a call to attain. It would be particularly tactless. Okay. He patted his brother's cheek with exaggerated care, and realized he was doing a very Scarata-like thing. I'm going to check the ordnance again. Aden's been through it twice. Then I'll do it a third time. Dar. What? You can talk about attain, you know. I'm not going to burst into tears or anything. Fi closed the door behind him, and Darman heard the sound of running water. Fi wasn't stupid and he'd probably heard every word anyway, but Darman still felt guilty at having a part of his limited life that put any kind of barrier between them. Outside the hut, Niner and Aden were laying out equipment, checking it, and taking no notice of Aiden's spirited argument with one of the Marits. It was another dominant one with a red frill at its throat, but it wasn't Seb's. The lizards were gathering. Where there had been fewer than 100 in the camp, there were now a few thousand in the area, coming to the rendezvous point from villages scattered throughout the countryside. Darman stared at the pile of ordnance. There were enough thermal detonators to remove a large chunk of planet. Overkill, he said. Aden looked up. Whatever happened to P for plenty? You've seen it. They've got AAA and traffic cops, not acclamators. So we hammer them with the 35th and then the lizards overrun them. Don't you think that's a waste of resources? Dar, it's still a capital city, Niner said. And we're not just fighting the Goftakari. We're denying the place to the Seps. And we're not footing the bill for it either, Aden said. Darman pondered what possible use this planet would be to anyone except the mining companies. Did they even use Calarium and Norax to build droids? Maybe it was the Republic doing a favor for Shinio mining in exchange for services rendered elsewhere. The galaxy seemed to work that way. Help us out in the war, buddy, and we too see you right when it comes to building your profits. And it didn't matter to him at all. He had no stake in it, no interest, and no consequence to him except his life and his brother's. Lives on the line, which was simply the job he did. He bent down to pick up a small thermal det, and rolled it in his hands, seeing the little restaurant opposite the Ayat government building. The mince roba pastry rolls washed down with sweet CAF had been delicious. A charge of this size, detonated within 20 meters, would shatter the restaurant's transparency of frontage into 1,000 blades and send them flying at 3,000 meters a second into anything and anybody within a 1,000-meter range. Sometimes it paid not to think about it too much. Can I do the power station? He asked. Niner didn't turn his head. You wrecked the government buildings area. Doesn't mean I can't take out the station. I don't like changing plans this close to time. What plans? We didn't even complete the first recce. We've scrubbed the assassinations. We're going to run the same risks. Niner didn't answer. They'd become so used to doing things on the fly with little or no planning that Darman began to wonder if they were getting sloppy. Special operations was as much no, more about detailed surveillance, observation, and rehearsal than going in with Deese's blazing and blowing stuff up. Aiden's going to brief us in around an hour, Niner said at last. Great. Darman tossed and caught the unprimed det like a toy a few times, and then laid it back on the fabric sheet with the rest of the ordnance. I'm going for a walk. Niner could always recall him. He slipped his helmet over his head, sealed it, and strode off into the camp, seeing the world through the filter of his visor's HUD again, targets in an environment rather than beings in a landscape. Skirata said they were at the stage of life where they were making emotional connections that regular folk made much earlier in childhood, able to imagine themselves in the situations they created. But, he said, it was hard to picture yourself as the guy strolling past the restaurant at the moment the charge detonated when you'd never done ordinary things like that and had been given only a detached academic grasp of blast radii, overpressures, and fragment velocities. Omega Squad, like all the clone army, had been little more than highly trained, super efficient, ultra-fit children when the war started. It struck Darman that they were living life the wrong way around given the maximum ability to fight long before they had the experience to identify with beings on the sharp end of the fighting. Too late to worry about that. What am I going to do, warn Ayat? Join the Seps? Cry over dead strangers. There was nothing else he could do but fight to win, and survive to. What, exactly? The question never went away when we win. What happens? What do soldiers like us do in peacetime? Maybe he'd end up doing refugee relief. Attain said Jedi did that sometimes. Maybe they'd still end up working together. He walked among chattering, excited Marits with jewel-like scales who didn't seem to be anxious about the coming assault. They were swarming around artillery pieces, drilling with E-webs. This was clearly something they'd been looking forward to for a long time. Darman paused to watch them, realizing his main fear was that he'd get killed before he told Attain that he loved her, and wondered where the remaining humans would fit into a society run by efficient, orderly Marits whose lives seemed to run like flow charts. He gestured to the red-frilled boss lizard to come to him. They didn't seem to be offended by being summoned. What's going to happen when you take over? Darman asked. What's going to happen to the people in Ayat? Boss Lizard did a bit of baffled head-cocking and looked as if he was calculating. There'll be roles for them in proportion to their population, of course. Darman realized he should have expected a sensible, numerical answer like that. So no bloodletting. No purges. No species cleansing. Not for its own sake, no. What's the purpose of wanton destruction? We just want what we deserve. We are the majority. What if they refuse to fit in with that? That, said Boss Lizard, would be pointless. What are you going to change when you seize power? Nothing. Except we shall live in the cities and we shall have the majority of the elected posts according to our population. Darman could now see the mismatch between Goftikari humans and their Marit workforce. They weren't even competing for the same thing, a nice tidy two-sided I want what you've got. The lizards thought differently. The two viewpoints didn't quite overlap, and the lizards were far more concerned with being proportionally represented than having power. He didn't always understand politics, and he was glad of it. This was the point at which he preferred the order to go then and blow up that. We should have made a joint government a condition of building their cities. Boss Lizard added, almost as an afterthought. Next time, we'll remember to do that. They were born engineers, all procedure and ratios. Darman nodded and walked on, out into the heathland to the south of the settlement. Now he could see across the flat terrain for kilometers. Smoke from scattered clusters of huts in the distance threaded its way into the clear sky, and the occasional ancient speeder tracked across his field of vision, throwing up range and speed data onto his HUD. He thought of the aerial recce images of Ayat, with its modest defense resources preparing for an attack, and wondered how long it would take. Where do I belong? Where's home? It sure as Shab wasn't Tipoca City. Most days he didn't even think it was Coruscant. Darman stood watching the late afternoon sun slanting across the heath, wondering what it was like to have a job where you could stop work at the end of the afternoon and do anything you liked, when the audio link came to life in his helmet. Niner to Dar RDB. Seps incoming. He activated his HUD displays, expecting to have data patched through to him. The image that rilled his field of view was a chart of the Gaftiker system, way out near the tin gel arm, so close to Kalura, close enough that it would have taken only a few hours to reach Attain, and the peppering of red points of light showed separatist vessels on a course for Gaftiker. There were a few blue lights, too. They were generated by the transponders of Republic vessels. The 3rd and 4th Battalions of the 35th Infantry embarked in Leveler, another 2 companies from the same regiment not far out of Kaluran space, and a fleet auxiliary converging on the same point at 180 degrees at sublight speeds. ETA? Darman said. Life slipped immediately into acronyms and jargon, the language of the military comlink. At those speeds, a day. What's keeping them? Officer commanding some na-clone captain called Pelian says it's brinkmanship. Back in 10. We're digging in. Surveillance sat shows Ayats bringing in fighters from outside. How many? 6. And that might not be a problem for an assault ship, but it's bad news for us, so get back here. That, at least, answered Darman's question about what use Gaftiker was to anyone. Apart from the mining corporation's interests, it was just another handy place for a fight. And they were sending in the mongrels now, not clones, some of the service personnel from the fleet. Pelian. Who the Shab was he? Darman wondered who the 35th's Jedi General might be, because it wasn't Attain. She said they'd finished on Kalura? Whatever it was, wherever they were sending her, she could tell him, couldn't she? Maybe she didn't want to worry him. Of course I'm worried. I'm always worried. Ordo. Yeah, he'd ask Ordo. Ordo always obliged, always got the messages and letters through somehow. The rebel camp had taken on a different air by the time Darman got back, and he'd only been gone 30 minutes. The Marits had thinned out, and E-webs and cannons stood concealed under camo netting. He sprinted for the main building, realizing even as he made for the doors that it was so flimsy he was better off outside. Sarge? Darman clicked through the frequencies on his helmet link. Sarge? Ops room. Niner barked. Darman entered, pulled off his helmet, and stood over the ops table, trying to get a better look at the holochart that Aiden had projected onto it. It showed the whole central region, with the scattered Marid villages and the occasional Gaftikari town, like small planets around suns. When he magnified Ayat and superimposed the latest aerial reconnaissance images on it, the sudden preparations became clear. That's as of 15 minutes ago, Aiden said. Ayat's boundaries were ringed with vehicles and vessels, and there was no steady procession of civilians out of the city, as was usual when attacks were expected. There was nowhere else for the Gaftikari to go. They were marooned on islands in an ocean of enemies. All they could do was dig in. You reckon they really know what's coming? Auden asked. I mean, really know? Aiden, fully armored, tilted his head as if listening to a separate helmet comlink. No. Not a clue. This is them reacting to the SEPs reacting to our inbound ships, yes? That's their only source of surveillance, said Aiden. I'm not sure who they're more worried about, us or the Marits. But they know we're coming, so I'm not prepared to risk a squad in there to prep the battlefield if we've got 2 battalions, a squadron of torrents, and Captain Pelian's nice big cannons arriving within a day. Unless Ayat's got some hidden superweapon we failed to spot, the place is just one big target. Darman still couldn't work out why the 2 task forces couldn't simply engage in space and leave the planet alone. But taking Ayat without a bit of muscle and cannons behind them meant very messy fighting if there was no air cover to make the point. He wasn't sure which was the worst outcome for the civilians. We're not really the main game in town now, are we? Niner said. Are we going forward with the 35th? Aiden must have switched his audio feed from leveler to the general circuit, because Darman's helmet was suddenly full of the voice traffic between vessels. They seemed more concerned with keeping an eye on the separatist flotilla, waiting for it to power up to hyperjump. Aiden cut the link again and sat in silence, as if he was staring at the holochart lost in thought. He was waiting for instructions. Who's the Jedi in command? Darman asked. Aiden looked up. General Mas Miz Sir. Did you want to stay on the circuit? No. It's that woman of yours, isn't it? She wouldn't tell me where she was, but she's been with Levitt for some months, so yes, I want to know if she's with that flotilla and not telling me. Personal business didn't matter on the brink of a battle, but nobody argued with him. Aiden switched to another channel, head barely moving. Darman heard the slight pop as he switched, and he guessed the null was on a secure link to someone, either finding out or asking why he'd been saddled with a commando who couldn't save his private life for off-duty hours. Levitt says she's not with the 35th, and she's not in a combat zone. Aiden said unusually kindly. So stop fussing. Darman could have called her. He had a secure link. It wasn't as if he was going to give away a position to the enemy. He dithered, trying to decide whether to slip into the refreshers and calm her discreetly, just to be sure she wasn't somewhere even worse. He just wanted to tell her. Niner, as ever, seemed to read his mind. He shoved Darman with his shoulder plate. Go on, he said quietly. Be quick about it, though. Darman stepped out into the corridor, opened his helmet link with a couple of blinks, and voice-activated Atane's code. The display in his helmet told him what he could hear, and no response. He carried on paging the system for a couple of minutes, telling himself she might have been taking a shower or even asleep, and then he left a message. It was hard to say the words to cold dead air instead of to her standing in front of him. It's me, TIK, he said. I never told you I love you. When he closed the link he felt embarrassed, but he'd done it, however inelegantly. If anything happened to him, at least she knew. Aiden and Niner walked out of the ops room, heads moving in a conversation that couldn't be heard outside their helmets. Phi and Aten followed. Darman's audio circuit popped again. Change of plan, Dar. Niner's voice said in his ear. The general wants us to play forward air control. As soon as it gets dark, we'll move up to the outskirts and recce the positions of their mobile AAA. Levitt says Leveler will be on station a couple of hours before dawn. Lovely, said Phi. It'll all be over in time for breakfast. The squad spent the next hour or so stripping out the rental speeder to make room for a couple of E-webs. Auden removed its ID transponder and poked an assortment of probes into it to scramble the registration details. Just in case we need to go right inside the city. He held up a small rectangle of plastoid. We're going to have a hard job walking in dress like this. I still think I should go in and blow the main power station, Darman said. If only to give us the cover of complete darkness. Aiden wandered over to them, obviously eavesdropping on their circuit. I'll be going .N to place a few EMP charges in sensitive spots around their communications centers, because we don't want them chatting to the SEPs once this kicks off. All you have to do is call and the airstrikes. Okay? Once we've neutralized the big targets like their AAA, and made a few holes in the infrastructure, then the Torrent Squadron can provide air support for the Marits to go in. I don't want any of you deviating from that plan. Yeah, where are the lizards? Vi asked, straightening up Dash. I thought this was their big night. Oh, they're all here. It was almost dark now, and when Darman looked toward Ayat, he couldn't see the city. In the last few nights, he'd got used to the glow from its street lighting, all the more noticeable for being set in the middle of an unlit rural location. But it was in darkness tonight. He flicked his visor through its magnification and night vision settings and still couldn't see much. Even in infrared, it was just a faint green flattened dome of heat. They've switched off the lighting, he said. They're expecting air raids. Shame that they're going to get creamed, Vi said. It looked like such a nice place. Nobody said it, but Darman thought it. There was no reason to fight here, beyond the fact that the Republic had staked a claim by way of supporting the Marits, and so the Separatists felt they had to front up, too. Darman wondered if it was treason to think that way, or just a difference of opinion on strategy. I wonder where Sul is now, he said, but nobody answered. He glanced over his shoulder at the scrubby woodland to one side of the camp, night vision visor still in place, and thought it was malfunctioning until he realized the points of light, thousands of them, as if the display had massive interference were actually eyes. It was the Marits. Suddenly, they were an army, silent and motionless, waiting for the signal to kill. Asterisk asterisk. 7 kilometers south of Tropics Island, 478 days after Geonosis, Mariel stepped out of the drained-down airlock in his briefs and pulled the aquata breather from his mouth. Then he shook himself like Murd, showering water across the cargo bay, and slapped a cold, wet skull into Valve's hands. If we're going to run DNA tests, he said, this seems to have teeth in it. Scarada handed him a towel, and he rubbed himself down. Not a shred of meat or clothing on the thing. Whoever it was, I'm guessing that they were stripped of any identification and tied to an anchor so that the body wouldn't float to the surface, and so the local wildlife could remove soft tissue and everything else that identified him. It's a him. By the way. Had a look at the pelvis. Killed first? Vav turned the skull over in his hands while Murd watched. It might have mattered. A disposal was a different crime and motivation than waiting someone down to drown. Not all humanoids drown fast, either. Or punishment? Scarada shrugged. I don't think he died of old age, so it's probably irrelevant. Mariel looked anxious for a moment, as if he'd let Scarada down simply by being unable to give him an answer. I can't tell, Calbear. No obvious fractures or marks on the bones. It's okay, son. Get dressed, 'cause we need to carry on looking. Mario padded off, hitting the heel of his hand against his ear to shake out the last of the water. They needed proper diving suits if they were going to work outside the hull for any lengthy period. Vav put it on his list of things to acquire. I'm going to guess, he said, and you know I don't do that very often, but I bet we'll find this is the last person to see Ko's Sai. What makes you say that? The Twi'lek. He delivered the equipment to whoever was piloting the barge, and if that had been a Kaminoan, he'd have noticed. Someone had to hand the stuff over, which meant seeing her or the location. Not someone a crafty piece of work like Ko's Sai would have wanted around to blow her cover. Scarada swabbed down the water on the deck. When we go ashore again, I'll see if any staff went missing. I can't see Kosai having a human sidekick. Well, maybe she didn't, not for long anyway. Vav listened carefully and caught a faint beeping. Is that the cockpit alarm? Skirata paused and straightened up, frowning. His hearing had taken a pounding from standing too close to artillery over the years, even though he managed to hide the fact. Unless you know it isn't, why are you standing around asking the question? They made for the cockpit, but Mariel was already leaning across the pilot's seat, talking to a familiar voice on the other end of the open comm. Vav caught the word Delta just as he squeezed into the compartment. It's General Juzik, Mariel said. Delta are on their way here. Want to talk to him, Kalber? Asik. Skirata raked his fingers through his hair. What happened, Bardike? They caught up with the Twi'lek pilot. Not much I could do, but at least I stopped him from giving them too much detail. What did you do, shoot him before he could talk? Bit of the old Jedi magic. He got as far as saying he told some Mandalorians about Daruma, so I suggested they'd been wearing green armor. If he'd said gold and black and... Well, Delta know your armor, Cal. Skirata closed his eyes. Thanks. And I made sure he didn't get as far as giving them coordinates for the drop. But they know it's Daruma, and they've had to divert to pick up some scuba armor. I estimate you've got 10 to 12 hours, but I'm going to be there in 6. Vav cut in. To do what, exactly? Not that we don't appreciate your assistance, but dash. You haven't found Kosai yet, have you? We're close, Skirata said. Well, if you haven't found her in 6 hours, I'll help you. Vav nudged Skirata in the ribs. And if we haven't found her by the time Delta get here, you keep them busy. How are they planning to insert anyway? Land during the night, and just pose as sport divers if they have to. Thanks, Bardike. They couldn't have expected Delta to be far behind. The problem with hunting for someone was that the hunt itself tended to bring debris to the surface, and even if Delta didn't quite have the Null's remarkable access to information, they'd been trained in the same techniques. Vav felt a little flush of pride that his squad hadn't done so badly compared with Skirata's precious boys and all their genetic enhancements, but he decided not to rub it in. Come on, Skirata said wearily. More caves to ping. He settled down in the co-pilot's seat. Whatever differences Vav had with him, the man had an extraordinary tenacity. The size of the task ahead was so huge, the chances so flimsy, that any sane individual would never have bothered to start. It wasn't just a matter of finding one Kaminoan who didn't want to be found. Vav wondered if she was even capable of doing what Skirata wanted. If this is all a wasted effort, how's the little Chakar going to take it? The quest, oh yes, it was a quest, a sacred calling for Skirata now seemed to sustain him. It was as powerful as religion. He was so fixed on his boys' welfare that he seemed to have no plans for himself, and his definition of who qualified as his boys was now so all-encompassing that it seemed in danger of sucking him dry. It was more than the Nulls, who had been his sons in fact if not in name from the day he met them. His obsession had then spread to the Commandos, and now to any stray trooper who came into his orbit, like Kor. It was as if Skirata was desperate to avoid any thought of himself, to erase himself in every waking moment. Maybe his memories were unhappier than Vav knew. He seemed to be reinventing himself a day at a time, and he rarely talked about his past now, not even his father. He never talks about his mother. And apart from the knife, does he recall anything of his birth parents? Toxic things though they were, Vav still found families interesting. The best thing he'd ever done was to run away from his own. As if on cue, Mert appeared at his side and clambered onto his lap, the only family he had, and maybe the best kind. Did you ever think of asking Arcanian Micro to take a look at some clone tissue? Vav asked. Just in case. I did. Skirata was staring straight ahead at the shifting three-dimensional display of the sonar mapping scanner, reflected onto the transparisteel viewport. But it'll be my very last resort. Once they have a genome to play with. Well, I don't want to see any more lads bred to die. What if they hadn't been Django's clones? What? Mandoade don't care about bloodlines. What if they'd been from a Corellian donor or a Quadi? Would it still tear you up to see them used? Muriel seemed to be making a point of staying out of the conversation. Skirata sucked his teeth thoughtfully. If I'd met them as little kids about to be exterminated, I think I'd have done the same. He looked distracted by the idea, as if he hadn't ever considered it. Being Django's blood just made it more relevant. But Django or not, they'd still have needed a sense of belonging, wouldn't they? And it would still have been my duty to give it to them. And that would have made them Mandoade. Interesting formations ahead, Mariel said. Vav thought he might be trying to change the subject, but maybe not. Going in for a closer look. Vav looked at Mariel in profile and tried to see Django in him, but it was surprisingly hard. Odd as that might have sounded to an outsider, it was true. The clones usually didn't remind him of Django Fett at all. Part of that was living among them for years, and becoming blind to the superficiality of appearance. But there were many ways in which they didn't even look like their progenitor. Django, born of parents who lived hand to mouth, undernourished as a youngster, hadn't been much taller than Skirata, but the Kaminoans had managed the clones' nutrition carefully from the day the egg was fertilized, and they turned out tall and muscular. In 100 and more ways, they weren't exact replicas of Fett. Nor was his son, Boba. Poor kid, it was a terrible age to lose a father, and the boy had nobody else in his life. He was worse off than any trooper. If he managed to survive, Vav predicted he'd turn into the hardest, most bitter, most messed up Shabir this side of Keldabe. Even I had a second father to adopt me. Too late, maybe, but better than never. What's that? Skirata said suddenly. He pointed forward. Lots of debris. They were on the northwest quadrant of the island's shelf, and the slope on their starboard side was pocked with dark depressions that could have been caves. Strewn across the smooth seabed was a sharply delineated area of small fragments. They were visible even in the filtered sunlight, but when Mariel directed the external lamp ahead of the vessel, they stood out in sharp relief. That's not a rockfall, he said. If it was scree, it'd cover the whole area from the foot of the slope, because it slides. But there's a gap, about 10 meters. Rock doesn't jump, does it? Mariel brought Aihan up 20 meters and maneuvered to a dead stop right above the debris. From the exterior holocams, the aerial view projected onto the cockpit monitor reminded Vav of a bag of flour dropped on a clean floor. Relatively recent, too, Skirata said. Or the silt would have covered it. Looks like someone dropped a load of spoil from an excavation a long time after the island was terraformed. Vav actually felt excited. It was an odd hunt, but every bit as exhilarating as a chase. Murd picked up on his excitement and slid off his lap, rumbling in anticipation. It's very tempting, Vav said, to work out a direction of travel from the shape of that spoil. The three men looked at one another. Let's go for it, Mariel said with a big grin. They were above the 50-meter limit now, and as Aihan circled slowly above the island shelf, the sensors picked up the throb of drives and the churning sounds of propulsion units from submersibles and surface vessels exploring the turquoise shallows. The skin showed them as points of light, most of them well within the 10-kilometer safety zone. They wouldn't be disturbed down here. I never completed the diving course, Skirata said suddenly. I just thought you ought to know that. Might not even need to get our feet wet, Calber. Mariel took Aehan deeper, facing the submerged cliff. Look at the 3D scan. Head on, the sonar showed a complex pattern of holes, although none of them seemed to extend far into the rock. But there was an overhang that was more or less in line with the patch of debris. Mariel skimmed the seabed, stirring silt into the clear water, and came in close to the jutting shelf of weed-coated rock. And there it was. From this angle, the skin picked up a deep tunnel, mostly hidden from casual inspection by the overhang, but now visible as a rectangular shaft with rounded corners and an aperture about 8 meters by 5. Aehan had a 20-meter beam. Well, Skirata shrugged. We can't just drive in, can we? You're so nautical, Vav said. Mariel still had that grin on his face. There's always the chance we'll find that it's only a waste outlet, and that there's a hungry thing twice the size of a Dianoga living in there. Let's find out. If Kosai's in there, then she'll be using transport to get in and out. Let's head back to the resort, and see what they've got for rental. This means diving, doesn't it? Not necessarily, Calber. Whatever Mariel had in mind, it amused him. Dangerous things usually did. Vav raised an eyebrow. I'll put Mert ashore, if that's okay with you. Trust me, said Mariel. Aehan surfaced well clear of the harbor and skimmed through the gap in the breakwaters toward her berth. As they drew nearer to the pontoons and slowed almost to a stop to come alongside, Mariel pointed across the water. That's what we need, he said. I knew they'd have them here. Perfect. Vav and Skirata followed his finger, but Vav could see nothing except choppy waves. Then something broke from the surface, like a Walloden breaching, and arced 3 meters into the air before crashing back into the sea again. At first, Vav thought it was an enormous silver fish, but by the time it had progressed across the harbor in extravagant, corkscrewing leaps, he'd managed to focus on the thing long enough to see that it was an extraordinary ship shaped like a Pharaxa shark, minus the head fin. It was 5 sleek meters long with a brilliant scarlet flash on one flank and the words Wave Chaser picked out in gold. Fearfeck, it looked like fun. Vav could barely recall fun. The craft would also fit neatly through the entrance to what he hoped was Kosai's laboratory, as well as Aehan's cargo hatch. Let's go rent one, Mariel said. They're 2-seaters and they've got a top speed of 25 kilometers an hour. Not that I researched them earlier, of course. Skirata just looked blank. It was the expression he wore when he wanted to say new draw the most vividly emphatic of Mandoe refusals but felt he had to keep up appearances. 1. Someone has to pilot Aehan, because those things won't have much range, Vav said. And I'm volunteering. I had my midlife crisis about 10 years ago, so you can go play boy racer this time, Cal. Shabir. Skirata muttered, but he looked nervous. The Wave Chasers turned out to be for sale or rent. Price had long since ceased to be an issue for any of them now that time was the rarest and most precious thing imaginable, so Skirata bought one. Handy runabout for Aehan, he said, staring at his boots. And if we dent the thing, we won't have any explaining to do to the rental office. Then he looked up at Mariel, a head taller than him, and slapped the pass card in the Null's palm. All yours, son. High time you own something nice. Valve was usually immune to Skirata's polar extremes of emotion, but for a few seconds the old Chakar and his surrogate son simply looked at each other, as if there was nothing else that mattered in the galaxy, and Vav felt genuine envy. It wasn't Skirata he envied. It was Mariel, for having a father who doted on him so much that he could do no wrong. Like time, it was something his wealth had never bought him. Chapter 11. There's one thing that bothers me, sir. They say Master Yoda referred to the war as the Clone War right after the Battle of Geonosis. It was the very first battle of the war. Why did he identify the war that way, by the clones who are fighting it? Have we ever said the Fifth Fleet War or the Corellian Baji Brigade War? What does he know that we don't? General Bardan Juzik, confiding in General Arligan Zay. ***. Shuttle, en route for Daruma from Kalura, 478 days after Geonosis. What does Sire Ika mean? Atane asked, gazing at something in the palm of her hand. Ordo could guess where this was heading, and as they were stuck in the cockpit of a small shuttle he had no option but to have a conversation. He was afraid things would stray into areas where he felt woefully ignorant, and not having the answers always troubled him. He expected to be perfect. It means darling, he said. Sweetheart. Beloved. Dearest. Atane swallowed audibly and didn't look up. And it's okay for a woman to use that word to a man? You can use it to anyone, Ordo said. She was groping her way through the minefield of a relationship in a foreign language. Anyone or anything you love. Child, spouse, pet, parent. Oh. There was a slight drop in her tone as if she hadn't expected to hear that. Okay. If Darman uses it, it's not because he regards you as his strill, General. She made a little sound as if she was trying to laugh but had forgotten how. So does everyone else know about the baby except Dar? Just Kalbir, Sergeant Vav, and my brothers. And Bardike, obviously. Ordo respected Juzik's ability to sit on the news for as long as he had, but it made him wonder what else the Jedi didn't tell him. He longed for a day when none of this subterfuge was necessary. Because we have a duty to look after you. I appreciate your concern. No pain? No. Any more bleeding? No. Bardan knew before I told Cal, actually. He sensed it. She let out a long sigh and clasped her hands on her belly as if it were much larger than it actually was. Is he still angry with me? You'd know if he was. Kalbir just tries too hard to put the galaxy right for us, but it can't be. He done, and it isn't his job to do it now that we're grown men. Have you ever told him that? Not in those words, exactly. So you're scared of him, too? No. I'm scared of not being worthy of him. No pressure then. It was hard when someone devoted their entire life to your welfare, a mounting debt that never got paid. Ordo wanted to see Kalbir get a decent night's sleep in a proper bed, and have his ankle fixed. He wanted him to find a nice woman to take care of him. In fact, he wanted all the things for his bear that the man wanted for his sons, more or less. I'd better warn him we're coming when we drop out of hyperspace. Why didn't you call him earlier? Because he would have told me to take you back to Coruscant, and I would never disobey him. Even if he's wrong? Ordo didn't always agree with Skirata, but that was a long way from his being wrong. He needs me there. And am I going to be any use like this? You don't have to be useful. What's the big deal with Daruma anyway? Because I know Cal would never take a leave, let alone in the middle of a war. There was no point keeping it from her. She'd find out as soon as they touched down. Ko sigh. What about her? I think they've found her, and that means her research, too. Attain was suddenly very quiet. He could hear her breath ing, but kept his eyes on the streaked starscape in front of him. Cal wasn't just ranting then. No. She didn't understand him at all. Mariel has been tracking her for months. Unfortunately. Ordo wondered whether it was wise to tell her that Juzik had tipped off Skirata. It wasn't. If they wanted to confide in each other as Jedi, that was up to Bardaike. Unfortunately, Delta caught up with one of his informants, and so they're heading for Daruma, too, on the Chancellor's personal orders to capture her. This time he did glance at Attain, and she looked like a scared child. Her mouth was slightly open and she was an awful color. Almost gray. He should never have mentioned it. The last thing she needed in her state was another thing to fret about. But if she didn't worry about it now, she'd have to worry about it when they landed, and he couldn't possibly have left her on Kalura any longer to do more worrying with only the shapeshifters for company. You really are crazy, aren't you? Attain said. Me personally? Cal and the Nulls going up against Delta. And defying Palpatine? He struggled to reassure her. We're not fighting Delta. We're just getting there first. No harm done. Ordo, this private army thing has to stop. You can't do this. You'll end up being shot for treason. That rang all the wrong bells with Ordo. She might have said it as a general warning, but it was a little too close to the hidden reality of Sol and the other ARC troopers who wanted out of the GR. So you know they put us down like animals, do you? I was just... He wanted to put it to her straight. Did the Jedi know about executions? Did they ever discuss what went on once the battles were over? But he knew Calbert would be angry if he raised Attain's blood pressure and harmed the child, so he bit his lip literally and let his anger and mistrust pass. She's just a kid. She's just like Bardai K, only not as confident and as good at the job. You have to back off. It was a physical effort to shut up. Ordo could taste salt and metal, blood wet on his lip. I'm sorry. He focused on what Skirata would want and fought down the impulse to take out his resentment and frustration on Attain, not because it was unfair but because it might lead to events that would upset Calbert and Darman. He wanted to ask her why only a handful of Jedi objected to a slave army, and why they could claim to believe in the sanctity of all life, and yet treat some life as being exempt from that respect. It was a question he should have put to Zay too. Instead he parted his lips and heard himself say, "Let's change the subject. If Bessani's offered to cook dinner for me, does she mean dinner or—" He trailed off. Attain was staring at him with the look of someone who'd seen a terrible accident, and he had no idea how to phrase the question anyway, but he did want to know the answer. The width of the cockpit was just over 2 meters. Attain reached across and grabbed his arm so hard that he flinched. Can we roll this back a bit, Ordo? Please? Who's putting down clones? Does Zay know about this? He didn't have to be force-sensitive to know she was disturbed by what he'd said. Seeing as it's ARC troopers being hunted down by covert ops troopers, maybe Zay authorizes it, even if they're not all in his chain of command. He wasn't slow to give the nod to Calbert to carry out illegal assassinations that can't be traced back to him, was he? Ordo wiped his lip on the back of his hand. I just don't know. And I shouldn't have told you. But you did, and now I'm mad about it. Nobody leaves the Grand Army except in a body bag, Attain. He decided to soften the impact by dropping her rank, which would have sounded like an accusation right then. Once that story gets around, what do you think that'll do to loyalty, let alone morale? Attain seemed to be framing difficult words. Ordo, I can't help being a Jedi. I never had any more choice than you did, and I can't turn off my Force abilities any more than you can switch off your brain. So you scare me, because I can sense the dark side in you, all the violence and anger, but it's all pushed down, and I just wonder when you're finally going to erupt and lose control. It was nothing he didn't know already. Cal Bears said you couldn't breed men the way the Kaminoans did and expect anything else, and the Awabate had no interest in producing happy, well-adjusted clones, just lethal and disciplined ones. It wasn't as if they were going to be around long enough to ponder the meaning of their existence, and work out that they'd had a raw deal. Is that what Bethany sees? A psycho? She never seems afraid of me. Would she say if she was? Attain, you're not responsible for the whole Jedi Order, he said. But I don't feel much when I kill, because it's just something that needs doing, and I don't kill for fun. I don't even think all life deserves respect. All I care about is me and mine. If that means killing some more, I won't lose any sleep. If it helps, Attain said, I reached the point where I didn't care how many farmers got killed on Kalura as long as no more of my troops did. I don't think the Jedi Council would approve of that, but I'll learn to live with it. I think they justify turning a blind eye to the reality of the army by the inverse process. As small talk went, it was one of the worst experiences Ordo had ever had. He had nothing more to say, and swiveled a few degrees in his seat to check the course and revise the deceleration point to drop out of hyperspace. No wonder Mandalorians had generally taken the Separatist side in this war. The Republic was rotting from the core outward, soft and corrupt, detached from everything outside the orbit of Coruscant unless it could milk it dry. But taking out his disgust on a frightened, pregnant girl who was as disenfranchised as he was disenfranchised, that wasn't the Mando way. Ordo felt deeply ashamed, as if his anger had been an entirely separate person for those few moments, not even part of him. He always did when it got the better of him. Attain had a point. What are you going to do if Venka turns out to be force sensitive? He asked, striving for a truce. He will be. Attain patted her belly. I can tell. And I won't let him be taken like I was. I'll teach him how to handle the powers he develops, if Cal will let me, but he won't be a Jedi. I don't need Cal to forbid me. Did you realize he'll probably have a normal lifespan? Sorry? Muriel's been slicing the data from Topoka for a while, to see which genes they were targeting in the accelerated aging process. I had no idea you were doing this. Not something we'd want to advertise, is it? Tell me. Please. I need to know. Some of the genes they use to accelerate aging are recessive, and others have to be switched on and off chemically. The Comini's tailored us at every stage, you see. If we were hybrid plants, they'd say we didn't breed true. That's the interesting thing about epigenetics. Ordo stopped dead because Attain had put her hand to her mouth, and her eyes were screwed tight shut. His immediate thought was that she was miscarrying, and while he would never use the word panic, he was stuck between systems in a small shuttle with just a first aid kit and his eidetic recall of the medbay manual. Then he realized she was crying, and trying not to sob out loud. She never struck him as the crying type. Calbear would have rushed to comfort her, but Ordo wasn't quite up to that. Eventually she opened her eyes and wiped her face with the sleeve of her frayed brown Jedi robe. I'm sorry, she said. I've worried about that so much. Cal's right, outliving your children is the worst thing imaginable. I can handle whatever comes down the line as long as Venki gets a normal lifespan. Trust me, the Iwabate wouldn't want their rivals to be able to just breed clone characteristics like that. They'd want total control over their product. But Muriel's getting very adept at this, so he knows what to test for. The relief was transformational. Atane's pinched little face softened into something approaching prettiness, and she settled back in the co-pilot's seat with a beatific smile on her lips. Ordo thought of all the times that Calbert had told him how being a father to the Nulls had been his salvation. Maybe it would be the same for him, although he had a range of mountains to climb before that could even be mentioned to Bethany Wennon, who he had never even kissed, despite the strong bond between them. Do you think Cal ever wonders where his first family is? Atane asked. It seems so unfair on him. He'd been divorced for years. It was a delicate point, the one secret that Cal had kept from his Null boys, that his biological sons had declared him Darbir no longer a father, parental divorce Mando style, when he vanished from the galaxy with the rest of the Mandalorian training sergeants. The army in waiting on Commando was so secret that they could tell nobody where they'd gone. Yes, Skirata's sons still denounced him for vanishing, even though they would have been grown men themselves by that time. 2 sons and a daughter, Tor, Ijat, and Rizan. He gave them every spare credit he had after the divorce. Ordo said. For years. It's why he had to accept the Commando contract. Mandalorians take family duties to extremes, don't they? It beats the alternative. Ordo, whatever arguments I've had with Cal, I respect his commitment to you all. I'm not sure I'd have had the guts to let my kids denounce me rather than tell them about the clone program. It's hard to live with being the cause of that. Maybe, but to have someone care about your welfare that much is a wonderful thing. Atane and Juzik were the only Jedi Ordo had met who seemed to yearn for the imagined family they'd been taken from, because Zay, Camus, and Mas Mizher seemed perfectly content with their lot in life, and so did all the little Padawans who danced attendance on them. For all Atane knew, her mother could have been a religious fanatic and her father a domineering brute, like Wallen Vav's parents. Maybe the Jedi had done her a favor. She'd never know. Not much farther, he said, struggling to learn unfamiliar social skills. Then I can calm Calbir and we'll find you somewhere relaxing while we get on with the business. You know what would make me feel better, Ordo? Ah, a lifeline. He grabbed it. Just say. I'd like to know exactly where Darman is and what's happening to him. I used to be able to call or at least get information from Brigade HQ, but it's hard to talk to him without feeling that urge to tell him about Venku. I'll check as soon as we drop below light speed. Thank you. No trouble at all. And she doesn't just mean dinner. Who doesn't? Bethany. You asked? Ah. So I did. Ordo debated whether to call in advice from Mariel, who was the expert on that sort of thing, and suddenly found that the neon indicators on the shuttle's console were absolutely riveting at times like this. Eventually he brought the vessel down to sublight velocity to drop out of the Corellian run, and the galaxy came to a crash stop as the stars snapped back into points of light. However many times he did it, he still felt as if he were falling forward for a few moments afterward. He corrected the course for Daruma and took out his comlink. Before you ask, Calbir, he said, Atane's better. No more bleeding or pain. Skirata sounded breathless. Where are you? Not on Kalura. Did something go wrong? No, but Atane can rest more comfortably on Daruma than she can on Kalura. Levitt's finished up there, and you need all the help you can get. You're a naughty boy, Ordike. I'm sorry, Bear. Ah, come on. There was a loud grunt as if someone had winded Skirata in a fight, then a series of hollow thuds. You know I'm always happier when you're around. Mind my asking what you're doing? Muriel's got a brand new toy for hunting Comini. It made me throw up. We're just practicing with it. Ordo tried to imagine a weapon that would turn Skirata's Durasteel stomach. Any news? Oh yes. It's just a matter of infiltration. She's there? The elation made his stomach lurch. Is that confirmed? High probability. Not certainty. When are we going in? Right now. But the shuttle was still a couple of hours away from Durima. Ordo took a moment to register that and felt oddly betrayed, then instantly ashamed at harboring even the slightest resentment. My father's putting himself on the line again to save us, just like he did when we were kids. I don't have the right to be annoyed. He summoned up all the acting skills he'd learned while passing himself off as Trooper CORR so as not to ruin Skirata's moment of triumph. Be careful, Calbear. She won't be alone. She's the one who needs to be careful. I'm the one with the Tatsushi recipes. We'll get there as soon as we can. I'm sorry we can't wait for you, son. Delta's going to be here in less than a day. I understand. Where's Bardike now? On his way to divert Delta when they get here, just in case. Have you identified a place to hold Ko-Sai while we persuade her to our way of thinking? Plan is to get her off-world as soon as we can. I was thinking of Mandalore. Rav Brawler owes me one. So does Von Turvo. There are still some Kui Val Dar around. Better transmit the location and an RV point in case you've banged out by the time we land. Will do. I'm sorry I haven't been keeping up with the squads. When we get this Shabir, I'm going to take a little time to check in with them all. Tell Muriel to enjoy his toy, whatever it is. Ordo hoped his disappointment didn't show on his face. But Atane was a Jedi, and she didn't need body language to work out that kind of thing. I've never hated anyone like that, she said. We're not supposed to have extreme passions, we Jedi. It's probably better that I'm not there when they find her. Ko-Sai decided which clones met quality control standards and which didn't. She'd passed a death sentence on him and his brothers, 2 years into their lives. Mario would discuss the many ways he wanted to kill her. Extermination is rather personal. He's not joking about the recipes, is he? What makes you say that? Mandos. The borrowed slang sounded odd in that formal little Jedi voice she had. That you like your trophies? You keep armor from dead loved ones. I hear somewhere scalps and other things on their belts. That was how Arutais saw Mandalorians, then savages, but handy when you needed them to fight for you. No wonder clones latched on to that identity so easily. There was a time when we couldn't bury our dead or anyone else's. But I'm not sure we ever descended into cannibalism. Loud drinking songs, perhaps. It was always sobering to hear a stereotype of yourself. I'm told Comini tastes like jail flesh, though, a blend of meat and fish. Judging by her expression, it took Atane a few seconds to work out that he was joking. But the body was a shell, a thing for doing deeds and passing on knowledge, and once its purpose was completed it didn't seem to matter if it was buried, eaten, or left for the scavengers. Ordo wanted to save her life for as long as the next being, but part of him was relieved by the thought that if he didn't outlive his father, he would be spared the pain of losing him one day. It was a selfish thought. Life without Calbear was unimaginable. Funny, I lost my taste for meat when I became pregnant, Atane said. They were in enemy space now. Ordo browsed through a stack of false identichips and inserted one into his datapad to reprogram it with new details. He posed as Atane's partner before on surveillance. They could even act like a jaded couple who'd run out of things to discover about each other. Atane studied the information on the new woman she'd be on Daruma. If you and Bethany marry, she'll have to do the whole Mando thing, won't she? Ordo avoided thinking that far ahead. Eating prisoners and wearing their teeth for necklaces, you mean? Seriously. It just occurred to me that. Well, I have to do it too. For Dar. Guaranteed to upset the Jedi Masters, that. You'll have some catching up to do with Bardike. What's expected of a Mandalorian wife? Fight for 8 hours, stop to give birth, then have your old man's dinner on the table. Except on your day off, of course. Seriously. It can be a very hard life. Nothing that would faze a Jedi like you, though. Just get used to braiding your hair. Fits under a helmet better, I'm told. Jedi had more in common with Mandoade than they wanted to admit. Ordo watched the chrono with growing frustration, hoped that Calbear might run an hour or so late so they could be there for the abduction, and decided that if the Daruma visit was scrubbed, the best place for Atane to hide until the birth was Mandalore. Skirata could always persuade Zay that she needed a few months to check out whether the Seps were getting Beskar, super-resistant Mandalorian iron, from Keldabe. Zay knew when not to ask too many questions. He certainly hadn't asked them about ARC Trooper A30 Sol. ***. Island Shelf, approximately 9 kilometers from Tropics Island, Daruma, 478 days after Geonosis. Skirata checked his weapons with a ritual that had been unconscious habit since he was 6 years old, when Munin Skirata had found him cowering in the ruins of a bombed building on Cerberus, clutching his dead father's 3-sided knife. The weapons had changed over the years. Technology, credits, and experience meant that he now favored small and silent kit, especially if working in erotic clothing. But now he was armored for combat. He wanted Ko's Sai to understand that she was dealing with Mandoade. There was also the possibility that she had protection. Those droids that the Twi'lek had transported had to go somewhere, and there was no telling what countermeasures were waiting down in her lair. Assume the worst. If it did turn out to be just a Dianoga lurking in a sewage vent, he was determined that the disappointment wouldn't slow him down for one single heartbeat. He'd get back on the hunt, because that loathsome Jahal had definitely passed through this planet. He could feel it. But it would be nice not to have to keep dodging Zay. I'm tired of kissing his shebs. I'm tired of the Republic. Tight fit? Mariel said. He seemed to be having the time of his life, and Skirata was glad to know the boy could find joy in the most unlikely situations. Not really built for 2 men in armor, is it? Skirata went through the litany knife in his forearm plate ejector, short-track Verpine shatter gun, custom Westar blaster, knuckle dusters, Durasteel chain. He didn't count the stun grenades and ordnance in his belt pouches, just the small self-defense items. Throwing up in a helmet isn't something I'd recommend, no. You haven't. I came close. I'll try not to roll her too much. Ko's Sai? This ship. It was definitely the roll, that corkscrew movement, that made his stomach run for the exit. Where did you get the harpoon gun? It was in A.E. Han's tool locker. Yes, Mariel was on top form. And he really hated Ko's Sai. Skirata loved his sons without reservation, but sometimes they made him nervous, and their phenomenal intellects were no guarantee that just occasionally they wouldn't get out of control. It's a miracle they read this normal. But I'll be ready to step in if he loses it with her. The Wave Chaser's 2 seats were set one behind the other, as in a gunship cockpit, and there was a small cargo compartment abaft around 4 cubic meters for small items like food and diving equipment. It was just a sport vessel. Transferring Coast Side to a suitable location for a nice friendly chat was going to be a logistics challenge, but the whole craft was under 2 meters wide, and that meant it could pass through the airlock with its hydroplanes folded. Shab, if it came to it, he'd stun the Iowa bait with the butt of his blaster, shove an aquata breather in her mouth, and haul her underwater if he had to. One way or another, Kosai wasn't walking out of here. Vav followed at a discreet distance in Aihan. Skarada only knew where he was because the blip showed on his HUD display, and Vav was on the comlink circuit. There was no turning around in this cramped cockpit to take a look. The Chakar seemed to be making a pretty good job of piloting her, too. "Don't damage that boat, Wallen," Skarada said. "Ah, you're learning." Vav seemed horribly cheerful today. Maybe he disliked Ko's Sai more than Skarada knew. It is indeed a boat in this mode. Not a ship. When did you get to be such a stickler for naval terminology? My father was an admiral in the Imperial Ermine Navy. Vav had a special contemptuous drawl that he reserved for references to his original family, a way of dragging the air over his larynx and swirling the sound around his sinuses so that it emerged like metal scraping across brickwork. It always put Skarada's teeth on edge. Hatred had its own sound. Did I ever mention that? Ceremonial uniform like the drapes in a hut bordello, and a vibroblade 5 centuries old. I wanted to join up, you know. He said I wasn't good enough. But the Mando Navy will take any old Osik, right? Have we ever had a seagoing navy? Our own, or one we borrowed. Why, do you want to buy one? Just curious. Making small talk before I tell you that I managed to slice into the Daruma Utilities mainframe, and the supply grid shows a rather extravagant amount of power being piped to a location that would, were I to map it onto a chart, line up pretty well with the area around the cave entrance. Mariel chuckled. Maybe the Dianoga watches a lot of HoloNet. Skarada smiled. Lady needs a lot of lighting, refrigeration, autoclave, and computing power for cloning research. I'd say. Is there any other large facility on the surface at that point? Just the ball field, and that isn't eating a lot of power. Not like pumps. Lighting. Refrigeration. You get the picture. Oya. Seasick or not, Skarada's hunt had now acquired a celebratory atmosphere, and he hoped this wasn't overconfidence. Oya. Let us hunt. It was such a small word, but it was embedded in the Mandalorian psyche as everything positive in life, from let's go to good luck to well done to. It's the best news I've had in ages. The Wave Chaser had no built-in sonar or external holocams, so once they were in position they navigated by chart and Mark 1 eyeball, as he liked to call it. The vessel, now nicknamed Jiaika, Little Fish slipped into the shadow of the rock overhang and lined up with the slot-like tunnel. Did you check how deep this thing can go? Skarada asked, noting the occasional creak from the hull. Crush depth? That's such a depressing term, son. 200 meters. No problem. UDCI. Okay. Hand me the sensor. It was easier said than done. Skarada squeezed it past the gap between Mariel's shoulder and the bulkhead so he could grab it. Skarada was still mentally rehearsing the drill for getting his helmet off and inserting the aquata breather if the hull was breached, accepting that water bothered him a lot. Mariel aimed the sensor, a small sonar gun, and an icon of the readout appeared in Skarada's HUD. Worth every cred. I should have had this upgrade years ago. When he magnified the image, It looked like a dead end deep inside the shaft, unnaturally smooth, and if the calibration was right, then it was nearly 100 meters long. My bet, Mariel said, is that this is a sump, as in cave exploration, but designed as a barrier. He took a deep breath, so Marike wasn't as confident as he looked. Oya. Jiaika crept forward into the mouth of the shaft, silent except for the slight burbling sounds of her drive. And now they were in total darkness with only the sonar gun to tell them where the next hard surface was. Slowly, slowly. Vav's voice was a whisper in the helmet comlinks. I'll clear this end. Ordo's ETA is 50 minutes, Juzik's 2 hours. What's Delta's? 5, maybe 6. On a mission like this, with so many unknowns, that lead might evaporate. Might lose our signal, Wallen. The abort point is... I don't do aborts, Cal. I'll wait here until the oxygen runs out. That's 2 months. At least. I hope you brought a holozine to read, then. Oh, I won't be bored. I'll be counting your proceeds from the robbery. Vav always knew how to wind him up, but making it obvious was as close as the man could ever come to being friendly. Skirata could feel the sweat beading on his upper lip, the sort that cooling inside the Shabla bucket could never prevent. He thought the water was getting lighter. But it was his imagination. If there were any alarms, they tripped without knowing it. No, the water was getting lighter. He could see a definite green glow to it now. Marike, what's that? If it's a sump, Mariel said, there'll be a vertical shaft leading up into a dry zone. You're a smart lad. I know how Kaminiais think. Remember the older section of Tupoka? How they first built the stilt cities when the planet flooded. I didn't explore as widely as you kids did. In fact, I still don't know all the places you managed to access. The Kaminoans loathed the nulls. Uncommandable, Orenwa said. Deviant. Disturbed. Kosai even sent Django Fed an apology for how inadequate her product had turned out, promising to put it right in the alpha batch after they'd reconditioned the failures. It would be good to see her again, and show her just how her product had grown up. Now the vessel was in hazy water, meters from what looked like a break in the ceiling of the tunnel, and finally they edged forward into a pool of light. Mario craned his neck. There you go, Calbear. Above the transparent steel cockpit canopy was a water-filled shaft, and it was clear enough to make out the surface. It didn't look like 50 meters, though. 30, maybe. A dark shape sat motionless at the top, a hull. So that's going to eat some pumping power, Skirata said. Yeah, I think that's below sea level. Might be limited by the geology, which I doubt, given the terraforming. Might be designed to flood the inner chamber in an emergency. Let's just crack it, Skirata said. This is where it gets interesting then. Skirata checked his blaster and blade again and felt his stomach churn then settle, the way it always did when he was ready to fight. Take us up, Marike. It was hard to tell if anyone was up there waiting for them, or if there were any traps. But there was no Dianoga, just brilliant pink-orange growths on the stone, and when Jiaika broke the surface and the water ran off the canopy in rivulets, Skirata could see that they were in an empty chamber like a swimming pool with tiled edges and a bank of lighting in the ceiling. A dull gray ship a little bigger than the wave chaser sat in the water, secured by a line and bobbing slightly as Jiaika made waves. Muriel took out his blaster, Cal prepared to jump out behind him, and the canopy popped open. Jiaika wasn't stable on the surface. She threatened to roll like a canoe until Muriel hit something on the console, and she stabilized. He brought her alongside the jetty and looped his fibercord line around a large cleat set on the permacrete rim. If they needed to make a fast exit from the craft, they'd have been out of luck. Skirata extracted himself from the hull and fell onto the jetty. There were times when the age difference weighed heavily. "I think we go in here." Mariel indicated a single large bulkhead hatch set in one wall, and looked around for controls, which turned out to be set behind a watertight plate. He pried it open while Skirata stood ready to take on whatever might lie on the other side. "Ready?" "Ready, son." "Knock, knock." Mariel pushed a circuit disruptor into the control panel. The hatch opened, lifting from the lower edge and receding into a recess at the top. Skirata, one weapon in each hand, cycled through the range of visor options from infrared to EM and found he was staring straight ahead into another tunnel, but one whose walls were lined with pipes. At the end, it looked like a T-junction, with a passage off to either side. He moved along it with Mariel, each covering the other as they reached the end and checked either side. The left-hand fork looked much more promising. The smooth floor looked a little less shiny, as if it got a lot more foot traffic, and there were conventional doors at one end. They just passed through what seemed to be a flood barrier, and now they were entering the complex proper. "I bet the Daruma Fire Department doesn't have schematics of this," Skirata said. Mariel grunted. "At times like this, you realize just how handy Bardaike is." He'd have worked out the layout and force opened the hatches. "I never said Jedi didn't come in handy." Skirata edged up toward the doors, shoving his verpine in his belt. "Got an EMP grenade ready?" "If this place is all electronic failsafes, I'd rather try brute force on any tinnies first. Might fry the doors locked." "Okay. Must be tough to have half the worst enemies in the galaxy after you." Skirata couldn't hear the faint crackle on the comm link any longer. Valve was out of range. He flicked through the frequencies with a series of blinks, listening for anything down here that he might pick up. "Open the doors, son." Mariel flourished his disruptor. "If we've got the wrong house, we just say sorry and run for it, right?" "Got the roads mixed up, yeah." "Ankle okay?" "Been worse." "In 3 then." 2. 1. The brilliant light and glossy white walls that dazzled them as the doors snapped apart were familiar. They didn't have the wrong address. This was Tapoka Chic, plain white only to beings without the Kaminoans. Heptachromatic vision. Bulkheads slammed down to the floor somewhere behind them, and the corridor ahead echoed with a distant chiming that didn't sound urgent enough for an alarm. Then there was a silence that didn't sound silent. Skirata could sense someone nearby, an animal sense that made his nape prickle. He almost didn't need his HUD sensor's grainy image to tell him there were figures on the other side of the archway, just 6 meters away, 2 pressed against the left-hand wall, and 1 to the right, rifle shapes raised, their arcs of fire overlapping. Shab. If both of them died here where they stood, Valve was wait ing and Ordo was on the way, so there was still no way out for Ko Sai. Skirata's mouth was dry. He steadied his verp one-handed and felt for a laser-dissipating aerosol grenade. In this tight space, an instant fog of LDA would reduce blaster fire to a painful slap even on Durasteel armor. And we've got verps, projectiles. Nothing LDA can do to stop that. In this confined space it was going to be a close-quarters melee, personal, dirty, and desperate. Mariel nodded in the direction of the bottleneck and took out a detonite grenade. "Might need to cook off, too," he said on the helmet comlink. He meant detonating the grenade before it hit the ground. "Hold on to your bicy, Calbear." Skirata resigned himself to more than a few bruises when the thing detonated. It's only pain. Cooking off was risky, but he and Muriel had Bishar plates, so they take their chances with percussive injury. The null darted to the opposite wall. This was damage limitation, and the least damaged guys survived. In 3, 1, 2. Scarata lobbed the LDA canister. It snapped to life with a loud crack, fogging the air right at the moment that blue beams sliced through the mist at crisscrossed angles. Dissipated blaster bolts hit Scarata in the chest but only knocked him back a pace. Like a drunk in a cantina who couldn't land a punch, he returned fire to cover Muriel for a few extra seconds, hearing the Verpine's slugs shatter the wall tiles. They'll have to close the gap. They'll have to come forward now. Cover! Muriel lunged forward and tossed the Dell into the cloud. Down! Scarata fell more than ducked, feeling a cold searing sensation in his knee and tasting blood in his mouth. But he was on his feet again somehow, crashing against Muriel's armor as they stormed into the LDA fog. He tripped over something solid on the floor, a body, a man down but kept his verp level. Then the image filled his visor at the same time his HUD slave targeting showed him the outline of a T-slit visor. Shab, they remandos like us. His body did the thinking and he fired at close range. Muriel canonied into a figure that was just an outline in Scarata's HUD. Scarata heard the podak of two slugs smacking into metal, but the Mandalorian blocking his way fearfek. Their vode. Their arm just reeled as if punched and came back at Scarata with a spiked gauntlet. Their plates clashed chest to chest. Beskar had a sound like no other metal, all heavy dull solidity, no high tinny frequencies like Durasteel when hit. Scarata took a punch under the jaw that filled his sinuses with what felt like molten metal. His knife dropped from its housing into his hand and he brought it up hard under the only really vulnerable place in a suit of Beskergam, the toughened fabric seal between the gorget and the chin. The struggle moved in quiet slow motion, and there was no scream, just the start of a yelp and then choking and blood everywhere. But he knew it wasn't his, and for that moment it was all he cared about. The man clutched at Scarata's grip on the hilt as he aimed the verp one-handed into the gap and fired point blank. Scarata didn't think he'd ever forget the sound, not a ballistic crack but a wet sheet slapping in a gale. The man dropped. Scarata struggled to free his knife, wondering why he could still hear gurgling and panting in his audio feed, then silence punctuated by a dull thud. Calbear! You okay? Muriel sounded breathless. 3 down. All clear. The blaster sounds had stopped, but Scarata could still hear them like a muffled echo. Muriel came out of the dispersing fog condensing on the floor and walls, and caught him by one shoulder. Shab, Scarata said. The few seconds of relief at not being the one who was dead gave way to a vague anger. He adjusted his HUD sensors. Nothing moved. That's the lot then. There were 3 bodies in Mandalorian armor on the floor. 1 kill was his, 1 was Muriel's, and the 3rd must have been killed by the blast. Where was Ko's Sai? We shouldn't be killing each other. This is insane. Muriel backed along the wall, rifle raised, checking visually. I'm not picking up any more activity. Okay, door by door now, Marike. Scarata put his self-disgust aside. She's here. I bet the place locks down when the alarm kicks in, Muriel said, trying the first door. He took out a sensor and scanned for security circuits, while Scarata listened for signs of life. Maybe he should have yelled for Ko's Sai to come out and face them. She must have known they were there. A firefight among Mandoade wasn't the kind of thing you missed because you were making a pot of CAF. And it was definitely a laboratory. It reminded Scarata of Topoka City, all clinical white surfaces and sterile areas, doors with hermetic seals, a temple to order and perfection and disregard for life. He couldn't smell it with his helmet on, but he knew that if he took it off, he'd feel that slight tingling in his nostrils and smell the sterilizing fluid. The doors are on 2 circuits, Calbert, Mariel said. I'll fry one set at a time. That means all the doors open at once. Then she can make a run for it, Scarata said. Or wait for us to drag her out. There was nowhere for her to go. Scarata thought that this might have been a decoy, and that the right-hand fork near the entrance was where they should have been, but Mariel beckoned to him and indicated a security panel. It was the kind that had an outline of the floor plan with small lights indicating the status of each compartment, or room. Emergency generator, Mariel said, tapping his fingertip against the panel. That's the plant room on the right-hand side. This is the only accommodation. She hasn't got an army down here then. Probably just enough bodyguards to cover 3 shifts. The more folks down here, the more supplies she has to bring in. But we can check the rooms. You reckon the next shift will be along soon? Make sure you reload. Let's just find the Shabir and drag her out. I need to strip the data out of her systems too. Snatching someone off the street was basic work for any jobbing bounty hunter, fast if risky. Kidnapping a scientist and stealing all her research, all of it, nothing left to fall into the wrong hands, was a much bigger task if you were in a hurry. Bardike, let's see you persuade Delta to stop for dinner, and maybe take in a holivid too. 10 doors each side, Calbert. The whole place was one giant waterproof tank with interior partitions, so unless he'd got this badly wrong, there was only one way out, and that was past him. Scarata took his helmet off one-handed for a moment, and inhaled deeply. He always claimed he could smell Kaminoans, but what hit the back of his palate galvanized him almost as much. The place did smell like the labs in Tipoca City. The reminder brought back more resentment and loathing than even he could recall. The adrenaline flooded him again, and he found his second wind. Lucky dip, Marike. Fry him. Mariel stabbed the disruptor into the panel. The lights flickered, and 10 pairs of doors sighed open. Scarata had never seen a Kaminoan with a blaster, but he didn't dismiss Ko's size capacity to use one. He edged up to the side of each door and darted inside, blaster ready. There were banks of conservators, sealed transparent steel boxes with remote handling apparatus, empty tanks. He didn't know how he would have reacted had there been something alive in them, and one room full of what looked like computer storage, rack upon rack of it. Genetics took a lot of data crunching. I know you're in here, you sadistic Shabir, Scarata yelled. He'd risked leaving his helmet off. He wanted her to see his face, doubt his loathing, his promised vengeance come to pass. You going to come out? Or can I have the pleasure of dragging you out? Because I'm not a nice man, and age isn't mellowing me. Mariel opened a pouch on his belt with one hand, taking out data blanks, ready to strip the information out of Ko's size lab right down to the last spreadsheet and shopping list. Say the word, Calbert. Open the hatches. The last 10 doors made a chunking noise as the locks withdrew. Scarata slipped the set of knuckle dusters over his left gauntlet and flexed his fingers. Then he walked slowly down the run of rooms, blaster held out level with his shoulder, confident he could fire before she could. He killed for a living. So did she in her way. He drew level with the 5th door and stared in. Ko's side didn't have a weapon. She sat at her desk, her clean white desk, just as she used to in Tipoca City, staring back at him with those disturbing gray eyes. She still wore the thick black cuffs that showed her rank as chief scientist of the entire cloning program, even though she'd abandoned Commando and left her government in the lurch. There was something repellent about someone who wore a rank to which she was no longer entitled, especially when she worked alone. Her status was her life. "And who sent you?" she demanded. "Lamasu? Dooku? That deluded creature Palpatine? I bet it's nice to be the most popular gal in school," Scarata said. He'd always shot first and insulted the corpse later. But he couldn't kill her, not yet. She had work to do. "Can I pick none of the above?" "It'll be credits," she said. There was nothing Scarata could find to like about Kaminoans. Where others heard gentle fluting voices, he heard condescension and arrogance. "How much do you want to go away?" Scarata couldn't believe she didn't remember him. But then he was just another lump of human meat, and maybe she really didn't know him from Vav or Helamar, or the Mandalorians dead on her shiny white floor. "I'd like all your research, please." "Oh, Arcanian Micro." "Of course." Cut the Osik. "You know exactly who I am. For a moment I thought you were one of Palpatine's thugs. Everyone hires Mandalorians. You're such a cheap people, easily purchased." Scarata had wanted to see shock on her face, or at least hatred. He was disappointed. No, he was furious. He beckoned to Mario. "Buck it off, son. Say hello to the nice scientist." Mario paused for a moment, but when he lifted his helmet off he was smiling, a wonderful artless smile that made him look like a harmless lad who didn't know the first thing about the weapons he had slung about his armor. He walked forward and leaned against the door frame. Scarata could see her pupils dilate. Her head jerked back. "Oh yes, it's all flooding back now. Let's all get nostalgic, shall we?" And Mario remembered, because he had perfect recall, way back to when he was a baby, before Scarata had even met him. Mario's perfect white smile never faltered. He took a short rod from his belt, an electroprod of the type farmers used to herd nerfs. "Hi, Mama," he said. "Your little boy's back." ***. Treasury Offices, Coruscant, 478 days after Geonosis audit trails were the fabric of Bethany Winnin's life. They were like the laws of physics. There was no transaction without an equal and opposite transaction. Where credits were spent, someone received. And when someone poured a great deal of money into a project, then it wasn't something they did alone. There was no monopoly on information. If a thing existed, somebody designed it, manufactured it, delivered it, or in some way touched it. And with enough time and effort, then that somebody could be found. Bethany wandered into Joka Zahn Zentis's office with as casual a manner as she could and perched her backside on the low filing cabinet. "I have to ask you a big favor," she said. "And you can say no." Joka looked up slowly. "If it involves doubling up on a date, I remember the last time." Bethany thought of Phi for a moment. "Actually, it doesn't, but if that would seal the deal, I can introduce you to a very pleasant young man." "Let me think about it." "What's the favor?" "I need to know about a company called Danit Logistics. They caught my eye, but I can't find out where they're based even though they're an approved Republic contractor." "Oh, you just don't know where to look, sweetheart." Joka loved a challenge. Nobody in their right mind would have done a job like hers unless they enjoyed hunting corporate tax defaulters and all the risks that went with it. If they're taking our credits, we'll be squeezing corporation tax out of them. And if we aren't, I'll be delighted to introduce them to the experience of filling out Form 2/97 Alpha 8 Alpha. Danet Logistics, Bethany said. DHINNUT. They probably build medical facilities. And how much has poured into their coffers from the unfortunate taxpayer's pocket? I can identify about 50 billion. Joka's eyes lit up. She had her funny moments. Maybe Phi would like her. That's just the teensiest bit over the taxable revenue threshold, isn't it? Let's see what I can find. Bethany only wanted a lead. She didn't want Joka to start digging too far, because the fewer people who knew, the better. But Joka was off and running, scrolling through records and even consulting another computer screen. You're right, she said, sounding a little disappointed. No street address. But they paid their tax in full, and I have their accountant's details here. Odd. Why? You shouldn't be able to file a tax return without the address of your head office, but this has gone through the system. I'm going to tell you that it doesn't surprise me. Medical equipment, you say? Facilities. I'm guessing construction or specialist fitting out. Maybe they're not even based on 000. Triple what? Sorry, fleet slang. Here. Coruscant. Oh, they're based here, all right. They wouldn't file the returns in Galactic City otherwise. This has a GCCC code. Any chance of slipping me the accountant's address? Joka scribbled it on a scrap of flimsy. Never came from me. Didn't go through the message system. And I've never seen you before in my life. If anything else crops up. Danet, anyone dealing with Danet. Let me know. Certainly. You've got me intrigued now. What's rung your bell? Fraud? I think it's a front for other activity. Because I'm missing their details on the database of approved Republic contractors, too. Which also shouldn't be possible. Sounds mucky. I notice you're packing a blaster now. Sensible idea. Just think about it. Danet appears in 2 databases that it shouldn't be able to get an entry in. If it's not legit, and they haven't sliced into the system, then someone with government access has let them in. You just can't get the staff these days. And folks think we just shuffle files all day. So do I get the very pleasant young man? Is he tasty? He's very fit, and you certainly wouldn't lose your appetite looking at him. Deal. I'll ask him next time I see him. If he's that wonderful, why weren't you interested? I've got one just like him. Don't knock it till you try it. Joka's expression dropped a fraction, suddenly serious. You've changed, Bez. And I don't mean that you look like you're in love, either. Bethany did her non-committal smile, the slightly chilly one that she reserved for suspects when she hadn't amassed quite enough damning evidence but was certain she would, given time. Thanks, Joka. I owe you. She decided to detour to Danet's accountant's office on the way home rather than spend any more time in the Treasury building. She wasn't on an investigation at the moment, just tied up in annual reports for the Senate committee, and attention from her bosses was the last thing she needed now. And she'd gone a lot further than Mariel had ever asked her to go. Quadrant T15 was well outside her area. She stared at the flimsy, worked out a meandering route, a couple of taxi changes, interspersed with walking to blur the trail, and tried to forget about it until it was time to leave. But when things started eating at her, she found them hard to drop. It was her single-minded persistence that made her good at her job. It also kept her awake at night. Her problem was that she was conspicuous. People remembered her. She was tall, very blonde, and striking. Sometimes that was an advantage in investigations, because people tended to underestimate her, but it also made it hard to do undercover work. She needed to dull her shine a little. Scarata called it going gray. He had a gift for behaving and dressing in such a way that he could pass completely unnoticed, drawing no attention. He could also stop traffic, if he wanted to. Funny little man, Ordo worshipped him. He certainly had a ferocious charisma. As she crossed the walkways that connected the catering district from one of the retail zones that all looked the same now wherever they were on the planet, she took care to keep an eye out for trouble. The Chancellor's office. Well, if the taint goes that high. No, this was stupid. She'd never been intimidated before, and she refused to be now. One more taxi hop and a 10-minute walk brought her to Quadrant T15. She thought she'd found the road, but then realized it couldn't be the right one. It was a long run of textile manufacturing units, not offices. She walked on, but the sector numbers were getting higher, so she was heading the wrong way. She retraced her steps. It still didn't look right. Bethany fed the address into her datapad to check the coordinates, but it was adamant this was definitely the right place. She walked the entire length of it, both sides, and found herself staring at Unit 7860, which should have been an office tower, but was very obviously a textile mill. Some of the walkway-level doors were open. She could see the machinery, and occasionally some workers passing the doors. Non-existent accountant. Non-existent company. Real credits. What was going on here? Whatever it was now clearly illegal, although she still had no idea of how trivial or how serious it might be. Regulations said that she should have logged it right away, but she couldn't, not now. She wasn't even sure whether to tell Jilka, because knowledge like that could put her at risk, too. Bethany kept her hand on her blaster deep in her pocket, all the way back to her apartment. When she slipped her identichip into the lock and her doors closed behind her, she felt able to breathe again. She looked at the chrono. Late, very late, too late to eat, or else she'd never get to sleep. Grumbling to herself, she poured a glass of juice and watched the Holland's headlines, not really taking it in but noting that the coverage of the war was now a long way down the menu behind the love lives of waning celebrities and cantina brawls involving gravball players. One of the more sober news channels had a defense analyst from the Republic Institute of Peace Studies putting forward theories about the nature of the separatist droid threat, but it seemed folks wanted to skim over the depressing news as fast as they could. It was also getting harder to find any frontline reporting organic or droid, lately. For Coruscant, it was business as usual, so who cared about fighting on the rim? Trooper CORR didn't agree with her, and had told her he was happier without a holocron peering over his shoulder, but she cared. She wanted to know everything about the war. It was as if watching it would give her some protective power over the threats facing Ordo and his brothers. Not watching every scrap of news felt like sneaking off sentry duty, which she could only imagine. Moron. She mumbled at the screen. The analyst was throwing out numbers, huge ones, and because her business was numbers she found herself reaching for a stylus and doodling a few figures on the nearest date pad. I bet you don't even know how many zeros there are in a quintillion. She did, though, and numbers comforted her, so she considered his argument. Then she started wondering how much metal went into a battle droid 40 kilos. At the very least, and multiplied it by a quintillion just out of curiosity. And then started wondering where all that metal came from if 90% of the average rocky planet was silica, and not all the remaining 10% was the right kind of metal, or could be mined anyway, and mining and or processing ate up a lot of resources. No, quintillions of droids didn't sound feasible. But it was a lovely big unprovable number to throw out to frighten people. She was settling in to scrutinize all the analyst's numbers when she heard a scratching sound that made her start. Her apartment was on the 500th floor, and armored rats didn't make it into her neighborhood, let alone know how to use the turbo lift. She looked around, realizing she'd left the blaster on the table, and as her gaze swept past the sliding transparent steel doors to the balcony, she saw it, a Saki, a domesticated version of the Cathound, a popular pet among the trendy set in Galactic City because it didn't shed fur and didn't need much walking. The animal stared at her, head cocked appealingly on one side, and put one paw against the glass in a mute plea to be let in. It must have jumped across from an adjacent balcony. Some people had no idea how to look after their pets. Bethany tooted loudly and opened the doors just wide enough to talk to it without letting it in. It thrust its muzzle through the gap, whimpering and trying to lick her hand. "Ah, sweetie, where did you come from?" Sakis had a thick mane that covered their whole head from shoulders to eyes, and looked a much cuter creature than the savage predator they were bred from. "Did some silly person leave the doors open? Where's your collar?" She risked fumbling through its mane to look for some identity tag. These creatures were expensive, so it was certain to have one. "We'll get someone to collect you, sweetheart. You just hold still." "What is this?" said the Saki in a liquidly rich male voice. "Has your building got a no pets rule or something? Let me in before somebody spots me." Bethany yelped and jumped back, stunned. Before she could even begin to panic about hallucinations, the Saki deformed into a smooth, shapeless mass and squeezed through the gap like molten metal before changing color. Now Bethany was looking at a pool of black glossy material that resolved into a four-legged, fanged creature like a sand panther. "Fearfect," she said, and that wasn't a word she used often. "It's you." The Gerlanin narrowed brilliant orange eyes and padded over to the sofa. "I'm not Jeanart, but I suppose we all look the same to you. Am I allowed on the furniture?" "Look, Don't worry about the name." He sniffed around the room as if checking for something. "Your people kept your side of the bargain. The last human has left Kalura. So as a parting gesture of goodwill to those charming soldier boys, I have some information for you." The Gerlanins had said they could be anywhere, and nobody would know. She almost asked this one if he thought about a career in treasury audit, then had a chilling thought that a Gerlanin could have been working right next to her or following her in the street at any time. "What did you say to a shape-shifting spy?" "That's very kind. 1. Make sure you keep that blaster with you at all times, because your meeting with Senator Skeena did not go unnoticed, and you're under surveillance by Republic intelligence, and I don't mean Sergeant Scarata's men. I mean the highest level of government." He shoved his snout into the kitchen and snuffled again. 2. You won't find Danet Logistics, because they don't exist. They're a front for moving credits around inside Republic finances. You did well to find the connection with Syntax too, but if you keep crashing around you're going to get caught, so I'll save you some time. Yes, there are clones now being produced in facilities outside Commando, some here, most on Syntax, and a lot of them. No, the Grand Army Command hasn't been told, because those Jedi generals will want the extra men to deploy right away, but they won't get them. So you can pass that on to your contact. Bethany didn't think she'd been crashing around anywhere. She was mortified. "Why should I believe you?" "Because Kalura has a fragile ecology, and we know Scarata is a vengeful little piece of vermin who really could persuade the fleet to melt it to slag. We want to be left alone now. Really alone." "I see. We'll maintain a presence here, by way of insurance," said the Gerlanin. "Not that you'd notice." "Okay, but can I ask?" "No. Just I said no." And don't be tempted to dig further, because you have no idea what you're really dealing with. The Gerlinin sat back on his haunches and looked as if he was shrugging his shoulders, rippling long muscles, and then she realized he was changing form again. Things can always get a lot worse. Did I really crash around? Actually, you did exceptionally well for a human. But that's not going to be good enough. And things might be getting too dangerous even for us. He lapsed into silence without explaining what that meant, and then became a shapeless lump of marble before extruding. There was no other word for it into a man, upright and all too familiar. Gerlinins were perfect mimics. She'd seen one posing as a civilian employee she worked with, and never spotted it. They could pass as anyone and anything. It seemed they could also pass as clone troopers. Bethany stared back at a man in white armor who could have been Ordo, except he wasn't behaving like him, and he didn't have a helmet. The replica smiled coldly at her. Her stomach churned, and it took every scrap of strength to stop herself from thinking through the implications of that chilling little trick. "I'll let myself out the front door," he said. "It's not as if people don't know about Ordo now, is it?" For a long time after the Gerlinin left, Bethany couldn't bear to sit down on the sofa or even use the refresher, because she no longer had any idea what was real and what was illusion. She paced around, horribly awake with no prospect of getting to sleep tonight, and wondered what she could safely do and say even within her own home. But she had her secure comm link, and she needed to trust something right then. She keyed in Ordo's code and tried not to think of the Gerlinin who could metamorphose into him so fast, so easily, and so convincingly. Asterisk asterisk. Outskirts of Ayat, Gaftikar, 478 days after Geonosis, a cluster of blue-lit T-shapes wobbled toward him in the darkness, and Darman checked the cron in his HUD. "Lights out, Vode," Niner said, and the blue lights vanished. Omega Squad were now invisible to infrared and EM scans, and very nearly invisible to the naked eye as well, although it was still easier to see them than detect them with sensors. Torrents approaching from the south, time on target 8 standard minutes. "I'm shifting the remote," said Aten. "There's activity on the eastern side of city, vehicles moving." "Has Leveler got any high-altitude scans online yet?" Darman's HUD display was a mass of image icons. The views from the remote they'd sent up earlier to observe the positioning of mobile anti-air cannon. The point-of-view screens from each of his brother's fives was shaking slightly in a definite rhythm, showing he was back in his private world of deafeningly loud glimmick music and a composite feed from Leveler, currently displaying a Torrent pilot's view of a low-level approach over the unspoiled countryside. Darman never liked having time to think too much, especially now. He kept seeing the restaurant and the mini-mall in the Unirail station. Aiden told him he was over-identifying as part of adjusting to the presence of the civilian world, seeing what he could have been in that world, and that it'd settle back down to worrying about his own Shebs very, very fast. He hoped so. Niner opened the link to Leveler. "Leveler, this is Omega. Do you have any real-time imaging you can show us yet?" "Omega, we do, and we're trying to identify the Civil Defense Headquarters and the comm station." "Leveler, we have anti-air units moving around here. Please advise Torrents." "Omega, can you confirm this marked coordinate as the comm station?" "Leveler, affirmative, but is that now a target?" "Omega only for ground forces. We're targeting the relay satellite from orbit." Niner made his impatient Scarata noise, clicking his teeth. "Leveler, we'd like voice links to the Torrents. Please advise on frequency." It wasn't supposed to be done that way because it made for confusing voice traffic, but Niner always wanted the option of aborting a strike himself rather than relying on a relay via the ship. Leveler's end of the link went silent. I hope he's asking Pillion or whatever his name is for permission, and making it snappy, said Phi. 6 minutes to target. Otten huffed. 2 AAA units on the move, Sarge. I'm transmitting the coordinates anyway. Leveler. Niner said. AAA units moving. You should have new coordinates. Can you confirm you've identified those? Omega, confirmed. Leveler, I'll run through the frequency range and identity the torrent channel. Omega, please avoid direct comm because of risk of conflicting orders. Stand by for sitrep. Niner snapped over to the closed squad link for a brief, angry moment. In your dreams, decut. If I lock on, you can't block me. Then he flicked back to the ship's link. Leveler, understood. Omega out. Mirasic. Phi muttered. We're the ones on the ground. Niner checked his Ds. We're going to have to teach them respect for special forces someday. Attain thinks Commander Levitt is a good VOD. Darman said. But I'd still feel happier if I could interrupt and point out if they were hitting the wrong target. It gets a bit frantic in the comm center sometimes. Heads up, Lartai's incoming. Aiden's voice cut into the circuit. The null was 1,000 meters or so east of them with one group of Marits, who'd brought up an impressive range of cannons and artillery as well as thousands of troops. When Darman focused with his visor on maximum sensitivity, the area looked like an undulating sea, and then he realized it was actually the mass of lizards getting ready to overrun the city. It bothered him. He didn't know or even care who was right in this planet's oddly restrained dispute restrained up to now, anyway, but helping it happen didn't sit well with him, and it was the first time he'd felt that so clearly. He could hear the LAT/I gunships now, the Lartais, a wonderfully reassuring chonker sound that said extraction, air support, and friendly faces. This is like using thermal debts on insects, Phi said, more to himself than anything. They might knock out a few torrents if they're lucky. We don't often have this much of an advantage, Niviodi, said Niner. Enjoy it while you can. The chunking note of the Lartais was overlaid now with much higher-pitched drives, the equally familiar sound of V-19 Torrent fighters that rose to a deafening crescendo as they streaked low overhead. Darman's helmet audio shut down briefly to protect his hearing. Seconds later, the first fireball rose into the night sky above the eastern approach road, and the battle started. Darman found it unsettling to stand waiting while other troops went forward. Omega were used to being the first in, softening up position, sabotaging, preparing the battlefield. Forward air control, if they were fulfilling that role at all with Leveler in orbit, was something a droid could do, OB serving, confirming, relaying accurate coordinates and data. They didn't need scarce resources like a commando squad to do it. Adrenaline without an outlet was a bad thing. Darman fretted. 50 meters west of them, one of the Lartais landed and a squad of 35th Infantry jumped out. You want to ride in? The sergeant said. We're securing the HoloNet center. Don't want to break it before we can send out all those uplifting Republic messages, do we? We had an op order once, Niner said, mock wistful. But obviously some officer lost the thing. Shab, why not? We're just watching the show otherwise. He opened the link to Leveler. Leveler, Omega requesting confirmation that you want us to take the HoloNet center. The comm officer on the line didn't sound like a clone. He did sound under a lot of pressure, though. Omega, confirmed. Niner jogged after the 35th's sergeant. Darman's tally scanner showed him as Tell. He's a man of few words. That's because he doesn't know many, Tell said. We've got mongrel officers now, for Fearfeck's sake, and that one only got through the academy because his dad's some ranking captain. If he could read a chart, he'd be dangerous. You should hear Pelion having a go at him. Tell paused. Pelion's all right, though. They're not all useless. Omega piled into the gunship through its open side, and Darman grabbed a safety strap. Mongrels, more now clone officers then. He hadn't had contact with many. Phi and Aten peered out of the crew bay with the confidence born of armor that could take a lot more punishment than the average troopers. Darman watched the slight tilt of white-helmeted heads as the infantry checked out the commando's kit, like they always did. When it was the only focus in your life, you tended to notice what kit others had and you didn't. That matte black rig, said one of the grunts. Is it so we can write interesting things on it in Lumi markers? They teach you to write? Phi feigned comic shock. No point being that overqualified, Navod. Is that why you go around in threes? What? One who can read, one who can write, and one who likes the company of intellectuals. Tell me that one again when I'm on the winch end of your rappel line, will you? It was all banter. Nobody called them Manda-loving weirdos, anyway. The lardy zigzagged between streams of AAA and the smoke trails from flares. Just for your notebook, Niner said quietly, we usually go in and secure the strategic targets before the shooting starts. It's idiosyncratic, I know, but it seems to work. Tell the mongrel in the fancy uniform. Tell said wearily. I just go when sent. It was a surreal experience. The lardy touched down briefly to drop the squads in an empty market square lit by the yellow glow of fires blazing nearby. There wasn't a human being in sight, no defending army, no fleeing civilians, nothing. But they'd known the attack was imminent, and the Maritz said there was an extensive network of underground service passages that would double as shelters. Darman felt a little better about that. They ran for the HoloNet building that was helpfully identified by a large sign reading Hologaftiker Channel 10. Tell checked the datapad on his forearm plate. Well, they're still broadcasting. The satellite's supposed to be neutralized, though. Aten fired a grapple over the edge of the roof and tugged on the line, testing for weight. I'll see what I can disable at the uplink anyway. He winched himself up, and Niner and Phi stacked either side of the entrance with the 35th while Darman unrolled a strip of det tape with a flourish and stuck it on the doors to form a framed charge. Cover. He counted down while everyone turned away from the direction of the blast. Fire. The doors ripped apart in a burst of smoke and debris. Niner went in a breath before Tell, saving a scrap of squad pride, and the process of clearing the building began the hard way via the emergency stairs because the turbolift was stuck between floors. Darman covered Niner as he smashed open doors to offices, finding nobody inside. They can transmit days of programming from a data chip array, Sarge, Darman said. They might have done that. Phi's voice came on the HUD link. I think I've found the studio. Why? It says Studio 2 on the door. Well, we know there's a Studio 1 as well, then. Darman consulted the meticulously mapped construction database the Maritz had given Omega when they arrived, but it wasn't clear from the floor plans which were recording areas and which were transmission. Maybe it didn't matter if the satellite relay was compromised and Aten could disable the uplink. If this place is still staffed at all, he said, there'll be the obligatory lone hero keeping the patriotic resistance MES sages going while we kick down the door. Try not to damage the kit, that's all, Tell said. Otherwise we'll have to ship in replacements before the propaganda and PSYOPs spooks can move in. Darman had another moment of wondering how this all fitted in with his overall mission, then ran up the stairs to find Phi. He was crouched outside the studio doors, holding a sensor against the metal. There's a transmission signal coming out of here, he said. Might as well knock. Darman looked up. Red light. Means live to air, don't go in, and so on, doesn't it? Yeah. Fi agreed, and put a few bolts through the control panel at the side. It does. Darman never found out if there was the last brave broadcaster in Ayat still sitting at the console, spreading defiant messages to repel the invaders. The next thing he knew was that he was being thrown upward on his back, hurtling toward the ceiling, and that his audio circuits cut out with a snap as a ball of light lifted him. Somehow he was expecting an explosion to be much louder. The ceiling rushed to meet him and he smashed into it, feeling motionless in midair for a moment before crashing back down, and feeling his chest plate hit something very hard as he fell. He was aware of bumping helplessly down a flight of stairs on his back, flailing to grab anything to stop his fall. When he finally stopped moving, he couldn't hear a thing except the rain of falling debris hitting his helmet. The HUD was still working. He just didn't have audio. He tried the comm-link channels and got nothing, but he had Niner's POV icon, and Auden's, and they were moving. They were shaking like the view of someone working frantically to move something. It looked like smashed masonry and durasteel beams. There was a filter of dust around him as thick as smoke. But Fi's icon wasn't moving at all. The horizontal was canted at a steep angle, as if Fi was lying on the floor on one side. Debris was visible, blurred as if it was too far inside the focus range, pressed to the input cam of the visor. Fi. No good, he wouldn't hear him. Darman pulled off his helmet, knowing he was battered but not feeling anything. Fi. Fi. He yelled. His mouth filled with dust and he spat it out, dribbling some down his chest plate. Fi VODK, are you okay? But there was no answer. Darman hooked his helmet onto his belt and began tearing through the rubble, looking for Fi. Chapter 12. They grow up loyal to the Republic, or they don't grow up at all. ARC Trooper A-17, preparing to destroy Topoka City's cloned children during the Battle of Commando, 3 months after the Battle of Geonosis. ***. Coast-size research facility near Tropics Island, Durama, 478 days after Geonosis. Skirata had taken an instant dislike to Kaminoans the day he'd found himself stranded on an indefinite contract to train a secret clone army in Topoka City. After that, the relationship with them got worse by the day. But compared with Mariel, no, he hadn't fully understood the depth of the Null's loathing until now. And it was the first time he'd heard a Kaminoan scream. It was a long high shriek that went off the audible scale and made his sinuses ache. Easy, son. Skirata kept his voice low and caught Mariel's arm, applying just enough pressure to show he meant it. Not yet. Mariel looked like a stranger, face strained of blood, knuckles white, pupils wide. He'd always seemed the most carefree lad of the 6 Nulls, the one who could be most charming, sociable, and entertaining. Skirata's grip seemed to pull him back from across the border of an uncharted dark wasteland. He flicked off the electroprod with his thumb. I'm not going to kill her, he said, voice hoarse. I know too much about Kaminoan physiology to make a mistake like that. He wasn't bluffing. Ko's Sai, slumped in her chair, seemed more skeletal and fragile now than elegant. Her long gray neck was curved down like the stem of a wilted flower. It was amazing what a few volts could do. I said you were savages, and I was right. She raised her head and fixed Mario with those awful eyes. It was the black scara that did it. If the areas of pigment had been inverted, dark iris on a pale scara, she might have had a serenely benign expression. As it was, to a human she looked permanently enraged. Torturing me won't make you any more worthy of survival. You're genetically inferior. You weaken your species. Her gray pupils marked her as the ruling caste bred to rule. Mariel flicked the electroprod back on and rammed it into her armpit. The convulsions weren't a pretty sight. You created the recipe for my genome, sweetheart. He sounded a lot more controlled now. And just look what you made me do. Mariel pulled back and stood flicking the switch back and forth with his thumb. Skirata still hadn't heard every detail of what had happened to the Nulls before he first met them 2 years into their development, the equivalent of 4 or 5-year-olds, but he knew far too much already of the way they'd been mistreated. And the botched attempt to improve on Jango Fett's genome had given them a whole raft of problems beyond being traumatized and disturbed. Kozai was finally getting practical evaluation of her experiment. We had a dirtbag geneticist like you once, Skirata said. Yes, a mad Mando scientist. Liked experimenting with kids. He's been dust for millennia, but we still know what the name demigod means. The irony is that it can mean either sculptor of flesh or butcher, so I reckon you two would have had a lot of cozy chats about how to screw up living beings. I find the idea of an academic Mandalorian quite amusing, Kozai said, all venom and syrup. He hated that voice. You're not a culture of thinkers. Shame on you, chief scientist. Have you forgotten the erudite Wallen Vav? If you think Muriel's a bad boy with a nerf prod, you need to meet Wallen. Your threats are predictable. Skirata gestured to Muriel. Start stripping the data, son. Clear the mainframe. Arcanian Micro won't know what to do with it, Kozai said. They don't have the expertise. So who does? Who's bankrolling you, I would bait. Nobody. All this came from charitable donations then? I was given credits to carry on my research, yes, but I work for nobody now. Science can't breathe with a paymaster pressing down on it. And that's why you've got the Seps and your own government after you. You stiff them, hence the Mando bodyguards. You did a runner with the creds. Charming phrase. Her case-hardened arrogance began to crack a little. The faintest note of worry tinged her voice, and she swayed that long skinny neck just like the one Skirata had been tempted to grab so many times to watch what Mariel was doing to her precious data. If you're not in the pay of Arcanian Micro, then you must be working for Chancellor Palpatine. Mariel actually laughed, but carried unplugging chip holders and bypass keys into the slots on Kozai's system. The wall of the office was rack upon rack of data storage. Yeah, Skirata said. I bet he thinks we work for him, too. What made you leave Commando? How much did they pay you? I didn't leave for some paltry fee. You didn't leave for a sunnier climate either. I left to prevent my research from being exploited by inferior species. Oh, you mean the ones that keep your economy afloat by buying slave armies from you? Mariel tooted, now fully engrossed in transferring the files. Indicator lights danced and shivered, adding a welcome rainbow of colors to the sterile white decor. Calbear, just hit her, will you? You can't have a meaningful ethical debate with the thing. Kozai seemed genuinely outraged. Even sitting down, she could draw herself up to an impressive height. Skirata wondered where to land a punch on something that skinny. Your chancellor wanted me to use my research into aging to prolong his own life indefinitely. I told him it was a massive waste of my skills to do that for such a corrupted and diseased species. That was interesting. No, it was more than interesting, it was bizarre. I bet that went down really well. You need to work on the bedside manner, Professor. He's a most disturbing man. Yeah, he's a politician. And she was weapons-grade professional vanity through and through. It was worth a shot. Could you even do it? Ko's size had swayed like a snake as she glanced at Muriel's back. Maybe she thought he couldn't bypass her encryption. She seemed to have no idea that he'd done it on Topolka, too. Do you think I'd tell you? Her attention was fixed on Muriel, and she was looking as worried as a Kaminoan ever could. You're going to corrupt that data clone. I'm not your clone, he said, an edge in his voice. I have a name. I spent my life collating that. It's unique. You might destroy the most advanced body of genetic research in the galaxy. There are no copies of it. Muriel burst out laughing. Now that's funny. No copies of cloning data? He looked over his shoulder at her and gave her that harmless smile again. But that's why we came to see you, Mama. Actually, I meant to ask you something. We're somatic cell clones, right? So where did the original enucleated eggs come from? Did you manufacture those somehow? Or was there a prime donor? No, don't tell me. I'd hate to think you found a way to use Cominii eggs. Skirata watched with fascinated horror as Muriel managed to press every button on Ko's size eugenicist board. Kaminoan emotion was so subtle as to be invisible to most humans, but living among them for those years had taught Skirata plenty. She was offended. That is repellent, she said. The words didn't match that gentle voice. We would never pollute Kaminoan tissue that way. Good, Muriel said. Just checking. You don't understand. I understand fine. The only reason we survived the environmental catastrophe on our planet was that we found the courage to weed out every characteristic that didn't make us stronger. Are you Mandalorians so different? How much do you know about your own genomes? You breed selectively for qualities, too, whether you know it or not. You even adopt to add those genes to your pool. But we didn't put down the defectives, Skirata said. We didn't kill innocent kids. Skirata stared into her face. He'd felt sorry for only one Kaminoan in his entire life, a female who'd produced a child with green eyes. He'd found her hiding in the clone training area, sneaking out to find food during the downtime hours. Green eyes weren't allowed. Gray, yellow, blue, that was the hierarchy that told Kaminoans where they stood and stayed in the scheme of things, whether they were genetically perfect for administration, skilled work, or menial labor. There was no room for any other color. It betrayed intolerable genetic difference. The Iwabate found her, of course, but they only killed the kid. The mother's blue eyes meant that she could live. I fail to understand how you can judge us for being selective, Kosai said, when you allowed the clones you claim to love as sons to be killed. It wasn't just Muriel who knew how to hit the raw nerves then. For once Skirata managed to ignore the bait. Let me offer you a deal, Kosai. He shouldn't have done this on the fly, but he had no choice. It was next to impossible to make use of her data unless someone with her expertise could put it into action. It wasn't like following a recipe for UJLA. We've got your data anyway. Nothing you can do about it. But I'd like your expertise too. Not until you tell me who you're working for. She wasn't a closed door then. I'm not working for anybody. This is for my boys. I want to stop the accelerated aging so they can live out normal lifespans. Muriel didn't turn around. He just pulled out full data chips and inserted new ones. Yes, let's talk about gene switching. Boy, you've got a lot of data in here. More than the Topoka mainframe. You took a lot with you when you bolted. Kosai didn't answer. Skirata checked the chrono and tested the signal to Eihan. It was working again. Wallen? I wondered when you'd remember me. Tatsushi to go soon. Ah. Give the good lady my regards. Private suite waiting for her. Any news from Ordo? Skirata asked. Not yet. But you need to get moving. Understood. Kosai was getting rattled now. Cal could see it. How we doing, Marike? Another 10 minutes, even with this fast transfer. Then I've got to erase all the layers just in case. When this is gone, it's gone. Skirata turned back to Kosai and took a set of restraints out of his belt pouch. Either I'm more deaf than usual, or you didn't answer me. You can't make me work for you. I don't think you can do it. And you can't manipulate my self-esteem either. Okay, I'll leave that to the Chancellor, because one of his personally tasked commando squads is coming for you in a few hours. But my boy's need is greater than his, whatever it is. Skirata could see from the head movement that Palpatine had really disturbed her. Maybe he wants you to front up his secret clone production on Coruscant. No response. Did she even know about it? Whatever made Tipoca agree to exporting the technology? A grave mistake. Must need Republic creds pretty badly. Using second-generation cloning, the Republic might as well hire Arcanian Micro. Mariel cut in. Yes, they'd have to, with Django dead. Hasn't been quite as successful. Has it? No doubt you divined that from the Tipoca database too, Kosai said. But I can't think of anything you could offer me that would persuade me to cooperate with you. What's it to you if clones live or die? Skirata decided to let the Nulls exorcise their demons on her if she proved useless in the end. You might even learn something from stopping the process. Her head stopped that slow swaying. He had her attention for a moment, which suggested it was a challenge that might lure her. I don't have to beat it out of you, of course, Skirata said slowly. Plenty of folks around who can extract information by pharmaceutical methods. And if they were expert enough to understand Kaminoan biochemistry, you wouldn't need me to unlock the aging sequence. Let's see. Skirata gestured with the restraints. Now be a good girl and let me slap these on you, and don't tempt me to make you wear them. She paused for a few moments, then offered her wrists with the grace of a dancer. It wasn't the time to negotiate with her. There was a mountain of data to assess before he could be certain he needed her at all, and if she was driven to do this research without wanting to make a profit on it, then the prospect of being able to carry on with it might prove to be enough. But he could test that. You done now, Marike? Mariel had a small pile of data chips in one hand, jingling them like creds while he waited. Just waiting for this erase program to run through the whole system. I don't think anyone's going to recover the data after we've trashed the place, but no point being careless. It had always been part of the vague plan asset denial, but Skirata wasn't sure if Mariel was playing the psychological game. It was as good a time as any, though. Skirata took a couple of thermal debts out of his belt and examined them, adjusting the controls with his thumbnail. 20 minutes should be enough time to get clear. Mariel shook his head. Make it half an hour. We don't want to still be on the planet when this blows. It's going to attract attention. Good point. Kosai watched them like lab specimens. You're bluffing. Skirata set the debts for remote detonation, then placed one in the center of the floor and the other by the exit. Kosai wouldn't know the difference between a timing device and a remote trigger. Mariel watched him with faint amusement, then put his helmet back on. Fearfect, no. I can't afford to leave anything that Delta could recover. Come on. Skirata hauled Kosai to her feet. She was more than 2 meters tall, so it wasn't an elegant maneuver, and shoved her out ahead of him, blaster in her back. If she reacted now, fine. If she didn't, they were out of here. And now he had to pass the bodies of 3 Mandalorians. Somehow he'd put that out of his mind while shaking down Kosai. Now he had to look at them, wonder who they might be, and work out how he would inform their next of kin. Hang on to her, Mary Kay, he said. I have to do something. He squatted down and eased off the helmets, possibly one of the most unpleasant and distressing tasks he'd ever had. No, he didn't know any of them, and one was a very young woman. That finished something in him. Females were expected to fight, and it was often hard to tell from the armor alone if the wearer was male or female, but it left him feeling hollow. He couldn't even recall if he'd been the one who killed her. A search of their pockets turned up little, so he took the helmets to trace them via their clan sigils later, and to give their families something for remembrance. Mandalorians ended up killing one another for all kinds of reasons, personal and incidental. It still didn't make it right. The covert ops troopers sent after Saul, now these strangers, the thought of neck dogs came back to him, dogs set on dog for sport, or just a killing machine to do the master's bidding. Skirata felt it was time Mandoade stopped being everyone's neck. Mario patted him on the back. Us or them, Bear? They're still our own. Skirata stacked the helmets and carried them with his own. It was going to be a tight fit even with 2 vessels to make the short journey back down the tunnel. Kosai stopped dead. Wait. Debts are counting down. That's not a good idea. This is a foolish game. Kosai turned around. I have to go back. Why? I have materials I need to remove. Terrific, said Skirata. You could have mentioned that earlier. But Mario pushed her along. If it doesn't help me reach a ripe old age, then it can stay here. But... move it. No. I insist we retrieve it. Skirata walked ahead to the jetty area. Too late. It's biological material. He paused. Alive? Cells in cryostasis. You've got 10 seconds to do better than that. It's a template for a new army, better than. Skirata waved Mariel on. He didn't even want to know whose cells they were. No, you can't destroy it, you must. This is where it stops, Kosai. He thought of telling her that he named all 12 Noarchs, even the 6 who died before they were recognizable as embryos, but this creature wouldn't understand why, and she wasn't worth the explanation. He kicked the mooring line of her runabout submersible with his toe cap. Mary Kay, open this crate for me, will you? Shove her in and I'll drive. I can manage to follow Jiaika. She was still berating him as the 2 submersibles emerged from the tunnel into sunlit water, and Skirata wondered how he'd ever stood an ocean planet for years. Kosai's vessel was too big to dock in Aihan, so they surfaced and did a hurried transfer through the top hatches. Vav smiled silently at Kosai, pointed to one of the cabins, and ushered her in. Murd, he said, keep her there. Understood? He indicated the imaginary line that separated the cabin from the rest of the deck. If she crosses it. He snapped his fingers, and it seemed to be a code between them, because Murd got very excited and bounced up and down, whining like a pup. Got it? Clever Murd. Murd remembered her, that was clear. Vav locked the hatch shut anyway. If you're going to make a habit of abduction, Cal, we really need to invest in a jail. I'd probably throw away the keys, What are you going to do with her? She can't ever forget what she knows, Scarata said. And I can't keep her around forever. What do you think? Vav shrugged. Just checking. Scarata followed Mariel into the cockpit and settled into the seat with a sense of partial closure. He refused to believe Ko-Sai was the only geneticist who could ever manipulate aging, and he could never be sure that any solution she offered wasn't a biological booby trap. Once someone who knew what they were doing had sifted through all the data, he'd decide whether he needed her at all. Eihan passed the tethered headless skeleton as she surfaced, and Scarata felt purged of all guilt where Ko-Sai was concerned. In the end, it was simply a matter of when and where. I'm glad we don't have to file a cargo manifest, Maraike. The breakwater was in sight now, and beyond it a white beach dappled with the shade of gaudy parasols and scented, chiming trees. He hoped there'd be at least one day's respite here for his motley clan if they had any idea what to do with it. Millions of credits and stolen goods, and a kidnapped scientist. And stolen industrial data. Oh yeah? Better not get pulled over by the cops. Eihan came alongside the pontoon between two pleasure boats. Scarata felt bad about Ordo racing across the galaxy to be here and then having to turn around again, but at least he'd have the satisfaction of the look on Ko-Sai's face, and a brightly colored drink in a tacky-themed cantina like any normal lad. Maybe it didn't matter where they took Ko-Sai in the end, because everyone wanted a piece of her. Here. Scarata handed Mario the remote for the thermal debts. If the signal didn't work from here, he'd have to go back and blow the tunnel entrance, because he wasn't about to walk back on a live detective. You ought to do it. Very cathartic. My pleasure. I declare this facility closed. Mario closed his fingers around the small cylinder and rested his thumb on the button. But it's not over yet. He squeezed slowly. Oi, Amanda. The button clicked, and then there was a moment of silence before a sound like an distant storm disturbed the tranquility of the beach. A couple of tourists stopped to look around as if expecting to see some spectacle. And then it was over. Ko-Sai's legacy had vanished in flame and tumbling rock, unseen, and the only archive of her life's work was a pile of data chips in Mariel's belt pouches. That felt better than I expected, he said. Thanks. Calbear. Sometimes, just sometimes, even the most pragmatic and rational of men needed to lay their ghosts with a little symbolic gesture. Marie's smile, harmless, charming, and no guide to his state of mind, still didn't waver. Asterisk. Ayat City, Kaftakar, 478 days after Geonosis. Medic! Darman yelled, but there was no response, and he knew he was stupid to expect one. He popped the seal on Phi's helmet and pulled it off. The built-in armor diagnostics said his brother had a pulse and was breathing, but he wasn't responding. There wasn't a mark on him, no sign of penetrating injury, and no bleeding from mouth, nose, or ears, but Darman couldn't tell about the rest of his body. Katarn armor was sealed against vacuum, and that meant it was also good protection against lethal pressure waves. Darman could recall the whole grisly lecture during training. Vodk, talk to me. Darman pushed back Phi's eyelids. One of his pupils reacted a lot more than the other. That wasn't good, he knew. Then Phi lifted his arms and batted Darman's hand away. Ow, he said. I'm okay. I'm okay. Can you feel your legs? Darman asked. Phi could obviously move his arms, so at least that part of his spine was intact. Come on. He pulled off Phi's greaves and tapped his shin bone. Feel that? Ow. I'm fine. Phi drew up his knees and tried to roll over to get up. Just did I fall? What happened? I don't know if it was a booby trap or what. The whole wall's gone. Come on, let's get you out before anything else collapses. Might be worse outside. Astonishingly, Fi stood up with minimal help from Darman and managed to put his helmet on. He stumbled a few times trying to pick his way over the rubble, but he was moving under his own steam. Darman knew that didn't mean much when it came to blast injury, but Fi had once tested the Mark III armor the hard way by throwing himself on a grenade, so it was going to take a lot to kill him. Yes, okay. Yes, okay. Where's Miner? Fires raged outside, but it was eerily quiet, the noise of blaster fire and explosions muffled by distance. Darman found the front of the building gone, and remembered Aten had been on the roof. At IK? Aten, it's Dar. You there? Aten's voice crackled over the comlink. I think I've broken my shablet ankle. I can see Niner. He's giving first aid. They were all accounted for, then. Darman could spare a thought for the 35th Infantry now that he knew his brothers were alive. The Lardy had come back to extract them. It touched down in the middle of the road, the port side hatch of the troop bay closed and blocking the line of sight between the ruined Hola station and the buildings opposite. Troopers struggled forward carrying comrades between them, but one trooper was still flat on his back while Niner struggled to place a hemostatic dressing on his chest wound. I should be doing that. Fi mumbled. I'll do that. I'm the squad medic. Aten appeared, limping badly. Well, we stopped enemy broadcasts just fine. I think that was incoming. Ours or theirs? Darman asked. Aten took hold of Fi's arm, but he stumbled and Darman had to catch him. Hey, you okay? Fi swayed a little. Just dizzy. You should get that checked out. Sounds like concussion. You're the squad medic, Fi, you should know that. That's what I said, didn't I? Fi. Okay. What's wrong, Fi? I'm going to throw up. Darman started to get scared at that point. This wasn't Fi. He'd seen Fi under stress, in pain, and at every other extreme, but nothing like this. Fi managed to get to within 5 meters of the Lardy and then stopped to tear off his helmet, throw it aside, and brace his hands on his knees to vomit. That was as far as he got on his own. Darman and Aten managed to haul him into the crew bay, and Niner was briefly forgotten as they propped Fi on the narrow bench seat along the aft bulkhead and tried to keep him talking. Sergeant Tell was yelling at Niner to get the chest injury case inboard. Whatever else was happening in Ayat and the surrounding area, Omega Squad's stay in Gaftakar was over. Darman tried to calm Aiden to update him, but didn't get a response. He's probably busy, not dead. Worry about Fi. Fi's the one in trouble. Both blast hatches dropped down to seal the crew bay and it was a full case vac to Leveler now, only minutes from liftoff to docking, always minutes too long. Darman relived the extraction from Kalura, Omega's first mission as a reformed squad, which had nearly ended in Aten getting killed. Aten made it. Fi will too. That's what happens, isn't it? We all lost our squads the first time around, and it can happen again. Come on, Fi. Aten tapped his cheek to keep him conscious. Keep talking. I've never had to ask you to do that before. Fi was barely coherent now, mumbling about something he'd left behind in the camp and complaining that everything was blurred. Against the opposite bulkhead, the onboard IM-6 droid was busy with the chest injury. Niner couldn't move across the deck because of the number of wounded, and stood hanging on to a safety strap. They'd all done the basic training, they knew what was wrong. Almost nothing penetrated Katarn armor, But it was a sealed box, nothing more, and being shaken around in a box hard enough was still going to cause brain injury. That fitted the uneven pupils and the puking. Darman looked on the positive side. At least he now knew that he had to make the triage team treat Phi as a priority. The helmet comlink clicked. Dar, I don't care who I have to kick out of the way, Niner said, but he gets seen first, soon as we dock. You got it. But it wasn't like that at all. When the Lardy disgorged its wounded, the hangar deck was almost empty, because they weren't taking heavy casualties on Gaftiker. Leveler had already crippled the SEP assault ship and taken minimal damage. The battle on the ground seemed completely artificial, divorced from the size of the engagement or the importance of the planet below. It was a pathetic, pointless skirmish for Phi to get injured in. It felt more like senseless bad luck. Niner and Dar pounced on the med droid at once. Head trauma, they chorused. Loss of balance, headache, vomiting, gradual loss of speech and coherence. Phi, unmarked and looking like he was simply settling down again after thrashing around in a nightmare, lay on the repulsor as the droid mapped his skull with a small scanner. Auden tried to limp across to join them, then gave up and hopped the rest of distance. Correct, the droid said. Intracranial pressure is increasing. We'll chill him down and insert a shunt to drain the fluid before we put him in the back-to-tank. That'll reduce swelling in the brain. Darman felt instantly deflated, faced with cooperation when he was pumped with adrenaline and fear, primed to fight. The repulsor moved off to medbay and Darman kept up with it, telling Phi it was going to be fine, even if he couldn't hear him now, until the twin doors closed in his face and left him helpless. Niner put a hand on his shoulder plate and steered him back to the hangar. Don't worry, he said. Accurate diagnosis and quick treatment. He'll make it. Now let's look after at IKA. And get yourself checked out too. Yes, Sarge. Nothing more we can do right now. There was one more thing, but Darman didn't want to call Skirata and get him worried when he only had half a story to tell him. Ordo, though, would kill him if he wasn't kept informed. He'd taken a shine to Phi in that blindly devoted null sort of way, and he'd want to know. He was also the right man to judge when Sergeant Cal should be told. Darman went reluctantly to the med droid when the last man from the 35th had been assessed, and wondered who would take Phi's place in the squad until he recovered. It would have been Trooper CORR, an accidental recruit to the Commando ranks who'd settled into the Special Forces way of life with remarkable ease. And it would be temporary. It had to be. ***. Tropics Island, Daruma, 478 days after Geonosis attained, felt something scared and abandoned rippling through the force, like someone running after her and calling her name, but who was never there when she turned around. It's not Dar. It can't be, not now. I have to see him again. She tried to identify its meaning as she walked along the bleached planks of the marina toward the berth where Skirata's ship was moored. Whatever it was unhappy and it would be coming her way, so she slowed down, concentrating to make absolutely sure nothing had happened to Darman. Ordo, she said, something's really wrong. He seemed to have learned a lot of restraint very fast. The vague warning didn't spark a diatribe on why she needed to narrow the range and work on making the force a little more specific. Here or elsewhere? I'm not sensing immediate danger. I'll put in a status check to everyone, just to be certain. He checked his comm link. I've had one troubling message today, and I doubt it'll be the last. Moored at the farthest end of the pontoon was a streamlined dark green vessel with a curving transparent steel dome, about 45 meters long, rising and falling on the swell. From the position closest to the mouth of the harbor, Attain got the idea that Skirata was always ready for a fast getaway. Ordo approached it as if he was walking into a fight, leaving a wake of anger, unhappiness, and more fear than she'd ever detected in him before. I'm not looking forward to seeing her either, Ordo. I didn't mean Ko-sai. But I can think of better ways to occupy my time than begging her for help. She had the power of life and death over us once, and I'm not handing it back to her now. This is the first time I've met a Kaminoan, Attain said. Barman mentioned them very rarely, and usually in terms of keeping out of their way, like a grumpy master at the Jedi Academy. But I can probably tell you if she's lying. Her only use to you is if she knows how to stop the accelerated aging, isn't it? Because you already have all her research. You could hire someone else to crunch the gene sequences. Oh, she knows that too. It really was a beautiful late afternoon. The sun was low on the horizon, with just enough gilded clouds to add a little punctuation to the sky. There was something about seeing beauty while struggling with dark thoughts that was uniquely upsetting, like being shut out from the world. Attain couldn't stop worrying about the disturbance in the forest that was close to Darman. She'd have to contact him or go crazy worrying, but in the meantime she made do with reaching out to him, hoping he wasn't too preoccupied to feel it. As she followed Ordo down onto the pontoon that stretched out into the harbor, she could see faint cockpit lights on the ship. What does Aihan mean, Ordo? It's a state of mind. An emotion. He walked a little way ahead of her now, not a clone captain at all, just a young man in plain blue pants, sports shirt, and sun visor who could have been one of the professional slingball coaches at the resort. With most of his features obscured, even Zay might not have recognized him except by that very upright walk. Enjoying time with loved ones but suddenly recalling those who've passed to the Manda, and still feeling the pain, but embracing it. The concept hit Attain hard enough to elicit a kick from the baby. She wasn't sure whether Aihan upset her or if she craved that emotional intensity, but it seemed the polar opposite of the Jedi avoidance of attachment, and gave her an insight into why the ancient mistrust between Jedi and Mandalorian never healed. The two communities seemed only to have areas where they were identical, and areas where they were diametrically opposed, with no regions of neutrality or apathy. It made for uncomfortable relations. Ordo jumped onto the flat section of Aihan's casing and reached into an open hatch. Someone she couldn't see past him a long strip of durasteel sheet, and he hooked the curved end over the hatch combing to form a brow onto the pontoon. Up you come, he said, gesturing to take her hand. Can't have you leaping onto decks at the moment. Attain could easily have force-jumped across the whole pontoon and landed safely, pregnant or not, but it was such a touching gesture that she accepted it graciously and walked onto the hull. Ordo had his moments. On the other side of the cockpit dome, Mariel and Skirata sat with legs outstretched, leaning back against the transparasteel and passing a carton of some drink back and forth between them. Both men were staring out to sea, lost in thought. It wasn't quite how Attain expected to find them, given what Ordo had told her was waiting below. And this was the first time she'd seen Skirata since their blazing row when she told him she'd let herself conceive without Dharma knowing, and he'd exiled her to Kalura. She felt stupid and selfish now, looking back on how she expected him to be the instantly doting grandfather. But one thing remained certain: the Force showed her she was right to have this child. She braced for either a frosty reception or a renewed rant on her shortcomings, one of which was being a Jedi. Skirata looked up. Ad Ika, he said, not a hint that they'd ever argued. How are you, girl? Oh. I'm okay, Cal, all things considered. Look, I'm sorry Kalura went to Osik. I'd never have suggested it if I'd thought the vet were going to put up a fight. He stood up and faced her with the awkward air of someone trying not to notice or comment on her bump, but it seemed to trigger some anxiety in him. Muriel still looked as if he was meditating. Juzix intercepted Delta. He can't steer them away from tropics, not since our chatty Twi'lek buddy mentioned it to them, but he's giving them a very rambling and unspecific briefing on the geology of the islands. Ordo's comlink chirped, and he walked a few meters aft to sit on the cowling of the port drive to answer it. Muriel got to his feet and went to join him. Atane had expected Skirata to get as far away from Daruma as he could. Aren't Delta going to be a little conspicuous in their full Katarn rig on a tropical island in SEP space? If you've seen some of the fashions we've seen parading by in the last hour, at IK, I'd say they might get away with it. I don't understand why you're still here. You think we'll be any more secure on Coruscant? Maybe. Guess who Kosai was running from? It took Atane a few moments before the light went on. Oh. Our respected leader? Head of the queue. Plus the Kaminoan government, the Seps, and us. Coruscant's the last place I can stash her. Atane didn't think that would be a problem for Skirata given his business contacts. Can't your Wookiee associate find her a soundproof apartment where Vav can beat the living daylights out of her without upsetting the neighbors? Like last time? She's scoping out other locations, at IKA. Besides, Vav won't get a look in. My boys don't have happy memories of Kosai. I'm missing a few details in this, aren't I? That's why I think we should go down below and have a quiet discussion, all of us. The hatch set abaft the cockpit turned out to have a ramp rather than the ladder Atane was dreading. A pungent scent of Strill wafted up from below. She thought Skirata was right behind her, but when she looked, he was still up top, and Wallen Valve was waiting for her with Murd, who seemed to remember her if the excited grumbling and snuffling were any guide. The crew cabin was oddly unship-like, with a square of scruffy sofas facing one another around a low table bolted to the deck. She sat down and Murd laid its head in her lap, slobbering happily. But there was something else on board. Atane's force senses detected what she could only articulate as a cold void. The three-dimensional shape it conjured up somewhere behind her eyes was a smooth concave, not the rippling, multi-layered, and colorful impressions she got from most beings. She didn't need to be told who or what was in one of the crew cabins that opened onto the main crew lounge. Kosai was in one of the compartments, disdainful and unrepentant as she awaited her captors. My father would have called this the mess deck, Vav said. When it suited him, he had an effortless patrician charm that was hard to square with how he disciplined his men. I admit I still flinch when I hear Kel using terms like backward and on a ship. I also admit that it's confusing to have a vessel that's both a maritime and air asset though. So what do you plan to do with her? Kosai or Aihan? Kosai. It's rather like watching a Kragged rat chase a delivery speeder in the lower levels. If they catch one, they realize they have no idea what to do with it, and just sink their fangs into the fender. Oh, I think Cal knows what to do. Atane, I'm quite used to judging who will want to divulge their innermost thoughts to me after a little persuasion, and I don't think her cooperation is likely. What's she holding out for? Atane was now distracted slightly by the delay up top, and the foreboding she'd felt earlier was now solid and spreading like an oil slick. What does the lifespan of a clone matter to her anyway? Professional ego, my dear. She can create life, or shape it to her design, or snuff it out. That godlike power warps anyone. She's not bargaining with us. You've got everything she ever worked for. Yes, it must be sobering for her to realize that we only need a fraction of it, and we don't care about the rest. Attain noted the we. Cal's not going to sell it. Is he? Absolutely not. He's pretty cavalier about the property of others, but this has become his life's cause. It's literally do or die for him. Vav frowned slightly and went to the foot of the ramp to peer up into the fading light. What are they doing /IP there? Delta's going to pass this way and see them, and that'll blow everything. He took a few steps up the ramp and called to them. Special Sea duty men to stations, secure all hatches. Vav was almost smiling, clearly in a good mood and playing the sailor, but that smile faded as Ordo came down the ramp with his comlink clutched tight in his fist. Mariel and Scarata followed him, all of them with that same dazed look. Attain could see her bad news coming. I'd know if it was Dar. I really would. It's not Dar. It can't be. She waited, one hand resting on her belly, refusing to even consider it in case thinking it made it happen. Who is it? She asked quietly. Fi, said Ordo. He's been wounded. He's in a coma. Attain found she had suddenly veered from accepting the reality of warfare to believing it would never happen to the men she knew, and that it wasn't fair when it eventually did. That was Darman calling. He said they were caught in an explosion during the assault on Gaftiker, and Fi took a pounding. He's in Leveler's med bay, in low-temperature Bacta. Ruptured spleen too, but it's mainly the head trauma. He's stable. That's a good sign. Really, it is. It's just a matter of waiting until he regains consciousness. Ordo was reassuring himself. It didn't seem to have occurred to him to let Darman speak to Attain, but the fact that he'd swept past that told her everything was okay. She felt angry with herself for thinking of Dar first and not concentrating on Fi. Now she was painfully aware of Ordo's distress. Me and Fi were close. Better let Bardike know, Scarata said. Leveler will be on station out on the rim for a few more days yet, so if you give me an order, General Termukin, I'll recall CORR and he can make up the numbers for Omega until Fi's fit again. Of course, whatever you need to do. Scarata usually did as he pleased, but he was in a conciliatory mood today. Where is he anyway? Doing some asset denial with Jane. I had to look up the data on Gaftiker when I knew where Dar was deployed, Attain said. What a marginal thing for us to get involved in. Somehow I always thought the casualties would be in the big battles. The gathering had taken on a somber tone, and they all sat around trying not to meet one another's eyes. Eventually Ordo broke the silence. I'll go visit as soon as he's transferred from Leveler. Which facility do troops get taken to? She asked. Does Fi end up in a neurological unit? I don't know. The look on Ordo's face said it was more than just being uncertain which of Coruscant's many hospitals would receive him. Men normally get treated by mobile units or in theater. They either recover or die. Auden was treated at Ord Mantell base last time, Scarata said. He's got a chipped bone in his ankle, by the way. Dar's fine. Niner's fine. Aiden's fine, too. I hadn't forgotten them, Cal. He sounded a little pointed. Attain was still processing the previous sentence, feeling uneasy. But I don't understand the medical system. Do they have that level of care within the Grand Army? Jedi gossip as much as troops do, and I hear that the mobile units are seriously under-resourced. I'd hate to think of Fi waiting in a long queue to be healed by one exhausted Jedi. Attain didn't know why she hadn't asked the question before. She'd asked what happened to the bodies of those who died in action, and had no answer. But from that point she'd been working with special forces, and after the initial disastrous casualty rate when they were deployed badly by novice Jedi generals, they didn't lose many men. The question went away. But now it was back. Ordo glanced at Skirata as if asking permission to mention something, and got a barely perceptible nod. There's a Senator Skina who's made a nuisance of himself by demanding answers on what happens to badly injured men, and about long-term provision for troops in general. Ordo's impression in the Force was still tinted with fear, but it was more like anxiety for the welfare of others. Attain knew him well enough to work out who was at the top of that list. But somehow I don't think his well-meaning campaign to set up charity homes for us when we're basket cases is actually addressing the problem. Of course, said Skirata. We don't know if he's aware that the Republic sends out hidden men to execute clones who want to try their luck in Civvy Street, either. Vav was watching the conversation with an air of boredom, which usually meant quite the opposite. He kept looking across to the one closed cabin, which had to be Ko's size holding cell, and exuding impatience. If you broadcast that on the hour, all day on HNE, nobody would care, Cal. I guarantee it. They'll care if the Seps start attacking Coruscant and interrupt their Hollywood viewing, all right. But there's not going to be this massive wave of protest on behalf of our brave boys. You'll be knocked flat by the wave of apathy. Goodness, our slave army, bred to fight, disposed of when it's too much trouble? What a sensible system. Good for the Chancellor. That's what we pay our taxes for. Vav dropped the bored act and came very close to exposing emotion for once. It saves all those civilians from having to look after their own democracy. The most you'll get is a few creds dropped in a charity box on the anniversary of Geonosis. No senator is going to change a thing. Skirata jerked his thumb in the direction of the cabin door. Time we had another chat with Ko's Sai now that we've got our force-powered lie detector on board. Attain bristled. It's good to feel valued, Cal. You can do something none of us can at IK. Yes, it's valued. Muriel stood up to open the cabin, and Murd padded across the deck to intercept. Attain noticed the electropride hanging from the null's belt. I'm not even appalled. I know I ought to be, but if he handed me that thing and said a little encouragement would make Ko's Sai hand over information that would give Dar and all the others a normal lifespan, I know I'd use it. That was where attachment led then. She couldn't muster up much guilt. But she'd also done unthinkable things to total strangers, like the Nikto terrorists, and the slippery path to that had begun when she was trained as a Jedi to use tricks like mind influence and memory rubbing. As he slid the magnetic bolt, Muriel was forming a little black vortex in the Force, not unlike the impression Attain first had of Cal. Ordo appeared to forget Phi for a moment as he door opened and the tall, thin, gray-skinned figure in a monochrome uniform with black cuffs stepped into the center of the crew compartment. The longer you hold me here, Ko's Sai said, the greater the risk you take that someone else will find me. This was the first Kaminoan that Attain had seen in the flesh. It was hard to believe that this graceful, soft-spoken species could be so monstrous. But she only had to look at Muriel and Ordo, radiating hatred, and the matched contempt of Skirata and Vav to see the scars Ko's Sai had left in others' lives. Sit down, Ko's Sai, said Skirata. Let's pick up where we left off. Can you, or can you not, switch off the genes that cause accelerated aging? Ko's Sai folded her long, two-fingered hands in her lap as if she was meditating. It's possible. But can you do it? Sergeant, you know perfectly well that I identified the relevant genes for each characteristic we wanted to introduce into the basic Fed genome, so you know I can switch genes on where there are genes that need activation. You also know that I have unique expertise that no other Kaminoan has, or you wouldn't be one of a number pursuing me. It wasn't an answer. She was going to make Scarado or Muriel more likely plow through petabytes of data to find the relevant gene clusters. Attain focused on Ko's sigh and let the force impression wash over her. The Kaminoan's sense of being right was immense, but it didn't overwhelm a detachment so total that if Attain hadn't seen people around Ko's sigh, she might have thought the scientist was talking to herself. Scarada, Vav, and definitely Ordo and Muriel, they didn't register as living beings with the Kaminoan. They were objects, no different from Merd or the table. There were always connections in the force between beings, the element that Attain's brain interpreted as threads and cables, and it was the complete absence of them around Ko's side that made Attain take notice. It was like seeing jagged holes cut in a fine painting. What was not there was more striking than what was. That scared Attain more than any signs of violence lurking in Scarada. It was the void she'd sensed, and it explained everything. No wonder the Kaminoans showed no hint of brutality or anger. They just didn't see other species as anything more than a fascinating living puzzle whose pieces could be taken apart and reassembled closer to their idea of perfection. Scarada wasn't going to get anywhere, Attain knew it. It was possible to beat basic information out of people if they had it, but any complex answer or trying to force them to do complex work needed a bit of cooperation. Ko-Sai, what other cloning projects have your people worked on? Attain asked. A number of armies, as well as civilian workforces, miners for Subterral, agricultural laborers for Folend, even hazmat workers. Our specialty is high specification, large volume production for labor-intensive industries where droids are inappropriate, and a product that's tailored exactly to the client's needs. Is all that sales babble in your brochure? Muriel asked. Because I think I'm going to puke. Perhaps you'd like me to leverage your synergy with my vibroblade. Ordo put a restraining hand on his brother's arm and said nothing. Attain caught Scarada's eye. He shrugged and let her continue. Ko-Sai would never see living beings in her hatcheries, only product, and so she could never feel pressured by guilt or shame. She was, however, indecently proud of her reputation as the finest geneticist in the galaxy. That was a great height from which to climb down. So what would your personal reputation gain, or lose, if you just told us how the aging process could be normalized? Said Attain. Or is this about protecting a secret industrial process? Every cloning facility knows how to mature clones rapidly, Ko-Sai said. But there's no advantage in adding a feature that the client doesn't ask to have incorporated. Attain's temper had never been brought fully under control by Jedi discipline, and hormonal upheaval in the last few months didn't help. Isn't it your role to advise them on the options? Life expectancy in a war is compromised for everyone. If you want to create an ideal army, though, I can understand rapid maturation, but it seems odd to allow that deterioration to continue once the product is at its peak. Attain through Ko-Sai's detached business speak back at her. Wouldn't you want the product to maintain optimum efficiency for as long as possible? Preserve them at their best? I think you didn't halt the process because you have no idea how. And in that case, we have no use for you. It was out of Attain's mouth before she could stop it. Scarada didn't twitch a muscle, but Ko-Sai wasn't looking at him anyway. She was blinking and swaying her head slightly, all ethereal grace, and Attain would never have picked her out in a crowd as a supremacist and a sadistic tormentor of children. Our client wasn't concerned about their longevity, she said. Just that they should be ready when he needed them. Attain sensed the Kaminoan's defensiveness and resentment. She pushed carefully, trying to steer that arrogant intellect into thinking and believing what she suggested. Jedi mind influence was a legitimate weapon. And your product isn't as reliable as you tell your customer, is it? You don't manage to identify all the defective clones for culling. They're not blindly obedient anyway. Some even desert. You oversold the genetic factor and failed to mention that human beings aren't that predictable. Kosai didn't respond. Maybe she was considering the idea that she was less than perfect, which must have stung a bit. But this wasn't about winning a playground argument. Atane had to help Skirata establish whether Kosai could undo what she'd done, and then if she could be made to do it. What did Kosai really dread? Where could that lever be placed to shift her? I think I've had enough, said Ordo. He got up from the sofa and walked around behind it, then leaned over Mario with his hand held out. Give me the data chips, Naviodi. Mariel opened the pouch on his belt and handed over a tight-wrapped block of storage media, bundled together in a small, colorful brick. Atane watched Ordo cautiously. He walked a fine line between self-control and chaos far more often than anyone seemed to realize, and news of Phi's condition hadn't helped. Are you going to collate the files? Mariel asked. No. Ordo unwrapped the brick of plastoid cupped in his hand. Just having a moment of clarity. He looked across to Kosai. Your entire life's work contained in 1,000 cubic centimeters of plastoid, chief scientist. Not unlike mine, in fact. Ordo folded the wrapping tight again and walked into the passage that separated the cockpit from the crew compartment. Atane thought he was heading for the computer terminal in the storage compartment, but she heard the hatch mechanism hiss open and the thud of his boots as he walked up the ramp. Ordo? No answer. Ordo? The realization must have hit Skirata at the same moment it hit her. Everyone bolted for the hatch, cramming into the short passageway, even Kosai. Looking up through the canopy, Atane watched in horror as Ordo drew his hold-up blaster, threw the package of data chips high into the air, and fired at it like a clay disc shoot. Fragments of plastoid flared and rained like a pyrotechnic display. She couldn't see Skirata or Mario from this angle. But Kosai let out a long gasp and slumped against the bulkhead, weaving her elegant head from side to side in shock. Every precious line of research was gone. Oh, Shab, said Vav, hands on hips, and hung his head. Atane was too stunned to speak. Shab. It wasn't just Kosai's entire life and purpose that had just turned into embers hitting the water. It was Darman's too. Chapter 13. Of course Ordo's messed up. They're all messed up. They used live rounds on exercise at 5 years old, they fought their first war at 10, and the lucky few got their first kiss as grown men aged 11. Almost all of them millions will die without ever having heard someone say, "Welcome home, sweetheart, I missed you. You think you'd be totally sane after all that?" Cal Skirata to Captain Jailer Obrim, CSF Anti-Terrorist Unit, discussing life in uniform. ***. The Marina, Tropics Island, Durima, 478 days after Geonosis. Ordike? Skirata tried not to show his shock, but it wasn't working. His voice jammed in his throat and struggled to shake loose. Ordo stood forward of the hatch, looking out to sea in the growing dusk, and folded his arms. I'm sorry, Calbear. What am I going to do? How the shab can I start over now? We had it all, we were so close. Just tell me why, son. How could he do this to me? What did I do to tip him over the edge? I know you're upset. I know you're worried about Phi. Mario caught Skirata's arm. Nothing you can do, Bear. Let's start again and shake everything out of Kosai. Skirata resisted Mariel's pull at his sleeve. Give me a minute, son. You go warm her up for me. I need to talk to Ordo. Scarata knew there was no point in being angry with the lad. This was all his fault. It was so easy to see only the clever, courageous, loyal side of Ordo and his brothers, all their wonderful qualities, and forget how badly damaged they all were at their core. No amount of love could erase what had been done to them at a critical time in their development. All he could do was patch them up, and he was willing to do that until the day he died. He stood beside Ordo and put his arm around him, not sure now if that would result in a flood of tears or a punch. Son, you know how much I love you, don't you? Nothing will ever change that. Yes, Bear. I just need to know why you did that after all the trouble we went to in getting that data. Ordo's jaw muscles twitched. He didn't look Scarata in the eye like he usually did. This is all about having a choice. That's what matters, isn't it? But even now, we're still under a Kaminoan's control because she's got information she won't give us. Well, I'd rather live 50 years on my own terms than 100 on hers. And now she'll know it. The information she's withholding is worthless. I've taken her power away for good. But I just wanted to give you a full life. You deserve that. But we're men, Calbear, and I know you've given up everything for us, but you can't keep making decisions for us like we're kids. That hurt. The physical pain in Scarata's chest, like a heavy stone pressing down inside, got a little worse. But what about your brothers, or Daike? What about all of the Adike who didn't get to choose? There'll be other ways around this. No point arguing. He'll feel bad enough about it when he comes to his senses. Sure. We'll forget it for the while and concentrate on Phi, and Etane's baby, and then we'll have a rethink. Kosai isn't the only geneticist in the galaxy. Is she? But even the Kaminoan ones need to get her back, and they're the best. It's over. I'll keep trying, but unless there's a miracle. The galaxy didn't do miracles. It only gave you what you took from it. Scarata was persistent to the point of wasted obsession, and maybe even beyond, but even he reached a point where he sank beneath the weight of a task. There'd been just too much bad news today. Perhaps tomorrow would be better. They still had a fortune to fall back on. Ordo turned around, looking like a scared little boy again for the first time in ages. There was nothing Scarata couldn't forgive him. I've hurt you, Bear, and I can't undo that. But I'll make it up to you, I swear. You don't have to, son. I forgot they hadn't seen Kosai up close since she finished testing them and told them they were going to be put down. I stuck abused kids in front of their abuser and expected them to cope. What was I think, ing? You don't know me a thing. Down below, Kosai was in bad shape. Scarata wasn't shocked to find himself satisfied to see it. She was behaving like a bereaved human, head bowed, making a little cooing sound, whimpering, in fact. If anyone thought Iwabate were emotionless, they were wrong. It was just that different things mattered to them. She looked up into his face and he knew that, for once, they understood that they shared the same emotion, if for very different reasons. Irreplaceable loss. Etane and Vav had retreated to the seating on the opposite side of the crew compartment, leaving Mariel to deal with the Kaminoan. He stood in front of her, arms folded. Sooner you stop wallowing in self-pity, the sooner you can start rebuilding that work, he said. If you're nice to me, I'll give you a hand. She raised her head slowly. That was decades of my work, you imbecile. Decades. Oridush, Mariel said. Too bad. But that's what you get for building us crazy. Sure you don't want to make a start on recording it all again? Might as well do it while your memory is still fresh. I can't even access the material on Commando. Maybe I should make sure they can't either, next time I drop in. Topolka City security's no better than when I was a kid. You're savages. Why should I cooperate with you now if I didn't before? Because you're stuck in a ship with 4 creatively sadistic people who hate your gray guts. And maybe the Strill and the Jedi aren't too fond of you, either, and all you've got is the clothes you stand up in. Not even a scrap of flimside to make notes. See how long you last. Skirata met Kosai's eyes. She looked back and forth from him to Mariel and Ordo a few times as if calculating something. Don't even think about it. Iwabatan then settled on Mariel again. And you'll starve me into submission, you think? Oh, you'll get well fed, Mariel said. I want you healthy for a long time, so I can watch you suffer. I might not get a long life, but seeing you go crazy is cleaning some asik out of my heart that's been there for far too long. Cathartic, said Ordo. It really is. He turned to the cockpit. I need to check up on Phi's condition, and then we have to make a move, Calber. Any preferences? The one place Skirata could guarantee to find some SEP-proof, Republic-proof, Jedi-proof accommodation was Mandalore. He had business to take care of there as well. He turned to Attain. Want to see the home turf at IK? Visit Mandalore? She still looked in shock. There were no fancy galactic city doctors on Mandalore, but plenty of women who knew how to handle a pregnancy. What do I tell Zay? She asked. He was sold on your story that I was staying on after Kalura was cleared to help the Gerlanins for a few months. I'll think of something. I always do. She shrugged. Okay. I've never seen Mandalore. What's it like? I'd like to say it's paradise, Skirata said. But it's as rough as a bantha's backside, and half as pretty. I never like beach vacations anyway. Vav held his hand out to Ordo. Better give me the code key for your shuttle. I'll take it back to Coruscant and meet you all there, as and when. Maybe Vav had business to sort out. He had his inheritance, after all, and there were probably items he wanted to fence, because he had his expenses like everyone else. The shuttle needed to go home, too. They couldn't keep abandoning small vessels and charging new ones to the GR. Budget. Inaka the Wookiee couldn't retrieve everything they were forced to dump. Thanks, Wallen, Skirata said. I might take a detour to Argao, actually. His bank was on Argao. Business, then? That was fine. Skirata strapped himself into the third cockpit seat so Ordo could take the co-pilot's position with Mariel at the helm. Ordo was now talking directly to Leveler, whose comm officer seemed to think he was calling from Arca Barracks on Coruscant. A code scrambler was a wonderful thing. Vav released the mooring lines and gave Skirata a mock salute from the pontoon, and Mariel took Aihan out past the breakwater, accelerating her gradually toward the speed at which she'd rise on floats, and then lift clear of the water. Skirata opened his comm link and keyed in Juzik's code. We're out of here, Bardike. Thanks. Thank you for keeping me informed, Juzik said stiffly. So he had an audience. Delta must have been with him. Is everything all right? No. But it will be. Niner informed me about Phi. Ordo's on the case. Don't worry. And you don't have to worry about Kosai any longer either. Okay. Call me when you can talk freely. We're off to Mandalore. Juzik was a good lad, Skirata reflected. He'd been good right from the start. They were lucky to find a few Arutais with that kind of loyalty. Hun took off in a storm of spray, lifting into the night sky. As she passed above the island that had once housed Ko-Sai's base in its bowels, Skirata checked the sensors and couldn't help but notice that there was now an area of subsidence on the sports field, a shallow bowl about 100 meters across. He could even see it. The shadow created by the illumigrids made it look like a big black lake. P for plenty, Skirata said. I think we brought the ceiling down. Mariel checked for himself. Oops. You're taking this pretty well. Skirata now worried what was happening behind Mariel's cocky veneer, because he'd badly underestimated what was going on inside Ordo. There's always a bright side, said Mariel. One day, we'll look back on all this and laugh. Skirata doubted it. But one thing, at least, was settled. He didn't have to hunt for Ko-Sai any longer. He just had to work out what he was going to do with her. Asterisk asterisk. Tropics Island, Daruma, 479 days after Geonosis. So this is how the other half live, Sev said. Delta Squad, clad in the dull but all-encompassing coveralls of a utilities maintenance crew, tried to look routine as they made their way along the shoreline collecting garbage. There wasn't a lot, but the management liked the white sand to look pristine before the hotel guests emerged after breakfast. Some per decut was even combing it with a big rake. I'm glad I'm in this half then, Boss said. The novelty of cleaning up after civvies would wear off fast. I meant the lounging around in the sun bit. Overrated. Fixer speared a scrap of flimsy wrapping with a special sharpened pole designed for doing just that, although Sev could think of much better uses for it. It was the first enemy contact Fixer had had for a while. Sev considered requesting a transfer to the infantry, where they seemed to be getting more droid action. Ruins your skin. Gives you blisters. You have to coat yourself in slimy sun filter to stop it from killing you in the end. Scorch stood back and let him kill another scrap of litter. So how long have you been promoting the benefits of a vacation on tropics? Look, any job would be better than mine, because right now I feel I'm wasting my time. Fixer shoved his finger hard in his ear, adjusting the hidden comlink bead. This is boring. Even the police comlink channel is tedious. Drunks, lost valuables, and collisions between rental speeders. Juzik had finally let them loose on the island itself. Fixer and Boss weren't happy about the delay, but the Jedi had a point. It was hard to blend in here in a suit of Katarn armor, and they didn't have what he called Omega Squad's social skills. Scorch had helped him liberate a few maintenance crew uniforms overnight, a task so easy it was almost an insult to their skills at getting into places they shouldn't have been. As for the locks, he could have busted them open just by scowling at them. It was pathetic. It was a bummer about Phi, though. Sev didn't like the thought of being in a coma, just in case it was one of those conscious ones where you knew what was going on around you but you couldn't respond. Whatever happened to him, he decided, would be fast and final, no hanging around. At one point he thought of talking it through with the rest of the squad, but they noted Phi's state and then shut it out of conversation, so Sev knew they were as scared as he was. I know that Jedi sense stuff, Boss said carefully, and that generals are privy to intel we don't get, but I get the feeling Bard IK isn't leveling with us. Maybe he's too embarrassed to tell us he brought us all this way to buy us a Nuvian ice sundae, said Scorch. Part of this new management drive to make us feel valued. Does Zay know he's having an identity crisis? Boss asked. Who says he is? Come on. The Durastilund syndrome? So he likes Mandalorian stuff, Scorch said. Maybe it's comforting for guys who aren't allowed to have violent feelings. He can act out a bit. He's got a lightsaber. He acts out violence just fine with that. Sev didn't have a Jedi's Force radar, but he certainly had a trooper's sixth sense for an officer approaching. Just as he looked up from the blinding white sand, feeling uneasy, he saw Juzik striding down the boardwalk in what Sev thought of as his half-Jedi, the anonymous white tunic and pants that they all wore under the layers of robes. "Why don't you put your theory to him, then, Doctor?" "Scorch?" said Sev. "Go on, ask him." "Yeah, I always wondered where he keeps his lightsaber when he dresses like that." Result. Fixer muttered. Sev prodded him with the litter pole. "What?" Police channel chat. This was as near as Fixer ever got to excited. Folk were calling and saying they'd heard a mystery explosion, but no location. Now they've had a report of a sports field subsiding on the next island. As an underground explosion? Maybe. Rescue service is going over to check it out. Juzik caught up with them. "I've rented a fishing vessel so we can move our ops away from prying eyes." "How's the maintenance business?" "Explosive," said Scorch. "Fixer says the locals reported a big bang followed by a hole in the ground not far from here. And as this isn't a big bang kind of planet, we might as well check out the lead." "Good idea," said Juzik. "Sir, are you okay?" "My apologies, Scorch. My mind's not wholly on the job. If anyone would like an update on Phi's condition, let me know." He looked around him, almost as if he'd heard something and was trying to work out where it was coming from, but it was just one of his mannerisms. "No?" "Okay, let's take a look at this hole in the ground." Fixer was still eavesdropping on the police comlink frequencies. "What cover are we going to use?" "No need. Overfly it in the TIV, get a few coordinates out of it, then work out a way of assessing the point of the explosion. Might not be anything to do with Ko's Psi, of course. Want to skip it?" "No, sir. But maybe the Twi'lek was decoying us." Juzik picked up a scrap of litter, examined it, and dropped it in the collecting sack that Fixer was carrying. "What makes you say that?" He ran for his life pretty convincingly. Boss cut in. "Because we've turned up nothing, sir, except the traffic manager here who remembers someone hiring a utility barge for a delivery offshore, and then it was found drifting minus the employee. And nobody went looking for him. When they say don't go beyond the safety limits, they mean it. They have no idea what's lurking under the surface, and they're not too keen to find out." Juzik shrugged. "Just as well we're made of sterner stuff." What a shabby attitude toward employee welfare. Sev had seen Juzik hunting targets before, and he behaved like a man with a mission, single-minded, resourceful, and tenacious. On Coruscant, he'd even worried Sev with his wildly risky tactics. Now he was behaving differently. The fire had gone out of him. It was as if he didn't care if he found Ko's Psi or not. It could have been that he didn't want to find her, and that worried Sev for all kinds of different reasons. But maybe it was, as he said, because he was preoccupied by Phi. That was worrying in its own way, because an officer who was distracted when one man out of his commando group of 500 was wounded really didn't have what it took. "Yes, sir," Sev said. The aerial view of the island sports resort to the south of Tropics Action World, a name Sev found hilarious given its extensive array of visitor safety measures, was educational. Yes, it was an instant lake all right minus the water. From the TIV, he could see how the ground had collapsed beneath the grass without breaking up much of the surface. Something underneath had caved in. "Not too low, boss," Juzik said. "What's our transponder telling their flight control?" Delivering ice desserts, sir, Scorch said, checking the charge on his dice. Yeah, put some syrup and crushed nuts on this. Folks didn't use their eyes any longer. They believed everything their gadgets told them. Sev studied the chart on his database, mapped in the position of the subsidence, and compared it with the divers. Hydrographic chart. The hole might not be directly above whatever blew up, he said, but it's a fair assumption. That gives us a search area underwater. You're gagging to wear that scuba trooper's rig, aren't you? Said Scorch. Sev didn't answer. He was starting to wonder what he'd say to Ko Sai when he found her. She was still a figure of dread, a name that even the Kaminoans used to mention in hushed tones, and not just because of her expertise. She had the power of life and death, the authority to say who came up to scratch and who didn't. Now that Topoka City was far behind him, he was starting to realize why that wasn't such a great idea. It was turning into a long, slow day. Transferring the kit from the TIV to the diving vessel without being spotted ate a couple of hours, and then they had to work out a search pattern without even knowing what they were looking for, except maybe a lot of rock. And those scuba suits just processed oxygen from the surrounding water. There was no excuse for coming back to the surface because they were running out of air. Fixer and Boss took the first shift, transmitting optical and sensor images back to the vessel. Sev, Scorch, and Juzik sat on the bridge, watching the output screens. Come on, Sev, cheer up. Scorch nudged him. He was suited up, slapping his flippers on the deck in a rhythm that annoyed Sev more with each thwack. This is better than most of the stuff they show on HNE. It's really interesting rock. Great weeds, too. If they didn't find Ko Sai, Valve would have something to say about it. Okay, he didn't know they were on the case, but he'd find out sooner or later if they failed. Somehow that mattered to him more than coming up empty for Chancellor Palpatine. Boss and Fixer surfaced after an hour and Sev and Scorch flopped over the gunnel into the crystal-clear water. Sev had done the compulsory diving course as part of his basic training, and why call it compulsory, he wondered, when everything was compulsory for a clone? But just because he could do it didn't mean he liked it. He didn't. Scorch did. Wow, this is amazing. Look at that. It's a fish, Scorch. You'll get over it. So will the fish. Come on, how many folks get to do this? Savor the privilege, man. I will. Next time I'm getting my Shebs shot off. Sev wanted to say a lot more right then. A terrible, unguarded moment ambushed him, and he wanted to blurt out that he was fed up with hearing that voice within telling him he wasn't good enough when he was almost bleeding from the effort, and that he wanted. Fearfeck, he didn't know what he wanted, but he knew he didn't have it. That was when he realized why Phi wounded him up so much, because Phi asked the questions that he couldn't face. And Phi had a sergeant who was a father, who thought he was terrific whatever he did or however much he screwed up. So the jewel-like fish and luminous coral around him had a long way to go to make up for that gnawing void in his chest. He ignored them, and swam without jet assistance to avoid churning up silt, scrutinizing the seabed of the island shelf and the rock formations around him for signs of recent activity. Up ahead, there was a sloping pile of rocks extending from the cliff that wasn't on the chart. As Sev swam over it, he couldn't see anything growing there, no plants, incrustations, or any of the life that was quick to colonize every surface. How do I know that? I've never dived anywhere like this. It's all from databases in my helmet systems. Flash-learned stuff. Things I've been trained to trust unseen. The rock face opposite was equally scoured, as if this pile had been the large chunk that had shattered and fallen away from it. General Juzik, sir, Scorch said. Is any of this showing up on your disturbance in the force meter? I see it. Sev picked up some of the smaller fragments and moved them, checking for any debris that wasn't part of what nature intended. This would take forever. He let the rock drop and swam away from the cliff to get an overall perspective, maybe even see some channel open to the sea. It was just as he was backing away that he brushed against something and turned, thinking he'd snagged weed fronds, and found himself looking at something white and vaguely familiar. It didn't have a head, but the rest of it was a humanoid skeleton. Fear effect. Sev? It's okay, Scorch. But they could all detect that his pulse rate had shot up, because armor always had a sneaky little system for monitoring life signs. Looks like the speeder buses run really late here, judging by how long this guy's been waiting. Scorch swam across to him, rocks and big bangs forgotten for the moment. What is it? Juzik asked. I can't see. Scorch adjusted the unfamiliar helmet cam controls that linked his POV to the comm system. See it? Ah. Juzik sighed. Any sign of what killed him, Scorch? Let's ask Sev. He's a dead bodyologist. Sev, feeling embarrassed by his reaction, examined the bones. The left arm came off in his hand. Yep, he's dead all right. Scorch sucked his teeth noisily. It was extra amplified in the scuba trooper helmets. Sure you don't want a second opinion, Doc? Nah, I'm prepared to go out on a limb. Sev dipped down and retrieved the arm from the weed around it. He followed the length of orange fiber cord to its origin, which turned out to be a non-slipping keldabe anchoring Ben tied on a mooring ring of some kind. But I can tell you who made sure he didn't float, more or less. Can you see this, sir? It's a knot, Juzik said. A special one. Mandalorian. Used only by Mandos and folks trained by Mandos. Sev's first thought was the Twi'lek pilot, Leb, saying that he told some Mandalorians about his delivery route. There was a connection here, and it would have been a lot easier to make it if Juzik hadn't scrubbed the pilot's memory a little too soon for Sev's liking. Retrieve the arm, Juzik said. We can at least try to ID the owner. Get what penetrating scans you can of the rock face, and we'll examine it later. Sev and Scorch looked back at the cliff face in silence. From here, the volume of rock brought down was apparent, and it was more than 2 or even 5 men could shift in the hope of finding anything behind it. If Kosai had built a hidden research lab back there, and she'd been home when the explosion happened, then she wasn't going anywhere, ever. If someone else had found her before they trashed the facility like the mystery Mandoade, they probably hadn't offered to relocate her to a nice unit in the Keldabe Business Park. It wouldn't be good news for Palpatine. But then Sev wasn't the one who had to break the news to him. Chapter 14. Let me see. By your logic, it's acceptable to use these clones and spend their lives, because they were only created for war, and wouldn't have existed otherwise. The problem I have with that, Lieutenant, is that they do exist, so they know how sweet life is even from their limited experience, and therefore their lives are worth as much to them as ours are to us. So I'm sure you won't object to accompanying the men on the next ground assault, and I mean on the ground. Will you? Captain Gilad Pelian, commanding officer of Leveler, discussing clone troopers with a junior lieutenant. ***. Republic assault ship Leveler, Outer Rim, for 180 days after Geonosis Darman was used to going where he pleased on board a ship, so the med droid's attempt to stop him from entering the med bay came as a surprise. Unauthorized personnel. It said, "You're an infection risk." "I want to see my brother," Darman said. "Arcedo 155. Head injury." The droid docked one of its probes into the console at the nursing station, checking the central database. Admission record shows he's still in Bacta and hasn't regained consciousness yet. Bay 8. I know he isn't going to be sitting up in bed and wisecracking, but I want to see him. And if he's in a tank, how can I infect him? It's not him I'm concerned for, the droid said. It's the other casualties. Okay. Darman took his own probe out of his belt and docked it in the console. Priority override 5-5 Alpha. The droid stood back to let him pass. And I promise I won't go near any other patient, okay? Special forces weren't supposed to use the override access command except in emergencies, but this counted as one in Darman's eyes. There was no point being Special Forces personnel if you had to fill out forms asking permission to visit the refreshers. He went in search of Bay 8, past what were now packed wards. He paused to stare for a moment, surprised by the numbers. The droid had followed him. He's not in there. Move along. Where did they all come from? Not Gaftaker. That was a stroll in the park. But not for Phi. That was galling, and Darman still didn't know if it had been a booby trap or a cannon round, hostile or friendly fire. For some reason, it mattered a lot, even though he knew no good would come of knowing the answer. Shouldn't they be shipped out to Rimsus? No, very few casualties were sustained on Gaftaker, said the droid. These men are from a number of engagements in this quadrant. The mobile surgical units can't handle any more at the moment, so they're sending them to vessels with spare medbay capacity. So the Republic could order a top-notch army and all its kit, but they didn't get around to providing the medical support. Darman wanted to go and slap some sense into the Republic, but didn't know who to start with even if he could. Show me Bay 8, he said. Darman tried not to look to either side of him, but he did, and in one of the emergency bays med droids were working on a trooper. He couldn't see the type of wound because the man was lying flat and the droids were obscuring his view. But he could see the deck of the bay, and it was covered in blood. A small cleaning droid was mopping it clean, working its way around the equipment unnoticed. For some reason, the scene stopped Darman in his tracks. A mop. They were using a domestic mop to wipe up the blood. Somehow it summed up how routine this was, how much a part of the daily round, how mundane, that men bled out their lives and the cleaning droids carried on keeping the ship spick and span. Where was HNE and its holocams now? This scene never intruded on the Holonies' bulletins. All Darman's vague resentment and fears suddenly found a sharp focus, and he was angry in a way that he hadn't been before. Bay 8, Tank 113. The med droid beside him said sharply, I have patients waiting. At least Phi had been first in line for a Bacta tank. The droid left Darman in a forest of blue-lit transparent tubes full of men. And for the first time since he'd known Phi, Darman had the panicky sensation of not being able to recognize him, the fluid distorted like a lens, and the men inside were sedated, so there was no way to recognize him by facial expression or scars. But he had the tank number. Phi's injuries were all internal. Darman wished he could have said the same for some of the troopers he passed. Bacta could heal a lot, but regenerating limbs wasn't one of its properties. In Tank 113, Phi hung suspended in a surgical harness, breather mask held in place by filaments looped behind his ears, a very regular trail of bubbles rising slowly to the surface of the Bacta. He was on assisted breathing, then. He looked peaceful. But Darman didn't like that because he'd seen more than enough dead men with that same look of absent serenity. Hey, Phi, he said quietly. He put his hand flat on the transparisteel. They said coma patients often heard what was going on around them, so Darman treated Phi as conscious. You're going to be okay, Nviod. Better hurry back, because CORR's taking your place, and you don't want him to get all the girls, do you? Darman watched Phi for a while, drumming gently on the glass with his fingers. They'd all started life in a tank a lot like this. Darman was determined Phi wouldn't end it in one. Now that he could stand outside all this, he could see it for the loveless, isolated, sterile excuse for life that it was. Someone walked up behind him, very carefully. He knew Niner's gate anywhere. The med droid's getting annoyed with us trooping in here, Niner whispered, draping his arm over Darman's shoulder. Phi's stable. They say they've stopped the swelling in the brain, so they'll drain him down and take him off the sedation in a couple of days and do scans. Then they'll know what shape he's in. We're going back to 000 anyway, even if Leveler isn't. We have to meet up with CORR and get a new squad in shape. Why do they need to sedate him when he's in a coma? In case he wakes up in that thing and starts thrashing around. He'll be okay. What happens if he isn't? What if he's still in a coma? What happens then? This was where it got difficult. Men were wounded all the time, and some died, and some survived and were sent back to their units. It was the first time Darman had wondered why it was all so tidy. I don't know, said Niner. I'll ask Sergeant Cal. Darman knew why he hadn't asked the question before. Though. The answer was brutally pragmatic. If it took too much effort to save a man, he wasn't a priority. He died. Darman thought of the surgical expertise available to the Republic, and just how much was medically possible these days as long as you weren't a meatkin like them. I thought we were expensive assets. You'd think we'd be worth a little more spent on repairs. Come on, Dar. Niner pulled him away, hooking his finjers into the back of his belt. We'll come back later. Darman, reluctant to leave Phi in this cold and lonely place, put his hand on the tank again. I'm not abandoning you, Vodika. You didn't abandon me on Kalura, and I won't leave you. Okay? I'm coming back. I promise. Phi didn't react, but then Darman knew he wouldn't. The point was that he'd said it, and that meant he'd do it. Reluctantly, he followed Niner back to the mess deck, and found a quiet corner to pour his heart out in a message to Attain. He could have unburdened himself on his brothers, but they all knew what he was thinking anyway. ***. Kiramorat, Northern Mandalore, 480 days after Geonosis Attain stepped out of A.E. Han's cargo hatch and looked upon a wilderness of ancient trees huddling together for warmth against a biting wind that swept off the plain. The palette of sunset colors was remarkably like the tropical island she just left, all intense violets and ambers, but the temperature difference was 30 degrees. Despite what Scarata had said, it wasn't unattractive. It was just dauntingly isolated. Okay, it's not Coruscant, Mariel said, offering her a hand down. You can't calm the local tap calf for a banquet to your door delivery. But in the warmer months, it's beautiful. It really is. Attain tried to believe him. It didn't matter, anyway, she'd be out of here in 3 months, maximum. For some reason, freezing her Shebs off here, that was the right word, Shebs, she knew that now was a lot better than being exposed to the same temperatures on Kalura. She had a connection with this place, however tenuous it was. There was something right about having the baby here. She understood all about bloodline and geography, counting for little with Mandalorians, but it mattered to her because this was, technically, her son's home. But she couldn't see any houses. There wasn't a light or a road out there, just the wild landscape. They have tree houses here, don't they? she said, realization slowly dawning. Accessibility was an issue for a woman with a rapidly expanding waistline. Like Wookiees. Mariel laughed. For a man whose crazy brother had just junked his chance at a normal lifespan, he didn't seem too crushed. Only in some places. Here, you need something a little more substantial in the winter. Think of it as your private retreat by the lake. Fishing, bracing country walks for a few hundred clicks. Scarata stuck his head out of the hatch. He had his comm link in one hand and seemed to be talking to someone who had dumped more bad news on him. He paused, oblivious that he was blocking the exit, and rubbed his forehead, eyes closed. He was back in his gold armor now, a regular Mando on home turf. Enemy territory. Remember that. These people fight for the Seps. Etain heard the word "fi" a few times. He's not dead. I'd know if he was. Then Scarata closed the link and keyed in another code, stepping out and wandering around the landing area with his free hand deep in his pocket, left leg dragging a little. Ah, said Mariel, holding up a forefinger and cocking his head toward the sound of an approaching speeder. Our gracious enabler. Has Cal got a home here? She asked. Not until now, Mariel answered. I don't understand. He's looking at retirement properties, let's say. In the meantime, Rav Brawler's looking after his interests. That meant absolutely nothing to her. Who's he? She. Another Kiwi Valdar. Scarata only trusted his own. Etain couldn't blame him. It was a dangerous galaxy, and Scarata was playing a very risky game indeed, even here. She wondered how he bankrolled all this, and suspected General Zay was going to get a heart-stopping shock one day when the auditors went through the SO Brigade accounts. But Scarata had Bethany went in on the team now, which was convenient. A treasury agent always came in handy. And I think Cal's taking risks? I'm a pregnant Jedi general, and here I am in enemy territory, paying a social visit, looking to them for safe haven. Force preserve us. A mud-spattered speeder drew up alongside them, and a figure in Beskar Gam, the traditional Mandalorian armor, jumped out of the hatch. Rav Ik, said Scarata. They hugged with a metallic clack. I owe you. Too right you do, you old Shabir. Brawler pulled off her helmet, revealing thick, gray-streaked chestnut braids and a surprisingly unlined skin, and looked at Etain over with a practiced eye. So this is the little mother, huh? Shab, kid, you need to put some meat on your bones fast. Your baby needs it. She walked up to Mariel and patted his cheek. You're looking fit, Ad Ik. Good to see you again. Mariel, he prompted. Been a while. I could always tell you apart back then. Brawler was everything Scarata had said Mando women should be. If she'd had kids, Etain had no doubt that she'd endured a 5-day labor in stoic silence, handed the newborn a blaster, and then zapped Trandashans with the infant clutched under one arm. She looked frighteningly fit. Venku, is this where you want to be? Thank you for your hospitality, Etain said, having no idea if Brawler knew who the father was. I realize this can't be easy for you. It's okay, kid. Brawler had vibroblade housings on her gauntlets, both of them. I know what you are. Cal and I go back way before Commando. No problem. When you join this team, nobody cares where you came from. Only what you do from now on in. That didn't answer the question, but Etain made a mental note to check with Cal about who knew what. It was impossible to keep track now. Okay, Brawler said. Follow me. 5 minutes tops. There's something else, Scarata said. There always is, Kalike. This. Ordo emerged from the hatch with a handcuffed Kosai. Brawler's expression was a picture. She didn't quite gape, but she parted her lips as if to speak and then just laughed her head off. Wait! Bringing meat for the barbecue? She held her helmet hugged against her chest, an oddly girlish pose for a veteran commando. This is something of a come down for you, chief scientist, isn't it? Slumming it with the cannon fodder. Well. Skirata looked suddenly exhausted, as if he'd been worried about Brawler's reaction and could now relax. Kosai was a little reluctant to accompany us. Brawler grinned. You kidnapped her? Yeah. I suppose you could call it that. Well. Nobody can say you haven't got get se, Cal. You know what the bounty is on this Iowa bait. Oh yes, Skirata said. But I liked her so much I decided to keep her. So how long do I have to hide her? Until she tells me what I want to know. No problem, Kalike. I'll take good care of her while you're gone. I'm sure we can find lots of girly stuff to talk about from the Tapoka days. Brawler put her helmet back on. You do still talk, don't you, Kosai? I used to enjoy our chats. The Kaminoans still seemed stunned. Atane almost pitted her, at the top of her profession, second in terms of power only to her prime minister, and then on the run, hunted and humiliated and finally reduced to a hostage without even a change of clothes. But Skirata and Brawler obviously didn't see it that way. Brawler was relishing it. The only thing I can say, said Kosai at last, is that you're ignorant savages, and I wasn't as adept a geneticist as I thought, because I failed to breed that out of your kind. I take that as a compliment, said Brawler. She pointed to the speeder. Follow me. Brawler's homestead was fringed by trees, seemingly in total darkness until they set Aihan down in a field of stubble at the back of the house. The building itself was circular, partly submerged in the ground with a strange grass roof that camouflaged it from the air, but flickering lights were visible through slit-like windows as she approached the main doors. It was a bastion. Atane reminded herself this was a warrior culture, and knew that sooner or later she'd find out why it was embedded in the ground and not on a high vantage point. The house was deserted, smelled of wood smoke just like Kalura, and looked partly derelict. It seemed to be in the process of restoration. Brawler took them to the main room in the center of the building and gave them a rapid orientation. Rooms were set around the main room like a rim around the hub of a wheel. I don't expect you'll have trouble, she said, but if you do, the exit's here. She pointed down at a point on the floor covered by rope-like matting. Ah, tunnels. It made sense now. And the best lockable place to put her is the armory. Plenty of headroom. Ordo was wandering around the place, making notes on his datapad for reasons best known to himself. Kosai's head drooped. Either she was utterly demoralized or she was taking a sneaky look at the tunnel exit. Atane decided to keep an eye on her. Brawler seemed to be keeping one eye on her, too, but then she'd been stuck on Kamino for 8 years just like Skirata and Vav, and she probably had her reasons. So what information are you going to beat out of her, Cal? How to switch off the accelerated aging in clones. Brawler snorted. If she could do that, she'd have tried it out by now. You know how this demigalka loved her experiments. She patted Skirata's shoulder. I know you talked about it, but I never thought you'd actually do it. Kandosiai, Niviodi. You'd be amazed, Skirata said quietly. Come on, Adike. It's been a long day. Let's eat and then get some rest. Kosai looked back at Atane as Brawler led her away. The genome of your child will be fascinating. So she'd worked it out. Scarata was right. Kaminoans had few facial expressions that Attain could recognize, but she knew avarice when she felt it. Kosai could think of nothing but a new puzzle to solve and rebuild. Then the fire of that new enthusiasm waned in the force, and Attain suspected she'd remembered that her personal research was now melted plastoid fragments in the silt of an idyllic crystal harbor on the other side of the core. Attain drew her lightsaber out of her pocket and simply let Kosai see the hilt. "Come anywhere near me or my child," she said, "and you'll find out just how little I've embraced the peace and serenity they tried to teach me at the academy." Scarata winked at her. Mandacarla. Muriel sat Attain down on a wide, deeply upholstered bench against the wall and shoved a few cushions behind her back. "He says you've got the right stuff." So she was back on Scarata's good side, for the time being anyway. The meal turned out to be an assortment of dumplings, grains, and noodles smothered in various spicy sauces, preserved meats, and a pot of small red fruits swimming in what looked like syrup, the only thing she didn't try. Brawler seemed to have raided the contents of her store cupboard to feed her guests. Attain devoured it in the full knowledge that her stomach would rebel later. The meal was taken in grim silence, which could have been exhaustion, but Attain sensed that Scarata was more crushed than tired. He drained a little syrup out of the pot into a small glass and gulped it down. "Rav still makes good tihar," he said hoarsely, and then started coughing. It was the throat-searing, colorless fruit alcohol that he had a taste for. Best painkiller there is. "You haven't been taking your daily dose, Calbert." Ordo sounded a little strained, as if the realization of what he'd done to Kosai's research was now catching up with him. "I found I could sleep without it." Scarata wiped his plate clean with a chunk of dumpling speared on a fork and chewed as if it hurt him. "Anyway, time for a sit-rep. Work out what we do next. We've got Phi and Bacta. We've got to go back through the Tapoka research stuff and see where we can pick up, and we've got confirmation that the Republic's got its own clone program without Kamino's involvement. And I've got to persuade Jinart to keep up the pretense that Attain's helping the Gerlanins get back on their feet now that the farmers have gone." "She'll do that," Attain said. "She really thinks you'd maneuver Zay into trashing the planet if she doesn't cooperate." Scarata finished his last dumpling. "Oh, I really would." "Leave the research to me," Mariel said. "I think I know where to start shaking down Kosai. I'll go through the Tapoka data with her and see what sets her off. She's devastated about losing her own material. It's really broken her. Can't you just compare the trooper genome with Django's and see what's different?" Attain asked. "That only tells us which genes have been added, mutated, or removed," said Mariel. "It doesn't tell us what's been turned on or off. You can even turn them down, and make them work just a little. It's about expression, how the Machine gets built from a blueprint, and that's messy. Because if you tinker with one gene, it can have an effect on another set that's got nothing to do with the area you're working on. And then there's identifying what aging really is, because it's not just one factor." "Am I boring you yet?" "No," Attain said, but wasn't sure that she wanted to be depressed any further by the size of the task. It would have been daunting enough even before Ordo destroyed the data chips. But I suppose if it was easy, Arcanian Micro would be doing this, too, and Kamino wouldn't be able to charge top price. "She can't be the only one in the galaxy who can do this kind of work," Scarata said. "There have to be others. Best bet is to look for a gerontologist and an embryologist with an interest in genetics. But it'll cost." Scarata shrugged. "If I invest the fund right, we'll be able to buy as many scientists as we need." The word fund worried Attain. Zay's going to spot the black hole in the budget sooner or later, Cal. It's not from the GR budget, Adik. He gave her a knowing smile. Okay, it's the back on the table time. I have a slush fund. Creds from my QE Valdar payoff, invested sensibly. Creds the Jabimi terror cell paid me in that explosive sting. And now upward of 40 million from a little expedition of VAVs, which I need to convert to cash creds and launder fast so it can earn interest and get invested again. Attain wasn't an accountant, but it didn't sound like a lot of credits compared with the many trillions needed to run an army. The word launder registered on her but failed to shock any longer. Is that going to be enough? To establish a safe house here and an escape route? Yes. To develop a gene therapy to counter the aging? I don't know. Possibly not. So I'll build up as much in the coffers as I can. Attain had to admire his determination. She'd had no idea that he'd moved from anger and anguish to calculation and action. The Force hadn't shown her the entirety of the man, just his headlines. Venku kicked again, and she put her hand on her belly. You okay? Skirata asked, all instant concern. He's kicking, she said. He'll be a Limmy player. Meshgaroya. The beautiful game. I think he's permanently angry that I'm putting him through so much, actually. She thought of the way Kosai looked at her, that clinical curiosity, and understood Skirata's initial anger. It scared her too. Ordo and Muriel took turns to pat Skirata on the shoulder before returning to Eihan for the night, maybe because it was more comfortable. Or they might have been guarding his valuables, and Skirata settled down in one of the chairs with his weapons laid out on a small table right beside him. He didn't use a bed, Attain had found, not since his first days on Commando. It couldn't have been good for him. No wonder his ankle played up so much. I'm going to wander around the place, Attain said, regretting wolfing down so much food on an increasingly cramped stomach. Give my meal time to settle. You should be doing plenty more of that now. Eating and resting. He opened one eye. Give the baby the best chance. She decided to risk it. I just wanted to say that I'm learning a lot from you about being a parent. You're so patient with Ordo. He's my boy. I love him, even those times when he turns into a stranger. You'll understand when you hold yours for the first time. Your favorite. You can have favorites. But he's probably the one I overprotect most, yes. What are you going to do if you succeed with this scheme and they... Well, leave home? I have no idea, Adik. Skirata rubbed his face wearily with both hands. I forgot how to be Cal Skirata a long time ago. It's probably better that he never comes back. Redemption came from the strangest sources. Perhaps it was easier to find in the dark, extreme places that forced a man to sink or swim. Attain walked around the homestead, which was even bigger than she'd first thought, more a chain of connected redoubts than a farmhouse, and when she pressed her face to the transparent steel insets in one of the walls, she could make out the faint boundaries of fields backing onto the complex. It was the perfect spot for vanishing without a trace. It was exactly what the QE Valdar, soldiers so disconnected from normal life that they could step out of it indefinitely at a moment's notice, would think of as a safe haven. It was a remote, well-defended spot on a remote planet with a population smaller than most core world neighborhoods, let alone cities. It struck her then that this wasn't Rav Brawler's home. It was Skirata's. This was the retirement property Mariel had alluded to. Brawler was looking after it for him. If she'd lived there, it would have had all the trappings of a real home. That was the word. Lived in, warm, familiar. This was a construction site. Attain found she'd walked in a circle and now was back at the main entrance. Pulling her cloak up over her head and mouth to keep out the cold, she stepped outside to check if Aihan was still there with Nulls. She could never predict anything and saw Ordo and Mariel. They were sitting on the combing of the open port side hatch, chatting in the faint yellow light of the cargo bay, their breath emerging as mist. They really are crazy at freezing out here. She caught a word or two of the conversation before they noticed her. Whatever they were talking about, Ordo was saying he almost wished he hadn't started it, because it broke his heart to see Biraike like this. Mariel assured him Calbert would understand. Biraike. She could work out even from her smattering of Mandalorian language that it was an affectionate word for father. Everyone seemed to be wallowing in guilt tonight. I don't care how genetically superior you are, she said loudly. Go to bed like good boys. Mariel laughed. Ordo just looked uncomfortable. Yes, Bear, Mariel said. It was the same word for mother, or father. Mandoa didn't bother with gender. We'll brush our teeth, too. Attain waited for them to close the hatch before she shut the doors and made her way back to the heart of the complex. Skirata was asleep, or at least in that doze from which he seemed to wake so quickly. She found a blanket, shook off the dust, and laid it over him, as she'd once seen Niner do. Maybe it wasn't such a terrible thing to hand Venku over to him after all. ***. Medbay, Republic Assault Ship Leveler, 482 days after Geonosis. I'm not accustomed to working with an audience, said the droid. Please let me get on with my task. Auden had taken on the role of enforcer today. The med droid didn't seem to care which clone it was arguing with. Darman and Niner stood on either side of Auden, making it clear that it would be easier to give and then have to argue with them 4 times a day. I spent serious time in Bacta, Auden said. Twice. I don't have happy memories of it, so when Phi wakes up I want him to see his brothers as soon as he opens his eyes. Reassurance. It's a scary experience for us. Reminds us of the gestation tanks. The droid was only partially moved. How very primal. Move behind the observation screen, then. Okay. And after brain damage like this, he might be very disoriented. Do you understand? He might have problems even recognizing you at first. Darman didn't care if Phi swung a punch and thought they were Nimoidian accountants as long as he was conscious. They could sort out the rest later. We get it, Auden said. The 3 commandos stepped out into the passage, helmets held one-handed, and peered through the transparisteel like med students watching a master surgeon. Pity that Bardike isn't here, Niner said. He'd have sorted this lot out. Darman felt a little wounded by the omission. Or Attain, but Jedi can't influence droids. I meant a spot of creative slicing. Sometimes I think he's better than me. The technician droids moved the Bacta tank out of position on repulsors and onto a recessed platform in the treatment area. Phi, breather mask still in place, hung more heavily on the suspension straps as the pale blue liquid was pumped away and the cylindrical tank descended below deck level. The droids moved a repulsor gurney into place and maneuvered Phi onto it, placed a temperature sensor somewhere that would have raised a loud objection had he been conscious, then covered him in a padded blue wrapping. The mask was still breathing for him. He looks awful, Darman said. He placed his forearm on the transparisteel and rested his forehead against it. Bacta didn't leave you wrinkled and white like plain water did, but Phi looked dead. The contrast between his pallor and his black hair was stark. Is he still chilled? Niner shrugged. Well, that blue thing could be a heating pad. They waited. A droid kept hovering back to check the sensor readout, and eventually Phi didn't look such a waxy yellow color. Here we go. Darman wasn't keen on seeing a needle go into flesh his own or anyone else, but he made himself watch as the senior med droid moved in with a cannula and slipped it into the vein on the back of Phi's hand. What Darman might have been able to do if he'd seen anything go wrong, he had no idea, but he had to keep watch for Phi's sake. The droid took a syringe and began injecting a pale yellow liquid into the cannula. So this stuff reverses the sedation? Atta nodded. I was all bright and breezy pretty fast. He might not be, remember. Darman's gaze darted between the chrono on his forearm plate and Phi, and the urge to protect him from what, from a med droid, was hard to suppress. The minutes flicked by on the display, and the droid was joined by another. The two began attaching sensors to Phi's scalp, shaving off more small patches of hair. He'd be really mad when he saw what they'd done to his hairstyle and sticking the discs in place. They seemed to be checking brain activity. How long is this going to take? Niner said. Shouldn't he at least be conscious by now? But he wasn't. The senior med droid repositioned the sensors, checked the readout, and then stood back in processing mode for a few moments, the panel on its chest flickering through a sequence. Then it unhooked the filaments from the breather mask and removed the tube from Phi's throat. Darman couldn't work out what was going on at first. But Phi's chest wasn't moving, no rise and fall of steady breaths, and that was the point at which Darman started to think in terms of going in there and resuscitating like he'd been taught. The droid seemed to be watching Phi intently. Then it turned away to the trolley full of instruments, slipping items into the sterabag for autoclaving. That's it, I'm going to. And then Phi took a long gasping breath and coughed. The droid spun around as if it hadn't been expecting that at all. Phi was breathing on his own again, but he certainly wasn't conscious. Darman was astride from the doors when Niner stepped in his way and pushed through ahead of him. Droid, he said, you want to tell me what's going on? What happened there? Is he okay? The med droid placed more sensors on Phi, this time on his chest and throat. He's breathing unaided, and I wasn't anticipating that outcome. So why did you take the Shabla tube out of him then? Darman snapped. He got the picture now, all right. They thought Phi was dead. What's that about? The droid just followed its protocols. It dealt with a steady stream of wounded and dying men every day, and Phi was no more special to it than the next trooper. It was nothing personal at all. His brain scan showed insufficient activity. You mean you pulled the plug on him? I assessed him as brain dead. That's still my professional opinion. The medical protocol is that we don't continue life support if a patient is still showing isoelectric scans after 48 hours. The droid paused. Flatlining, I believe you call it. The words hit Darman like a punch in the gut. It wasn't supposed to be like that. Republic medical care was the best there was: prosthetic limbs, Bacta, microsurgery, nanopharmaceuticals, you name it, the stuff of which miraculous recoveries were made. Phi couldn't end up like this. Darman refused to accept it. Niner had his fist clenched, held against his leg. For a moment Darman thought his sergeant was going to vibroblade the med droid like he'd done to so many combat tinnies. But Niner could always keep control. What happens in a regular med center? He said, voice cracking. They have separate medical protocols. The Grand Army operates under different terms. And Darman didn't need to be told what those were. He wanted to take it out on the med droid, but it was just a machine and had no more rights than he did. You can't just leave him there. What are you going to do? This has never happened before during my service. I have no instruction to keep a patient on extended life support in these circumstances. This medbay is for emergency and acute care only. I'll take that as a don't know, shall I? Niner said. Put him back on life support. He's breathing unaided. Then keep him hydrated, because if you don't, that's basic combat first aid for us. If you don't put a line in the cannula, we will. Got it? The droid was genuinely perplexed. It had a very specific specialty, and what it was faced with now wasn't how to do something clever, but whether to do it at all. Darman didn't wait and moved in between Phi and the droid. If the tinny came anywhere near him with anything but a helpful suggestion, he'd use an BMP on the thing. Auden pushed past it and took a big carton of saline sacks, and between them they hooked Phi up to a drip. Now either he stays there, or you let us move him to a nice quiet bay where we can keep an eye on him until we get back to 000. Niner said patiently, fist relaxing. I think a bay would be best. We'll liberate that repulsor gurney and move him, if that's okay with you. If Darman hadn't been so focused on Phi's plight, he might have felt sorry for the droid. Clones can be very disruptive to the orderly running of this unit, it said. I tire of explaining our protocols to you, which is why I usually bar your kind from the treatment areas. So this wasn't the first argument the droid had had with a man's comrades then. But I have no authorization to transfer a patient in this state to any facility, so what happens to RC-8015 when we transfer the wounded is outside my authority. Niner stood back to let Darman and Auden steer the gurney across to the treatment bays. They now had an audience of droids and walking wounded. You mean you don't know what to do with him? That's what I said, isn't it? The droid let them take Phi. It was a busy droid that didn't have time to argue with RCs who weren't going to take no for an answer, and Darman felt brief guilt for tying up resources when there were wounded Vode with less clout in dire need. But Phi was his brother, and if Darman didn't look out for him, then the whole fabric of his tight-knit world, the small circle of people who were his life, meant nothing. Niner pulled the bay shutters across to give Phi some privacy, and the three men crowded in as best they could, shoulder plates scraping one another. They had no idea what to do with Phi. Either, except lay him in a coma position, make sure his saline line was clear. Sergeant Gillimar's combat medic course back into Poca was ingrained in them, and get on the comm link to someone who'd be able to sweep aside the bureaucracy and Osik back on Coruscant, Cal Skirata. Chapter 15. The difficulty is knowing not who to trust. Nobody, absolutely nobody, but who can be allowed to know how much about a given situation. It's no secret that we hold Dr. Yuthan in a Republic jail, and the assumption is that we need her expertise to prevent the Separatists from creating another anti-clone virus like hers, or even force her to create a countermeasure. But I prefer to think of her as my insurance policy. Should I ever need to remove the Grand Army if the clones are not as loyal as the Kaminoans claim, and we all know the claims merchants make, then I have my means. Chancellor Palpatine, Private Memoirs on the Uses of Enemy Scientists. ***. Special Operations Brigade HQ, Coruscant, 482 days after Geonosis. So it was a big pile of rock, said General Zay. Yes, sir. Juzik could do calm like nobody else, and it seemed to be getting to his boss. I estimate a few tons. Juzik sat completely composed, fingers meshed as his hands rested on Zay's lovely blue desk. Sev, in ill wait to be spoken to mode like the rest of Delta Squad, sat to his right, helmet on lap, staring straight ahead, managing to feel that the conversation didn't involve him or his brothers at all. It was, Vav said, probably like a Jedi being in a state of meditation, aware, but not distracted. It was handy to be able to do that when your CO was getting a subtle roasting from his boss right in front of you. But we don't have any confirmation that there was a facility under that island, Sei said, staring out the window with his back to them. Or that Kosai used it. And even if she did, we don't know if she was at home when Master Disaster came to call, do we? We don't, sir. If Zay leaned on Sev, he wouldn't be able to tell him anything different from Juzik even if he wanted to. That was exactly how it had happened, a very unsatisfactory outcome, and they were now back to square one and casting around for new leads if Kosai had ever left Daruma. That was. No, they were back to -1. Before Daruma, they'd at least known for sure that the Awabate was still alive. It was funny how that phrase stuck. Awabate. All the Mandalorian Q-Valdar used it in the end. Even some of the non-Mando training sergeants did. Kaminoans weren't lovable when you got to know them. So if the facility was blown up, to use the technical phrase, did someone else get to her before we did, or did she do it to throw us off her trail? Zay asked. Because I'm getting a very hard time from the Chancellor, in that charmingly polite way of his, and if it's not him on my back then it's Master Windu, and I don't know which is giving me more pain. We just don't know, sir. All we know is that she had one pair of bounty hunters after her, who were almost certainly tasked by the Kaminoan government, and that a lot of equipment that could be used for cloning was shipped to Daruma Dash. Or that could have been used to pickle vegetables. And that we found a body with signs of Mandalorian activity right next to a very recent explosion. Anyone can learn to tie a Mandalorian knot if they want to leave a message for the trusting saying, "It's okay, she's dead, the Mandalorians got her." Can't they? Juzik looked unmoved except for a slight twitch in his jaw muscles. Sev was at the right angle to see it. They could, sir, Juzik said at last. But we do derive some certainty from the Force, do we not? We do, but Chancellor Palpatine doesn't deal in Force certainty, or in the Force at all. He wants her, preferably alive, but he'll settle reluctantly, although I shall no doubt feel his reluctance for definitive proof of death. And I don't mean some half-wit Twi'lek saying he was pretty sure he dumped her body but he can't remember where. Sev felt the Force that time, all right, and it was probably a largely spent shockwave compared with the one that Sei had to be getting from above. Juzik's calm almost deserted him, and he blinked a few times. Find me something solid. It means excavating. Then excavate. But if she surfaces again, she'll show her hand when she starts re-equipping a laboratory. She can't work with a datapad and a stylus alone. Unless she goes to work illegally for Arcanian Micro or any of the other clone masters. Does she have any research that Topoka City isn't privy to, do you think? I have no idea. Sei turned to Boss. 3-8, do you regard the corpse you found as significant? Just the nature of the knot, sir. Especially as it was a long shot that we would find the location based on what the Twi'lek told us. If anyone signposted it, they were subtle. They might have known you weren't stupid. Wow, the old man was in a real mood today. No option but to go back to the last good contact and start over. Although I don't like the idea of digging holes under sports fields deep in enemy territory on the off chance there might be a squashed Kaminoan under the rubble, that's all we've got. Perhaps I should have brought Scarata into the loop on this after all. It didn't matter why he said it. He might have meant it benignly, or sincerely, or spitefully. But the end result was the same. It was a slap across the face for all of them. Juzik might have taken that as part of the learning curve of being a baby general, but Delta didn't fail. Dread crept through Sev like the onset of a strained muscle. At least they weren't yet at the stage where Vav had to find out that they couldn't cut it. No. That I couldn't cut it. Leave it with us, sir. Juzik gave every impression of being okay about the dressing down. Jedi never shouted or swore, although they did have a savage line and humiliating understatement, but he had to be bruised now. He'd already told them more than once that he was never going to make the Jedi Council. He didn't strike Sev as the type of man who wanted that kind of position anyway. Is there a deadline on this? Yesterday, at the latest, said Zay. I can repeat the explanation from the top if you like. No need, sir. Resources? You learned your trade from Skirata, young man. Whatever it takes. He paused. If you really feel you're not getting anywhere, I might countenance investigating the Mandalorian angle via him or Vav. Juzik managed to return some verbal fire. They won't like finding out that they weren't trusted to know about this to start with, sir. Zay just raised an eyebrow. Do it now, he said. I want to be able to tell Palpatine that you're still out there on the case, and not lie. I haven't even told him where you were. Just in case he gets other ideas. Yes, sir. Juzik dismissed himself and beckoned to the squad to follow. They trooped after him in silence. We let you down, sir, Boss said. Sorry about that. Don't worry, boss, it's not your fault. Juzik's comm link bleeped for attention and he looked down at the display, pausing for a moment as if it was either baffling or important. General Zay was just expressing his frustration. It's a job best suited to Intel, and he knows it. They should do the tracking and call you in when they need some serious soldiering done. Look, can you give me half an hour? I have to take care of something before we go. It sounded like Juzik was saying they were only good for the brute force end of the job. But maybe he just picked up on the fact that the squad wanted to be out on the front line. We'll have the TIV ready on the landing pad in 30 standard minutes, sir. Boss knew how to give Juzik a deadline in the kindest way. And an appropriate wardrobe. Juzik seemed agitated, turning his comm link over and over in his hands. Excellent. He paused. By mentioning that he might bring in Skirata and Vav, has General Zay given me a nod and a wink to do that in a deniable manner? Not a question we're qualified to answer, General, Boss said. Although if anyone can find out what a bunch of Mandalorians are doing, it'd be them. Or the Nulls. You talk as if Mandalorians are foreign to you, boss. Well, they are. Some of them, anyway. Sorry, I didn't put that very well. I meant, do you think of yourself as Mandalorian in any way? Probably as much as you think of yourself as a Jedi, sir. Raised that way, more or less, but the enthusiasm depends on whether your own kind are putting you in the line of fire or not. Ouch. Sev winced, waiting for the reaction. None came. Juzik nodded as if that meant something, and shot off at a run toward the administration area. Juzik was taking this whole Mando thing too far. The kid had no sense of danger. He'd dress up in that Beskar gam and end up with his throat cut, Jedi or not, because even if Skirata liked him and treated him like one of the family, the average Mando would take him for the Jedi spy he would certainly be. What's got into him? Fixer asked as they made the final checks on the TIV. Hard to tell with a Jedi, Scorch said. I get the feeling there's something going on, and Zay knows Juzik isn't leveling with him, but it's all happening on some higher plane while grunts like us just watch the outward show of business as usual. You can never tell what they're picking up in the Force while they're smiling politely. That was it. Never knowing what Jedi could see, and you couldn't really get to Sev, and it went beyond the different skill set, as Juzik insisted on calling it. The word powers annoyed the general, but powers they were. The squad carried on the conversation in hushed tones, as if Juzik might have some force method for eavesdropping on them. Scorch just confirmed Sev's bad feeling. He's going to get himself killed. Skirata and Vav can play these games, but they've been around a long, long time. We're all going to get ourselves killed. Sev knew what he meant, though. It's in the job description. The line that says don't take out any long-term loans. You think he'd rather be Bardai K or General Juzik? Scorch asked. Are you asking if I think he's loyal? I suppose so. Sev didn't enjoy the thought. He's loyal to us. They're great to have on your side, Jedi. Fixer heaved a crate of supplies into the TIV's cramped cargo area. I liked it better when we just blew stuff up and splattered Geonosians. All this thinking is bound to end in tears. Yeah, but not yours, Scorch said, taking out his datapad. I'm going to work out how much thermoplastoid it'd take to launch Action World into orbit. Or excavate a hole. You enjoy your hobby, Fixer, and let me enjoy mine. Sev sat down on one of the crates and calibrated his dice again, something that he'd begun to see as a nervous habit. Zay, he thought, was being weighed too hard on Juzik. He couldn't give a brand new officer that kind of latitude without support, and still expect him not to screw up. Okay, everyone was thinly stretched lately, and every time Sev looked at the deployment chart and worked out where all the Jedi were in theater, they really were getting more and more scattered, more physically separated from one another. But that was no excuse for not picking up a comm link and giving Juzik a "How are you" chat. Skirata called all his squads, all 90 men or however many it was right now, at least once a month just to see what they needed. He knew what they were doing operationally anyway. He said it wasn't enough to have an open door. If he checked on them regularly, they didn't have to worry if he'd think they were weak or whiny for raising a concern. And sometimes they just needed to know that someone still cared if they lived or died. That was probably why Juzik gravitated to Skirata. Zay only had himself to blame if the kid liked playing Mando now. That subtle difference in handling soldiers was why Mandalorians made better armies. Juzik is going to get in over his head one day, and if Zay hasn't got the time to keep an eye on him when Skirata is not around, then we'll have to do it. And if he does something dumb, well, Zay let him go off and do it. Yes, it would be down to Zay. Before you handed someone power, you had to ask yourself if you'd be happy with the worst possible thing they could ever do with it. Galactic City, Coruscant. 482 days after Geonosis, it might have been someone at the door, or the chrono alarm, or even a warning from the environment controls, but the beeping woke Bethany. Then she realized it was the comlink on her bedside table making a sound she seldom heard. She'd set it to make a different sound when calls came in from any of her secure codes, meaning Ordo, mainly. She didn't want to miss him if he tried to contact her. Fi's situation made her realize more than ever that she had to make more of what time she had with Ordo. But when she rumbled for the device and answered, it was Skirata. I forgot the time on Coruscant, he said. Sorry. I woke you, didn't I? It's okay. Just getting an early night. She sat up and shook herself to try to clear her head. What is it? Fi. Don't worry, he's still in one piece. But I need you to do me a favor. It didn't even occur to her to hesitate. Let me get my datapad. She felt around on the table for it, and sent a glass of water tumbling over the carpet. Ready. We're having a little trouble over his care, and if you could keep an eye on him, it'd be appreciated. Of course. Anything. The alarm bell that went off now was real but silent, deep in her head. She probably knew more about the absence of medical support than Skirata did. Where is he? Juzik managed to get him admitted to the main neuro unit at Republic Central Med Center by making a few calls. But now there's some argument about keeping him there, and you're the nearest one to the med center to smooth it out. I wouldn't dump this on you if I could get one of my boys there faster, Besike. You're very good at making me feel like one of the family. How well you know me. I'd do it anyway, Cal, even without the psyops. Consider me co-opted by reason of vulnerability, the general desire to do what's right, and the fact that I fell for your son. There was a pause. Maybe she'd been too frank. I didn't mean it like that. Skirata sounded frayed. Things were probably worse than he was letting on. Sorry. I don't even know I'm doing it half the time. But if I didn't trust you to do what I do myself if I was there right now, I wouldn't ask. It's just a bureaucratic thing. I'll make sure Phi is getting the best medical care, whatever it takes. I'm good at bureaucracy. Ordo updated you, then? I know he's in a coma, that's all. What level? Niner said 0 response to stimuli last time. It had all slipped into the unemotional world of medical jargon. No brain activity, but still breathing unaided. I'm sending you the patient ID details now so you can get past the receptionist droid. I'll get over there right away. Thank you, Besike. Everything hit us at once this time, or else dash. Anytime. No need to apologize. You go careful with the other stuff, okay? He meant her investigation of the cloning activity. You got us some solid gold intel, but it's not worth getting killed for. Isn't that the risk you all take? Another pause. Even a manipulative old chakar like me feels guilty sometimes. Whatever it costs, you know I can pay. Or General Zay can. I'll call you as soon as I've resolved it. She said. It was Treasury speak, but she'd flipped into that persona now. Whatever it takes. It's nothing a budget code can't resolve. It could have been worse, she told herself, automatically putting on her work suit. It could have been 3 in the morning, when she'd be too sleep-befuddled to be any use. She tied her hair back in a severe tail because loose blonde hair got her instant attention, grabbed her bag and blaster, because Skirata wasn't joking and called an air taxi. RCM was a small city of a med center with its own traffic system, and it took several passes around the internal skylanes for the pilot to find the entrance to the neurology unit. Bethany didn't like med centers, and the moment she walked into all that bright-lit, antiseptic state of darkness, she felt agitated. It was where her father had died. That was all it would ever be to her, and no amount of exquisite fresh flowers in the lobbies could change that. Skirata probably knew he plugged some gap in her life, but he couldn't know how well. New admissions? She said to the orientation droid, holding her anonymized datapad up to its port. There was a lot to be said for knowing how to cover your tracks. Here's the patient ID. The droid digested the code, and when she withdrew the datapad, the text Skirata, FI, Level 96, Ward 5, Bay A/4 appeared on the screen. So Phi wasn't a number any longer, but a man with an inevitable surname. The sensor system took over from the droid, and Bethany followed a flow of instructions, from a reminder from the turbolift to a light here to the sensors in the corridors directing her left and right via the datapad. A city planet of 1 trillion beings needed med centers on an industrial scale, but there was something soul-crushing about a complex so vast, it needed its own global positioning system. It was no place to be when you were sick, scared, or dying. But the GPS worked. Bethany found herself facing a small room in a side ward with Scarata. Fi temp admit DNR visible on the view screen next to the doors. They opened as soon as she stepped forward, and there was Fi with a line plugged into the back of his hand, lying on uncreased white pillows with his arms neatly on top of the blankets like a man newly dead awaiting a final visit from the family. The only difference from what she recalled all those years ago was that Fi was wired up to sensors, with his vital signs displayed on a small panel on the wall. He did look very young indeed. Bethany hadn't been imagining that, and somehow she'd expected to see visible injury even though Ordo had said there was none. It seemed perverse that Fi could look so perfectly whole and yet be so close to death. "Fi," she said. "It's Bethany. Cal sent me to keep an eye on you. Just checking you're okay." She stood there for a while, working out what she was going to say to the administrators, and then the doors opened behind her. "This is an unauthorized entry," said the med droid. "Who are you?" Bethany did it more out of habit than intent. She pulled out her Republic ID and shoved it in front of the droid's photoreceptors, but didn't put it in the data slot so it could identify her or her department. Something told her she was going to have to bend the rules again, and she didn't want to be traced. Government business. What's happening with this patient? There seems to have been an administrative error, Agent. Bethany let the pause hang. What kind? Billing? It almost always was, and she could fix that. Notification? Are you from the Department of Defense? It was all pure reflex now. Would I discuss it with you if I was? Just update me on this patient. I understand some difficulty arose over treating him here. He can't stay here. If this is about budget codes, my department will be most displeased. No, we have to terminate the treatment. You've got a line of saline in his arm, and there's nothing on the drug chart. You're not short of beds. What treatment? I don't see the chief of neurosurgery in here. He's not a citizen. He's a clone soldier. I know. And? We have no agreement for long-term care with the Grand Army. In fact, as far as the Republic is concerned, this patient doesn't exist. And as he's been declared brain dead by the duty neurosurgical team, we would normally terminate life support, except he's still breathing, which is highly abnormal. The droid paused as if to check if Bethany was following its train of logic with her inadequate organic brain. Withdrawal of life support in his case means withdrawal of hydration or feeding, or both. Starving him to death, for us lay beings. Indeed. This is clearly ethically undesirable, so euthanasia will be administered. Bethany thought she misheard, but she hadn't. No, she said, hearing her voice as if she were standing outside herself. No, it will not be administered. I'll get his care authorized. In fact, I'll get him moved to private care. Did I hear that right? Do they really put patients down like that? Like sick pets? He's Grand Army property, so unless you have a defense requisition, you can't take possession of him. He's a human being. I don't make the rules. His name's Phi. If he hadn't been engineered and hatched, he'd be about 24 years old. He's a sniper. He's a trained combat medic. He likes glimmick music. He's an elite soldier. He's brain dead. He's breathing. I said this was a perplexing case. Well, if you or any of your colleagues want to try euthanizing him, or whatever tidy euphemism you have for killing people in their beds, you'll have to get past me. You're not from the Defense Department, are you? I'm from the Treasury. If he's government property, he's mine. So I'm taking him. I cannot allow this. Try stopping me. Bethany rarely said things she regretted, but she realized she was now terrified. What of? Injury? Getting into trouble with my boss? What, exactly, when Phi's lying there? But her primal defensive instincts for herself, for Phi had taken over, and her mouth was pursuing its own panicky agenda. You have to leave now, the droid said. If she walked out of here now and abandoned him, Phi was definitely dead, really dead. He was breathing fine. She didn't care about definitions of brain death or depth of consciousness. This was about what she believed in and thought was right, from the time she'd first met Trooper CORR and realized what her government sanctioned in her name. If I don't make a stand now, what's the use of expecting Senator Skeena to make a difference? Then you'll need to have me thrown out bodily. Bethany reached inside her jacket and drew the blaster Mariel had given her. I'm not going quietly, and I'm not leaving without Phi. She aimed the weapon squarely at the med droid's central section, where the power packs were located, and flicked the charge indicator so that it could see she was serious about using it. She had no idea how she was going to get Phi out of here. She had no friends or family to call upon, and her small band of Special Forces contacts were scattered across the galaxy. She was on her own. Order and precise planning had always been her watchwords, but there was no time for that now, and the best she could hope for was to stall for time for what, and how long? Or make such a scene that they backed down. I'm calling security, the droid said, and backed toward the door. Bethany could see that it already had, or had at least alerted someone to the argument. There was a small crowd of white-coated figures and droids outside in the corridor. She followed it to the threshold with the blaster aimed, and when the staff outside saw it, pandemonium broke loose. They ran for it. Some screamed. The security alarm boomed and flashed along the corridor. Bethany shut the doors and seared the panel lock with the blaster, something she didn't believe would actually work, but that Ordo had mentioned in passing. It worked, all right. She was now stuck in the room with Phi. Okay, I've done it now. I'll get arrested. I'll lose my job. What happens to Phi then? But what happens to Phi if I just cave into them? It was sobering to think how fine a knife edge stood between an early night after a boring holiday, and plunging into an abyss of anarchy where she pulled a blaster on a med droid and made a stand against a system that stank. Bethany pulled up a chair and sat at Phi's bedside, blaster still on the door, and put her free hand on his. It felt warm and surprisingly smooth, but then the commandos always seemed to wear gloves. Sorry, Phi, she said. But I asked Joka if she wanted a date. She's nice when you get to know her. Chances were that he'd never see her, but he wasn't going to leave here with the rest of the medical waste. She needed help, and there was only one person she could think of who could give it. She let go of Phi's hand and opened her comlink to call Skirata. I don't want to worry you, Cal, she said quietly, but I've started an armed siege at the med center. I've got my blaster, and Phi's okay for the time being, but if you've got any advice, I'd welcome it right now. Asterisk. Kiramurat, Mandalore, 482 days after Geonosis. We've got to go, Attain. Skirata grabbed a chunk of meat from the table and wrapped it hastily before cramming it into one of his belt pouches. Ordo was in the doorway, wearing his ARC captain's armor for a change. We need to get back to Coruscant fast. Bethany's run into a spot of trouble. Attain was plowing through the list of members of the Republic Academy of Genetics, identifying likely scientists for future discussions voluntary or otherwise while Mariel was holed up in a room with Ko Sai. The Kaminoan wasn't adjusting well to captivity, and she wasn't feeling chatty. What kind of trouble? She was trying to get Phi released from the med center and ran into a few problems. Problems didn't usually mean admin in Skirata's vocabulary. Tell me they're both okay. They will be. I just asked Jailer to give her a hand. If Skirata had called in a favor from Jailer Obrim, the head of CSF's anti-terrorist unit, then it wasn't just admin problems. He hesitated, looking guilty, which Attain found painful under the circumstances. Okay, Bessany started an armed siege. They were going to terminate Phi. The declining value of life in Attain's personal galaxy depressed her more each day. The war seemed to be eroding everyone's decency, or maybe it had always been that way, but she was noticing it close to home now. Darman had joked that droids were more valued than clones because they had a scrap value, but it wasn't funny anymore. She hardly knew how to react. And as Jedi, we're supposed to defend this republic? Attain settled for pragmatism rather than outrage. Cal, she's a very competent woman, but she has no experience with firearms. She'll get hurt. Jailer will sort things out. He always does. Then why didn't you call him first? And isn't Valve around? Valve was on Argao, but he's on his way back now, and I thought this was just some argument over budget codes. We're not abandoning her, at IK. Got to go. I'll keep you updated. Ordo was completely silent. She watched his retreating back and guessed that he was going to have a rough few hours in transit, fretting about both Bessany and Phi, and struggling with his own feelings about the data chips. She could taste his guilt. Every time she caught him looking at Skirata, it was with a regret that was eating him alive. But Skirata was, as she'd thought on first meeting him, a Dan one of Kalura's assortment of carnivorous wildlife, very small aggressive creatures armed with dreadful little teeth, and who'd take on any prey regardless of its size. Feisty didn't begin to cover it. And Skirata, like Dan's, bounced back from a drubbing fast. Mariel came out of what Attain had started to think of as the interrogation room and laid a couple of data pads on the table. Did I hear right? The lovely agent went and started a shootout? You gave her the blaster. Just aiming at levity. Although I don't feel like it. He scrolled through the datapad screens while he sliced a chunk from the leg of Nerf one-handed and chewed it thoughtfully. The roast seemed to sit on the table most of the day, losing a chunk or a slice every so often, and only the bone was left by the evening. It's funny how scaring someone in an interrogation can be more effective than giving them a good hiding. You're talking as one professional interrogator to another, of course. You did a nice job with the Nikto, as I recall, when Valve hadn't made much headway. So what scares Ko-Sai? Found it yet? Anonymity. She's a Kaminoan. They don't take primetime ads on HNE. I mean that she won't go down in her own history as one of the greats. With her work gone, she's nothing. Even when she betrayed her government and did a runner with their most lucrative industrial secrets, she could still think of herself as one of the greatest geneticists of all time, maybe the greatest. Now she's got nothing to show for her work. We trashed her lab and the last of her cell cultures, too. She's effectively erased from science history, which is probably worse than being dead for her. So what do you offer someone to get them to cooperate when they already think they've lost everything? To rebuild her lab here and put her back on the map. But she knows she can't ever apply what she discovers. You won't let her. She knows you well enough for that. She's quite interested in Jedi genetics. Oh no. No. Absolutely not. Attain was instantly furious. How could you? Mariel looked genuinely wounded. I was only lying to her. You're using my child as some bargaining chip. I'm using the idea of your child as a way of getting its father a normal lifespan, General. You want me to go in there, don't you? You want me to work on her. Mariel shrugged. Here's my problem. I find it hard to separate what I want to do to her from what I want to get out of her. She hurt me and my brothers badly from the day we were hatched, to the day 2 years later when Calbert showed up and stopped her. They don't really understand human pain and stress, except written on flimsy as some theory, and they don't care anyway as long as the flesh machine that they build works. Think about your child, and then think how you'd feel if she did to him what she did to us. And that's without being put down at the end of the experiment for fighting back. Mariel always knew how to target her worst nightmares. That was probably why Skirata had let him loose on Ko's Sai. He knew how to hurt, and he was much more subtle than Vav. Attain didn't answer. So etika, you can see why keeping my mind on cooperation is hard. What harm could it do? Kosai couldn't touch her, and Darman had everything to lose. Okay, she said. But you're going to do a lot of babysitting to make up for this. I love that, he said. He smiled, and he had such an artless, genuinely joyful smile that it was hard to square what he did with what he was. It's going to be wonderful. Attain spent a few minutes composing herself before she went into that room. She walked the circular path through the corridors that had quickly become her routine in the last couple of days, concentrating on a force bond with the baby. She could feel him growing now. Before, she'd been in control of accelerating the pregnancy in healing trances, but now it was as if he had taken the reins and was deciding on his own pace. She had the strongest sense of him being impatient, of wanting to be out in the world and doing things, and it alarmed her. It was as if he felt she was a dangerous place that he needed to escape before she took him into any more battles or traded him for a deal with a scientist whose ethics were repellent. Thank you, we live in an age of chaos. You're going to change many lives. Maybe this is where you start, saving your father and your uncles before you're even born. She could have sworn he calmed a little within her. Venku was the future, and Skirata acted as if he knew it, or at least, was an instrument of the Force. Okay, I will wait. Attain took a breath and walked into the room. Ko's Sai didn't look half as impressive or elegant in a borrowed shapeless gown, which was all that Brawler had managed to find to cover a being more than 2 meters tall. It had probably been furnishing fabric hurriedly sewn together. Mandalorian women didn't wear dresses. Without the well-cut, close-fitting suit with its spectacular high collar, Ko's Sai looked faintly ludicrous, like a Tao's serpent trying to escape from a sack. I hear Mariel has been talking about my baby, Attain said, sitting down opposite her with a slightly exaggerated effort that announced how pregnant she was. It also let Ko's Sai see that she had not one but 2 lightsabers on her belt. Being a Jedi, I'm very pragmatic. We're trained to find peaceful compromises. Are you really a Jedi? You're not exactly General Kenobi. Attain concentrated on the most powerful force grab she could muster and sent a chair crashing from one side of the room to the other, shattering it into splinters against the wall. Jedi enough for you? She asked. She patted her bump. I could run through my list, but I've got heartburn, so can we take it as read? Impressive. Ko's Sai could never sound impressed, so Attain took it at face value. It's hard to tell from appearance. You're not interested in my conjuring tricks, though, are you? You want to crack a Jedi genome and take a look at those midichlorians. It would be fascinating. And instead of being the chief scientist who ended her career in disgrace and obscurity, you could be the preeminent authority on Force user genetics. What do you care about scientific knowledge? I don't, unless it can help the people I love. I find it staggering that anyone could destroy so much precious knowledge on a whim. Ko's sigh meant Ordo. If he tried to design a way to really get back at her, he couldn't have come up with a better one than vaping those data chips. Yes, that did come as a shock, Attain said. I thought it was one of Skirata's little games until I saw the effect it had on him. He's lost a great deal, too, or you wouldn't be in here, would you? No. Attain stood up and walked around the room slowly, just to give Ko-sai something to ponder. The more interested the Kaminoan seemed, and she did exude a powerful curiosity, the bolder Attain felt. If it means giving you a few cells to play with in exchange for the clones having a normal lifespan, it's worth it to me. Not an extra prolonged life. Not whatever the Chancellor wanted you to do for him. Just undo what you did, for these few men, and nobody cares what you do in the future. Skirata cares. Skirata is a practical man who loves his sons, not a moral philosopher. Ko-sai looked her in the eyes. Attain understood what Skirata meant when he said they were creepy. It was a good description, no warmth, no understanding, just intense, pitiless scrutiny. We all sell out in the end, she said. Even me, said Attain. The father of your child is one of the clone units, isn't he? Attain had never heard them called Unite before. But darn, all of them were just organic machines built to order as far as the Kaminoans were concerned. Product, merchandise, units. Yes. Imagine it. One genome you know intimately, combined with one you've never been able to get your hands on. Ko-sai's face didn't exactly light up, but Attain sensed a slight lifting of her dark mood. How can I trust you? I'll give you a cryo-suspended sample of my blood now. Attain wasn't sure where she might get a cryo container out here, but Rab Brawler would know. It was the kind of kit that even veterinarians kept for sending livestock samples for testing, so the next farm might have some. You give me a list of some of the genes you regulated to achieve rapid aging, and how they're switched to reverse the process. I'm not even asking for them all at this stage. Just a demonstration that we understand we both have something to lose and gain in this. And what after that? When the baby's born? Multipotent stem cells, maybe, from the umbilical cord. Ko-sai did seem taken aback by that. You've done your homework, Jedi. Well, Mariel had, but Attain was reassured that she could still act convincingly. Do we have a deal? Is it really worth holding out just to remind a few clones that you had that power over their lifespan, when you could move into a whole new area of research? Ko-sai went very quiet and made that odd weaving movement of her head, back and forth, very snake-like. It struck Attain as the equivalent of a human drumming her fingers on the table while thinking hard. Very well, she said. There are many things I can cite from memory, even without the research from Tupoka. Attain sat down and tried not to look triumphant. The heartburn helped a lot. Ko-sai marked screen after screen on her datapad, and then handed it to Attain. Those are the first sequences that can be switched back with zinc and methylation, she said. Mariel should be able to check that those are valid. Thank you. Attain still wondered if the scientist actually knew the whole solution yet, but even if she didn't, they now had an extra something they didn't have before. I'll get the blood container, and you can keep the sample with you. It need never leave your sight. Can I get you anything else? Ko-sai swayed her head. Without my datapad connection to the HoloNet, I have little to read. Could you obtain the latest edition of the Republic Institute Journal of Endocrinology for me? I'm sure I can. Attain closed the doors behind her and breathed again. Sorry, Venku, but she's never going to be able to put it to use, is she? When she walked into the main room, which she'd come to think of as a cross between a kitchen and a salon. Mario was finishing off the nerve. She wondered if slowing down the aging process would reduce the clones' prodigious appetites. Here, she said, laying the datapad in front of him. All you have to do is offer her your firstborn and she's as good as gold. Mario stopped chewing and swallowed hard. He stared at the data. "UTIK," he said, "you're not just good for opening doors, are you? We're taking it a step at a time. What did you offer her? Seriously? First payment? A cryosample of my blood, and a holozine the Journal of Endocrinology. Maybe she misses the jokes page. Let's keep her as sweet as we can keep a Kaminoan, shall we? Seriously, well done, Attain. Jedi stuff." She was starting to feel good again, useful and competent. "And I've found that most beings can't look away from a pregnant female." Psyched her out a little, especially given her life's work. It was a job well done, for the time being. Mario made her a pot of shige tisane made from a plant called bihat, before getting on with examining the data. "I'll have to get this checked," he said, "and that means farming it out in sections so they don't know what it is I'm working on, but it's a hopeful start." Attain sipped. The shig was citrus-flavored and kinder to her stomach than CAF. It's just such a shame that all that other data was lost. It felt too cruel to say blown to pieces by your crazy brother. "Yeah," Mario said, and squatted down next to her seat. He put his finger to his lips for silence, and opened one of his belt pouches. Then he drew out a container, the kind that data chips were stored in, took her hand, and laid it on the little box. "Indeed. Mario. Don't you always do a backup, Attain?" "Tut tut. Don't joke about this, Mario." She was starting to get annoyed with him. Scarata had been mortified by it. "Is that what I think it is? We might have behavioral problems, but we're not stupid." "It is. All intact." Ordo meant what he said, but he didn't use the real set of chips. Attain's ecstatic relief was instantly slapped down by recalling Scarata's face. How could you do this to Cal? What if he'd had a seizure or something? He was devastated. Mario replaced the data chips and stood up. I know. Ordo and I argued over it, but it was the only way I could get Calbear to act like it was real. He's usually a great little actor, our bear, but he isn't always good at grief. Kosai would probably have spotted it. Poor man. I'll calm Ordo and let him know he can tell Calbear. Cal's going to be furious. He blames himself. Oh, Ordike can get away with murder. He's the #1 son. Mario went back to the data pad and smiled again. And it broke Kosai, didn't it? It did. But it had very nearly broken Scarata, too, and Attain could see it. And I just lied and used my unborn son to do a deal that I know won't be honored, so where does that leave me? They were living in desperate times. Whether it meant that the rules no longer applied, or that the times they lived in were down to ordinary people abandoning those rules to start with, Attain wasn't sure. Chapter 16. I don't know why they're keeping me here. They haven't demanded information from me or tried to force me to create an antidote to the nanovirus. I'm bored with no work to do, but nobody ever died of boredom. Sometimes I wonder if the man in the cloak, the one who commissioned my research, has been trying to reach me, but they've taken away my holoreceiver. Dr. Ovalot Kale Yuthan, bioengineer and geneticist, creator of the Fed genome-targeted nanovirus FG36, currently held in a Republic maximum security prison somewhere on Coruscant. ***. Republic Central Med Center Neurology Unit, Coruscant, 483 days after geonosis. I said move it, didn't I? You deaf or something? Clear the corridor. Armed police. Boots clattered outside and Bethany heard the sound of doors opening and closing, shouts of, "Clear!" and the familiar barked orders of a man who'd once entertained her royally in the CSF staff and social club. Captain Jailer Obram, former Senate guard, loved his work on secondment to the ATUs so much that he'd stayed. The doors burst open, and she was staring down the barrel of a police-issue blaster with a red targeting laser blinding her. Ordo said the laser was theatrics to scare targets, and no serious sniper would give away his position with one. It certainly scared her. But she wanted to be sure who was taking her surrender before she laid down her blaster. Captain Obram? Agent Wennon, put the blaster down, will you? He didn't lower his weapon, and it struck her that he thought she might open fire on him. Come on, it's me. Jailer. Cal called. She trusted him. If she was wrong, no, she had to trust him, and Skirata too. She lowered the blaster, flicked the safety catch on, and put it in her jacket again. That's better, Obram said. He held his blaster up in the safety position and leaned out of the doorway. Clear, boys. Stand down. Prepare to transport a detainee. Paramedics in here. I'm sorry about this, Captain. Bethany could feel her legs shaking as the adrenaline finished its job. She almost sat down on the edge of Fi's bed to recover, but matters seemed too urgent now. I had no idea what else to do. Obram looked over Fi and gripped his hand tightly. Fearfect, they want to just finish him off? I've had officers recover from head wounds when they shouldn't have, and ones who died when they shouldn't have, so while I can see him breathing, I want a second opinion. Even a third. As many as it takes. He straightened up. Where's that gurney? Where are we going to take him? Bethany asked. I appear to be stealing government property. He can stay in my guest room, but I've got to find someone to. I've got a secure location, don't you worry. And care laid on. The CSF paramedics moved in and began detaching Fi from the sensors and wrapping him in blankets. If they want to play this game, fine. I can play it bigger. Obram was upset and angry. She'd only seen the world-weary side of him, never fazed by anything, but this was very personal for him, and it showed. He and Skirata were a matched pair. He might have been the only erotic friend that Skirata had. They certainly saw the galaxy the same way. I'd better call my boss and let him know he's going to have an unpleasant message from Coruscant Health, Bethany said. Need any clerks at CSF? Because I'm going to be fired in the morning. Obram moved in to tuck a stray corner of blanket under Fi's body as the gurney was steered away. Don't worry. He'll never hear about it. Kind of hard to ignore, one of his senior investigators storming into a med center and holding patients hostage. I'll make it go away, Obram said. I'm CSF. I can make all kinds of things go away when I need to. Outside, the medical staff had begun to swarm back, some droid and some organics, and CSF officers cleared a path for the gurney to get to the turbolift. Obram seemed to have mobilized half a shift to extract Fi from the unit. One med-droid, whose identitab showed it was the duty administrator, hovered into Obram's path. I insist you return the patient to our care, it said. Once we've admitted someone, we have to be able to account for them and show they were discharged properly. Make up your mind, Obram said, steering Bethany past the droid. 1 minute he's a patient, and the next he's government property. You can't take him. We're responsible for him. Until you shoot him full of lethaniol, yeah? He discharged himself. He's incapable of doing that. Okay, I'm ATU. I've arrested him for looking at me funny. Now move it, or I'll book you for obstructing me. Then arrest that woman for threatening my staff, too. Unless you want your rivets felt, tinny boy, step out of my way. This is an outrage. There'll be a formal complaint to your superiors. Obrim leaned over slightly to make his point to the droid. He had weight and gravitas on his side. Before you do that, he said quietly, ask your chief executive about his interest in Twi'lek artistic pursuits on every 4th of the month, and if he'd like me to give police surveillance holovids of the visits to the cultural center to his lovely wife. Your call. The droid paused, then backed off and hovered away. We'll see, it said. Bethany slumped back against the wall of the turbolift, heart pounding again. She would never get her life back, she knew it. She wasn't sure that it mattered. Where are we going, Captain? Who's going to look after him? I'll do whatever I can. First things first, my dear. Let's get him settled. We can worry about the rest later. You didn't answer. Where are we going? Home, said Obrim. He wasn't joking. At the speeder bay, an unmarked CSF transport was waiting with its rear hatch open. The paramedics loaded Phi on board and got in beside him. Obrim followed in his own speeder with Bethany. It's amazing what you can rent, he said, as if none of the drama had taken place only minutes earlier. You can rent med droids to look after Granny at home. So I've rented one for Phi. I mean, I'd look after him myself, but I don't know how to get feeding tubes and saline in him. What's your wife going to say? I don't know. I just said I was bringing someone home she had to keep quiet about. She's pretty used to some of the irregularities in this job. Thanks, Captain. Thank you so much. It's Jailer. I think we know each other well enough now, don't we? Yes. I think so. The first hurdle was cleared. She'd managed to get Phi to safety, thanks largely to the conscience of a bunch of cops who were taking a risk themselves, whatever Obrim said. But the real struggle lay ahead, and it might have no ending for a long, long time. Phi was still in a deep coma, and as far as medicine was concerned, he was dead. But he was still breathing. Bethany was getting used to seeing the impossible happen. It could happen again. Asterisk asterisk. Arca Barracks, so Brigade HQ, Coruscant, 483 days after Geonosis CORR had the air of a guilty man, and Darman remembered that feeling from when he'd first walked into Omega Squad, after the Commando brigades took massive losses in the first weeks of the war and squads were reformed as men died. But CORR was RC 5108/8843 now, a member of Omega Squad proper, and not just attached to them. He walked into the barracks recreation room in his new Armor Phi's rig, helmet under one arm, but didn't seem comfortable in it. The whole neat designation system had gone down the tubes with CORR, too. He wasn't just one of the many troopers now cross-trained in commando skills. He was a shiny boy, a Real Republic commando, and Skirata insisted that he have the code to match even if his numbers didn't fit. Darman was determined to make him welcome. QEVODIK. He slapped the seat next to him. Park your shebs there. We'd pour you some of the GRSUCAF, but we like you too much for that. We're waiting for Sergeant Cal. CORR sat down as ordered, and Niner and Auden leaned across to clasp his arm. You can slip into something more comfortable, Niner said, indicating their bodysuits. That plastoid can crimp the important places after a while. CORR started removing plates as if they were burning him. Any news on Phi? He asked, waiting to hear what happened at the med center. Niner passed him a carton of walnut cookies, which was unconditional acceptance as far as Omega were concerned. Darman noted that CORR wasn't wearing the synth flesh coating on his prosthetic hands, so he had some point he needed to make. Last we heard, Sergeant Cal had sent in the heavy mob. Ordo? Agent Wennon and Captain Obrim. Darman winced. CORR had been the object of Bessany's interest until Ordo took his place literally. If the former trooper felt that the null captain had muscled in on his girl, he showed no sign of it. She'd been very kind to him while he was recovering on desk duties, he'd said. That was all. It'd take a lot more than Bessany's kindness to put Phi back on his feet. CORR was uneasy. It was inevitable. I just wanted to say something before we go any further. Get it off your chest, Neviodi, said Aten. I won't be trying to replace Phi. CORR blurted it out as if he'd been thinking about it for a long time and now wanted to get it over with. I might wear the armor, but I'm not the man, and I'm not going to compete with him. When he's fit, I'm out again, okay? Maybe he was being diplomatic, or he might not have realized how bad things were. Darman didn't explain. It's okay, said Aten. I was one of Vav's trainees. Joining this bunch was a bit rough. Was not, Niner muttered. He'd never been one for a good laugh, but he tried hard, painfully hard, because morale was the squad sergeant's job as far as he was concerned. It was Deruvian champagne all the way. Darman tried to join in the determined jollity, but CORR still had the dent on his chest plate where Phi had had a disagreement with a grenade, and there was no shared joke to be had about it. It was going to be very hard without Phi. So you've enjoyed a rich social education with Mariel and Camarque, have you? Darman never felt he could talk about that in front of Phi, because Phi so desperately wanted a nice girl, as he put it, and any talk of relationships got to him. Now he'd never get the chance. I saw Camarque once, but he doesn't seem as. And that was as far as Darman got. Grief ambushed him. He found that all he could do was sit forward with his elbows braced on his knees, both hands to his mouth to stop the searing ache in his throat and eyes from turning into uncontrollable sobbing. He froze, scared to move in case that started him off. Eventually CORR ruffled his hair hard, just like Scarata did, and Darman got his breath under control enough to speak. That's what really gets to me, he said. He didn't get what he really wanted, someone to love him, and now he never will, and I'm angry. Okay, Dar. Aten joined in the hair ruffling. UDCI. You can't do anything about it now. He's not dead, said Miner quietly. Darman could feel it hanging over them, the conversation that had seemed fine when they didn't realize how much damage he'd suffered, but now couldn't be spoken aloud because it was too awful. What was not dead? How did the medics know Phi couldn't sense what was going on around him? Brain-dead people sometimes regained consciousness and then reported what they'd heard during the coma, and Darman could think of nothing more awful at that moment than Phi being trapped in some terrible paralysis but feeling everything. Dead was better. He wanted a cleaner end than Phi. Call Atane, Niner suggested. She always cheers you up. But Darman didn't want to call her just to rage about how unfair things were. He settled down with a halazine so nobody would talk to him for a while, and the others played blades, throwing knives into a target board divided into rings and quadrants. When he'd come to terms with this, he'd have something more positive to say to her. They could talk about where they'd go when they got some leave together. I can't imagine a mission without Phi now. The doors opened. Skirata wandered in dressed in his cities-bound band, a leather jacket with Ordo, Vav, and Murd behind, and simply walked up to each of the squad in turn and hugged them in silence. Then Juzik came in, and everyone turned to stare. I thought you were still with Delta when I spoke to you, Skirata said, and it was obvious he hadn't planned to meet him here. What happened? Delta can handle Daruma without me. Juzik didn't look his old self, either. He was usually the essence of calm good humor however bad things got, but he didn't seem remotely serene or accepting now. His face looked hard rather than thin. He was all rigid determination. I was only there to slow them down last time. Phi needs me more. What do you mean, Phi needs you more? I'm going to try healing him. Nobody said a word. Jedi could heal, but they didn't do miracles. Skirata lowered his voice in that way he had when things were going badly wrong, and he needed to break the news gently. Okay, son, he said. But Zay's going to skin you alive. He sent you back to do the Daruma job again. He won't take kindly to you going off like this. With respect, Zay can shove it. You sure about that, Bardike? When the war's over, you'll still be a Jedi, and he'll still be your boss. Ah, no, that's where we differ, Cal. We've forgotten what it is to be Jedi. So I'm going to do some real Jedi work now, and help someone in trouble rather than talk big concepts and run errands for politicians. Where's Phi? Jailers found a safe place for him. Skirata turned to the squad. You never heard this conversation. Things got a bit hairy at the med center, and Bessany had to. Well, blasters were involved. And Jailer. And half the ADU lads. It was the point at which Phi would have made some witty observation had he been there. The silence was painful. Sooner I start, the better chance I have, Juzik said. Take me there, Cal. Please. They'll kick you out of the order, son. As long as you can face that, fine. Look, if you won't take me, I'll find him on my own, because I'm really good at that, aren't I? One of my uses. Scanning by Jedi. Okay. Skirata got a look from Vav that Darman could only describe as disappointment. He probably thought that Skirata was being soft on Juzik. Let's go, then. Ordo, you too. I'll wait here, said Vav. Anything you want me to do to stall Zay if he shows? I don't know. Delta's not going to tell him Juzik's gone AWOL, are they? And they could be gone weeks. It'll be a brief conversation then. Skirata, Ordo, and Juzik left as quickly as they'd come in. Barman fought not to get his hopes up. He couldn't help thinking that nobody really understood what Jedi could do, least of all Jedi. It seemed Skirata might simply have been placating Juzik. The general badly wanted to emulate Skirata, except with the Jedi bits added like some kind of first aid kit and early warning system. Avoidance of attachment and anger didn't get a look in these days. But that was the challenge, wasn't it? If you had powers like that, standing apart from the messy business of life was just avoiding the hard decisions. Juzik confronted his. Fearfect, said Corr, sharpening the throwing knives on the durasteel sections of his fingers. Is it always like that in this squad? And how much transit time do you guys clock up? Vav laughed. Ah, the clarity of the newcomer. What did he mean? He was only there to slow Delta down. Darman asked. You know how self-deprecating he is. Vav fed Murd a cookie. A modest man. It hadn't sounded like that, but then Darman accepted he wasn't at his most detached today. It was a pity Atane wasn't here. He missed her, as always, but she could also have given Juzik a hand with the healing, as she had when Jeanart was shot. It was no good worrying. Atane would be back when her mission was complete. Juzik would do all that a Jedi could do to help Fi, and his own task was to stay alive long enough to see both things happen. In the end, it was Fi who stayed on his mind today, not Atane, but she'd understand why. She had such a long time ahead of her. Fi's time had been short to start with, and had ended up far shorter than he could ever have imagined. Asterisk asterisk. Jailer Obrim's residence, Rampart Town, Coruscant, 483 days after Geonosis. There's something I have to tell you, Calbear. Ordo needed to get this off his chest. Dealing with Fi's plight was hard enough, but knowing Skirata was dragged down further by the apparent loss of Ko-Sai's research was something he had to deal with sooner rather than later, so he could concentrate on the task at hand. What, son? They waited with Juzik in the impressive security lobby of Obrim's apartment, undergoing automated scans, which showed just how many criminals had scores to settle with the officer. I'll understand if you can't forgive me for it. Can't be that bad. Muriel sent a message. Ko-Sai gave Atane some of the gene sequences. That got his attention. Atane? Seriously? She's got a knack. That's the best news I've heard in a while. Thanks, son. Skirata shut his eyes for a moment. Is that all the Iowa bait remembered? It's turned into a negotiating game, but there's more to come. That's good. Very good. And I did something terrible to you, Bear. We have her data, all of it. I just did it to shake her down. She's completely devastated by the thought that it's gone, and it's become a lever to get more out of her. You convinced her it was really destroyed. There. He'd come clean now. Skirata managed a smile of sorts, but he took it quietly. His voice was hoarse. Yeah, I'm much more convincing when I'm on the verge of a heart attack. I'm so sorry. I never thought I'd do anything to hurt you, and yet when it's expedient, that's just what I do. The security scan seemed satisfied that they weren't Black Sun hidden men, and the doors opened. Juzik had a large holdo that clanked when he walked and set off a metal detector inside the hall. Ordo had an idea what it was but wondered what Juzik was going to do with it. Big stakes, son, Skirata said at last. Yes, it was a nasty shock. But it worked. Can you ever trust me again? With my life, Skirata said. And I should be happier about this, but it's hard at the moment, what with Fi and everything. I said I'd make it up to you, Bear. I will. Jailer Obrim had a pleasant wife called Telti and 2 teenage sons who were in real terms older than Ordo. The boys greeted them politely and then went to their rooms as if they were drilled to vanish when awkward business was being discussed. Obrim was on duty today, but his wife seemed completely calm about being left with a comatose stranger and a med droid. He's through here, Telti said. She led them into a guest suite, where Fi lay looking no more than a man asleep, except for the nasogastric tube and a saline drip feeding into his hand. Bethany was sitting beside the bed, her head resting on one hand. The med droid was offline, settled in the corner. Jailer talks about you a lot. Fi can stay here as long as he needs to. There were good people everywhere, Ordo thought, just not enough of them. He walked up to Bethany and put his hand on her shoulder, and she jerked back as if he'd woken her. I nodded off. She said, Have you been here all night? Yes. I called into the office to say I was sick. Then I realized it was the weekend. You did a good job. Probably with less damage to property than if we'd extracted him, too. Juzik placed his holdall in the corner of the room with a loud clunk. You can stay and watch if you want, but it's boring. I saw you heal Jeanart, she said. I might not achieve the same results, Juzik said, but it won't be for want of trying. Ordo wanted to know how he set about doing it, what went through his mind, how he focused, what the energies felt like while it was happening. Right now, though, it was just Juzik sitting on the bed, with one hand on Phi's forehead and his eyes closed, like an act of blessing frozen in time. Ordo watched for an hour, then accepted that he wasn't contributing anything. Why don't you take Bethany home? Scarata said. Come back later. If there's any change, I'll call you. I feel like I'm abandoning him. Okay, but get some rest. When did you last sleep, Ordike? Ordo didn't want to leave Scarata on his own, either, even if the Obrams were there to keep him fed and watered. It had been a grueling couple of weeks. Calber wasn't a young man. Okay, Ordo said. I'll shut my eyes for a few minutes. He thought he had. He took off his kama and pauldron and laid them over the back of a chair, then settled back on the sofa by the window. It was the most deeply upholstered thing he'd ever sat on, and he felt he was drowning in it. The next thing he was aware of was waking up to find Bethany's head on his shoulder, wondering how she could sleep with a hard plastoid plate pressing against her face, and Calber gently tapping the back of his hand. 4 hours had gone. You need to see this, Scarata whispered. You really do. Juzik stood and stretched, joints cracking with alarming pops. Brain tissue is capable of a great deal of regeneration, even the human type. Bethany stirred. What is it? Show them, Bardike, Scarata said. Juzik ruffled Phi's hair, and he moved. He did it a few more times. The reaction was consistent. Don't get too excited, Juzik said. He's not in such a deep coma now. That's a long way from being conscious, but he's not brain dead, either. You healed that much tissue? Juzik shrugged. Oh, medics misdiagnose brain death all the time. I'm just reluctant to give up. Always was a sore loser. But Ordo knew when Juzik was pleased with himself. It was the same quiet amusement as when he made some clever gadget. Juzik was good at fixing things, and it seemed he could fix people, too. He basked in the contentment of successful problem-solving. This is all guesswork, but for once I'll take the Mystic Jedi method over the Med Center, Scarata said. How long do you think you'll have to keep this up? Days. Maybe weeks. Zay's going to notice sooner or later. Delta can't stay on Daruma indefinitely. It's going to take them a week even to start working their way into coast-sized facility, unless we want to risk drilling in there with big conspicuous industrial-sized machinery, Juzik said. I can take a few days away from Phi then and catch up with them. But I wouldn't rely on Zay turning a blind eye to my bending the rules on Phi, and I'd rather be in trouble for not obeying orders on the coast-sized search than indicate to Zay that I know where Phi is. Sooner or later, Scarata said, he's going to notice he's getting a lot less out of the nose, too. Maybe that'll be the time to tell him that Jane knows where Grievous is. Ah, I thought you might, Juzik said quietly. Well, we've all got our little secrets to trade now, haven't we? Yes, Jane knows, and he thinks it was too easy to be true. Hence my silence on the matter. What a dirty galaxy we live in. Ordo did a few rough calculations. I think we can count on Delta being stuck on Daruma for weeks, and not just because of the cocktails. They're doing the equivalent of excavating with a spoon. They're not a cocktail kind of squad, Juzik said, sound ing almost regretful. They won't take advantage of it at all for some reason. That depresses me. It was a waiting game now in both the areas that mattered most to them: Phi's recovery, and Ko-Sai's gradual revelation of what she could do to regulate the aging genes. While Juzik worked on Phi, Skirata used the time to catch up by comlink with every commando in his former training company, and each of the deployed nulls. He had a sense of urgency about him, as if there were things he didn't want to leave unsaid as he had with Phi. Ordo took Bethany back to her apartment, and debated whether this was the right time to do as Sergeant Vav had told him. But she'd already had quite a week when it came to scat-ing on thin legal ice. Spying on classified defense projects, and abducting patients at Blaster Point was plenty to be going on with. He'd wait a few days before he involved her in the murky world of bank raids and stolen Shironi sapphires. Chapter 17. Sir, we've managed to get a strip-chem filament into the collapse chamber using the mechanism from a self-embedding charge. It's going to take weeks to remove enough material to search for organic remains, but one thing the cam has picked up is what looks like a chest plate of Mandalorian armor. I'll leave it up to you to decide if you want to pass that information on to General Zay. Sitrep from RC 1138, Boss, to General Juzik. Kiramorat, Mandalore, 499 days after Geonosis. You said you wanted a laboratory? Mario was running out of patience, and he managed to show a remarkable amount to Ko-Sai given that he wanted to kill her. This is a laboratory. The Kaminoan scientist couldn't quite bring herself to step into the structure. Attain tried to encourage her. This is as good as you're going to get for the time being, she said. And it means you don't have to wait for a conventional lab to be built. This is Mandalore, after all. It's an agricultural trailer. Ko-Sai sounded crushed. Attain was used to all the subtle nuances in her tone now, and the Kaminoan voice wasn't wholly sweetness and serenity any more than their character was. It was just harder for a human being to hear. This is used for animals. Don't tempt me to state the obvious, said Mario. It's a mobile genetics unit, and I don't see what difference it makes whether it's racing out of piendos or humans that you're assessing. Except the duppies are worth a lot more. Attain thought. Mariel had done well to get hold of it. But Ko-Sai had to poke standards. Reminding her that she could extract DNA with the pots, pans, and household chemicals in the kitchen wasn't going to help. She lowered her head and walked back into the house. Mariel shook his head. Attain, this is what they use at the racetracks. Those guys are as tight on genome identification as any Kaminoan, right along with drug testing. This is just a mini version of what a half-decent university would have. I know, she said. He sounded like a husband who'd bought his wife a totally unsuitable gift and was hurt to find she didn't like it. That's the downside of finding the one thing that motivates her and taking away everything else. Okay, we could build a lab like she had on Daruma, but that's months away. And we don't really intend for her to do any worthwhile Jedi genome research, do we? No, but we certainly want her to design a delivery system for regulating my genes. I think she's cracking up. Mariel held up his hands as if he didn't want to hear. Excuse me while I gag. She's no use to us in saying. If you've got any ideas for soothing her troubled soul, other than calling Kamino or the Arcanians and negotiating a deal, or even doing the same with the Chancellor, then you're doing better than me. Attain was learning more than she ever wanted to about genetics. Many genes, Ko-Sai liked to tell her, controlled aging. Attain didn't just see the enormity of the task facing Mariel, she also saw how many things might go wrong for her unborn child. In both, all she could do was take it a day at a time. She went after Kosai and tried to inject a little enthusiasm into her. You managed with your lab on Daruma, Attain said. And that was pretty small, too. You've got all the imaging and analysis stuff. Isn't that a start? The Kaminoan sat in the room she had made her sanctuary, a windowless storeroom where she could avoid direct sunlight, and shuffled her datapads into a neat pile. She didn't need locking up any longer. She'd shown no inclination to escape and never left the building unless Muriel made her. It was too bright and dry here for her liking. That's the problem, Jedi, she said. It's a start. Not a progression or a continuation. Beginning again is very hard sometimes. Attain wondered how much difference it would make if she knew her own research still existed, and then imagined Muriel's reaction if she blew one of his main negotiating points. She almost dropped a hint. Almost. There's always a commercial lab like Arcanian Micro. They would never use my methodology. It's too slow for them. They're bulk producers. We all have our niche in the market. Attain wondered what hatcheries that could churn out a few million clones counted as if not bulk then. But Kosai was right. 10 years was longer than most customers wanted to wait. What would you want, ideally? Attain asked. Better imaging equipment, more computing power, and lab droids. Attain took a datapad from her robes and slid it in front of the scientist. It was newly published research from an eminent embryologist on expression of some gene whose code number Attain couldn't even memorize. But it was the kind of material that was as exciting to Kosai as the latest celebrity gossip holozine would be to most Coruscanti Hollywood fans. It distracted her. She glanced at the author's name. He's mediocre at best, she said sweetly. I shall savor correcting this. Of course you never published research, did you? Academics didn't even know Commando was there. There were times when that was galling, I admit. I'll talk to Muriel. He's doing his best, believe me. Perhaps he should have considered his best before he and that savage who corrupted him destroyed my life's work. Kosai curled her long claw-like hand gently around Attain's arm. You understand, though. You understand what it is to have so much knowledge and yet have so few outlets for its application. Attain had that sudden connection with another species, as they had sometimes when looking into Murd's eyes, when she felt she truly knew who was in there. Did she understand? She could guess what motivated Kosai, imagine what it was to be her, and even think as she thought up to a point. Perhaps she even pitied her, utterly alone and never able to go home, or even mix with her professional peers. Hang on, this is someone who builds children to design specs, and kills them if they don't meet quality control standards. It was an ugly thought for any expectant mother. Attain shook off the pity and reminded herself that monsters weren't a separate species, or even wholly different from the rest of their own, and that was what made them monstrous. I wouldn't swap lives with you, Chief Scientist, she said. I just don't understand why you won't concede a small thing to a handful of men who mean nothing to you anyway. Skirata would sell that knowledge to the highest bidder. Mandalorians are immoral. Look at our clone donor, Fett. Kosai seemed to have no idea just how much of a crusade this was becoming for Skirata. He'd moved rapidly beyond the focus of just saving his boys. He was now repelled by the whole idea of cloning. I don't think he would, Attain said. He's not a paragon of virtue, but I think he'd use it solely on his troops and then defray it. He'd never sell it. She hoped that might soften Kosai. It happened to be the truth, and sometimes the truth was so unexpected in a dishonest world that it was a shock weapon. Attain left her to chew that over and went back to the mobile gene tech unit parked outside. Mario was wiping down the surfaces with sterilizing fluid like a fussy droid. I don't think my heart's and mind's initiative is working with her, Marike, she said. That's because she's missing one of the essential components in that pair. I'll give you a few nanoseconds to work out which one. I think she's finally coming to the end of her tether after being away from Commando and all her comfort zones for a year. I don't think she thought it through when she bolted. Mariel stood back to admire his handiwork, visibly subdued. To Attain's lay eye, the lab looked pretty impressive, but then she had no idea what Topoka City laid on for its scientists. The whole planet relied wholly on cloning exports. Like I didn't think through what might happen if we got the research, grabbed the scientists, and then thought we had all the kit for making a solution to the problem. Mariel said at last. Even nulls misjudge situations. That's why we're human, and not droids. I think, Attain said, that you grabbed an opportunity because it was senseless to ignore it, and then started to put too much faith in it. As we all do sometimes. And no woman who conceived a baby as she had could pass judgment on any clone for seizing what he could. Sometimes things worked out. The Force made her certain that something positive she didn't yet know what would come of all this. It had to. Asterisk asterisk. Jailer Obram's residence, Rampart Town, Coruscant, 499 days after Geonosis. How's Phi today? Bethany asked. I brought Dar to see him. Jailer Obram stood back to let them in. See for yourself, and if you can get Bardan to relax for a while, you'll be doing better than me. He clapped Darman on the shoulder. Good to see you again. How's CORR settling in? Fine, sir. He blew up a gas storage facility on Lyell last week, and he was very pleased with himself. Sort of his qualifier for the squad, if he needed one. I'm glad to see you boys know how to have fun. Phi was propped almost upright now, but the tubes were still in place, and the med droid one that was programmed only to nurse, thankfully checked the saline drip before leaving them with him. Juzik seemed back to his relaxed self. I waited for you, Juzik said. Time for the next stage. Darman perched himself on the edge of Phi's bed and took his hand. Everyone did that automatically now. Juzik opened the holdall he brought on the first night and began pulling out a set of Mandalorian armor. I raided his locker, he said. You know how much this meant to him. The Jedi laid out a gray leather comma like a tablecloth where Phi could stare straight at it, and placed a red and gray helmet and armor plates on top of it. See that, Phi? Juzik sat on the other edge of the bed and tilted Phi's head a little so if he was conscious of anything at all he could see the thing he prized most, a set of armor he'd pillaged on Kalura from a mercenary called Hoken. Bethany found it odd that they didn't seem to find killing a Mandalorian unsettling. You keep looking at that, Nevioti. Because you're going to be wearing it as soon as you're back on your feet. I promise you. You're a free man now. Juzik leaned over and looked into Phi's face as if he expected him to answer, but the commando's eye movements seemed random and uncoordinated. Juzik settled at Phi's side again and put one hand on his scalp, pouring every effort into repairing the damaged tissue in his brain. Bethany thought it was time to leave Darman with his brother for a while. Obram stood at the doorway a long time and eventually surrendered to her tug on his sleeve. She could have sworn there were tears in his eyes. There were certainly tears in hers. They stood in the kitchen and the captain busied himself making CAF, missing the cup and scattering grains everywhere. He's never going to be back to normal, is he? Obram said, voice cracking. Even if he makes 90% of what he was, it'll still be hard on him. The clones have a very high definition of normal, I've found. They're also incredibly resilient. That boy in there. That boy saved my men from a grenade during a siege by throwing himself on it. I say that's worth more than a thank you and a few Alesh at the CSF staff club. He can stay here as long as he needs to. Right. Bethany had heard that story so many times now from so many CSF officers, most of whom hadn't even been present during the incident, that she was beginning to understand how reputations and legends were made. Obram was one of life's hard men, and he didn't cry easily. But Fi had somehow become an icon, a symbol to the police, at least, of all those in uniform who did the dirty jobs and got no thanks. He'd become a hero. And, as Ordo mentioned every time she used the phrase, Mandalorians had no word for hero. Right, said Bethany. And I'm glad Cal's got a friend he can turn to. Someone his own age to play with, eh? Obram rattled cups and said nothing, with the same expression on his face that she'd seen on Scarata's. It was the face of a man working out who he needed to hurt to make things right with the galaxy. Is this what we elected? What? We both work for government enforcement. We're Coruscant citizens. Is this what we thought we were getting as part of the deal? What's happening to the Republic? I know. I've asked myself the same thing. I did 28 years in the Senate Guard before I transferred to CSF. Did I take my eye off the ball? I wonder if it happened on my watch and I didn't spot it. Police can only deal with the law, not ethics. But these decisions are being made by politicians I've known and protected for years. It makes it personal betrayal, I suppose. Obram seemed to focus on the CAF again. Technically, in law, we just stole government property. Like taking old office equipment from a department dumpster, not a living, breathing man with rights. How did we ever let that happen? It didn't happen overnight. It crept up on us. But who's going to do anything about it? The Senate's smiling and nodding, and even the Jedi Council. Okay, I talked to Juzik too much. He's going to rebel, isn't he? He's not happy wearing the robes, I can tell you that. Very moral boy. Very moral. None of this seeing stuff from a certain point of view. No ambiguity. He calls it as he sees it. Bethany wondered if Scarata knew, and then thought that he probably spotted Juzik's tendencies right from the start. He was good at that. Can they leave? Can Jedi resign? No idea. Maybe they get them to turn in their belt and lightsaber or something. We'll find out. Ordo says there'll be a showdown with his boss before too long. Bethany left Darman as long as she could, keeping an eye on the chrono because she was now fitting this into her lunch breaks. Juzik was still sitting there with his hand on Fi's head, doing whatever it was that Jedi did when they healed others, and talking very quietly to him. He glanced up at her, distracted for a moment, and she took Fi's free hand. She found herself with a nervous grip on the tips of his fingers, sensing no reaction, and feeling she was somehow intruding by touching him when he wasn't aware of it, or at least unable to respond to her. With his features slack, eyes half closed and blinking frequently, he looked more of a total stranger now than when he'd been completely unresponsive. I'll be back later, Fi, she said. One of the other Nulls is coming to see you soon. Aiden. Juzik parted her on the hand, not looking up. She had the air taxi drop Darman at the barracks, and then got off a few blocks from her office to take a few minutes to think. Her focus was widening again now, taking in the city around her, and the beings streaming past her on foot and in speeders, and she had a moment of frightening clarity. I pulled a blaster on staff at the med center and abducted a patient. Or stole government property. Whatever. I did it. And that's on top of slicing data. They'll fire me if whoever was watching me doesn't shoot me first. She was too deeply mired in the situation to lose her nerve now, and damned either way. If she was going to be disgraced, which she was, then it wouldn't make matters any worse if she pulled out all the stops. I used to be sensible. Bethany sat at her desk and logged into the accounting override system, the rarefied atmosphere where auditors could observe transactions at will. She'd been honest all her life, scrupulously so. It was her job to root out dishonesty among others. But it was time the Republic paid its dues, and it could start with Phi, RC 8015, who didn't exist now, and had never existed in law. She had the access codes and the ability to cover the audit trail that led to her. It was a relatively straightforward matter to slice into the Grand Army's database and record that RC 8015 had been terminated after receiving injuries from which he was unlikely to recover. Among a few thousand commandos, hidden among a few million men, nobody above his own Commander General Zay would even bother to check. His place in Omega's squad was already filled, and clones died every day. She hit the execute key, and Phi was a free man for the first time in his short and tragic life. Asterisk asterisk. Office of the Director of Special Forces, so Brigade HQ, Coruscant, 503 days after Geonosis. Skirata never liked to be summoned to anyone's office, but he seemed keen to respond to General Zay today. Ordo AC accompanied him. He hadn't been summoned, but if Zay wanted to kick him out, he could try. The Jedi looked like a man under increasing pressure. "I've cut you a lot of slack, Sergeant," Zay said. "A galaxy of slack. A budget of slack. Now where is he? And what's Juzik playing at?" Calbir was the last man to be intimidated by anyone, and Zay couldn't even come close to it. Ordo caught Maze's eye, and found they were both tense to step in to back up their master, like a pair of strills. "Yes, that's exactly what we are. Animals trained to kill, and we can never be trusted not to turn wild again." Maze and Ordo had an understanding, though. Maybe Maze understood a whole lot better since he'd been educated about his arc brother Sol. "Phi's dead, sir," Skirata said. "It says so on the database." "That is, to use your phrase, a load of Ossic." "Really?" Skirata's arms were at his sides, which was never a good sign. "Well, he was in a coma, and medical care was withdrawn. Seeing as the Republic is too nice and civilized to leave a creature that can't feed itself to starve to death, the med droids were ready to. What's the euphemism? Euthanize him. So one way or the other he's dead, and that the Republic washed its hands of him now that he's no longer useful, and RC-8015 no longer exists." "Sir." Zay looked mortified. He wasn't a callous man. He didn't even trot out all the usual Jedi platitudes. But Ordo still thought less of him for not being like Bard and Juzik. "Sergeant, I've seen the record. I don't know how you did it, but I know you did, and I want to account for his whereabouts." "Need to know, General." "And you don't. This is not your private army, Skirata. Except when it suits you. Sergeant, you're still a serving member of the Grand Army of the Republic, and we have a chain of command here. Is that a threat? I could remove you from your post. You could try, but even if you kick me out, I'll still be around, and my influence and networks and abilities to perform will remain unchanged in all but name." You need me inside the tent, not outside throwing rocks. Zei probably understood that he'd created the out-of-control Skirata standing in front of him, and that there was no putting the man back in his box. Ordo was, as always, proud of his father and inspired by his refusal to be cowed. Zei's only option was to kill Skirata, just like an ARC trooper who no longer towed the line, and Ordo didn't give much for Zei's chances of that. So the fight was on. Well, just to keep your records tidy, here's his armor tally. Skirata collected the ID tallies from fallen clone troopers whenever he could, an echo of the Mandalorian habit of keeping a piece of armor as a memorial. Mandoade often didn't have the time, place, or opportunity for graves. Is there anywhere in particular you'd like me to shove it? Zei paused, almost grinding his teeth behind that graying beard, then held out his hand for Skirata to drop the small plastoid tab into his palm. Their eyes locked for a moment, and Ordo willed Zei to look away first. He did. Honor was satisfied. Caliber shorter, outranked, no force powers, was still the alpha male. Look, I'm sorry about Phi, Zei said quietly. I'm sorry about every single clone who loses his life or gets wounded. As Jedi, we endeavor to treat all sentient life with compassion. Don't think we don't agonize about it. I was discussing it with General Kenobi only That's the way you talk about animals, sir. Not men. If you meant that patronizing twaddle, you'd insist troopers were offered a choice of remaining as volunteers, or leaving. Skirata paused, but judging by the way he swallowed, it wasn't for effect. And I don't mean with the help of one of your covert ops death squads either. Zei stared back at Skirata as if this was news to him. It might well have been. The Jedi generals seemed to be out of the loop as far as the conduct of the war was concerned, in terms of both what the Chancellor told them and how much notice he took of their advice. Is there something you want to tell me, Sergeant? Either you know, or you need to know, that ARC troopers who get out of line end up executed, and I have proof that at least one was targeted by our own covert ops troops. Zei didn't look too happy. It wasn't the look of a guilty man caught out, though. It was an angry man whose face was illuminated by dawning realization. I know nothing of this. Then it's about time, Skirata said, that you Jedi took your heads out of your shebs, stopped contemplating your midichlorians, and did a reality check. You're going to get a nasty shock one day, General. We told you about the vastly inflated claims of enemy droid numbers, and tactics didn't change. We told you we should be concentrating forces on a few main theaters, cleaning up before moving on, and not scattering forces so we never quite have the strength to root out the enemy. Again, nothing changed. None of this is winning the war. It's just keeping it going. So I wonder how much it's worth risking our necks to find out for you, if that intel isn't used. Zei snapped. He slapped both hands on his desk, an ordinary man at the limit of his endurance now, not a Jedi. Ordo didn't flinch, but he saw the discomfort on Maze's face. Skirata, the Jedi command doesn't run this war. Zei roared. The politicians do, and the Chancellor says this is how we fight. End of story. Doesn't that scare the Ossic out of you? Of course it does. What do you think we are, idiots? But I've learned that's how wars always work. Politicians don't listen to the military. Everyone lies wildly about their assets, and there are never enough troops to go around. Maybe Mandalorians live in a different reality. You've got plenty of assets, actually. Ordo had a second of adrenaline-flushed panic that Skirata would mention the Centax clones, but he didn't expand, and Zei was now too angry to stop himself from interrupting him. I've fully committed the whole brigade, Skirata, although I have to ask what your arcs are actually tasked to do sometimes. You wanted Black Ops folk like me to do the dirty work. This is the price of dirty, sir. Skirata didn't wait to be dismissed, and stalked out almost without limping. Ordo followed. They strode down the corridor, boots echoing, until they reached the parade ground exit. It was a pleasantly balmy day outside, and they sat on the low perimeter wall to have a hot wash-up. It was a lovely phrase for working out what the Shab had gone wrong, one of those military euphemisms that poor Phi enjoyed so much. Say didn't know about the death squads, Ordo said. He really didn't. He's the head of special forces. Skirata fumbled in the pockets of his leather jacket and pulled out rook root and some candied fruit, the rook for him and the candies for Ordo. He chewed savagely, gaze in slight defocus. He ought to make it his business to know. And I think it was wise not to mention the new clone programs. Say really would go charging in to demand that Windy got answers on that one. I'd prefer the Chancellor's office not to notice us. Bessany did a fine job there, but I don't want to get her killed. Skirata nudged Ordo in the plates with his elbow. She's good all around, that one. But put her out of her misery, give her the sapphires, and ask her how she likes the idea of living in the middle of nowhere with a depressed Kaminoan for a house guest. Okay? I'll tell her they're stolen. She's touchy about that kind of thing, being treasury. Ordike, just take a couple of days out and spend quality time with her. You know what I'm saying. Yes, Kalbir. Skirata spat the fibrous remains of the rook into the flower bed next to the wall. In a year's time, if we've still got a year, then I want everything in place for an instant baseland Shevla. It meant strategic disappearance, a Mando tactic for scattering and disappearing from sight, only to coalesce into an army again later. For them, it meant banging out to the bastion on Mandalore and helping any like-minded clones that they could. They never did get around to talking about Juzik. Zayu would realize that and come back for round 2 with Skirata sooner or later. But unlike Skirata, he didn't have the luxury of Baseland Shevla. Maybe he needed to think about that. Everyone needed a plan B even Jedi. Chapter 18. It took me a long time to understand that winning a war often has nothing to do with ending it, for governments at least. General Arligan Zay, Director of Special Forces, Grand Army of the Republic, on his recent interest in military history. ***. Kiramorat Bastion, Northern Mandalore, 539 days after Geonosis. I don't want you to get upset, Vav said, but Phi's not as you remember him. Attain nodded gravely as they waited for Aehan to land. Vav wasn't sure if an emotional shock was a good idea for a pregnant woman so close to term, but he had Rav Brawler here if any of that female stuff needed attending to. Murd followed Attain around, staring fascinated at her belly. He's still Phi, and I think I understand post-coma recovery now, Attain said. You have no idea how much medical literature I've read recently. But Murd's worrying me. Brawler flicked her thumbnail against the butt of her blaster, making Murd whip its head around to stare balefully at her. And I can worry Murd. Can't I, my little stinkweed? Vav felt the need to defend his comrade. Strills have very acute senses, remember. It knows the baby's coming soon. As in snack opportunity? As in parenting, Rav. Murd is hermaphroditic, remember. It's capable of being a mother, too, and you know how female animals will mother anything. Even you, Wallen. Attain looked up at the first distant throb of a drive decelerating for landing. I really wish Darman knew right now. I really do. Nearly there, kid, Brawler said, squeezing her shoulders. There'll be a right time. Soon. But there was probably never a right time for her to see Phi again. Han settled on her dampers, ticking and creaking as the drives cooled, and the cargo hatch eased open. Jang stepped out, steering Phi on a repulsor chair. I was just passing through, Jang said, but this crazy Mando had said he'd booked a vacation here. Attain didn't even pause. She rushed up to Phi, at a respectable speed for a woman laden with cargo, and flung her arms around him. But he didn't quite have the coordination to respond and simply flopped his arm over her shoulder. He was wearing Gez Hoken's armor, at least on his upper body. The leg plates probably needed extending. Hoken had been a much shorter man. Juzik understood motivation very well. We're going to have to feed you up, Attain said. You're all bone now. Phys, Phi said indistinctly. He means physiotherapy, Jang explained. You might struggle to understand his speech, but give him a stylus and he can manage to write a lot of what he can't say. He has to point to objects, too he can't find the right words. Oh, and he forgets a lot. But for a dead man, he's doing great. Vav found it particularly cruel that Phi, a funny, eloquent lad, had been effectively silenced by the injury. But it was very early days. Brawler went over to fuss over him, too, but Phi had spotted that Attain had filled out rather a lot in the midsection. He pointed. Attain shrugged. Your eyesight's fine then, Phi. Never, sis. I'll tell you later, she said. Let's show you the presidential suite and see what the care droid can do. It's okay, Phi. Brawler took over. I'll be around, or else my sister's kid will. Proper Mando home cooking. That'll put you right faster than any of that erotic Ossic. But Phi was still looking at Attain's bump, and Vav knew that he had enough recall to draw the very obvious conclusion. Without a major facial movement like a smile, it was hard to gauge his emotional state, but Vav couldn't help thinking that it was a little disapproving, and that he might have been trying to say, "You never said." It was too easy to attribute thoughts and words to him. They'd have to take it slowly. Vav left Jang and the ladies to fuss over Phi and went to check on Ko's Sai. Murd, back in its native environment, looked to him with a hopeful expression that begged permission to do what it enjoyed most, hunting. Okay, Murd IKA. I have to see Ko's Sai anyway. Vav pointed toward the trees. Oya, Murd. The strill shot off at high speed and disappeared into the pocket of woodland to the north, and Vav went on his way. The bastion had started to acquire a routine like a real homestead, and now that Vav, Skirata, or one of the Nulls was around much of the time, Brawler was getting on with overseeing the building work for Skirata. It was definitely feeling Yamla, and was a much bigger complex than Vav had first thought. Land was still free on sparsely populated Mandalore, as long as you didn't want to cram into Keldabe. Up here in the north, a clan could spread out. But I'm not part of this. I'm just passing through, understood? The only part of the bastion that didn't have that feeling of busy, with smoke-scented warmth was Ko's Sai's quarters, where it felt as if she'd created an exclusion zone that was every bit as unwelcoming as Tapoka City without managing to be clinical, white, or shiny. She seemed to be draped over her desk. Kaminoans, all fluid elegance, didn't bend. They curved. With her head lowered as she made notes, she looked as if she might droop completely. How's it going? He asked. Another day when I lament the lack of data from my last year's work, but if you mean have I recorded more information on regulating the aging genes? Let's not insult each other's intelligence. I do. Then I have. Well, my question's not about that. It's about motive. I still don't understand why you're withholding this information, because you've never made demands. Wrong end of the scope, possibly. Perhaps it's because I want to stay alive as long as possible, in the hope that something in the circumstances will change, and I can resume my work unmolested. Chancellor Palpatine bothered you most, didn't he? That's what made you go into hiding. Anyone who creates powerful technology has a responsibility not to hand it to those who misuse it. I can sense you're not from Rathana somehow. It depends on your definition of misuse. Kosai never looked quite as imposing as she had on Commando, and it wasn't just a limited wardrobe now. Exile was eroding her resolve. There might come a time when she simply caved in. But might I ask why it's so important to you to restore normal aging to these clones? You're not an irrationally emotional man like Skirata. Is it a commercial venture for you? Am I going to rush to Arcania with it and invite bids? No. No commercial value except to those interested in subverting genetic rights management, who tend not to be those best able to pay anyway. Curiosity, then, or to prove your interrogation skills? No, it's because it's unfair to deprive them of a full life. Crushing the weak is the hallmark of a small mind. The Jedi said Skirata wouldn't sell the data, either, and would probably destroy it after he'd made use of it. That's Cal all right, Vav said. All he wants is to put his boys right. Vav tried to work out what was going through her mind, but even after years among Kaminoans, and getting to know this one better than he ever imagined he would, he reminded himself that using human motive as a basis for understanding them was probably a mistake. Apart from pride, he couldn't map human concerns onto Kaminoans. The mismatch was probably what made Muriel think they were devious. I'll be going then, he said. See what Merd's dragged back from the woods. You will let me know when the Jedi has her child, won't you? Oh, you'll probably hear it all over the bastion. She promised me a tissue sample. No, Vav didn't think that Kosai was offering to knit booties. When he got back to the central area, he could see Merd busy at some frantic activity in the field outside. Brawler and Jang were watching it, transfixed. He had to go and look. Merd had built a nest. Strills did that. Not only had it built the nest for the mother-to-be, but it had also stocked the larder. A huge, dead, mangled Shachul lay to one side of the beautifully arranged coils of dry grass. It's the thought that counts, Jang said. Brawler laughed. That's the cutest thing I've ever seen, she said. Cute and shrill in the same sentence. Well, you learn something new every day. How long do they live? Jang asked. I'd heard 3 or 4 times as long as a normal human. It's true, said Vav. It worries me, because I don't have a family to pass Merd's care to. You're a big softus, Sergeant. Would you consider taking Merd if anything happened to me? You never seemed quite as repelled by it as your brothers. Jang pulled his I'm considering it expression and rocked his head a little. Yes, I always had sinus trouble. Okay. Do I have your word? Yes. You do. Vav felt a great deal more positive than he had in years, which showed him how much he worried about the animal. That evening he felt positively benign, joining the others in the main room to speculate on the birth. Brawler's niece Parjay mechanic, and making a good live ing for a youngster showed up to scrutinize Phi for the first time. Jang says you're worth fixing up, she said, squatting down to look him in the eye. I do believe he's right. It would have sounded unthinkably callous to anyone but a Mandalorian, but she said it with a smile, and she spent the whole evening being wonderfully attentive to him. It looked like a lot more than tact or pity. Attain, watching protectively, gave Vav a totally uncharacteristic wink from across the room. Jedi seem to have a radar for these things. Contentment could be found in some of the least likely situations, Vav thought. He slept well that night, with Murd draped across his feet on top of the blankets. It was only the sound of a woman in labor that woke him, and just 6 hours later, Venku Skirata was born, arguably the most wrinkled and angry-looking of babies. Brawler and Parja studied Venku unsentimentally. Kandosiai, Brawler said, taking the baby in her arms. That's a very healthy boy. Vav reflected on the kind of future Venku might face or make for himself and handed Attain his comlink. Go on, he said. You know what you have to do next. Attain, tearful and exhausted, took the device and fumbled with the controls. He didn't even have to remind her. She keyed in Skirata's code right away, and when he answered, she managed just one word. Babir, she said, and burst into tears. Grandfather. Asterisk asterisk. Kiramurat Bastion, Northern Mandalore, 541 days after Geonosis all the way from Coruscant, Skirata remained convinced that he would take Venku from Attain's arms without a second thought, right until he walked into her room and saw that pitiful look on her face. It's okay, she said. I'm tired and my hormones are all over the place, so if I start crying, just carry on as if nothing's happened. I haven't changed my mind or anything. Skirata leaned over to look at Venku, then Attain held the kid up for him to take. There you go, Babir. Venku's beautiful, Skirata said. He really is. His biological kids must have had their own families by now, and maybe he had great-grandchildren out there somewhere, but this was the first grandson he could actually hold and call his own. Venku. Yes, that's you, isn't it? Yes, it is, Venku. The baby was too young to respond to cooing and tickling. Skirata settled for just holding him like fragile crystal, one hand supporting his tiny head. At least he remembered the drill. He's perfect, Attain. You did well. I'm so proud. It's nice to be able to roll over in bed again without getting stuck, she said tearfully. You really need some rest, Adik. This isn't what I thought I'd feel. Any of it. She sounded just like Ippy. His late wife said it wasn't the way they described it in the family holozines, too. Given the massive upheavals that Attain had been through in the last year, the fact that both mother and child had survived was astonishing. There was a lot to be said for Jedi blood. Mariel walked in and peered over Skirata's shoulder. He's very quiet, isn't he? They sleep a lot at this stage. You reckon? Attain said wearily. Venku looked like an average baby with nothing remarkable about him except perhaps his head of fine, wispy dark hair, and that ordinariness was the most wonderful thing Skirata could imagine. It was a long time since he'd picked up a newborn and been stunned by it. And it broke his heart that Darman couldn't be doing this instead. I was wrong. Shab, was I wrong? I can't keep the lad from his son. You don't have to go through with this, Skirata said. I know what I said before, but you could raise him here if you leave the Jedi Order. Rav's around, we're all passing through regularly, you could even go to Keldabe and have plenty of neighbors around you. But what about Dar? She asked. I need to rethink this. I don't want to be sitting here worrying while he's fight ing Cal. Women with small kids do that, Attain. It's hard being the rear party to a man at the front, but they do it. It's different when I'm serving. I feel like I've got some control over the situation, even if I haven't. And who needs you most now? Skirata couldn't blame her for dithering and changing her mind. He'd had kids of his own and adopted a lot more, But even he found the world was a different place once the child was there in front of you. It changed everything. And Etain didn't seem like the naive and well-meaning Jedi who'd enraged him so for thinking it was a good idea to give Darman a son by omitting to tell him she was taking risks. She was a small, thin kid who looked wrung out from the pregnancy, and whose only mistake was to be born with the wrong set of genes in a world that forced a destiny on her from birth. She was just like Darman. He could never blame her now. "You haven't asked me something," she said. "Birth weight? Don't you want to know if he's strong in the Force?" Skirata trod tactfully. He found he was determined not to think of Venku as a Jedi in waiting. That could never be allowed to happen. "Is he?" "It's not a given, is it?" "No, it's not. But he will be a Force user. It depends on how he's trained to handle it." She might have been having second thoughts about his future. All she'd ever known before the war broke out was a Jedi clan for a family. Stress could make folks default to what they knew best. "And who's going to train him?" "I will. I might regret taking away his choice to be a Jedi, but I'd rather offer him the wider world." There were times when she really looked like a Jedi, the same way Juzik did, simultaneously both child and ancient sage, swathed in those dull brown and beige robes. Skirata tried to imagine her like a normal young girl of her age, doing mindless fluffy things like worrying about fashion, and felt agonizing guilt for the harsh things he'd said to her when she told him she was pregnant. He was glad she did it. Darman had a son. It was going to kill her to stay away from her baby, though, and to cover up the fact that she'd given birth. He'd been so sure it was right for Darman not to know about Venku until he was ready for the news. But now he wasn't so sure. "I took away his chance to name his own son. So where does that leave me?" And Venku was a blend of Force-using Jedi and the perfect soldier, a valuable commodity. Ko's size continued cooperation was being bought with a vial of blood and tissue. There was nothing the Iowa bait could ever do with it, but she wanted it badly. Skirata was going to hand it to her. "Etika, let's pick our moment and tell Darman," he said. "Let's see if he's up to it. I'll know. But I'm not sure how I'm going to face him after lying to him like that. I'll tell him the truth. I made you do it. But you were right, Cal. It's already a dangerous situation, whatever I do. There's no way around it." Etain held her hands out to take Venku again, and settled him in the crook of her arm. Once even a few folks know what his parentage is, the trouble starts. Unless both Dar and I desert, that is, and he won't do that. She wiped the baby's mouth. "I don't think I can either. I can't play happy families while this war's going on, not like that anyway." Skirata saw her point, and wondered how he'd react in the same position. Fi knows now. Yes. But he's not exactly in a position to blurt it out to anyone. I'd better talk to him. I don't think he understands why I didn't tell Dar. Leave it to me. First things first, Thilko sigh. Skirata hadn't seen her in a while, and when he and Muriel walked into the mobile laboratory unit that she'd finally deigned to use, she reminded him of someone wasting away who'd managed to muster a little strength to greet a friend. But there was nothing friendly about her. She was just anxious to play with that sample. But she must know she can ever make a super soldier out of it. Imagine being so hungry for knowledge that all you want to do is find out, even if you'll never use it. Skirata wasn't taking chances. If she escaped from Commando, then she could try to make a run from here, even now. From the moment she took that sample out of his hands, she was locked in and under surveillance. I hear the baby is healthy and well, she said. Yeah. Skirata held up the vial. Now you tell me how healthy. I don't even have to test for abnormal aging, Sergeant, she said. Any engineered genes inherited from his father will be designed to be recessive, and those occurring naturally in the Fet genome have been chemically regulated. Apart from any exotica inherited from his Jedi mother, the baby will grow up normally unless he's been very unlucky in life's lottery. You make it sound so wonderful. Skirata looked at the vial. And you've had a good rummage around Atane's genome, I take it. Yes. Fascinating. So this cocktail just tells you how they interact. Not just. This is the most fascinating part of all. And Venka didn't need it. Skirata could walk away now, if he believed her. But he had to take her tests on trust, too. He was no geneticist. Mariel nudged him. Kosai kept her word before, and it's not as if it can do any harm now. Skirata wasn't sure if Mariel was playing nice policeman, nasty policeman with the Kaminoan, but he handed over the sample. Have fun, he said, and they left. The bastion was taking shape. Brawler's droids had built a sheltered circular atrium off the main hub, with a roof that slid back on days when nobody cared what could be spotted from the air. It was ideal for open-air roasts. I say we get started on butchering that shachul if Rav hasn't already prepared it, Marike. Perfect celebratory meal, if we had the whole clan here. You said clan? That's what it is, isn't it? Indeed it is, Bear. Mariel smiled. The war will be over one day. It'll be over for us, Skirata said. And the rest of the galaxy can do what it wants. In the meantime, I need to make friends with someone reliable who's worked at Arcanian Micro. But not before we roast a little shachul, eh? Mariel smiled. I'm an uncle now. I have to do things right. Uncle. Bavodu. It was a lovely family word. This was where the future all began. These days, Skirata was certain, marked the beginning of hope for his boys for Mandalore, even. Yes, Arcanian Micro could wait a few hours longer. Asterisk. Kiramura Bastion, Northern Mandalore, 545 days after Geonosis. How do Mandalorian women transport their babies? Atane asked. I'm pretty sure they don't travel with this amount of kit just for a few hours jaunt down the Hydian way. She couldn't actually manage the bag of diapers, milk, and changes of clothing. To think she'd once carried an LJ-50 conch rifle into battle, now she was drained to empty by simply lifting a travel bag and forced to resort to a repulsor assist. Brawler had one last peek at Venku. Backpack, she said. But under the circumstances, I'd say cheating is fine. Remember, Mandoade don't enjoy pain and hardship, we're just better at putting up with it than the Arutais. Be kind to yourself. This isn't an endurance contest. I'll be back as often as I can. Anytime, Vodiak. You certain you want to go through with this? Back in barracks? I can always change my mind. Well, trite as it sounds. We're here. I just hope Darman's ready for the whole thing. Brawler craned her neck to look through the narrow window slit. They're wonderful lads, but they can't help being naive in some areas. Of course, the Nulls got the idea fast, except maybe Ordo. What are you looking for? Parja and Phi. She's making him walk today. His balance is shot to Heron, but she's got handrails set up, droids on standby, you name it. That girl never quits on a repair or orphan Nuna chicks. Atane still saw what Phi had and then lost. Once a perfectly made, supremely fit man, now one who struggled to have a basic conversation, forgot where he was, needed help to eat, and was learning to walk properly again. Parja, never having known that perfect Phi to use as a benchmark, just saw who he was now, and appeared to find that he struck a chord in her. She seemed tireless in her devotion. I wouldn't cross these people, but if I had to choose who to trust if my life depended on it. But she had chosen, and had not been disappointed. I'll go say goodbye to Kosai, Atane said. It still sounded utterly unbelievable to her, as if this was just a neighbor she had to humor for harmony's sake. It was sobering to think how normal even the most repellent beings could seem if you inured yourself to their ways by spending time with them. Darkness crept up quietly on the unwary. I wonder what genetic goodie I can think up to keep her amused and cooperative. Brawler resumed her business as usual tone again. You know Cal's going to have to shoot her one day, don't you? I suppose I do. Personally, I'd do it now, take the files you have to another clone master and trade it with them, because they all know how to age clones fast at some stage. Or just haul the Shabir down to Arcania and let them shake it out of her for you. Brawler placed a large floppy parcel in Atane's straining bag. If she knows anything worth having, that is. That's the shatual, by the way, roasted and sliced. Share it with Darman and the boys. Right way to celebrate the birth of a son even if you can't tell them yet. Atane walked around the outside of the bastion to Kosai's laboratory. Venka held close to her, and caught sight of Parja guiding Phi between two fence rails. Phi fell over. Parja hauled him up with the aid of a droid, and they started over. Phi had once left an impression in the force of resentment and bewildered loneliness, constantly wondering why he couldn't have the freedom and companionship in life that every other being around him seemed to have. But when Atane reached out in the force to see what he radiated now, the mix was different, scared, confused, and seeking his old self, but the loneliness had all but vanished. At last, Phi no longer felt alone. He'd paid a terrible price to reach that state, but he seemed more at peace than he ever had. The force balanced its books in strange ways. Holding Venku in her left arm, Atane rapped on the doors. Kosai, it's Atane. Can I come in? It was just diplomacy. The locked door was key-coded, and Atane could come and go as she pleased. But there was no point rubbing Kosai's nose in it. Seeing Venka might chip away further at her resolve. Kosai? There was no answer. Atane had a sudden cold panic. The Kaminoan had fled with the tissue samples. Don't be stupid. She can escape. She's just engrossed in something. Atane keyed in the code and walked in anyway. Kosai had indeed fled, but she'd escaped to where nobody could follow, taking whatever knowledge she had with her. She hung lifeless from a noose slung over one of the crossbeams. Atane put her hand to her mouth, but she didn't scream. She'd seen far too much on the battlefield to react. I know the drill. I call Cal. Oh no, no, no. She found herself cursing in a sobbing voice under her breath as she summoned Skirata by comlink, and glanced at the note on the datapad that lay still illuminated on the workbench. Thank you, Atane. It was fascinating. Once more, Kosai, geneticist without equal, had had the last word. Chapter 19. Maze, if you ever find you wish to pursue an alternative career, let me know privately, mind. I'm sure I could acquire some resources to help you. General Arligan Zaid to his aide, ARC Trooper Captain Maze, after receiving inconclusive answers about what might happen to clone troops wanting to leave the army after the war. ***. Kiramura Bastion, Mandalore, 545 days after Geonosis, so the Iwabate was still jerking his chain, even though she was dead. Skirata leaned against the door frame and stared at Kosai's body, wondering what he had missed. Vav and Muriel checked it over carefully. I don't do full postmortems, not even for a hobby, said Vav, but I can't see how anyone could have come close enough to Kosai out here to assassinate her, even if they knew we were holding her. She was getting more hacked off with life by the day. Muriel removed the ligature. She must have known she wasn't going home. But I never had Kaminoans down as suicidal. Excessive self-esteem. It might have been the ultimate act of contempt for us. Vav prodded the cadaver thoughtfully. But they're not the most cosmopolitan and well-traveled of species. Big deal for them to leave Kamino. Personally, I'm not surprised she went off the rails. I'd have taken the pearl-handled blaster and done the decent thing ages ago, Muriel muttered. But then I'm not an arrogant xenophobic piece of Tatsushi. Skirata could only see a tenuous stream of data that had finally dried up. I'm glad to see this hasn't traumatized you boys, he said sourly. His shock hadn't taken long to give way to anger. I was getting worried that it might have scarred you for life. She'd already done that to Muriel, of course. She might have run out of information to give us. She might, said Skirata, have been jerking our chain all along. Well, I know what I'm going to be doing for the foreseeable future. Collating what we've got and finding another geneticist or 3 to advise me. Muriel slotted a probe into the computer. Just checking she hasn't trashed the data. No, she thought her work was too sacred even to have so much as a full stop erased. What a gal. Scrub the theory on the ultimate act of contempt then. I still think we should risk it and do a deal with Arcanian Micro, said Vav. Every cloner has to handle accelerated development. It's what they run on. But they're cheap and nasty, Muriel said. So? We're not buying from them. We just want them to say, hey, those are the genes you need to switch on and off, and then we get the regulator manufactured by a pharma company. I've got that in hand, Skirata said, unable to take his eyes off the dead Kaminoan. He half expected her to be playing dead, not a corpse at all. First things first. Once we know what it is we've got, too, Muriel said. We're sitting on the cloning equivalent of the sacred scroll of Gurasalia, and we can't read the language not well enough, anyway. They still had a dead Kaminoan to dispose of, too. Skirata wondered what use he could make of her now. Nobody would ever believe he hadn't killed her. He wasn't sure why he hadn't, in the end, so maybe there was some advantage to be gained here. If she couldn't be useful to him alive, she'd earn her keep dead. Delta's still digging away under Action World Island, aren't they? Yes, Cowbear. I think they need to find what they're looking for. Put the Chancellor's mind at rest. Get him off our areas of interest, so to speak. How are we going to plant her there? Vav asked. We're not, Skirata said. I'm going to have a word with Delta. Muriel shook his head. They're not us. They stick to the rules. They'll tell Zay. Vav looked offended. Don't underestimate how diplomatic they can be, Cal. They didn't tell him about the bank raid, did they? Okay, Wallen, I'll get my story straight so we don't dump Juzik in it as the leak on Kosai, and I'll provide some forensics for them to slap on Zay's desk. Done. Now what about the body? I'm not looking forward to this. Skirata's hatred of Kosai and her kind didn't extend to making what he had to do next any easier. But help me move her into the barn. I'll do my own dirty work. I think Jing and I should do it, actually, Bear. Muriel ushered the 2 older men out of the lab. Kosai and us. We go back a long way. Skirata could always rely on the nulls. One day they might talk about it, but for the time being he was simply grateful that they volunteered, and wondered if there was now some kind of closure in it for them. Are you donating the entire body to Delta? Vav asked. No, Skirata said, suddenly getting a whole new idea, and not liking himself for it. Did she have any family? After all the years he spent on Commando, he still didn't know. It wouldn't do Lama Su any harm to think that we got to her in the end. I think I'm going to do the decent thing and send most of her home. They'll appreciate that. Vav said. Minute Tomtail, Skodaisa. Skirata said. Long memory, short fuse. It was the Mandalorian character, they said. I'd hate Commando to forget us. But maybe, one day, they could forget Commando. I'll get Jane and Ordo. Mariel took out a vibroblade. This is a job a long time in the planning. Mariel didn't elaborate, and Skirata didn't ask. He took Vav's elbow and steered him outside. Kosai wasn't the only person Skirata didn't know quite as well as he felt he should. Asterisk asterisk. Bethany Wenon's apartment, Coruscant, 547 days after Geonosis. Bethany always took her blaster with her when she answered the door these days, and she didn't open it until she'd run all the security scans that Ordo and Mariel had installed for her. But today it was just Cal Skirata who showed up, carrying something in his arms. Sorry, Cal, she said. I always expect you to show up on the landing pad, like Ordo does. I didn't want to panic you. He indicated the bundle with a nod. Not with this little fella on board. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were carrying a oh my you are. It's a baby. Skirata took a deep breath and laid the bundle of blankets, plain pro-gray, very soft on her sofa, then leaned over it and peeled the layers of fabric away with slow care. Isn't he beautiful? His voice was a whisper. I might need you to look after him. Not all the time, but sometimes. The baby was a newborn, with a shock of dark silky curls, sound asleep. Bethany wasn't sure what to say. She was so fond of Skirata that she'd do pretty well anything for him, but she knew nothing about babies, and she still had a regular job. He took her hand without looking away from the sleep-ing child, and squeezed it gently as if the two of them were sharing a wonderful joke. It's Darman and Atane's son, he said. Thank you. Oh. The information floated on a current of disbelief before sinking in and shocking her. Oh my. This is going to be a little awkward for a while. Darman hasn't a clue he's a father. I'm still deciding if he's ready to find out. Bethany couldn't take her eyes off the baby. He was real, a real live baby, lying on her sofa. She still had trouble taking that in. So that's why Atane's been out of touch for a while. I'd never have guessed. She wants to carry on as a general. Venku woke and started fretting, making little ineffectual kicks. Skirata picked him up again with all the ease of a father who'd done this all before, a long time ago. If the Jedi Council finds out she's involved with Dar, then she gets kicked out. So as far as everyone except you, me, Bardai K, Vav, the Nulls, and a select few on Mandalore is concerned, this is my grandson. Which he is, really. I've got such a tangled domestic past that it won't surprise anyone to find my family dumping a kid on me. I suppose having him brought up on Mandalore was out of the question. If his father can't raise him, Skirata said, then the duty falls to me. Bethany still had a lot to absorb about Mandalorian custom. But you're on active service. You live in the barracks, don't you? Exactly. Now, I rented a place for Lasima by the Cragget restaurant, so I'm going to move in there for the time being and see how we cope between us. Scarata was a compulsive fixer who could make anything happen through his extensive network of contacts. One day, Bethany would ask tactfully about his life before the Grand Army, but she already knew it would give her sleepless nights. You rented an apartment for her? You think I'd leave her stuck at Kibbutz? You know how Trilek girls get exploited in cantinas like that. She's Otten's lady, and that means she's family. I'm a regular at the Cragget, and there are plenty of CSF lads using the place, so it's secure. He seemed a little embarrassed. Perhaps he was worried that Bethany would feel he'd failed for not settling Lasima in a smart neighborhood like her own. I'm insane. I really should say no. What do I know about kids? Okay, just bear in mind my office hours. Have you asked Jailer too? I've asked a lot of him lately. I'd rather avoid asking again. But it's the best compromise I could think of that still lets attain Sivenku when she's not deployed. We'll make it work, she said. It sounded like the most insane promise she'd ever made. But then she'd abducted a comatose commando from the med center and done plenty of other ludicrously dangerous things recently. This was just one more act of lunacy on a growing list. Scarata gave the baby an exaggerated grin and kissed him on the forehead. It's normal for Mando boys to accompany their father on the battlefield from about 8 years old, but I think Venku is going to be an early starter. Bethany tried to reconcile Scarata's loathing of the Kaminoans for exposing small boys to live weapons fire with the Mandalorian tradition, but maybe the difference lay in knowing that your father was teaching you to survive, not conditioning you as a product. She wondered if the kids felt the difference. It was a question to ask Ordo. So what happens now, Cal? Would you mind if I brought Omega Squad here too? Well, introduce him? I can't take him into the barracks. Zay might sense him. They can feel each other in the Force, Jedi. Oh my, yes. His mother is a Jedi. Yes. A Force sensitive. Oh boy. We've collected the full set of problems. Of course you can. Bethany had instant thoughts of what buffet food she might put on the table. She was always ready for guests who never came, and aware that she craved belonging. The pull of Scarata's gang was that she never felt like an outsider there. Are they back in town? I try to make sure they get the shorter missions, yes. He held up his hands defensively. I know. I've got the best part of 90 boys from my original batch out in the field, but Omega are special. One day, are you going to level with me about everything? Even the stuff you're better off not knowing? I've been under surveillance by Republic Intel, and I'm digging in files that are awfully close to the Chancellor. A lifetime of knowing what she didn't need to ask and what was best left deniable went straight out the window. I might as well know the worst. Okay. Scarata picked up Venka and walked around the apartment with the infant cradled against his shoulder, gently patting his back and making doting grandfather noises. Now wasn't going to be the time she got the explanations then. Maybe it needed a whole day's debriefing program to cover a long CA rear of removing people and things, or dragging them screaming to a client. She had no illusions. She knew the company Scarata kept. He came from a dirty world, as did Ordo. But she still felt cleaner in their world than she did in the glossy corridors of the Senate, or even on the street surrounded by citizens who were too preoccupied with the latest Hollywood to ask what was happening to their society lately. Here, she said, holding out her arms to take the baby. Show me how to hold him. Introduce him to his Aunt Bethany. ***. Office of General Arligan Zay, Director of Special Forces, SO Brigade HQ, Coruscant, 547 days after Geonosis, Attain knew this was going to be bad, despite the informal arrangement of comfortable chairs in the office and the CAF on the small table, but she could take it. There was absolutely nothing that General Zay could say or do to her that would shift the gauge with her now. Okay, she might get weepy, but that was her postnatal hormonal chaos. She wasn't ashamed. She had a child, and that changed the way she saw the whole galaxy. Juzik, also summoned for the refocusing conversation, sat with his arms folded across his chest like a little scarada, exuding silent defiance. His beard was trimmed short, he'd braided his hair tightly into a tail, and suddenly he didn't look quite so much like a Jedi despite the robes and lightsaber. He looked like a man age unknown who'd had enough. Attain gave him a gentle touch in the Force. It'll be okay. He turned his head slightly and smiled, and it was clear that it would not be. I'm delighted that you could both make it, Zay said. It was going to be the weapons-grade sarcasm today, then. Given your very busy schedules. He gave Attain an especially long look. The Gerlanans thank me for your excellent work in evacuating Kalura, General Termukin, and your help in the reconstruction process. You can touch me. I have a son. All I fear is for his welfare, and his father's. Not mine. I did what I could, sir. Intelligence reports that some of the displaced farmers have joined the separatist resistance already. It was never going to be a popular decision, and yes, I incurred more non-GR casualties than I would have liked. So a label on that, Zay. Commander level deserves a more experienced general. Zay was still scrutinizing her closely. She felt him reach out in the Force, seeking out what he couldn't detect with his ordinary senses. All he got was her fatigue and sense of accomplishment, but he misread it totally. I can see it's taken a toll on you. It has, sir. And you, General Juzik. I apologize for dragging you back from Daruma, but I've been concerned about you. I'm fine, sir. And I have no idea where you were for the last few weeks, but I doubt it was all spent on Daruma, no matter how loyal Delta are in covering for you. Juzik didn't answer, but it wasn't a guilty silence. Zay looked from Juzik to Attain and back again, as if looking for a break in the wall of conspiracy, and obviously didn't find one. He defaulted to crashing through the wall in typical Zay style. I want you both to listen carefully. We are very thinly stretched, and if I had Jedi to spare, I would have pulled both of you out of active service by now. You're both competent, and I don't doubt your good intentions, but you're coming off the rails, both of you. He paused. It was the let-this-sink-in pause, and for some reason it made Attain bristle. Now I understand your comradeship with Skirata. He's an excellent soldier, but you are Jedi, and we're fast approaching the point where I can cut you no more slack. Get back on the chart. Start following a few procedures. Skirata is not your role model. He's a Mandalorian. Yes, sir, Attain said. Say he didn't get a word out of Juzik. General? Does that make sense to you? I think we disagree on definitions, sir, Juzik said carefully. Like Jedi. Which is? I'm being a Jedi, sir. It's something you live in every interaction you have with each living thing, not a philosophy you discuss in abstract terms. And I'm not sure that the kind of Jedi the Council wants us to be is good enough. Well, you wouldn't be the first Jedi Knight or Padawan to be rebellious. It's normal. I did it at your age. Then why aren't you doing it now, sir? And what would I rebel against? The war? It's a good place to start. Juzik, I'm not blind to the concessions we have to make, but I have to answer to the Council and to the Senate, so I don't have the luxury of waging little crusades on the margins. But that's what we're supposed to do, sir, make a difference as individuals. I'm sorry, but a Jedi's primary duty isn't to keep a government in power. It's to help, to heal, to bring peace, to defend the vulnerable, and when those are just slogans we throw around, and not how we treat individuals, it's worse than meaningless. Juzik didn't seem to have broken a sweat, and he left an impression of a sorrowful calm in the Force. Attain could feel a growing strength emanating from him like a lodestone. So. He paused and swallowed. So I'm requesting a transfer, sir. I want to resign my commission and serve as a combat medic. Zay's shock was palpable. His expression softened, and whatever dressing down he was getting ready to unload on Juzik seemed to have evaporated. Attain hadn't been expecting this either. This was a stranger sitting next to her, but the Juzik she had always known was in there somewhere. I'm not sure there's a mechanism for that, Juzik, Zay said at last. Okay. Juzik nodded a few times, looking down into his lap for a moment. I've given a lot of thought to the consequences of not leading my men in the field, and whether I'm making their situation worse by doing this, but I can't live with it any longer. We sanction the use of a slave army. It's against every single principle of our belief, and it's a stain on us, and we will pay the price of our hypocrisy one day. This is wrong. Therefore I have to leave the Jedi Order. And I've just left my baby in the care of others because I want to stay. Attain was in turmoil. She felt as strongly as Juzik did, but she couldn't bring herself to leave now. Suddenly she couldn't see the roots of her own motives. All the certainty she'd built so carefully, precious certainty, the thing she'd craved from the earliest days when she felt so unsure of her ability to be a good Jedi, crumbled, and she felt both a coward for not standing up like Juzik did, and yet unable to walk away from her troops. You're sure about that? Zay said. It wasn't a question. I am, sir. Then may the Force be with you, Bardan Juzik. And I regret losing you. What will you do now? Juzik looked as if a massive burden had been lifted from him. He also looked scared for the first time. We always think the choices open to a Force user are light side or dark side, Jedi or Sith, but I believe there are an infinite number of choices beyond those, and I'm going to make one. He stood up and bowed his head politely. May I keep my lightsaber, sir? You built it. You keep it. Thank you, sir. The doors opened and then hissed shut behind him. Attain was left in a wasteland. Zay let out a long breath. I regret that, he said. I really do. Very well, General. Dismissed. Attain walked to the doors and turned around just as they were closing. She caught a glimpse of Zay with his elbows on the desk, head propped on his hands, and knew that it wasn't Juzik's resignation that had deflated him, but that he had asked and answered the question that almost every other Jedi had chosen to ignore. It was a stain, indeed. And they could all see it. ***. Bethany Wenon's apartment, Coruscant, 548 days after Geonosis. Aren't you a bit old to look after babies, Sarge? Niner asked, crunching his way through a plate of crisp moss chips. Skirata gave him that special Mando hand gesture of friendly disagreement, the one he taught his boys never to use in front of polite company. I raised you lot, didn't I? But we were a bit older, and you had a team of care droids, and you were 10 years younger. Bethany topped up the bowl of chips while Darman peered at the baby. With his wispy dark hair, Venki didn't look much like Skirata, but then nobody had seen his kids and they would all have been in their 30s or 40s now. He wondered what had happened to make them hand over a tiny child like that to a man fighting a war. But that was Mandalorians for you. They were compulsive adopters, and if someone was in trouble, they all pitched in. Skirata certainly looked besotted. He wrapped the child in a blanket with the deft hands of a man who knew how to handle babies, and cradled the bundle against his chest with a big grin. Etain and Bethany were making a show of keeping the food coming, and Etain looked upset. Well, Juzik had walked out of the Jedi Order. It was a shock for everyone. Skirata swallowed hard as if he was going to start crying. He was so hard that he didn't care who saw his emotions, and Darman admired that. His name's Venku. That's nice, Auden said. What would you call a son, Corr? Not Sev for a start. They guffawed. I'd go for Jory. That's not a Mando name. I'm still catching up on Mandalorian stuff, guys. Just a white job who's been promoted, okay. Darman chewed over the question. Cad, he said. He was aware of Etain and Skirata looking at him. Maybe he wasn't showing enough interest. Cad's a nice name. He moved in a little closer. Etain looked uncomfortable and stared at her boots. Maybe she didn't find babies as fascinating as Skirata did, but then it was his grandchild. It was to be expected. Can I hold him? Darman asked. He wanted to show some enthusiasm, because Skirata was. Fearfek, this was his own father in as many senses of the word that mattered, the man who raised him. It was rude not to admire his grandson. Darman held out his arms, and Skirata hesitated with an expression on his face that Darman couldn't fathom at all. It looked like sorrow. Here you go, son. Skirata laid the baby in Darman's arms, moving them into position. There was a technique to baby holding, apparently. They don't react much at this age. They basically eat, sleep, and need their diapers changed. Darman, surprised at how heavy the bundle was, inhaled cautiously. Little Venku just smelled vaguely of powder and skin. But the baby did react. He opened his eyes and tried to turn his head, unfocused and totally uncoordinated. His eyes were pale blue-green and glassy. He's got your eyes, Sarge, Darman said, lost for anything else to say. What he actually felt like blurting out was so inane that he didn't dare, that babies were so tiny, so helpless, that he couldn't imagine ever having been so small. He had a vague memory of babies in glass vats in Topoka City, but that was different. This was a real live kid in his arms, and he had no idea what to do next. Their eyes changed color, Skirata said. Yes, there was a definite huskiness about Kalbir's voice, which usually meant he was emotionally charged about something. They're all blue at first, pretty well. Might be totally different in a few weeks. Right, said Darman. Do you want him back now? You can hold him as long as you want, son. I don't think he's comfortable with me. Oh, I don't know. I think he's fine. Darman felt inexplicably uneasy. The baby seemed to be doing his best to squirm toward him, and for a moment he felt as if Etain was reaching to him in the force, but that was impossible. She was right there, right next to him, looking toward the doors as if she wanted to get out of the room as fast as she could. I'd make a rotten father, wouldn't I? Darman said. Skirata looked him straight in the eye, still with that same expression that was somewhere between tears and contentment. Dar-ik, you'll make a great dad, believe me. A terrific dad. Yeah, maybe, but not yet. It was the first thing that came into Darman's head. The baby scared him, and he wasn't used to fears he couldn't come to terms with or remove. I need to do some growing up first. Here, take him before I drop him. Great. What a stupid thing to blurt out. It always upsets him when I talk about getting older. Skirata just smiled sadly and held out his arms to take Venku. Atane seemed uncomfortable and shot through the door. She was in a hurry to get somewhere, and Skirata jerked his head at Darman to follow her. Go and take some time together, he said, easing his hand into his pocket to take something out. Just go and do normal couple stuff. Plenty of credits on this chip. Here. Go have some fun for a couple of days. We'll eat all the food and talk about you when your back's turned. Skirata was a touchingly generous man. Darman took the credits and squeezed his shoulder. This was his family, his sergeant, his brothers, and however much he wanted to be with Atane, he needed them, too. So Niner had his answer. Thanks, Calber. Skirata smiled. Nikyr Teogai. Darman understood what that meant. But it didn't really need saying, because Skirata had taken on the responsibility of being the Commando's father a long time ago. You know what that means, Dar? You've adopted me. Formally, I mean. Yes. He patted Darman's cheek with his free hand. Time I adopted you all. Are you rich, Sarge? Corr asked. I always wanted a rich dad. Richest man alive, Skirata said, half smiling. You'll be amazed what I'm going to leave you in my will. Skirata sometimes had his little jokes, and the Commandos didn't always understand them. Darman didn't like to think of his sergeant writing a will. It was all too early for that, but then he was a soldier, and those things had to be dealt with sooner rather than later. We'd rather have you, Calber, Niner said. Though a country estate on Naboo is a reasonable second choice. They found refuge in laughter again. Darman left Skirata with his grandson and went to look for Atane. He found her waiting in the lobby, sitting on the fat upholstered arm of one of the sofas, arms folded tight against her chest. She looked upset. What's wrong? Atane shrugged. It's just sad, that's all. He's happy. Darman showed her the credit chip. He loves kids. He'll be in his element. Look, he gave me this and said to go off and have some fun. Anywhere you want to go. Atane had that same expression that he'd just seen on Skirata's face. He knew he must have said something wrong, but he wasn't sure what. He unfolded her arms with a little gentle pressure and took her hand. The baby's upset you somehow, hasn't it? He said. Of course, being a Jedi, Atane would never have known her parents. Does it remind you of being taken from your family? No, let's think about where we can go. She threw that switch and turned into the little general again, her wavy brown hair bouncing as she walked briskly ahead of him, hauling him by his hand. Have you seen the botanical gardens at the Skydome? Amazing plants in there, a nice place where you can eat, all kinds of stuff. Darman knew all about plants. He had his GR Fieldcraft database of everything he could safely eat if he had to live off the land on a mission, planet by planet. It was a novelty to think of plants as something fascinating to admire. But his mouth felt connected somehow to uncontrolled thoughts that just dug him deeper into this emotional mire. He had to say it. He knew what was bothering her now. She wanted him to have a normal life, and she probably thought he wanted a child now that he'd seen Venku, because Mandalorians loved their families and that was how she saw him. If it's the baby that's upset you, he said, you don't even have to think about having one for ages. Not during a war. It's not a good time, is it? Not for either of us. There. He'd said it, and she would feel better now, let off the hook. There was no point dwelling on his shortened lifespan. Neither of them knew what was around the corner. He'd take the pressure off her, because it was the responsible thing to do. "You're right," she said. "It's not the right time." The Skydome Gardens were just as beautiful and fascinating as Etienne had promised. He could tell she was trying to be cheerful and enthusiastic about them, but there was something sad and wounded about her that he didn't know how to make better. Evacuating Kalura must have been worse than she'd let on. But she'd tell him in her own good time. Chapter 20. Order 65. In the event of either a majority in the Senate declaring the Supreme Commander, Chancellor, to be unfit to issue orders, or 2. The Security Council declaring him to be unfit to issue orders, and an authenticated order being received by the GR. Commanders shall be authorized to detain the Supreme Commander, with lethal force if necessary, and command of the GR shall fall to the acting Chancellor until a successor is appointed or alternative authority identified as outlined in Section 6(4). Order 66. In the event of Jedi officers acting against the interests of the Republic, and after receiving specific orders verified as coming directly from the Supreme Commander, Chancellor, GAR. Commanders will remove those officers by lethal force, and command of the GR will revert to the Supreme Commander, Chancellor, until a new command structure is established. From Contingency Orders for the Grand Army of the Republic, Order Initiation, Orders 1 through 150, GR Document CO, CL, 56-95. ***. The Cragget All-Day Restaurant, Lower Levels, Coruscant, 548 days after Geonosis. "I always said you were a fine officer, Bardak A," Skirata said. "I feel this is my fault." He slid onto the bench and faced Juzik across the table. The Twi'lek waitress was there in a heartbeat. The Cragget had real live staff, for its regulars at least, and this place was 90% regular trade. "Usual arterial blocker, Sergeant Cal?" asked the Twi'lek, whose dancing days were over but who still brightened his day. "Extra egg? Please. And top up the CAF for my skinny young friend here, too." Skirata waited for her to walk away. "Bardak A, I'm so sorry it came to this." "I'm not," Juzik said brightly. It hadn't ruined his appetite either. If anything, he looked purged. "Okay, it's scary to walk out, but I did it, and I had to. The only thing I feel bad about is leaving my command, not that the men need me holding their hands, and not being on the inside for you any longer." Skirata had long since decided that Juzik was an exemplary man, but a potentially lethal officer. He wouldn't see men as resources to be expended in battle to win wars, a price worth paying. He cared too much and stayed too close, and so he would never be an efficient tactician. Skirata both loved him for it, and knew he was a liability, and so had made a silent pledge to keep the kid alive whatever that took. Juzik had made a stand on pure principle, a man's decision that so few of his superiors seemed to have the gutsy to make. That was Mandakarla. "Son, I need you now on the outside more than you can ever know. Anyway, you haven't left your boys any more than I have. You'll see plenty of them. You've just, well, shifted sideways into a self-employed consultancy capacity. Right. I have to get a job and a place to live for the first time in my life. The Jedi Order doesn't set you up for life on the outside. No resettlement package, just like the clones, but at least nobody sends a hit squad after us. You've got a job to walk into." It was such uncanny timing that Skirata decided not to make any more cracks about the Force, or maybe he was just a 5-star opportunist. "And a home, if you don't mind sharing a space with me and Lasima," Oh, and thank you. In fact, yes. Thank you. He's going to need someone around with your special skills to help him deal with his own abilities. Attain won't be there often enough. I'd love to. I really would. But I can still be useful in the war. Oh, I know. Poor old Zay. He thinks that if he confiscates your identichip, you're locked out. He really doesn't get it. I think he knows otherwise, said Juzik, but he doesn't want to be reminded of it. The waitress returned with more hot plates and jugs of CAF. Vanku, then. I think we might need to call him Cad. Why? The lads were talking about names, and Darman said he liked Cad. He really ought to choose his son's name, even if he doesn't know it yet. Juzik chewed, contemplating. Call him Cad, then. Cad Ik. You weren't called Cal when you were taken in by Munin. Doesn't mean he can't be Venku too, if he wants. See? You're a real problem solver. Earning your keep already. And I get to take him to Mandayane when I visit Phi. Deal. They finished their meal in relatively happy silence. There was nothing so bad that it couldn't have something worthwhile wrung from it, and good luck was simply a matter of what you decided to do with the hand you were dealt. Skirata had climbed out of the depths of despair of recent weeks, and was back on the attack, making things happen. Ko says she definitely hadn't had the last laugh, not by a long shot. New drawer. He was glad the Kragat never asked its patrons to open their bags for security checks, because that nice Twi'lek waitress probably wouldn't have seen him quite the same way ever again. Here's a code key to the apartment, Bardike, he said, but let Lasema know you're coming, because she's still a bit nervous of unexpected visitors. I've got to do Delta a favor. They haven't reported to Zay yet. I asked them to hold off until you were ready. Good lad. Juzik's gaze flickered and settled on the bag. Is it in there? Uh-huh. Gross. But Juzik carried on eating. It was an act, but he was probably trying hard not to think Jedi thoughts about compassion. Anything I can get on with while Kadaike is asleep? Yes. The boy was a gem, he really was. Skirata was thankful for whatever it was that put fine men find sons in his path. See what you can dig up on high-security prisons here. There's a certain SEP scientist I'd like to visit, one who knows a lot about Fet clone genomes. Dr. Yuthan must be bored out of her skull by now. Handy that Omega hauled her back from Kalura, isn't it? Juzik winked. Kind of. Destiny. I promise, said Skirata. No more forced jokes. This is no time to make new enemies. Skirata walked out onto a grimy lower levels walkway, carrying his prize in a cryo-seal box in a bag, and found that he was whistling. No, she wasn't going to have the last laugh at all. Asterisk asterisk. Area Company Barracks, so Brigade HQ, Coruscant, 548 days after Geonosis. Delta's squad were still waiting in the TIV on the landing strip when Skirata got there, and Sev wasn't very happy about it. This had better be good, Sarge, Scorch said, looking ruffled and in need of a haircut when he took off his helmet. We haven't eaten in 12 hours. Well, thanks for not signing in yet. Skirata put the bag on the deck of the cramped compartment and pulled out the box. He handed the package to Sev. Guess who? Sev looked at the box suspiciously. This isn't the family-sized pack of spicy Wara nuts, is it? No. Definitely not. But if you're going to open it, be careful not to drop it. It'll make a mess. Sev swallowed. And why are you giving us this, Sarge? I want you to walk into Zay's office, put that on his desk, and tell him you found her. He can have Topoka City check the Kaminoan DNA records. Her? You know who I mean. Kosai? No, the Queen Mother of Shabla Hapes. Who do you think? Of course I mean Kosai. She's dead then? Either that, or she overdid the diet. Scarata rolled his eyes and popped the seal on the cryobox. Sev held on to it, but the smell hit him, and he took the briefest of glances before closing it again. I've made it look like she had an encounter with incontinent ordnance so it fits your story. And it's a body part she couldn't do without, not something like a finger that any amateur chakar could slice off. It's absolute proof she's dead. Sev had stopped counting the kills he'd made, and he was no longer sure if Tinny's outnumbered wets on the tally. But this shook him, maybe because Kosai had been such a figure of authority for most of his short life and because the Mandalorian knot he'd found anchoring the headless skeleton now made sense. You killed her then, Sarge? It was your knot. No, son. Neither. Scarata was looking around as if he was expecting company. She had Mando bodyguards. Though. And I didn't kill her. We just found the body, I swear. I tell you if I had done it, because I don't care any longer. And frankly I'd have enjoyed slicing her up, the sadistic Hutyun. But I didn't. And that's all you need to know for your own good. Scarata turned to go. Boss caught his arm. I hear we lost General Juzik. You'll see him around. And what did happen to Phi? Scarata looked aside, as if concocting his official line. Sev knew that look now. Our Sato 15 is dead, lads. Call me if you need anything. They watched him go and closed the hatch behind him. The Shab Phi's dead, said Boss. I'd love to know what really went on there. No, you wouldn't, because we don't need to, Fixer said. Go deliver your present to the old man then, Sev. Let's call Index on this whole time-wasting exercise. Sev held the box gingerly in both hands, just in case he had an embarrassing spillage, and made his way down the corridor to Zay's office. He wondered whether to tell Zay what was in the container or just to let him open it, and asked him to make a wild guess. Sev would get a few moments of amusement out of his general's reaction anyway. We just found the body. I swear. I'd tell you if I had. Yeah, sure you did, Cal. Sev muttered. I believe you. Sev would have been disappointed if Scarata had done anything less than fulfill all the vows he'd made to slice the Kaminoan into Iowa bait. It crossed Sev's mind that this also enabled him to look Vav in the eye and not have to feel he'd failed his sergeant. Yeah, Scarata was a thug, and a thief, and even a little nuts, but he had his sense of honor and decency where the troops were concerned. This was a very generous favor to do for them all. Sev put down the box, rapped the knuckles of his gauntlet against Zay's doors, and waited, then tucked his helmet under one arm and Kosai's neatly packaged head tightly under the other. He jerked his own head at the others in a leave-me-to-it gesture. The doors slid open. The general was sitting at his desk, tapping a datapad on the edge of it in distracted annoyance at something other than Sev's interruption. 07, he said. You're back. Sir. I could do with some positive news if you have any. Sev placed the box in front of Zay and took a step backward. Not sure if it's positive, General, he said. But it's certainly definitive. Zay stared at the package for a while. Then he looked up at Sev. Oh, he said. Jedi had that spooky sixth sense. Maybe Zay knew what was in there already. But he looked anyway, and didn't recoil even though his face went distinctly ashen when he lifted the inner seal. "I think she's dead, sir," said Sev. Zay closed the box. "You think so? You should take up medicine, my boy. You can check the DNA with the Kaminoans. At least the Chancellor has a definite answer, even if it's not the one he was hoping for. Would you care to fill in any of the details? Because Palpatine is going to ask me how this trophy came into my possession." We dug our way into the lab she'd constructed. It had collapsed after an explosion. Messy. Kosai wasn't the careless type. No, but she had a lot of people with short tempers on her tail. "Dead when you got to her, you say?" "We didn't kill her, sir." "You said alive?" "We can do alive. When we try hard." Zay stared into Sev's face, then sighed. "I know you're telling the truth. If you have any information on who got to her first, though, I'm sure that the Chancellor would love to hear it." Sev rode his apparent honesty a little farther into dangerous deception territory, and hoped the omission didn't show up in the Force. "I don't have any proof who killed her, sir," he said. "But I think that the Kaminoans took a dim view of her jumping ship with their trade secrets like that. Speaking of which..." "Nothing, sir. It was all true, all of it." Sev could see Zay measuring each word he said, a little frown puckering his brow. Her computers were totally trashed. No sign of any data. And presumably Kaminoans would know what they were looking for. "We found a few dead Mandalorians, though." "Ah. No ID. Might have been there to protect her, or might have been caught in their own attack. Either way, no Kosai, and no data. We did our best, sir." Zay's shoulders sagged. He was a big man, but suddenly he looked smaller than Skirata. "I know, 07. I know. You did well to find her. Take a day's leave, all of you." Dismissed. Sev wasn't expecting praise. He always felt he was letting someone down, usually Vav, so the comment caught him off guard. He also wasn't sure what to do with the day off, but sleep and excessive eating were the first things that sprang to mind. He saluted, turned smartly for the door, and then stopped. "I'm very sorry to hear General Juzik has left us, sir." Say was still staring at the box on his desk. "So am I. It's always a blow to lose a good man, but it's worse to lose a good Jedi when we need to keep our focus." Sev didn't have a clue what he meant, but nodded sympathetically. Then he left and put distance between the office and himself as quickly as he could. Boss and the others ambushed him halfway down the corridor. "Well?" Scorch demanded. "Did he buy it?" "I think so." Fixer snorted. "Not much else he can do, is there?" "We got a day off out of it," Sev said. "Which is better than a thrashing from Vav, so shut up and make the most of it." Delta took a shortcut across the parade ground to get to their quarters. In the late afternoon sun, the newly reformed Omega Squad no Darman, but with the new guy from Edie who could do really dangerous knife tricks with his prosthetic hands, were playing Limmy with Ordo and Mariel. Skirata had joined in. They played it hard, what Vav called the Mando way, shoulder charging and tackling one another with complete disregard for injury, kicking the spherical ball high into the air. It was about the size of a man's head. Sev did a double take to be sure it wasn't actually a real head, and it cannonied against the wall of the barracks to loud whoops and cries of "Oya! Ori Meshla!" None of them, except Skirata, was in armor. They weren't even in red GR fatigues, just assorted civilian clothing they must have picked up on the last mission. There were no team colors. If Sev hadn't recognized them as his clone brothers, he would have taken them for Mandalorians whiling away the time between invasion and pillage rather than fellow commandos letting off steam. They suddenly struck him as very foreign, and that surprised him. Vav had taught Delta all the Mandalorian customs and language, just as Skirata had taught his commando squads, but somehow at that moment Omega and the Nulls seemed very much more Mandalorian mercs than men of the Grand Army. So, Boss said, as if reading his mind, if we got in a ruck with a bunch of real Mandoade, whose side do you reckon they'd be on? Sev shrugged. Who do you think killed the Mandade we found in Ko's Sai's hideout? You don't know who did that, Fixer said. Yeah, and neither do you. Scorch put a stop to the speculation. Voden. Brothers, all. Okay? Delta Squad each managed a casual acknowledgement, and Sev expected Skirata to try to talk them into joining the game, but he didn't. The 6 men carried on, oblivious, with the occasional shout or comment in Mandoe, and they might as well have been in Keldabe, not Galactic City. It was unsettling. It was also oddly tempting in a way that Sev didn't want to think about. Commandos were all on the same side. Sev was sure of it. And for the time being, so were the Nulls, although they were a law unto themselves. Whatever eccentricities they had, they were totally loyal, obeying Skirata to the letter. Skirata paused, trapping the ball under one boot, and seemed to notice Sev for the first time. Copa ni Jeroi? He asked, totally Mando. Want to play? No thanks, Sev said. I'll stick to my embroidery. Looks a bit rough. I bruise easy. Delta Squad walked on, leaving behind a scene that for a few moments could easily have been unfolding on Mandalore, and not in the heart of the Republic. Just as well they're on our side, said Boss. Yeah, said Sev. It is. End of Star Wars Republic Commando. True Colors by Karen Travis.